Chapter 801 Kill with One Palm. Who are you talking to? Yang Muqing's faint words contained an undisguised murderous intention, which directly frightened the nascent soul to take 3 steps back. Let's go! Yang Muqing put his hands behind his back and said to Chen Bo and others. Everyone who reacted quickly followed Yang Muqing's footsteps and rushed into the sky tower. As soon as they come in, immediately, many Yuanying grandmasters, half-step Zifu, and Zifu experts in the Dentian Tower looked surprised and shocked. This is equivalent to a rabbit and the tiger, the king of beasts, actually having the same status. How can they endure this? But Yang Muqing's body exuded an astonishing evil aura, and his face seemed to have a "Don't let strangers enter" expression written all over his face, which made everyone a little afraid of this ignorant boy. My little friend, did you kill Yi Hanfei? A strong man from Zifu asked carefully. Yes. Shen Bo moved a chair, and Yang Muqing just sat down. When he heard these words, he raised his head and asked, What? You want to avenge him? The strong man from Z Mansion raised his eyebrows. Although he was a little angry, he did not speak, because he felt that this kid was very mysterious. When Yang Muqing was on the suspended island, he suffered multiple injuries, which everyone saw with their own eyes. But he reversed the life and death situation with the help of a demon king. But now, not only has he recovered from his injuries, but his cultivation has also advanced to a higher level. How can this not make people fearful and vigilant? But this strong man from Zifu is certainly smart and vigilant. But some people are really stupid, because even this strong man from Zifu stopped talking. But a half-step Zifu stood up. He came to Yang Muqing and cupped his hands, which was quite polite. This little friend, I am Qian Luochen of the Kanglin sect of Tianqi. Among your team, these 2 warriors at the peak of nascent soul are of little use. Now, Tongtian Tower has entered the next stage, and there are still 2 souls left. Come to offer sacrifices. Why don't you betray me and give these 2 nascent soul peak warriors to me? And how about we become friends? If the first half of the sentence is considered a discussion, then the second half is a naked threat. After all, if you offend so many people in order to protect these 2 peak nascent souls, no matter what sect you come from, what background you have, or what backers you have, you probably won't be able to withstand the anger of so many people. Tianqi Kanglin sect was a 5th line sect at that time. This Qian Luochen is either an elder or a deacon, and his status is unusual. He is even more dressed in brocade clothes, with a purple gold crown on his head, cloud climbing boots on his feet, and a white jade belt around his waist. If it were another person, he would definitely not fight with this kind of person. Anyway, 2 nascent soul peak warriors are worthless, so killing them is just killing them. Moreover, in this secret realm, killing is not allowed. Even if you die, no one will make the decision for you. In front of 2 peak nascent soul warriors and a half-step Zifu warrior, most people would choose to befriend the latter. What's more, behind this half-step Zifu warrior, there are 3 Zifu and more than a dozen half-step Zifu warriors supporting him. But Yang Muqing was on the contrary. As soon as Qian Luochen finished speaking, his eyelids rolled up. While Qian Luochen was happily waiting for the other party's reply, Yang Muqing snorted disdainfully. Go away! Who do you think you are? You dare to ask me to sell you face? Everyone in the climbing tower was also surprised, and they all looked at Yang Muqing in surprise. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? Yes, for the sake of 2 nascent soul peak warriors. I actually offended a half-step Zifu strongman. Those who achieve great things don't stick to trivial matters. Another strong man from Zifu sneered and shook his head disdainfully. He is the elder of Lingboyu sect, and this time he came to the sealed land to bring 2 disciples. When he received the sacrifice and was still 7 souls away, he killed his disciples without hesitation. Suddenly, Qian Luochen's face turned the color of pig liver. He had lost his patience and stared straight at Yang Muqing and said, Boy, I'm going to discuss this with you in a nice voice. Don't toast me, and you'll be punished with a drink. Yang Muqing slowly raised his head and looked at the other party with a sneer. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear? Okay. Qian Luochen glanced at Yang Muqing coldly. Originally, I planned to get rid of these 2 peak nascent souls first and sacrifice their souls to activate the climbing tower. Since you are so ignorant of life and death, then don't blame me for being rude. Then I will get rid of you first. Use your soul as a sacrifice. As soon as Qian Luochen finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned extremely cold. He flicked his right finger, and a sharp finger wind came towards Yang Muchung like a ray of lightning. Seeing this move, some Yuanying masters in the Dintian Tower couldn't help but change their colors. Previously, Qian Luochen used this move to make the two nascent soul grandmasters who challenged him vomit blood. Now, his move is more terrifying than before, even piercing the space into nothingness. Apparently, Qian Luochen was completely angered by Yang Muchung, and he wanted to kill him and completely destroy him. Senior, be careful! At this time, Qin Bo and Sun Lankai couldn't help but exclaimed. Just when this finger was about to hit Yang Muchung, he saw Yang Muchung's right hand raised slightly, and directly knocked out the sharp wind of the finger. And the finger wind that was whipped out directly hit a mountain outside the Dingtian Tower. When it erupted with a shocking sound, it even directly punched a terrifying hole in the huge mountain. What happened? How could you deflect this move so lightly? Everyone in the climbing tower couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. Yuanying successfully deflected the attack of a half-step Zifu warrior? This is simply impossible. This kid really has the ability to kill Yi Hanfei. The strong man from Zifu, who had asked Yang Muchung before, changed his expression and whispered. He made a move just now, but I didn't see clearly what was going on. It's really scary. Don't mess with him unless necessary. The other two Zifus also nodded at the same time. Apparently, they all felt Yang Muchung's terror. At this time, Yang Muchung looked at Qian Luochen, whose expression also changed greatly, and said calmly, Originally, you can survive, but you should never take action against me. In that case, I declare that you will become one of the 32 souls to be sacrificed. Boom! Yang Muchung's words made everyone's head shake. What? Is Yang Muchung, who has only the perfect cultivation level of nascent soul, threatening Qian Luochen, who has reached half a step in the Zifu? Just when everyone was still confused, they suddenly saw Yang Muchung, who had been sitting all the time, slowly stand up, and then gently slapped his right hand forward. With this palm clap, the immense inner energy suddenly hit Qian Luochen. You? Qian Luochen just reacted and raised his hand to fight. As a result, he was shocked to find that a huge force and inner energy completely suppressed his power. At the same time, this huge force directly bombarded it and flew it several feet away, spurting out a mouthful of blood mist. Qian Luochen, who was halfway through the Zifu, was knocked away by Yang Muchung. Boom! Seeing Qian Luochen fall heavily to the ground, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Crush! This is an absolute crushing in terms of strength. At this time, Yang Muchung was already holding his hands, and walked slowly towards Qian Luochen, who landed on the ground with a calm look, as if the person who was slapped away by his palm earlier was not a half-step Zifu, but a half-step Zifu. It's a fly. I don't care how you discuss or arrange it. Whoever dies has nothing to do with me. If you dare to involve me... Say this. Yang Muchung raised his eyelids slightly, and slowly glanced at everyone. Those eyes without any emotion made everyone tremble in their hearts. But I heard him continue. If you dare to involve me, you will die. Chapter 802 Domineering. What a domineering young man. Everyone's hearts trembled when they heard Yang Muchung's words. And Yang Muchung's faint words. There was a domineering attitude that everyone could feel. Everyone in the field even felt like, no time is waiting for me. For a moment, as if their era has receded, replaced by this young man's era. How domineering this is. In the field, a strong man from the Purple Mansion couldn't help but sigh. But immediately, he showed a trace of ridicule. Domineering power must be established on the condition of having sufficient strength. If a tree is as beautiful as the forest, the wind will destroy it. Yes, this boy was able to reach the perfection of nascent soul at the age of 17 or 18. He has probably been accustomed to it all along, and has never put everyone in his eyes. However, reality will make him bow his head. Let him know. It's not enough to be domineering. You also need to have relative strength. Another strong man from Zifu said, with a secret smile. Some other people were also shocked when they looked at Yang Muchung. They can't imagine. This young man actually has such courage. I am going to kill you! At this time, Qian Luochen, who was blasted away by Yang Muchung's palm, let out a roar, and his nascent soul trembled. The surging inner energy swept across all directions in an instant, and his whole aura was also churning crazily at this moment. In this majestic rising breath, the air around him was swept up at this moment, and countless sand, gravel, grass and trees were swept up by this strong wind. He had always been the only one who bullied others, But now, he was actually slapped away by a boy with yawning consummation. And in full view of everyone. How could Qian Luochen, who was half-stepping into the purple mansion, endure this? At this moment, he released all his inner strength, preparing to kill Yang Mucheng and avenge his previous shame. In the terrifying wind and the terrifying internal energy, Qian Luochen turned into a stream of escaping light and rushed towards Yang Mucheng. Qian Luochen's desperate gesture immediately shocked everyone. Qian Luochen, do you want to destroy the entire Dingtian Tower? And at this moment, Qian Luochen could no longer listen to any persuasion, and his anger only grew stronger at this moment. Under the sweep of internal energy and the tossing of the strong wind, everyone was swayed and involuntarily retreated towards the rear. But Yang Mucheng stood still where he was, motionless as a mountain. His robes were rustling, his black hair was dancing high, and his face was still stern. How dare you resist? Yang Mucheng sneered and shook his head slowly, facing Qian Luochen, who came from the explosion. Yang Mucheng stepped forward. In an instant, the qi, blood and internal energy in his body burst out at the same time. The infinite internal energy mixed with qi and blood was like a shocking flame. At this moment, he shot up to a height of 100 meters. And the miraculous golden inner energy directly suppressed Qian Luochen's aura from the half-step Z mansion. Boom! One step forward, and it feels like the earth is falling apart, with the Dingtian Tower as the center. The surrounding plain seemed to have turned into a raging sea at this moment, and Yang Mucheng rushed out in one step. And the shocking power was like a hurricane that destroyed everything, violently passing under everyone's eyes. Even the earth was torn apart and exploded by this terrifying force, causing trees thousands of meters away to explode with shock. The warriors watching the battle, including Grandmaster Yuaning, were directly swept away by the shaking wind. Very scary! Who is this kid? Just the aura revealed and the shocking flames he aroused surpassed everyone present. Lao Mo Yang. I remembered the old monk who knocked him down from the air. I called him Lao Mo Yang. A warrior cried out. Is he the young man who is regarded as the leader of the alliance by hundreds of sects? What 100 sects? What alliance leader? Someone asked. Because, when the news came out, the sealed land was being opened. So many people didn't pay attention. But now I know that the young man in front of me is the one who is regarded as the leader of the alliance by hundreds of sects. And I am surprised for a moment. It turns out it's him. No wonder he has such terrifying strength. Everyone suddenly realized. I saw. There are already changes on the battlefield at this moment. Seeing Yang Mucheng rushing toward him, Qian Luochen was also startled by the other party's bold behavior. But when he saw Yang Mucheng's terrifying posture, he trembled with fear. Gritting his teeth, he quickly took out something from his arms and threw it forward. Big! 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 Qian Luochen's tongue was like a lotus flower, and his voice was deep. Every time he shouted, dozens of marks quickly formed in his hand and penetrated into the thing. Every time a mark hits something, the thing will suddenly grow in size with a burst of thunder. In just 3 snaps of the fingers, the thing transformed into a mountain with a height of 100 feet, appeared directly in front of Yang Mucheng, and pressed towards Yang Mucheng with the momentum of the earth shattering. No one had time to be shocked. All they saw was Yang Mucheng slashing downwards with his fingers like a sword. And with a bang sound, the huge mountain peak was split into 2 halves at this moment. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, did not slow down and drove away from the terrifying broken mountain. He appeared directly in front of Qian Luochen and punched his chest without any hindrance. The reason why Qian Luochen was able to withstand Yang Mucheng's palm earlier was because he had a heart-protecting mirror hidden in his arms. But now that the punch came, the heart-protecting mirror couldn't absorb the huge damage at all. With a click sound, the protective mirror suddenly shattered, and Qian Luochen was knocked back thousands of meters by this punch, and then hit the mountain hard. Qian Luochen's body even caused the entire mountain to collapse. Boom! Under this crushing sound of the mountain collapsing, the quota for the last soul sacrifice has been reached. Powerful! It's absolutely terrifying! No wonder he dared to say such things and not put everyone in his eyes. Even in our Zifu realm, there is no way to kill Qian Luochen so easily. Many strong men were already shouting in disbelief. As for the previous ones, they couldn't stand Yang Mucheng's arrogant, domineering and arrogant attitude. When they saw Qian Luochen being killed by Yang Mucheng's palm and punch, their hearts jumped wildly. They remembered that Yang Mucheng had said before that anyone who dared to involve him would die. This sentence only made them feel the unparalleled domineering power. But now, they really felt Yang Mucheng's amazing strength. Seeing Yang Mucheng walking into the Dintian Tower again, everyone subconsciously avoided it. Some people in the Zifu realm are even making secret calculations. If they fought against Yang Mucheng, what chance would they have of winning? But if they knew that Yang Mucheng had not shown his true strength even in killing Qian Luochen, they would probably completely lose the courage to face Yang Mucheng. And this time, climb the Sky Tower. You've reached the sky. Chapter 803 Demonized Light Pillar. The climbing tower slowly flew up and made everyone feel more at ease. Qin Bo and Sun Lankai let out a long breath, and their faces looked like they were surviving a disaster. If Yang Mucheng hadn't taken action, I'm afraid they would have been completely treated as sacrifices, without even the slightest chance of survival. As for Yang Mucheng, although he still looked leisurely and contented, his thoughts were still spinning rapidly. Whether it's 10 soul sacrifices on the suspended island, or the 32 soul sacrifices from the Sky Tower, all of these seem to be slowly tempting everyone to kill each other. What's even scarier is that these people don't realize they're in a trap. It's not enough to just have Qin Bo and Sun Lankai. I have to find a way to win over more people. The episode outside the Dintian Tower passed quickly. Everyone in the building was looking forward to the next secret realm more and more. However, little did they know that what awaited them was endless killing. The first area where Yang Mucheng is located is the one with the slowest progress. Most of the other areas had already been traversed by the time the climbing tower on Yang Mucheng's side rose. The seventh area. In the huge Sky Tower, only the last 3 powerful men from the Zifu were left. These 3 people seemed to be casual cultivators. 2 of them had reached the early stage of Zifu, and the leader had reached the middle stage of Zifu. Notice. Casual cultivators without sex who can rely on their own strength to cultivate to the Purple Mansion realm are absolutely terrifying existences. Because only those who come out of the Sword Mountain and Sea of Blood can snatch more heavenly spirits and earthly treasures for use. For training purposes, their strength is at least 1 level stronger than the warriors of the same level in the sect. Brother, there are only 3 of us left now. No one will compete with us for the treasure anymore. A scarred-faced warrior drank heavily with a hint of drunkenness. The eldest brother he mentioned was named Shui Lei, who was the middle-level warrior of the Purple Mansion. He glanced at the scarred face who spoke. Zhou Ming, don't be careless. There are weird things everywhere in this small world. Those who are pampered the guys can't notice it. But I can feel it. The previous suspended island required the sacrifice of 10 souls. Now the Sky Tower requires the sacrifice of 32 souls. I suspect that this small world is tempting us to kill each other everywhere. Listen to them. They seem to have seen through the intentions of the master of this little world. Zhou Ming, who had spoken before, laughed loudly and took out a palm-sized jar from his arms. Inside the jar, there were bursts of wailing and shouting. Brother, we have killed all these people long ago and put their souls into the ghost jar. If there are any more things that need to be sacrificed, I'll just sacrifice this ghost pot. As he was talking, he was suddenly interrupted by Shui Lei. When did the climbing tower stop? Why hasn't it moved even half a minute? What on earth is going on? Boom. The words just fell. But they saw that in the center of the continent, in the 4th area where they were originally, a black light pillar burst out. This beam of light rose 90,000 meters into the air. It was extremely thick and powerful, almost covering a radius of 100 meters. In the black light pillar, there is a heart-stopping power revealed. Then what happened? Shui Lei's eyes widened. He found, as the black beam of light rose, countless monsters on the continent in the 4th area rose up rapidly at this moment and threw themselves towards the beam of light. At this moment, the 3 people who were drinking all looked towards the location of the light pillar. I just saw that the first thing to fly into the black light pillar was a palm-sized canary lark. This is a very fearful bird, only the size of a palm. But when it entered the black light, its body actually changed in a horrifying manner. The original cute and lovable appearance suddenly disappeared. What replaced it was an extremely ferocious appearance. The wings, which reached a full length of 120 meters after unfolding, had feathers as black as ink, and terrifying talons as sharp as hooks. And that terrifying aura that reaches the realm of Zifu. After the golden mark changed, it immediately let out a harsh roar and rushed towards Shui Lei's position crazily. But, after all, Shui Lei was a warrior in the middle stage of Zifu. When the mutated monster flew in front of him, he had already sacrificed his magic weapon and tore it apart immediately. However, after killing the canary lark, Shui Lei did not feel the slightest bit happy after succeeding. On the contrary, His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide enough to put down a fist. Oh my god! This is going to kill us all! Almost at the same time. Area 12. Area 36. Area 27. Area 11. Everyone who entered the Sky Tower found that what greeted them was not another piece of land full of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, but an endless tide of beasts. If someone can unify it, you will find out. These 36 sky-climbing towers, after hovering for a short time, flew towards the center of the entire small world again. At this time, in the first area, the black beam of light rising into the sky also attracted the attention of many people. Look! What is that? Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes were directed towards the location of the light pillar. Even Yang Muchung was alarmed at this moment. He quickly stood up and looked forward. When he saw clearly what happened in the black beam of light, he was completely stunned. All the beasts in the entire land rioted at this moment, and they rushed towards the black light pillar crazily. Under the influence of the light beam, the harmless rabbit instantly transformed into a terrifying monster with a ferocious face and 3 heads. Even a wild cat the size of a palm, under the exaggeration of the black light beam, turned into a being larger and more terrifying than a lion, exuding a black evil aura, like a monster that chooses people to devour. And those beings who were originally monsters became even more terrifying after entering the light pillar. The body size has doubled, and the surging aura has even stirred up a mighty hurricane, blowing the entire Dengtian Tower and swaying left and right at this moment. Then, these transformed monsters smelled the scent of strangers as they flew out of the light beam. Suddenly, it was as if a shark that had been hungry for a long time smelled the smell of blood and flew desperately towards the Dengtian Tower and towards the area where Yang Muchung was. Roar! At this moment, a heart-stopping sharp sound suddenly came from the sky above the land. When everyone headed towards that place, they couldn't help but take a breath of air. However, they saw Yin Jiao, which was even bigger than the dragon-touching god king that Yang Muchung had killed before, actually jumped up from somewhere and flew towards the black beam of light. Chapter 804 Ghost Killing. There is no time to surprise and shock. These endless monsters were already soaring like riding the wind and breaking waves, rushing towards the location of the climbing tower. There are already thousands of demon kings in the Zifu realm alone, and there are even some demon kings from the Middle Zifu realm mixed in among them. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Chen Bo and others, some with low strength, were so frightened that their legs trembled and they could no longer stand firm. Not to mention, on the land, countless beasts were all rushing towards the light pillar. If they were all transformed under this beam of light, I'm afraid they would have to face at least hundreds of thousands or millions of demon kings. In this horrific amount, don't talk about them. Even a powerful person who transforms into a god, I'm afraid it's hard to protect themselves. Right? Uh-huh. At this moment, a red lightning flashed over. Before everyone could see clearly what was going on, a half-step Zifu, who was still in shock, stood there blankly. His head had been removed by the red lightning, and a stream of blood spurted out from the broken neck. What are you still doing? Yang Muchung came to his senses first. He grabbed the sky with his right hand, and countless spiritual energy gathered, like the spring rain in the south of the Yangtze River, rolling continuously, forming a huge network of spiritual energy vertically and horizontally, directly catching the red lightning. When everyone saw the red lightning clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was actually a red flying centipede. It was the one that killed a strong man who was half a step into the purple mansion in an instant. You 3 powerful men of the purple mansion. Don't worry about anything. Kill all the beasts and monsters on the continent, and cut off their chance to enter the light pillar. The warriors from the half-step Z mansion all stepped forward to protect the surroundings. Grandmaster Nascent Soul, retreat. You are no match for these demon kings. Don't cause trouble. You can use magic weapons to block the demon king's attacks. Everyone else, please go to the center of the Dengtian Tower and take out all the heavenly and earthly treasures you have obtained. He is truly a man who has seen the world. When everyone was stunned, Yang Muchung was the first to come to his senses and issued the order in the shortest possible time. Don't know why. Yang Muchung's voice actually contained a special element, which made everyone who was originally panicked feel inexplicably at ease at this moment. The 3 Zifus all looked at Yang Muchung in surprise, slightly shocked in their hearts. Faced with such an attack by thousands of monsters, they were almost frightened. But this young man was able to maintain a normal attitude. Little friend, How do you prevent those beasts from entering the black light pillar? A strong man from Zifu asked. Clang. Yang Muchung pointed a finger with his right hand, and used the Xinglua Xuanya sword to kill a golden-winged eagle king that was quickly coming towards him. Although these ordinary beasts evolved into demon kings under the beam of light, their real combat effectiveness was still slightly inferior. Hearing the question from the powerful man from Zifu, Yang Muchung snorted coldly. Kill them all! The three Zifus looked at each other, and did not dare to hesitate anymore. Rise! I saw. The three Zifus worked together, and the calm sea suddenly became wildly turbulent, setting off a huge wave. The wave swept up and hit the entire continent like a tsunami. Even though they were far apart, everyone could still hear the crackling sound of the trees being crushed and broken, and immediately saw that countless beasts were completely crushed under the terrible flood in an instant. However, with their strength, it is still difficult to kill all the beasts on the island in a short period of time. But at this moment, everyone could no longer take care of that much, because more monsters had already evolved in the light pillar, and were rushing towards their location. Most of the powerful people in the Bamboo Z Mansion are important figures in some sects, either sect leaders or elders. There are also many magic weapons, and weapons in his possession. With one full blow, 3 or 4 demon kings can be killed. As for those nascent soul grandmasters, they were slightly worse, and it took several people working together to kill one. But as more and more monsters came, the battle continued to become more and more intense. Certainly, the most conspicuous person is Yang Muchung. Although his cultivation level is not the highest, his internal energy is huge enough. Coupled with the release of the ancient heaven swallowing technique, the energy and blood of the killed monster can also be integrated into his body to quickly replenish the consumption of internal energy. On the contrary, Yang Muchung killed the most monsters. At this moment, he desperately used his killing intent. Condensation! Yang Muchung grabbed it with his right hand. The sea surface 1,000 meters away from the Dingtian Tower suddenly exploded, and countless water columns rose into the sky, turning into white streaks, rushing through the void and coming to Yang Muchung's back. Then, he pushed forward with his right hand, and suddenly the huge water column surged up and turned into a shocking water sword, rushing towards the endless monsters. Each water sword is 4 to 5 meters long. It is completely formed by condensing sea water from the inner energy. It almost blocks out the sky and the sun, and even the air is torn apart. It brings sharp roars and blasts towards the densely packed mountains. Among the monsters, monsters were torn apart on the spot. Blood mist erupted in midair. These methods shocked everyone. Perhaps, Yang Muchung's performance was too conspicuous, and some monsters gave up their goals on the spot and rushed towards Yang Muchung crazily. Careful! The warriors in the climbing sky tower exclaimed in surprise, and quickly issued a warning. Well done! Watch me kill you all! Yang Muchung snorted coldly, but was not afraid at all. He released the demon god sacrifice. And even more so, he immediately used the frightening finger. Ripples were seen swaying rapidly in the void, and any monster that touched the ripples would be enveloped in 25 kinds of changes. Or it turns into charcoal and falls down with the smell of meat, or freeze into ice cubes and smash into the sea, or simply have his internal organs shattered and die on the spot. For a time, many monsters fell to their death before they even got close to Yang Muchung. Tongxian sword. Yang Muchung grabbed the air with his right hand as he rose to kill, and his aura surged crazily. In an instant, there was no light in the sky and the earth, and the sun and the moon seemed to suddenly stop spinning because of this, as if all the light between the sky and the earth fell on Yang Muchung. His eyes radiated endless divine light, and his long hair danced without the wind behind him. Raise your sword and chop it down. Yang Muchung's sword seemed to be splitting the void into pieces. With an aura that was enough to split the stars, it actually blasted out a sword light that was thousands of meters long. Silently, countless monsters were crushed to pieces by the sword energy at this moment. After this moment, the whole world resumed its operation. Boom! 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 Countless monsters exploded on the spot and turned into countless blood mist. And at this time, the huge Yin Jiao also mutated under the movement of the black light beam and became a Yin Dragon. Chapter 805. The Yin Dragon appears. What is a dragon? It has the appearance of a dragon, but does not have the power of a dragon. To be honest, it just looks similar to the dragon, but it doesn't have the terrifying strength of the dragon. Yang Muchung has encountered many Yin Jiao so far, and the last one was killed in the Demon Burial Valley. and he got a drop of ancient dragon blood. However, it was just a Yin Jiao, far from a real dragon. But this time, after being soaked in the black light pillar, the Yin Jiao turned into a Yin Dragon. On the huge dragon, there were only 2 claws that seemed to be underdeveloped, telling everyone that this Yin Dragon had not yet truly transformed into a dragon. But the terrifying pressure and momentum made everyone feel shocked. Dragon, the best at spreading wind and rain. And the Yin Dragon is even more so. But see, in the blink of an eye, this Yin Dragon star faced the huge wave summoned by the 3 powerful men of the Purple Mansion. It let out a roar, opened its mouth, and suddenly a black hole-like suction force suddenly came from its throat. Produce. Millions of tons of sea water were actually swallowed into its belly like a whale sucking water. Hurry and secure this area! The appearance of the Yin Dragon shocked everyone so much that they even forgot to fight back for a moment. Many half-step Zifu were injured by the monsters that broke into the sky tower without realizing it. And the neatly arranged defense line was immediately torn apart. Yang Mucheng knew that if all these monsters were allowed to break in, even he might not be able to escape from such a crazy attack. Clang! 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 Yang Mucheng waved his hands. And in the next moment, thousands of water swords flew towards the monster like a sky curtain, accompanied by bursts of explosions. The flying monsters were killed on the spot before they even got close to the sky tower. Shocking. Almost every monster has a vital point in its throat, which can be pierced by the water sword with unimaginable accuracy. However, that Yin Dragon is not someone who sits on a mountain and watches the fight between tigers and tigers. It roared like a dragon, slapped the ground with its huge tail, and its huge body of several hundred meters suddenly shot out from the land. Like a hidden dragon rising out of the sea. The power of this soaring Yin Dragon is simply astonishing. Boom! Almost instantly, the Yin Dragon, which arrived like soaring clouds and riding mist, hit the climbing sky tower heavily. Its huge body entangled the huge pavilion inch by inch. Its huge head like a hill hung down from the attic, and its pair of huge red pupils stared at the people on the tower. Yin Long! Yang Mucheng and others looked at the Yin Dragon that suddenly rushed in front of them. Under the huge body of the Yin Dragon that was hundreds of meters in size, and could almost wrap up the entire sky tower. They were as small as ants. Kick! 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 The 3 powerful men of the Z Mansion, looking at the sudden appearance of the Yin Dragon, trembled in fright and backed away. But they saw that Yang Mucheng, who had not retreated even 1 step from the Yin Dragon, gritted his teeth at this moment and stepped forward to stand on the same front as Yang Mucheng. Obviously, they understood that if they did not deal with the Yin Dragon, almost no one would be able to survive when faced with a group of demons attacking in front of them and a Yin Dragon biting people in the back. The 3 of you go and intercept those monsters. Leave this Yin Dragon to me. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Are you kidding? This Yin Dragon has already reached the middle stage of Zifu under the immersion of the black light pillar. A strong man from Zifu shouted, I admit that your strength is good, but if you want to fight with this, it's impossible to fight against the Yin Dragon. That's right. The only possibility is that the 4 of us join forces. Another strong man from Zifu clenched his fists, and his muscles were tense, ready to take action at any time. Everyone, come together and destroy this Yin Dragon. However, while everyone was arguing, Yin Long had already taken the lead in launching an attack. But see, the scales on the Yin Dragon's body suddenly retracted, and everyone felt that it seemed to be exerting force. Before I could figure out the action of the Yin Dragon, I saw that its body wrapped around the Dinkion Tower suddenly shrank, and I heard a crushing sound. And then the luxurious and exquisite Dinkion Tower was actually destroyed by the Yin Dragon. The dragon's giant tail was crushed to pieces. At the same time, the Yin Dragon raised its tail and brought the half of the pavilion, like a yellow scarf warrior grabbing a giant hammer weighing tens of millions, towards where everyone was. This terrifying roar and shocking wind shocked the hearts of the 3 Zifus. Run away! Tongue! With almost no hesitation, the 3 Zifus had already escaped from the position where the pavilion fell like an arrow from a string. However, Yang Mucheng is still where he is. I just saw a cold look in Yang Mucheng's eyes when facing this huge tower. He clenched his fists, and a roiling demonic shadow erupted from his body. With this wave of demonic shadows surging, his aura grew crazily in a horrifying manner at this moment, surpassing the 3 of them in an instant. What kind of skill is this? But see, Yang Mucheng waved his right hand lightly. This wave was like his helpless resistance and struggle against the avalanche of falling fans in the stormy waves. But a huge invisible force followed his sleeve, like the Milky Way falling straight into the sky. It was so dazzling that people dared not look directly at it. And then, there was a fierce bombardment towards the fallen pavilion. Go! This invisible force swept through the void, bringing up a wave of air that tore the air apart. It exploded from in front of Yang Maicheng and stretched hundreds of feet straight towards the fallen pavilion. Seeing Yang Maicheng waving his hands to attack, the three strong men from the Zifu changed their colors at the same time. Although they had already guessed that Yang Maicheng had the confidence to be arrogant and knew that the opponent had a trump card, they could not guess what was going on. Now that they were directly facing Yang Mucheng's power, they realized how terrifying the strength of the young man in front of them was. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion, and the fallen pavilion was directly smashed into pieces. Countless gravel fell like raindrops, and a cloud of dust erupted in midair, completely covering the sky. Roar! The next moment, along with a shocking roar, one could see that the Yin Dragon's huge body was already carrying a strong wind, and suddenly it tore apart a large dust cloud. Then, what suddenly burst into everyone's sight? The first one to rush out was the Yin Dragon's mouth full of sharp fangs as sharp as daggers. And the target of this wide-open dragon's mouth is surprisingly Yang Maicheng. Careful! At this moment, everyone was shocked and speechless. Before the voice could even finish, Yin Long's body had already struck down like a bolt of lightning, falling hard on Yang Maicheng. At this moment, the huge sky tower was blasted through by Yin Long's body. Got it! Chapter 806 Fighting Alone. Senior! Senior! Old Demon Yang! At this moment, the calls continued. Everyone looked pale. This climbing tower is neither big nor small, but it is definitely hard enough. Otherwise it would have been smashed to pieces under the bombardment of the monsters. Now, this Yin Dragon is like a mouse digging a hole, knocking out a hole in the dozens of meters thick pavilion. This scene is frightening. However, before everyone came back to their senses, they heard a chiss sound, and the Yin Dragon's huge body actually slipped through the hole in the sky tower. Yin Long seemed to have seen something, and was chasing forward. A strong man from the Z mansion looked at it intently. His eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed, "This is impossible!" "What's wrong?" someone asked hurriedly. The strong man from the Z mansion, who exclaimed, looked horrified and shocked. Everyone quickly looked forward, only to see the billowing dust and gravel falling down, gradually revealing the scene. Yang Mucheng's body was seen suspended in midair. His hands stretched forward, and he opened the Yin Dragon's mouth that was about to close. Those white teeth that were constantly dripping with saliva were less than half a foot away from Yang Maicheng, making everyone feel terrified. "Get out of my way!" Under a roar of rage, the spine on Yang Mucheng's back rolled like a dragon. The Yin Dragon, which was about to close its giant tail like a snake and wrap Yang Maicheng alive, was caught off guard for a moment and felt a huge surge of force. Suddenly, the huge body was smashed towards the sea from midair. Several monsters that wanted to come to support the Yin Dragon were rubbed against one side by the Yin Dragon's body, and they burst into pieces immediately, as if they had been hit by a wild beast, and their bones flew out in pieces. He was actually able to withstand the attack of this Yin Dragon. For a while, the people who were originally in despair suddenly felt a sense of heroism in their hearts. Everyone cheered up and once again used the climbing tower as a position to resist attacks from all directions. "You are no match for it." The golden-haired rat wanted to take the lead, but was pushed back by Yang Maicheng. I saw. The Yin Dragon that was knocked down from midair almost shrank into a pile. But it was a superior demon king after all. So how could it not fly? As it fell, the scales under its ribs opened up piece by piece, turning into cobra-like snake wings. When they opened, they not only stopped the falling force, but also turned into an arrow from the string to bombard Yang Maicheng. "Come! Hee hee! This beast has quite a few tricks up his sleeve." Yang Maicheng raised his brows and looked at the Yin Dragon that was in front of him in an instant. This huge Yin Dragon was suspended in midair, its body slowly twisting, and the black scales on its body flashed with a strange black light. The smallest part of the body is 4 to 5 meters thick. One body is wrapped in clouds and mist. Half of it is exposed, and it looks a bit like a dragon with its head, but not its tail. Boom! Just as Yang Maicheng was sizing up the Yin Dragon, the Yin Dragon also launched an attack at this moment. Its pair of scarlet eyes shot directly towards Yang Maicheng. Then, its huge snake tail flicked hard, like a black lightning, exploding towards Yang Maicheng. "Conquer the demonic pestle!" Without any hesitation, Yang Maicheng grabbed the demon-subduing pestle and threw it forward in an instant. facing the Yin Dragon coming from the hole. Roar! The Yin Dragon opened its big mouth and spit out a black lightning bolt. Boom! There was a loud noise and infinite light flashed. During the clash between the demon pestle and the lightning exploded directly and turned into countless electric snakes, completely disappearing in midair. And the demon subduing pestle, exuding countless ghostly shadows, flipped over and fell towards the sea. Yang Muchung stretched out his hand to grab it and took back the magic pestle. But they found that many of the innocent souls on the demon-conquering pestle had been blown away, and a crack spread along the location where the lightning struck. Roar! As for the Yin Dragon, after spitting out this bolt of lightning, his energy and spirit became sluggish at this moment. The shiny black scales also appeared much dim at this moment. The huge snake eyes suddenly closed and stared at Yang Muchung. When it discovered that the aura on Yang Muchung's body had not restrained at all, it instead became more intense at this moment, and the scales on his body exploded one by one. Next moment, it actually launched an attack again, and its body of several hundred meters was extremely flexible at this moment, rushing towards Yang Muchung. During the attack, the Yin Dragon's bloody mouth opened violently, and a series of blade storm-like attacks were spit out by it, sweeping over the sky and the earth. These storms of blades shot towards Yang Muchung desperately, with billowing demonic energy on them, directly tearing the air apart and cutting deep ravines on the flat sea surface. Boom! Yang Muchung simply didn't dodge, and directly released the real dragon body protection, letting the sword blade storm hit him. Boom! 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 Those terrifying blade storms hit the real dragon's body, and the sparks flew everywhere, connecting with the violent spiritual energy, inner energy, and demonic energy in the air. There was chaos within a kilometer radius. Roar! Realizing that his attack had no effect at all, the Yin Dragon's eyes, which were as red as fire, suddenly burst into light. Following the flash of this terrifying light, a squeaking sound suddenly resounded. Then, the already huge Yin Dragon suddenly grew several times in size at this moment. At this moment, it is like Zhu Jiuyin in ancient mythology. According to legend, Zhu Jiuyin lives in an extremely cold place, and is regarded as day, while sleeping is regarded as night. Breathe in for winter, exhale for summer. Although this Yin Dragon is far from the ancient beast, judging from its size alone, it is a terrifying existence that can swallow up the world. Boom! At this moment, the Yin Dragon seemed to suddenly adapt to its sudden increase in body size, and then opened its bloody mouth and roared towards Yang Muchung's position crazily. The terrifying big mouth is like a canopy covering the sky and the sun, as if it wants to swallow everything up. In an instant, he came to Yang Muchung, closed his big mouth, and wanted to swallow him completely. Want to eat me? Facing the Yin Dragon's final attack, Yang Muchung stood on the spot, his pupils slightly closed. Good! I want to see if you have the ability to swallow me! Finished, Yang Muchung let out a horrifying roar, and then the nascent soul in his body shook violently, and a huge inner energy as huge as a river swept out of his body crazily. This huge internal energy was mixed into the demon god sacrifice, and the churning demon shadow also increased dozens of times at this moment, constantly hovering around Yang Muchung, wrapping up layer by layer, as if it was swallowing his body. Under those layers of demonic shadows, Yang Muchung transformed into the gods and demons of the world. Chapter 807 Yuaning Grandmaster. Boom! 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 Yang Muchung, who had transformed into a god and demon in this world. His aura, that was already rising, suddenly surged rapidly again, reaching the extreme level of shaking. Even, this terrifying force has already stirred up the mighty wind between heaven and earth. What on earth is it? The fragmented sky tower suddenly began to shake at this moment. Not only that, on the calm sea, under this terrible wind, waterspouts more than 1,000 meters high were set off. Layers upon layers of clouds rolled in like iron horses, and even the air exuded an undisguised murderous intent. It's Senior! Qin Bo's sharp eyes discovered at a glance that this terrifying and end-of-the-world phenomenon was caused entirely by the increase in Yang Muchung's strength. And he suddenly cried out, "How can it be? He only has the nascent soul consummation. How could he have such a huge aura? This kind of strength?" Waves of exclamations resounded. The strength displayed by Yang Muchung has exceeded everyone's imagination. But, when everyone discovered that the Yin Dragon that was fighting Yang Muchung had grown in size and occupied a whole area of the world, they were so frightened that they could not speak. In particular, when this monster that occupied a part of the world and existed like the legendary Zhu Jiuyin roared and swallowed Yang Mucheng. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. It even seemed as if a pair of hands had quietly grasped their hearts. What? He actually? When everyone saw that facing this Yin Dragon that could swallow the sky and the earth, Yang Mucheng did not dodge, but instead rushed towards the Yin Dragon's big mouth with a horrified attitude. Boom! At this moment, the Yin Dragon closed its huge mouth fiercely, wrapping Yang Mucheng directly like a huge bag. Swallowed? This, when everyone sensed that the terrifying aura on Yang Mucheng's body had almost completely disappeared. Everyone was shocked and silent, being swallowed into the belly by such a terrifying existence. I'm afraid there will be no way to survive. However, this was not the case for Yang Mucheng. The moment he was swallowed by the Yin Dragon, he felt that everything between heaven and earth stopped. Not only did the sound stop, the wind stopped, but everything seemed to stop. In the darkness, Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly erupted with a breathtaking divine light in Yin Long's mouth, and the long hair behind him started to dance without wind at this moment. Break! All the power, like the cycle of reincarnation, quickly poured into the limbs and bones. Raise your fist and blast out. Boom! As if the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering, Yang Mucheng turned into a bolt of lightning and blasted directly towards the Yin Dragon's body. This, just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng would be swallowed by the Yin Dragon, they saw that the huge Yin Dragon's head suddenly protruded with a huge fist mark, and was even hit by this punch. The body soared into the air. Before anyone could react, a figure had already blasted through the Yin Dragon's head and jumped out crazily. Blood splattered. A harsh whine came from the Yin Dragon's throat. At this time, in Yin Long's eyes, there was no longer the previous attitude of looking down at the world and devouring the world. There was only endless fear in the eyes looking at Yang Mucheng. Its huge body suddenly flew out with a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. However, the Yin Dragon was used to attack before, but now it is used to escape. Escaped? Seeing the Yin Dragon's movements, everyone's eyes almost bulged out. They didn't expect that this Yin Dragon would actually choose to escape. But for Yin Long, the only option is to escape. Even though it tried its best, it was unable to deal with this human warrior and was seriously injured. If you don't run away now, there's only one way to die. But will Yang Mucheng let it escape? At this moment, everyone's eyes were turned towards Yang Mucheng. However, after Yang Mucheng fired that terrifying punch, his whole aura also dropped a lot at this moment. It was obviously the previous attack that consumed most of his strength. But this does not mean that Yang Mu will let Yin Long escape. Easy when you come, hard when you leave. I still need your energy and blood to reach the level of nascent soul grandmaster. It's not that easy to leave, although it consumes a lot of internal energy. But Yang Mucheng's eyes were not dimmed at all, but became brighter and clearer at this moment. He grabbed the air with his right hand and heard a crashing sound. Countless seawater seemed to be pulled. At this moment, it exploded crazily and gathered in the sky like 10,000 swords returning. It actually formed a sword that was more than 1,000 feet long. The water sword. A deadly killing aura spread crazily at this moment. Raise your sword and chop it down. Hiss! Hiss! Feeling the terror of this sword, Yin Long roared. The next moment, the overwhelming monster seemed to have received an order and rushed over desperately. Call! This sword is extremely powerful. Countless monsters were chopped to pieces by this sword on the spot. And the Yin Jiao, who had been practicing for who knows how many years, turned into a Yin Dragon in the black light pillar. At this time, his body was like a piece of paper, split into two halves under Yang Mucheng's sword. This huge monster, which had put everyone in danger several times, was killed on the spot. Its huge body split into two parts and fell crazily into the sea, rendering a dazzling red color on the sea. Boom! At this time, the infinite water sword, due to exhaustion of internal energy, turned into seawater again, and smashed towards the sea surface with tens of millions of tons, splashing large waves. And the overwhelming monsters also made a trembling hissing sound under the sword, and fled towards the distance desperately. But in an instant, the scene of being surrounded by the monsters before was quietly far away. If it weren't for the extremely dilapidated climbing tower, and the strong and endless smell of blood in the air, everyone would even think that the previous swarm of monsters was just an illusion. Yang Mucheng hovered in midair. If the next monster refuses to give up after the Yin Dragon is killed, he will have even more headaches. After all, that slash in the air almost exhausted his last bit of inner energy and blood. looking at the Yin Dragon falling into the sea. Yang Mucheng slowly narrowed his eyes. I wonder if your energy and blood can help me reach the level of nascent soul grandmaster. The ancient heaven swallowing technique. Rise! The next moment, countless crazy energy and blood transformed into the purest and purest force, constantly pouring in from all directions, pouring into his limbs and bones like a whirlpool. And finally they all converged towards his Dantian nascent soul. The aura that had almost dropped to the extreme level was actually rising again in a crazy manner at this moment. A long time passed. Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath and opened his eyes. As his eyes slowly opened, a ray of light flashed between his eyes. Master Nascent Soul! Chapter 808 The Top of Dagger Mountain. In the climbing tower, everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, who was flying slowly, and looked at him with fear, respect, shock, and disbelief. No one expected that this thin young man would turn the tide and save everyone with an unimaginable gesture. If it weren't for Yang Mucheng, that Yin Dragon was afraid that it would swallow all of them into its belly in a burst of devouring the sky and the earth. Yang Emperor, I will never forget your kindness and kindness today. I am the great elder of the Haoyue Dankong sect. If you just say a word from now on, our Haoyue Dankong sect will definitely regard you as our leader. A powerful man from the Purple Mansion came up. Take a step forward. This powerful man from Zifu is named Jiang Tianyu. It was the one who fought with Yi Hanfei before. Alliance Leader Yang, thanks to your martial arts magical powers, we did not die under the demons today. Although I am a casual cultivator with no family or sect, I still have a small influence. From now on, as long as you give me orders, I will absolutely nothing. Another strongman named Su Zhong also said at the same time. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the others were excited and shouted quickly. Master Yang! Master Yang! Master Yang! One person stood up hurriedly, trying to please the young man. If everyone was still dissatisfied with Yang Mucheng's domineering behavior before, and even couldn't stand it. But now, they dare not have the slightest idea. The reason why people are domineering is because they have enough confidence and capital. Just at the nascent soul realm, one can kill the Yin Dragon. If he waits until he reaches the realm of Zifu, his future may be limitless. The 50 or 60 warriors here are either casual cultivators, members of the sect, or family elders. When they gather together, they are a force that cannot be underestimated. If anyone were here, they would probably be unable to hide the joy on their faces and their excitement. But Yang Mucheng slowly sat down with a disapproving attitude, as if these people's overtures were nothing to him. I know. Yang Mucheng looked at the embarrassed faces and nodded lightly. You guys take a break for now. The Sky Tower has moved again. It seems that it is taking us to the final position. Where is the final position? Yang Mucheng secretly guessed that this climbing tower would probably bring them to the center of the entire small world. And that location is most likely where the person who transmitted the message is. Several people were asking for trouble, and had nothing to say. They all found a place to meditate and rest. After all, the previous fierce battle also exhausted a lot of their energy. Hey, who do you think this kid is? There are so many of us trying to show friendship to him, but he actually ignores us? Jiang Tianyu glanced at Yang Mucheng and asked in a low voice. The emperor of the Dakian dynasty and the leader of the Sixth Lion sect is considered a small force. So naturally he won't take us seriously. I heard that he is still a disciple of the Wandao sword sect. Su Zhong took a look. Yang Mucheng also felt a little unhappy. What about the disciples of Wandao sword sect? It's not their turn to make friends in low voices. Although everyone is dissatisfied. But we can only accept it. Who makes the situation stronger than others? I don't know when. The speed of the climbing tower has gradually slowed down. But in the distance, a land that was even bigger than before appeared in front of everyone. What caught everyone's eyes was a mountain as steep as a dagger. The mountain was pitch black. And it was steep and straight from the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain. The mountain is densely engraved with inscriptions. The most shocking thing is 9 huge chains extending from the void along 9 different directions, connecting this dagger-like mountain peak. Young man, I didn't expect you to actually make it here alive. Just as Yang Mucheng was looking at the weird mountain peak, the sudden voice came from his mind again. If you want to know all this, come to the top of Dagger Mountain, and I will tell you everything. The top of Dagger Mountain? Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and looked at the top of the huge dagger-shaped mountain peak. Good. I want to see who you are. Who have been pretending to be a ghost here? Boom. Just when the Dingtian Tower was still far away from Dagger Mountain and the entire continent, Yang Muchung couldn't wait to rush out and rush towards the top of Dagger Mountain. He wanted to see who was talking in his mind, and who had arranged all this. Senior! Yang? Old Demon Yang! Waves of shouts rang out, and everyone was surprised. They looked at Yang Muchung flying towards Dagger Mountain with astonishment. And this time, the other 36 sky towers also slowly approached the central continent of this last area at this time. In these 36 towers, basically not many people can survive. And some are even empty. Apparently they were attacked by a wave of monsters. Even though they are far apart, they can still feel the smell of blood. These people who survived were already less than 1 out of 10. When these people looked at the central continent, especially the dagger-like mountain peak, they all felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. But some people even discovered that a figure was flying quickly towards the front at this moment. Old Demon Yang! There was a roar from the climbing tower in the 33rd area. This sound shock was given by Hua Tian. He actually didn't die during the previous attack by a group of monsters, and actually survived. When he saw Yang Muchung's figure, endless hatred flashed in his eyes. Old Demon Yang! How dare you show up? I swear I won't be a human until I kill you! Boom! With almost no hesitation, Hua Tianxi rushed forward crazily. The shocking charge of these two people made all the warriors on the 36 towers boil. They rushed forward desperately and rushed towards the last island. However, at this moment, Yang Muchung was not disturbed by the disturbances behind him. His whole mind was attracted by Dagger Mountain. Just when he reached the top of Dagger Mountain, a huge shadow 100 feet tall suddenly appeared in front of him. Only Yang Muchung could see this phantom. As soon as this huge shadow appeared, he opened his big hands and grabbed Yang Muchung. This is... Before Yang Muchung had time to react, the huge shadow, which was 100 feet tall, grabbed him. Boom! Then, Yang Muchung felt that he was trapped in a whirlpool, and his whole body was sucked into a wonderful space at this moment. Chapter 809 Mo Fan. Countless warriors flying towards the central continent and Dagger Mountain were all stunned at this moment. Although he was unable to see the terrifying phantom, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura like a tide, crushing him crazily. And Hua Tianxi, who was the first to bear the brunt, could feel that a powerful force seemed to wrap up Yang Muchung's whole person. Tongue! Yang Muchung only felt that his consciousness flew away from his body quickly, and then his whole person seemed to be stirred into a whirlpool. After bouts of dizziness, his consciousness returned to clarity. Looking up, he saw that he was in a strange black prison, surrounded by darkness without any light, as if this was the abyss of the entire area. Where is this? I was still on the top of Dagger Mountain. Yang Muchung remembered that he was just caught by the terrifying black shadow, and when he woke up again, he was already here. This is the black prison under Dagger Mountain, and it was I who brought you here. A thunderous sound suddenly came from the prison. Yang Muchung looked towards the source of the sound and saw a handsome young man looking at him. This young man sat in the center of the black prison. Along the location of his heart veins, 9 huge chains stretched out. It is exactly the same as the posture of 9 locks binding Dagger Mountain. And the appearance of this young man is the same as that of the shadow that caught Yang Muchung earlier. However, the previous existence was just an illusion. But the boy in front of him was a real existence. Who are you, and why did you bring me here? Yang Muchung knew. The young man in front of him is the mysterious being who had previously sent a message to him. The young man slowly opened his eyes. Yang Muchung. I am Mo Fan. I am the successor of the Sword Meridian, who was suppressed by Kazai tens of thousands of years ago. Being suppressed here? Doesn't that mean that this is really a sealed place? But what shocked Yang Muchung even more was that this young man had been suppressed here for so long. And the person who suppressed him was the most powerful person in the Immortal Sect. You must want to ask why the sealed land brought you here. The young man named Mo Fan looked at Yang Muchung quietly. To make a long story short, my divine will cannot be gathered for long. What you appear in front of me now is just your consciousness. Your physical body is still on the top of Dagger Mountain. Don't worry. You are in a world created by my divine will. Even if you stay here for hundreds of years, it will only be a moment in the outside world. Yang Muchung immediately felt relieved, because, when he reached the top of Dagger Mountain, he heard Hua Tianxi's roar. After Mo Fan's explanation, Yang Muchung finally understood the reason why the sealed land attracted everyone here and led everyone to kill each other. It turned out that this was what happened. The aura of Kyushu is weakening year by year. Today's spiritual energy is completely different from tens of thousands of years ago. Even a peerless magic weapon will gradually turn into scrap metal in a position where the aura is weakening year by year, let alone such a large sealed place. Whenever the spiritual energy of the sealed land weakens, and it is about to be unable to suppress Mo-Fan, the sealed land will open on its own, attracting people from the outside world, causing everyone to kill each other. The practice of a warrior is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If a warrior dies, his spiritual energy will also return to heaven and earth. So, after these warriors die, the spiritual energy will be dispersed in the sealed land, serving as energy to continue suppressing the sealed land. Call. Yang Mucheng took a breath of air. If Kazai bothered to suppress it so much, how terrifying would the young man in front of him be? Do you want me to save you? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Yes, but no. Mo-Fan shook his head. Even such a slight movement caused the 9 chains that imprisoned him to shake suddenly. Unless you reach the Tai realm, you can't save me. You should be saving yourself now. In this sealed place, there is no life for 10, and everyone who comes in can get out alive. But during these tens of thousands of years, I have found the location of the Formation Eye. As long as you can find the Formation Eye, you can escape. Array Eye. Where is the Array Eye? Yang Mucheng was stunned. Mo-Fan pointed his right hand at the top of his head and said, This Formation Eye is on the top of Dagger Mountain. Countless people have been sucked into this sealed place, but they were all killed because of the treasures of heaven and earth and the traps in the small world, killing each other. You people can come here, but your appearance gives me a glimmer of hope. I'll give you 2 things. The first one is my green lotus sword. You can use it to break the seal and leave here, Mo-Fan said. His right hand became a little empty. I saw. A green 9th grade lotus flower bloomed in the void, and its petals slowly unfolded. The center of the petals was not a stamen, but a bright long sword. When it appeared, it came to Yang Mucheng with a clang. Yang Mucheng grabbed it in his hand. At this moment, he felt as if he had mastered the great law of heaven and earth. Incomparably mysterious. What about the second thing? Yang Mucheng looked at Mo-Fan and continued to ask. The second thing is the skill. I saw that you used the demon god sacrifice when you were fighting the enemy. However, you only used the incomplete scroll. I happen to have a complete one here. After completing it, the demon god sacrifice will reaching the lower level of heaven. Mo-Fan points his right hand again. Yang Mucheng only felt a huge amount of information pouring into his head. This information almost washed away his head. When he came back to his senses, the original incomplete demon god sacrifice had been completely completed. Aren't you afraid that I will take your things and escape from here and never come back? Yang Mucheng said leisurely. You can't. Mo-Fan seemed very confident. Okay, you guessed it right. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. He was really not the kind of villain who kept his word. However, now that the spiritual energy of Kyushu is gradually fading away, Nirvana has reached its peak in half a step and can no longer move forward. How can I reach the Tai realm? Look for the immortal sect and leave Kyushu. Mo-Fan narrowed his eyes and said, When you step into the immortal sect, you will find that Kyushu is just a drop in the ocean of the entire world. If you want to break through the half-step of Nirvana, you can only leave Kyushu and find another place with more spiritual energy. However, you should be able to meet the guide. There are many sects in the immortal sect. Those sects will look for suitable people to enter the immortal sect every once in a while. If you can meet the leader, you can leave Jiojo, step into the immortal sect, and contact to the real world. Who is the guide? Where is the fairy gate? Chapter 810 Continue the feud. Yang Mucheng was about to continue asking when he felt a surging repulsive force suddenly emerge from this huge dark prison, pushing his whole body out. After experiencing the dizzy spell of the sun, and the moon hanging upside down, and the universe spinning, when Yang Mucheng opened his eyes, he found himself standing on the top of Dagger Mountain, as if everything before was an illusion. But he still held the green lotus sword in his hand. He still has the entire chapter of Demon God Sacrifice in his mind. All this is not illusion, but reality. Is this the final seal? Yang Mucheng's eyes turned and landed on the top of Dagger Mountain, a rock that seemed to have absorbed endless blood and turned scarlet. This rock is like a heart, beating constantly. This rock is as clear as crystal, as if you can see the depths of the rock at a glance. Raise your sword and chop it down. Clang. A crisp sound resounded loudly, and soon he saw that the core rock was instantly filled with cracks. An infinite black light burst out crazily, covering everyone again. 4 others. They only experienced it for a moment. When the black light disappeared, They discovered that they had left the sealed land and returned to the decaying forest. But for Yang Muchung. But he knew the biggest secret in this entire sealed land. I'm back! Back alive! Everyone cheered for the rest of their lives. After all, in the climbing tower, facing the endless attacks of monsters, even the most powerful people will be unable to hold on. At first, 4,000 to 5,000 people were swallowed into the sealed land. But now only less than 200 people can come out alive. As you can imagine, whether they are killing each other or being hunted by monsters, it is a great test for everyone. But, just as everyone was cheering, a very discordant sound resounded from the crowd. Old Imo Yang, you have nowhere to escape now. Right. As the sound sounded, Hua Tianxi, covered in blood, slowly walked out. When Yang Muchung met him for the first time, Hua Tianxi was like an enlightened monk. But now, under the blood and killing, he is like an Shura. I remember. It was this old monk who knocked old Demon Yang down from the sky. The blood of old Demon Yang catalyzed the stone door to open. Someone shouted. I didn't expect these two people to come out of the sealed land alive. It seems that they will continue their previous grudges. Yes. Previously, because they entered the sealed land, everyone was scattered to 36 suspended islands. So Yang Muchung escaped to death. Now that they are all back, I am afraid that Yang Muchung will never be able to leave alive. Due to the killings in the sealed land, everyone feels that life is precious. They don't want to meddle in other people's affairs anymore. Not to mention, Hua Tianxi's cultivation has reached the terrifying peak of Zifu. The strength is superior to almost everyone, and no one will interfere with the affairs of these two people. Senior. Next is Jiang Tianyu, the great elder of the Haoyue Dankong sect. I don't know if Yan Lamo has offended you. I am here to ask him for a favor. I hope that the major issues between the two parties can be resolved into minor matters. Jiang Tianyu taking a deep breath. He stepped forward and said slowly. After all, in Tontian Tower, Yang Muchung saved their lives, and they would not stand idly by. I will kill old Demon Yang. If anyone stops him, I will kill him first, and then I will kill old Demon Yang. Hua Tianxi's eyes widened angrily, and his blood-burning monk's robe suddenly waved. Boom! A fierce wind full of blood smell suddenly rose up, and rushed directly towards Jiang Tianyu, like a stormy wave composed of a sea of blood. You? Jiang Tianyu was horrified. He never expected that this old monk would make such a cruel move without saying a word. In panic, he immediately grabbed a tortoise sh. The tortoise sh. I was only the size of a palm at first, but after it appeared, it transformed into the size of a wall, and it even glowed with yellow light. The palm print formed by the fishy wind hit it, and with a bang, the light that spread half a meter was scattered on the spot. The tortoise sh. Trembled suddenly and dinted a palm print. This tortoise sh. Shield, which was enough to block a full-strength attack from the warriors in the middle stage of the Zifu, was easily penetrated like window paper. And then, the fishy wind palm print was printed lightly on Jiang Tianyu's chest. Jiang Tianyu spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards, under the shocked eyes of countless people. This powerful man from the Zifu flew hundreds of feet and crashed down. His body made a dent in the ground. There was a loud sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, which made everyone tremble. Everyone quickly looked around and saw that although Jiang Tianyu was not dead, he was almost there. This scene, some warriors who originally wanted to speak for Yang Muchung were frightened and did not dare to talk nonsense. Almost instantly, the crowd around Yang Muchung emptied out. A few hundred meters in radius turned into a vacuum. Who else dares to stop it? Hua Tianxi closed his eyes and glanced around, his butcher-like eyes passing over everyone's faces. All those who were targeted by him were horrified and quickly took a step back, immediately stating that they had drawn a clear line with Yang Muchung. For a moment, Yang Muchung seemed to be isolated by everyone. Call! 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 However, at this moment, black shadows swept across the sky quickly. Each one of them carried a mighty and bright escaping light, rushing towards the decaying forest at an astonishing speed. Boom! The surging light with strong internal energy was like meteors streaking across the sky. In a few breaths, it flew from the horizon to the sky above the decaying forest. What a powerful aura! There are many strong men in the Zifu realm. There are hundreds of these people. Oh my god! Everyone in the decaying forest quickly fell down. They were all dressed the same as Hua Tianxi, with bald heads and monk robes, and they all landed next to Hua Tianxi. There are 3 in the late Zifu period, and more than a dozen in the middle Zifu period. The remaining 70 or 80 people are all in the early stages of Zifu. The appearance of this group of powerful men made everyone jump with fear. They are from the Demon Shura temple. At this time, someone finally recognized the origin of Hua Tianxi. Could it be that these people came here to deal with Yang Macheng? Abbot, I finally found you. After falling, these monks came to Hua Tianxi. At first, you rushed out of the forbidden room and left without saying goodbye, which made everyone very worried. We heard that you had arrived here, so we all came over. You said that you were here to find the murderer who killed Song Yuanhua. Did you find it? Yuanhua's death was a huge loss to Tianma Shura Temple. They came out, partly to find Hua Tianxi, partly because they wanted to see who killed Song Yuanhua. It's him! Hua Tianxi slowly raised his right hand and pointed towards Yang Macheng. At this moment, the eyes of hundreds of people fell on Yang Macheng. Chapter 811 Everyone is Enemy. At this moment, Yang Macheng, who seemed to have ended up betraying all his relatives, seemed to have become the center of the world and the focus of attention with Hua Tianxi's faint finger. At this time, the rotten forest, which was originally a bit depressing, seemed to have quietly dropped in temperature by 3 to 2 degrees at this moment. This was a kind of cold that was swept by a bone-chilling murderous intent. Not only that, the gazes of everyone seemed to make a huge mountain appear in the void, pressing down on everyone's hearts, making everyone unable to breathe. Once you retreat, then retreat again. This moment, it seems that Yang Macheng has become a god of plague, and everyone is trying to avoid him. Who dares to intervene? Jiang Tianyu was speaking for Yang Macheng in front of him, but he was knocked out by a palm. Now he fell to the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Now, all the powerful men from Tianma Shura Temple have arrived. In the face of this formidable enemy, anyone who dares to say a word will be killed. Old Demon Yang! Hua Tianxi took a step forward. Long fibrous roots stained with blood stood up, and the blood-burning broad monk's robe stirred up. The aura at the peak of Z Mansion was released without any hesitation, and the ground around him was shaken by crackling sounds, and cracks swept across the sky as his body swept through. Those warriors had been frightened out of their wits for a long time, and now under Hua Tianxi's terrifying momentum, their faces were even more pale, and they all fled away. They were afraid that if they offended this crazy monk, they would die in the end. Senior Brother Abbot was once known as the Blood-Mad Monk. An old monk with white eyebrows shook his head and sighed. After the battle between good and evil, Senior Brother Abbot went into seclusion to cultivate his moral character. So the name of the blood-crazy monk gradually faded away. I didn't expect that the blood-crazy monk would burst out of the sky again today. As he spoke, he shook his head, as if sighing that today would be a river of blood. Blood-Mad Monk. Upon hearing this name, the warriors who were already horrified couldn't help but gasp, almost suffocating. The name Blood-Crazy Monk was not given by Hua Tianxi himself, but by someone with evil ways. Just by hearing the words, blood, and crazy, you can tell how many horrific killings Hua Tianxi has brought to evil people. Now, the monk who had caused endless killings was standing in front of him. Hua Tianxi glanced around, and was very satisfied with the fact that his name of Blood-Mad Monk had returned to Kyushu, and that everyone was very afraid of him. But when he saw Yang Macheng standing there with a calm expression, he couldn't help but jump like thunder and said in a cold voice, Old Demon Yang, aren't you afraid that death is imminent? Hearing Hua Tianxi's question, everyone looked at Yang Macheng in surprise. To know, the warriors present were either frightened by Hua Tianxi's terrifying cultivation at the peak of Zifu, or they were unable to control themselves when surrounded by so many powerful enemies in Tianma Shura Temple. Previously, Hua Tianxi was able to suppress the entire crowd with just the power of one person. But now there were more than 100 warriors from the Zifu, frightening everyone to the point where their hands and feet were weak, and some people were so frightened that they could not stand still. He, Yang Macheng, is not afraid? Senior, Chen Bo, and others collapsed on the ground, suppressed by Hua Tianxi's terrifying aura, and even unable to move. They could only look at Yang Macheng helplessly. Afraid? Yang Macheng suddenly sneered and looked at Hua Tianxi mockingly. What do I think you are capable of? It turns out that you are just relying on the number of people and your own cultivation to be higher than me. Give me 3 years, and I alone can destroy your Demon Shura Temple. A small person at the top of the Zifu dares to call himself the blood-crazy monk, which is the most ridiculous thing in the world. You are not qualified to make me afraid. What? Yang Wucheng's words directly made Hua Tianxi furious. If you dare to speak harshly even when you are about to die, I will destroy you first today, and send you to the heavenly demon Shura temple to suppress you for 800 years. Hua Tianxi roared and squeezed the seal fiercely. His silver beard spread out angrily, and he grabbed Yang Macheng with his right hand. A fishy wind stirred up, and the blood stained on his monk's robe turned up with a loud sound at this moment, transforming into a bloody palm, and grabbed Yang Macheng. This fishy wind blew everyone who had been blown away once again. They lost their balance again and flew backwards one by one. They fell to the ground with a bang 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 sound. Yang Macheng slowly took out the magic pestle and sneered. This thing originally belonged to you. I will give it back to you. In the horrified eyes of everyone, he blasted out the demon-conquering pestle, only to hear a clang sound as the ghostly shadow flew past, and then crashed into the blood palm. Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue. The two huge powers crushed together fiercely. The demon-subduing pestle was originally blasted with a crack by the Yin Dragon's black lightning, but now it exploded under this shocking palm and turned into a piece of powder, and the monstrous bloody palm was torn to pieces on the spot by this huge force. Boom! The rolling thunder rolled, invisible waves swept out, and the surrounding rotten trees, rocks were shattered on the spot. The decaying forest is in a state of chaos like a typhoon passing through. Conquer the demonic pestle. Hua Tianxi screamed as he watched the shattered powder from the demon-conquering pestle slowly falling in midair. This is his magic weapon. It is also a treasure passed down from generation to generation in Demonized Shura Temple, which is enough to be a middle-level magic weapon. Now, it is actually destroyed. Seeing this scene, his heart was bleeding. Conquer the demonic pestle. This god. I'm afraid the patriarch will die with his eyes open. As soon as the demon-conquering pestle was broken, many monks screamed, their eyes widening in disbelief. Brother Abbot, I want to kill this kid. This kid dared to destroy the magic weapon of our heavenly demon Shura temple. If I don't kill him, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. This little beast. One stone caused thousands of waves, and the monks from Demonized Shura temple who were present almost went berserk on the spot. A pair of eyes fell directly on Yang Macheng, wanting to tear him into pieces. Yang Macheng still looked disdainful. A middle-grade magic weapon is treated as a treasure by you bald donkeys. You? Originally, the shattering of the demon-conquering pestle made these monks almost want to go berserk. But now Yang Macheng's words are like adding salt to their wounds. Everyone present felt that Yang Macheng had such a loud tone. Magical weapons above the earth level are likely to be inherited in any sect. What's more, this demon-subduing pestle is still a middle-grade earth-level existence, which is a huge loss to any sect. But they didn't know that Yang Macheng was the great-uncle of the Wandao sword sect, and the demon-subduing pestle was really nothing in his eyes. If you are not executed by Ling Qi, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Hua Tianxi clenched his fists and shouted angrily with a cold voice. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Stop! Chapter 812, Being an enemy in this world. Being invincible in this world. Stop! This voice sounded, and everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Who dares to contend with the demon Shura temple at this time? Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a girl in green flying quickly from a distance. In the early stage of her nascent soul, her cultivation was not low even outside, but in front of the monks of Demonized Shura temple, he was like an ant. Who is she? This girl who suddenly appeared made everyone confused. Ignore her. She is just Lao Mo Yang's maid. Once Lao Mo Yang is captured, this woman will be brought back to the sect and suppressed. Hua Tianxi took a step forward. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to run away quickly? Yang Macheng's face was full of surprise. Lu Yaoer was out of breath. Since Yang Macheng was sucked into the sealed land by Heimagang, she rushed to Wandao Sword Sect for help. I came here now just to tell Yang Macheng that the people from Wandao Sword Sect are behind, and will be here soon. However, before Lu Yaoer had time to speak, Hua Tianxi had already moved. He took a step forward, and was still in the same place when he raised his feet. When he landed, he was already in front of Yang Macheng. In a third of a snap, he had already crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and came directly to Yang Macheng. At this moment, the golden light shrouded behind him, and the transformation turned out to be a crazy gathering, mixed with blood robes, and the sky transformed into a Buddha. As Hua Tianxi pointed out one finger slowly, the Buddha behind him also pointed out one finger slowly. Call! A roaring sound filled the air. A trace of fingerprints was blasted through the flat air. Everyone only saw the bloody golden light gathering together, and a meteor-like light rushing out, heading towards Yang Muchung. I want to kill him with one finger! Feeling the power of this finger, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they were horrified. Boom! Almost immediately after this instruction, Yang Muchung noticed it quickly. He released his inner energy, and a powerful wind blew up, directly sending Liu Yao beside him 100 feet away to prevent Liu Yao from being injured by Hua Tianxi. At the same time, Yang Muchung, who was alone facing Hua Tianxi's sure kill move, clasped his palm, and the green lotus sword appeared in his palm, and at the same time released the demon god sacrifice. The full name of the completed demon god sacrifice is the Great Sacrifice of the Demon God of Merit. It is also the real name of this practice. It is more terrifying than the incomplete demon god sacrifice. All cultivators should respect heaven and gods. But the great priest of Mara's merits transformed himself into a demon. The completed demon god sacrifice is no longer as demonic and chilling as before. It can even be said to be upright. No martial arts technique is more upright than this one. After all, this move uses itself as a god. Even if it is an evil god, it is a unique god. But in fact, Yang Muchung, under the influence of this skill, used the Qinglian sword to sacrifice the Tongxian sword. In the eyes of countless people, it was simply evil and extreme, because his sword was filled with the attitude of fighting against the sky and the earth, to fight against heaven and earth, against immortals and demons with one blow. Is this ignorance or arrogance? It is simply more demonic than the devil. But by accident, the people around him felt strangely that Yang Muchung's move fit perfectly with his, and he even used it with ease, as if the gods and demons of heaven and earth should have been trampled under his feet. At this moment, he was not only the emperor of the Dacian dynasty, but also the emperor of Buddhism in the entire immortal world. The Tongxian sword finally came down and hit Hua Tianxi's finger. There was no violent explosion like the collision of stars that everyone imagined. The attacks from both sides shook together, and an endless dazzling brilliance burst out in an instant. How? This moment, everyone widened their eyes and looked forward. I just saw that when the sword went down, the Buddha behind Hua Tianxi was like glass, shattering quickly, and under a pair of shocked eyes, it turned into golden light and flew out. Hua Tianxi's body trembled, and he took a few steps back, his face full of shock. Under this sword, the inner energy in Yang Muchung's body was like a flood that burst a bank, drained out almost instantly. Such a powerful inner energy burst out. If he hadn't experienced 6 dragon blood temperings and 1 phoenix blood marrow cleansing, which greatly increased the strength of his body, he might have committed suicide before killing the enemy with this blow. But even so, endless blood oozed from the pores of Yang Muchung's body, making him seem to be bathed in blood, with extremely evil intentions. Even though this sword is the enemy of this world, it is still invincible. When they felt the power of Yang Muchung's sword, such an idea rose in everyone's mind. There are certainly differences between evil martial arts and righteous martial arts. But the higher you get to the top, the more you reach the same goal through different paths. For people like Mo Fan, Mr. Yaya, and Kuzai, they already do not distinguish between good and evil. They only follow their own heart. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. No matter how evil the martial arts is, it will become righteous in their hands. It was for this reason that Mo Fan gave Yang Muchung the skills to complete the demon god sacrifice. This completed demon god sacrifice is too terrifying. After all, it is a middle-level martial arts at the heaven level. The entire Wandao sword sect only has 3 heavenly tribulation martial arts, and they are only low-grade. Yang Muchung thought to himself. Kick! Hua Tianxi, who was retreating, stopped. Not only him, but everyone present was completely stunned. They couldn't believe that Yang Muchung actually withstood Hua Tianxi's killing blow. Oh my god! Hua Tianxi's move was a full-strength strike from the peak of Zifu. Even old demon Yang can block it. How deep is his potential? Everyone was shocked and speechless. Whenever they thought that Yang Muchung was on the verge of death, and there was no way out, he would always come up with new trump cards to change the situation. Old demon Yang! Hua Tianxi clenched his fists, and his face turned extremely green. He didn't expect that. Even killing a boy in the nascent soul realm took him nearly a month. First, they entered the sealed place by mistake, and the attack had to be terminated. After that, his fatal blow was also blocked. His complexion turned from green to purple, and then from purple to white. But when he saw Yang Muchung's current state, he couldn't help but laugh. Although at this moment, Yang Wuqing's whole body was wrapped in blood mist, and he looked extremely evil. But Hua Tianxi knew that Yang Wuqing's previous blow had exhausted all his strength, and even a breeze could blow him down. "Your Majesty!" Lu Yaoer was shocked and rushed over to help the shaky Yang Maicheng. "It seems that everything is over." Hua Tianxi's pupil shrank, as if he was looking at a dead person again. The warriors present also shook their heads secretly. They knew the end was over, no matter how terrifying Yang Maicheng is. At this moment, there is nothing he can do to save himself. "Is it?" As soon as Hua Tianxi finished speaking, a sound seemed to come from the sky. Chapter 813, I said that I will destroy your whole family. Before he finished speaking, a figure seemed to step out of the void and appeared directly next to Yang Maicheng. But see, the figure that appeared was a middle-aged man, wearing a child's robe, with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, his hands clasped behind his back, looking calm and confident. His eyes were slightly cold, and the murderous intent and anger in his eyes made countless people bow their heads, as if he was an arrogant king. "Here comes another person? However, this person may not be able to save himself even if he faces the heavenly demon Shura temple." The onlookers shook their heads and sighed. "This man." Someone with sharp eyes nearby saw the token hanging on the visitor's waist. His expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "It's him! It's impossible. He actually came in person. What is the identity of this old demon Yang? Who can actually make him come?" The sharp-eyed warrior's face turned pale, knowing that even if the emperor came today, he would not be able to do anything to Yang Maicheng. The person who came was none other than Jin Liang. Many monks in Tianma Shura temple looked directly at Jin Liang. Although this middle-aged man did not release the slightest breath, but his ability to step out of the void without being noticed by anyone caused everyone's expressions to change. The person who came here has a very high level of cultivation, even more ridiculously high. Call. However, before everyone came back to their senses, they felt ripples in the void around them, and then individual figures seemed to walk out of the void, stepping out suddenly and quietly appearing in the decaying place. The forest quietly stopped many monks from Tianma Shura temple. Hua Tianxi's expression changed drastically. He knew that he would never be able to avenge his disciple in this life. Not only that, maybe even your own sect will be involved. What kind of cultivation are these people? Why can't I see through them? When everyone discovered that these people who suddenly appeared were like an unfathomable sea, they were all shocked. Could it be? Are these people all powerful men who have surpassed the realm of Z Mansion? Certainly. Jin Liang is the master of Shihai. The other elders are either in the Shihai realm or in the Shinto realm. Just when everyone was horrified, figures were already rushing towards them from a distance. The appearance of the monks from Tianma Shura temple earlier certainly brought a great sense of oppression to everyone. But now these hundreds of figures are rushing over quickly, and the aura exuded by each figure is several times stronger by Hua Tianxi. What is the identity of old demon Yang? Why are there so many people from Wanao Sword Sect? The previous warrior who recognized Jin Liang's identity only felt as if his neck was being strangled. I almost can't breathe. A sect leader is here, and it's not over yet. There are actually so many elders here. What? Is that the leader of the Wanao Sword Sect? A bunch of eyes looked forward, towards Yang Maicheng. And this time, Hua Tianxi's face was completely pale, as if he were mourning for his heir. If there was a glimmer of thought and plan to escape in his mind before, now he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Abbot! Abbot, this old demon Yang. The monks of Tianma Shura temple still don't know what is going on. They just know. The young man in front of him killed Song Yuan Hua and was the emperor of the Dacian dynasty. And the Dacian dynasty was only a 9-tier power. But why can a 9-line force attract so many terrifying beings? He is the great uncle of Wanao Sword Sect. Hua Tianxi let out a long sigh. He knew that the situation was over. Even the leader of Wanao Sword Sect was here, and revenge was hopeless. He looked at Yang Maicheng, lowered his eyes and said, Old demon Yang, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. I lost, but every injustice has its owner, and every dead has its owner. I hope that with my own life, I can save the safety of the entire Tianma Shura temple. If you want to kill, just kill me, Abbot. At this moment, everyone in Tianma Shura temple screamed again and again, in front of such a top-tier sect. Their 5th-tier demon Shura temple is like an ant. Resist? Even if you use the strength of the entire sect, you may not be able to defeat an elder from the Wanao Sword Sect. At this moment, everyone around was terrified. Master Uncle, how is this possible? Old Demon Yang is actually the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect. No one expected it. This young man not only comes from the first sect, but his identity is so transcendent. No wonder. No wonder. A strong man from the Z mansion shook his head repeatedly, as if sighing, as if he suddenly realized something. No wonder. When old Demon Yang faced the entire sect of the heavenly demon Shura temple, he showed no fear at all. No wonder we showed our kindness to him in the sealed land. But he dismissed it. Do you want to sacrifice your own life in exchange for the safety of the entire heavenly demon Shura temple? Yang Muchung put his hands behind his back and looked at Hua Tianxi. Is your life so valuable? When you came all the way to hunt me down, did you ever think that you would be where you are now? It's better for you now. You are planning to take all the blame on yourself. Have you turned a deaf ear to my words? Yang Muchung squinted, looked at Hua Tianxi, and said word by word. I said, I will slaughter your whole family. Everyone was horrified. They suddenly remembered something. The 36 7th-tier sect seemed to have been wiped out because of this incident. Now Hua Tianxi wants to take all the blame for one person's fault. This is simply a joke to Yang Muchung. You? Hua Tianxi raised his head, and he found that Yang Muchung's eyes were devoid of any emotion. Not like a king, but more like a supreme god or demon. Of course, a king needs a reason to kill someone. But do gods and demons need a reason to kill people? Sect Master Jin, we are both decent sections. Back then, our heavenly demon Shura temple made countless contributions to exterminate evil spirits. Do you really want to obey Yang Laoma's order and destroy all members of my heavenly demon Shura temple? Hua Tianxi shouted. You know clearly that Yang Muchung is the great uncle of my Wandao Sword sect. But you still insist on killing him. If I don't kill you today, won't anyone be able to poop and piss on our Wandao Sword sect's head in the future? Jin Liang sneered. Uncle Master is the highest ranking member of the Wandao Sword sect. The moment you attack him, you have made a choice. As soon as Jin Liang finished speaking, he stepped on it. Before Hua Tianxi could react, Jin Liang kicked him in the chest. Not to mention that Hua Tianxi didn't react. But what if he did? Jin Liang's cultivation level has already reached Grandmaster Shahai. The next step is half-step Nirvana, and he can directly catch up with his master Hua Yuanu. Where can he resist? He was trampled to death on the spot, and even nascent soul was completely shattered. Kill the others too! Yang Muchung waved his hand. After killing these people, go and destroy the demon Shura temple. I don't want to see anyone left alive. For a while, the hearts of the monks in Tianma Shura temple fell directly to the bottom. They just came to seek revenge. But they never expected that the other party was actually the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect. Chapter 814, Boom Chuan Jin Tianyu. After all, paper cannot contain fire. When Yang Muchung stepped into the Wandao Sword sect, his identity as the great uncle of the Wandao Sword sect spread throughout Hao Tianzhou and Lin Tianzhou almost instantly. It swept through the entire Jiantian territory at the speed of a hurricane. When everyone learned the news, everyone was completely shocked. Old Demon Yang is actually the grand uncle of Wandao Sword sect. After the shock, deep fear followed immediately. At the beginning, when the 36 7th line sects were destroyed, everyone still didn't know what happened. Some thoughtful people can only guess that Yang Muchung has some relationship with Wandao Sword sect. And at most, he may be a disciple of Wandao Sword sect. But now, when Jin Liang, the leader of the Wandao Sword sect, personally called Yang Mu Master Uncle, the situation was completely different. The originally unknown Dacian dynasty, a dynasty that was looked down upon by everyone among the super sects, was the one who achieved the goal of ascending to heaven. The sects, forces, and families who had originally considered being like the Gale Tiger King sect and accepting the Dacian dynasty as their tributary state were so frightened that no one dared to mention this suggestion again. Senior is actually the great uncle of Wandao Sword sect. Six-line sect. Guafuyu jumped up and stood up. He couldn't believe his ears. He looked at the disciple who came with the order and asked word for word. Is the news true? Is it a rumor? It's true, the disciple said. Jin Liang, the master of Wandao Sword sect, rushed there in person. More than 100 elders showed up directly. Jin Liang even called him Uncle Master. This matter was confirmed by at least hundreds of people present. It was definitely not true. There will be mistakes. Those who spread these messages are all elders and sect leaders of the 6th line and even some 5th line sections. There is absolutely no falsehood. Boom. Guafuyu sat back, feeling surprised and happy. Surprisingly, Yang Muqing's noble status simply exceeded his imagination. Fortunately, during the day, their Zhongji sect actually developed a good relationship with their great uncle from the Wandao Sword sect. This is like an ordinary mortal having a god as his backer. Sect Master, someone from Yin Tianlong sect has come. Many people have come. Kick, kick, kick. At this time, a disciple rushed in a panic and shouted in panic. Guofuyu snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "The Yin Tianlong sect and my Berry Zhongji sect have been in conflict for a long time. Just because they are a fifth-tier sect and don't take us seriously, they dare to forcefully break into our sect now. It's simply unreasonable. However, we used to be afraid of him, but now we are not afraid. The great uncle of Wandao Sword sect is our alliance leader. If he dares to deal with our Berry Zhongji sect, it is equivalent to slapping alliance leader Yang in the face. I want to see him. Do you have the guts?" The angry Guofuyu rushed out of the sect, but when he saw everything outside the door, he was stunned. The members of Yin Tianlong sect were waiting there respectfully and like students and disciples, while the other elders and deacons in the sect were kneeling on one knee, showing complete surrender. Sect Master Guo, the sect leader of Yin Tianlong sect, saw Guofuyu coming out and quickly greeted him cautiously. "I brought the sect disciples here this time to apologize to you. I hope you will not remember the villain's fault." Apologize? Guofuyu had a strange look on his face. It dawned on him. The other party is not afraid of himself, but of Yang Mucheng behind him. Old Demon Yang. Scenes like this are still happening in many places. The head of the Tianhaiwen family looked coldly as he watched the sect and forces that had offended him apologize. Flying Eagle King Kalita looked at the forces that came to apologize with ridicule and disdain on their faces. Certainly, the most dramatic change was the Dacian dynasty. The Dacian dynasty, which was frantically expanding its territory, had some friction with many forces around the country due to land disputes. There is even an aristocratic family that is recruiting troops and preparing to give the Dacian dynasty a look. But after this news came out, all the surrounding forces were dumbfounded. For a while, the Dacian dynasty, which was originally regarded as the god of plague and avoided by others, has now become a popular figure in everyone's eyes. Countless sect forces came to curry favor. There are even some fourth-tier sects among them. These sects came to the Dacian dynasty with pieces of treasure. When they learned that Yang Mucheng had returned to Wandao Sword sect, they put down the treasure and left without saying a word. One reason is that Yang Muqing's status has risen with the tide, and he is like a dragon in the sky. They can see him whenever they want. The second is that now that the identity of the master's uncle has been exposed, all the forces in the Jiantian region have heard the news and rushed here. Giving a generous gift will not only make people feel like a dogskin plaster, but also make a mark on Yang Mucheng. Pen. Even if he didn't see Yang Mucheng, even if he saw Queen Rome, it would be the same. Who in the world doesn't know that she is Yang Muching's woman? The name Yang Lao Mo has determined him. Yes, even Jean Liang called him uncle in public. Even if his real age is only 17 or 18 years old, we should not underestimate him. He must be the reincarnation of a powerful person from the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. The person you shouldn't offend the most in Jiantian territory now is old Demon Yang. This is natural. The previous destruction of 36 Seven Lion sects may have left these warriors a little confused about Yang Muqing's true identity. But now the paper cannot contain the fire. His identity has been completely revealed, and a fifth lion sect has been added to the list. The sect was wiped out, which naturally made many people understand the status of this young man. But, just when the entire Jiantian territory was in turmoil, Yang Mucheng had returned to Wandao Sword sect with everyone. Coming back this time is slightly different from before. Why are there so many people? Yang Mucheng discovered that there were many new faces in the sect. Is he a new disciple joining the sect? No. These are the disciples and elders who are traveling, because the activities of evil sects have become more and more rampant recently. And some evil sects have even started to launch operations against the 36 sects. So I asked all the sect disciples to rush return to Jinzong. Jean Liang glanced at Yang Mucheng and said, "Uncle Master, I have discussed your previous opinions with Master. Master agrees that Wandao Sword sect will absorb Longtang members from the Dacian dynasty as inner disciples. Although this is somewhat unreasonable according to the previous rules. But these are extraordinary times, so we must treat them specially. You've been lucky for a while. Go and rest first." After saying that, Jean Liang left in a hurry. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. He could naturally feel the anxiety in Jean Liang's words. and couldn't help but secretly shook his head and said, "It seems that this rampant evil is not an ordinary thing. That's all. That's all. I'd better go to Yufeichuan first. Take a look there." During Yang Muqing's outing this time, he got a piece of the Willow Tree Demon Nascent Soul core in the Purple Mansion realm from the tombs. Yufeichuan taught him the second level of fighting spirit, and now she took this piece of Nascent Soul core as a thank you gift. Chapter 815 Answering Questions. Because evil is rampant, the Wandao Sword sect, which originally seemed a little deserted, became lively at this moment. When the disciples and deacons meet each other on the road, they will say H, lo, and then come and go in a hurry. After all, in order to deal with evil ways, the disciples of the sect are all trying to gain time to learn martial arts. Qingyan Haiwang Island. Elder, even you don't know what the problem is with this technique? A long-haired man stared at the helpless elder in front of him. You are the elder who has the deepest understanding of fingering among the 10,000 Dao Sword sect. If you don't even know it, then who else can answer my questions? Go and have a look with your great uncle. He must be the only one who can help you explain this boxing technique. The elder said, Master Uncle, are you talking about him? The long-haired man showed a hint of surprise, and then a look of disbelief appeared on his face. When Yang Muchung returned to the sect, his disciples, as well as many elders, all came to pay him a visit and recognized him as a familiar face. But this great uncle only has the cultivation level of Grandmaster Yuaning, and is even lower than him. Can he solve his own problems? The elders seemed to be aware of the other party's doubts, and smiled lightly. Moe, if even my great uncle can't solve your problem, I'm afraid no one in the entire Wandao Sword sect can help you. Although this disciple named Moe had a little doubt in his heart, he still followed the instructions and went out. Senior brother, do you know where my uncle's island is? Moe called to a disciple who was passing by in a hurry. Unexpectedly, when he shouted like this, the disciple immediately looked surprised and looked at Moe in confusion. Junior brother, are you also looking for your great uncle? Yes. Moe nodded hesitantly. Me too. I have been practicing outside for hundreds of years, and I just returned to the sect yesterday. Although I have learned a lot of martial arts outside in the past few hundred years, except for a few, I have mastered many of them. I only know a little bit about it. Even the elders don't know about some of the profound questions, so they recommended me to my uncle. The disciple said with a smile, Is there really such a god? Moe couldn't believe it. The disciple chuckled and said, Don't doubt our great uncle. Except for ordinary disciples like us, even the elders have to go to our great uncle when they encounter problems while practicing. Go quickly. Great uncle has just arrived today. When we come back, it's not just us. Some elders are afraid that they will be waiting for me with a bunch of questions. If I go late, my uncle will be snatched away. Robbed? Moe was really dumbfounded. With a hint of suspicion, he quickly followed the disciple towards Yang Muqing's palace island. Yang Muchung was dumbfounded. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone out. Almost as soon as he walked out of the palace island, he was surrounded by 7 or 8 elders. Uncle Master, you are finally back. I have encountered problems in my practice recently. Please help me. I can't break through this level of practice. What is going on? Elder Wang from the law enforcement hall squeezed out the crowd. Shouted, Uncle Master, if you don't come back, I'm going to go crazy. Look, I can't break through with my swordsmanship, and I can't switch between these changes smoothly. Elder Zhao, who is in charge of the martial arts pavilion, said loudly shouted, Uncle Master, my problem. Uncle Master, help me. If you don't help me, I will go crazy. Many elders suddenly surrounded him. Even further away, there were a large group of disciples, all rushing towards Yang Muchung. Notice, during the time when Yang Muchung went out for training, these elders lived like years. Originally, they would stumble along the way of cultivation and were not so smooth. Sometimes the difficulties in a martial arts skill or exercise will bother them for half a year, or even 2 or 3 years, because there has been no one to guide them. They got used to it, but after Yang Muchung appeared, he easily relieved all of them from the difficult and complicated diseases they had accumulated over the years. To be honest, it's like a person who is used to eating delicacies from the mountains and sees is extremely uncomfortable when they are suddenly asked to eat bran and porridge. Now that Yang Muchung is back, each of these people seems to have seen hope, and they all ran over. This, Yang Muchung discovered. In addition to many elders, There are even more and more disciples who are rushing here. And there is a feeling of helplessness. That's it. That's all. Yang Maicheng knew that he would not be able to rest today. So he called Gunnan Shi to make him a cup of tea. And then motioned for everyone to sit down. Since everyone is here, don't crowd and come one by one. I will be here to answer your questions one by one. Look around. There are at least 1,000 people on the entire Palace Island. And more people are coming here. Certainly, some of the people who come here really encounter some difficulties in practice and don't know how to deal with them. Some are not, but just want to come over and watch the excitement. After all, there were many disciples who had traveled to the outside world and had never seen his master uncle before. They were still somewhat confused about his master uncle, who suddenly appeared. So this is also an opportunity for Yang Maicheng to prove himself. I am already here. From now on, if anyone encounters any difficulties in cultivation, they can raise them here. Yang Maicheng moistened his throat and looked at everyone. Uncle Master, I have doubts. Almost as soon as Yang Maicheng finished speaking, someone suddenly stood up. It's him! This moment, when everyone looked at the standing figure, they couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. There were also a few elders who simply showed a trace of disgust without concealing it. Uncle Master, tell him to shut up! At this time, Elder Wang from the Law Enforcement Hall quickly sent a message to Yang Maicheng, saying, This old boy is not a good guy. If you let him speak, I'm afraid you will be in big trouble. Oh, it's okay that Elder Wang didn't remind him. This reminder actually made Yang Maicheng a little bit interested. Looking at the other party with a smile, Yang Maicheng said lightly, What problem did you encounter? Tell me. Uncle Master, my name is Zheng Luoyang. He is a warrior in the late stage of Shinto. He practices marksmanship and is best at using marksmanship. Recently, I have learned a piece of Tiger King's golden spear skill, so I would like to ask for your advice. Guidance. The other party raised his fists and said to Yang Maicheng, Let's start practicing. Yang Maicheng didn't seem to hear Elder Wang's reminder and signaled that the other party could start. Chapter 816 The Tiger King's Golden Spear Technique. Buzz. With the spear in hand, Zheng Luoyang's demeanor changed instantly, like a magic weapon unsheathed. With an aggressive edge. Whoosh. 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 The spear thrust out. A harsh sonic boom sounded in the air, and a horrifying tiger roar echoed throughout the space. All the disciples around him changed their expressions in shock. Who is this Zheng Luoyang? Why do I feel like so many elders hate him? Moyi couldn't help but ask. An older disciple rolled his eyes and said, Zheng Luoyang is the oldest and most senior disciple of the sect. Logically speaking, after a disciple reaches the stage of spiritual transformation, he will become a deacon and elder and be responsible for managing part of the sect. But he is an exception. Until now, he is still just an ordinary disciple because he is so annoying. Disgusting? Moe raised his eyebrows and didn't understand what was going on. But at this moment, the other elders were also whispering. Didn't Zheng Luoyang be kicked out by the sect leader for training? Why is he back too? Who knows? After finally living in peace for hundreds of years, this troublemaker is back again. And as soon as he comes to make trouble. It has been hundreds of years since he learned the Tiger King's Golden Spear technique. And the tricks and routines are all I've already eaten it thoroughly. And I actually showed it to my uncle. Obviously trying to find trouble. Gradually, some people present also saw it. This Zheng Luoyang obviously came here to find trouble. Tiger King's Golden Spear technique is a low-level martial skill in the sword sect. And many elders have learned it. Even those elders who have already learned this martial art may not be more skilled than Zheng Luoyang if they practice it. It can be said, Zheng Luoyang is an absolute expert in this martial arts. Who else does he need to guide him? Just one shot. Zheng Luoyang looked at Yang Maicheng with a smile and said, Uncle Master, do you think there are any flaws in my shooting skills? The words just fell. Elder Wang couldn't help but stood up and said, Zheng Luoyang, you are just looking for trouble. You have already mastered the Tiger King's Golden Spear technique to a great extent, and it is almost perfect. Moreover, my uncle is a swordsman. Aren't you looking for trouble? Zheng Luoyang, please don't waste everyone's time. Get down quickly. Another elder continued. Zheng Luoyang didn't speak, but looked at Yang Maicheng with a smile. That's right. Everyone's guess was correct. He came here deliberately to cause trouble. He also knew the origin of this great uncle, and it was nothing more than saving his great uncle. Therefore, he felt very dissatisfied. If he had been the one who saved his master, he might now become the master's uncle respected by everyone. Therefore, when he knew that Yang Muchung was here to answer everyone's questions, he came over to deliberately stir up trouble. Huh? A young boy. I don't know what method he used to confuse so many people. Today I will make you look foolish. Zheng Luoyang thought to himself. It seems that this great uncle is at his wit's end. Mo sighed secretly and stood up. Some of the disciples who came with the same suspicion as him also stood up at this moment. In their view, if Yang Muchung couldn't even solve the problems of Zheng Luoyang, who was deliberately looking for trouble, how could he solve the problems of so many people? Sure enough, Yang Muchung half squinted his eyes and said, I have never learned this martial art, so I cannot give you a too precise answer. Boom! His words immediately made some hopeful disciples and elders feel speechless. More and more people were getting ready to leave. But Yang Muchung's next words made everyone stop involuntarily. Who has the secret book of Tiger King's Golden Spear technique? Let me take a look. I have it. Zheng Luoyang didn't know what kind of medicine this uncle was selling in the gourd, so he quickly handed over the demon pill that recorded the marksmanship. Everyone looked over. Is it possible? Can you learn a low-level earth-level martial skill by just reading the exercises once? Many people showed a trace of doubt. But see, Yang Muchung touched the demon pill. His eyes were half closed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It wasn't until a moment later that he slowly opened his eyes and looked slowly, with a smile on his lips. I advise you to give up practicing this martial art, because you don't understand the key points at all. Zheng Luoyang was stunned, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. I dare say that among the entire Wandao sword sect, I am the only one who has the best practice in marksmanship. You actually say that I don't know the key to it. Most of the sword sects are sword cultivators. There are very few people who use other weapons, and only a dozen or so people use guns, among which his cultivation level is the highest. Now! The other party actually said that he didn't know the essentials of marksmanship. This was tantamount to humiliating him in person and denying his efforts. How could he be willing to do this? What? The others were also stunned and couldn't help but look towards Yang Muchung. They didn't understand why the other party said that. Uncle Master, don't talk nonsense. Zheng Luoyang looked at Yang Muchung. Just talk and don't practice fake moves. Since you said I don't have the essentials, then come and demonstrate it to me and let everyone see what essentials are missing in my marksmanship. Good. Yang Muchung stood up slowly. Seeing this scene, many disciples were surprised. Previously, this young master uncle said that he had never practiced this marksmanship. But now, he wants to demonstrate it in front of everyone. Is he kidding? Zheng Luoyang looked at Yang Muchung coldly. However, the elders who had been instructed by Yang Muchung became excited. Only they know how terrifying Yang Muchung's talent and understanding are. He can easily learn the more difficult 24 solar term shocking finger, let alone this marksmanship. Here we go! Yang Muchung didn't waste any time and took Zheng Luoyang's spear. With the spear in his hand, his momentum suddenly changed in an instant. It was somewhat the same as Zheng Luoyang before, but it seemed that there was something more. But just something that appeared out of thin air made everyone present feel different and look forward to Yang Muchung's next performance. Boom! 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 For a while, the spear roared sharply, like a wild dragon, and fierce dragon roars rang out all around, like rolling thunder. Even, the entire palace island was filled with thunder and wind at this moment. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, powerful internal energy spread through the body of the spear, piercing the void. Experts will know if there is one as soon as they take action. After Yang Muchung finished practicing a set of spear skills, he slowly let out a long breath, threw the spear to Zheng Luoyang, and said, I've finished the demonstration. Can you see the difference? At this time, Zheng Luoyang stood there, and Yang Muchung spoke without knowing it. He was stunned and could not recover for a long time. It wasn't until a moment later that he screamed, Uncle Master, you lied to me. What you used before is not the same marksmanship as mine at all. Chapter 817. There is something wrong with your elixir. In fact, in addition to Zheng Luoyang, there are many disciples who have this idea. The marksmanship skills displayed by Yang Muchung and Zheng Luoyang didn't seem to be the same at all. If you have to compare, Zheng Luoyang's marksmanship is like the roaring waves of the Yellow River, but Yang Muchung's marksmanship was like the waves sweeping across the world. No wonder people have such thoughts. Do you see the difference? Yang Muchung sat down slowly. This shooting technique requires absolute domineering. When the gun is gone, it is like an unparalleled god and demon, and the immortals and Buddhas cannot get close. When the gun is stopped, it is sleeping like a tiger, and it is majestic and self-aware. You are born with a lack of that kind of domineering, and you will naturally miss the point when using this kind of shooting. Whether it is marksmanship or swordsmanship, it can reflect a person's character. If you are not in a good state of mind, you will naturally not be able to learn such a domineering marksmanship. This. Zheng Luoyang opened his mouth so wide that he could almost fit a fist into it. He knelt down with a bang, and his eyes no longer had the previous doubts and contempt, but full reverence. Uncle Master, please clear up my confusion. His shout could be described as sincere and without any pretense. He was kicked out of the sect by Jin Liang and practiced for 326 years. He once met a master with a gun. The master once said that there was something missing in his marksmanship. As for what was missing, he could not explain it clearly. But Yang Mucheng actually pointed out that all of this was a matter of his state of mind. You have had a rough life, so absolutely everyone has an opinion on you. Everything is unfair to you, and you feel that you have no face. Therefore, your marksmanship is filled with a lot of resentment. But what you have learned, marksmanship requires fierceness and domineering. Since you asked me for advice, I will give you a word of advice. Face is not given by others, but earned by yourself. Your current cultivation level is already strong enough. If you don't even look down on yourself, what's the point? How about letting others see you? Face is not given by others, but earned by oneself. If you don't even look down on yourself, how can you let others look down on you? Zheng Luoyang's body trembled, and he felt as if a blazing flame was burning in his chest. The whole person couldn't help but become excited and indescribably excited. He only felt that the fighting spirit in his heart seemed to be completely ignited at this moment. Try your marksmanship again. Seeing that he had untied his knot, Yang Mucheng waved his hands and said, Good. Zheng Luoyang grabbed the spear, and his momentum changed drastically. This moment, everyone just felt that the current Zheng Luoyang was very similar to Yang Mucheng, who had demonstrated his marksmanship before. And the marksmanship also revealed a domineering shadow and attitude. A few moments. Marksmanship practice completed. Zheng Luoyang knelt down in front of Yang Mucheng with a bang and said loudly, Thank you, great uncle, for clearing up the confusion. Now that your problem is solved, go back. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Uncle Master, I want to listen here for a while. Is that okay? Zheng Luoyang asked cautiously. He was deliberately looking for trouble just now, and he was really afraid that Yang Mucheng would dislike him and tell him to get out. Yang Mucheng didn't care and waved his hand, motioning for him to sit down. Anyway, he didn't suffer any loss. He taught a person and learned a low-level martial arts. If I were to go to the martial arts pavilion on my own, I would only be able to learn one piece in a day. Uncle Master, can you help me with some guidance? After the shock, an elder immediately came back to his senses. Regardless of whether Yang Mucheng agreed or not, he trotted out of the crowd, waved his hands, and performed a set of palm techniques. This palm technique is extremely mysterious. It seems to follow a strange trajectory, more like it is integrated into a certain general trend. It is mysterious and mysterious. Some disciples with low cultivation level feel their eyes go straight when they look at this set of palm techniques, and their whole minds seem to be immersed in it, unable to struggle. This palm technique is not from the sword sect, right? Yang Mucheng asked with a frown. Yes. The elder carefully took out a strange thing from his arms. This thing looks like a horn at first glance, but it is much larger than a horn, half as tall as a man. The whole body is even wrapped with pieces of floating inscriptions. Powerful power spreads along the horns, and its posture is like a tide. Uncle Master, this is something I got in a canyon when I was traveling. What is recorded here is such a weird palm technique. Unfortunately, I have only understood 30% of it. The rest knows nothing. Bring it here. Let me take a look. Yang Mucheng took the horns. The system will prompt you on the spot. Frowning his brows, Yang Mucheng said, This palm technique is a mid-level martial arts skill at the earth level. It is indeed a bit complicated. Uncle Master, you? The elder was startled. He returned to the sect a few days ago and was completely worried about this technique. Even the 30% palm technique that I had comprehended was the result of 7 or 8 elders discussing it together. It's a pity that if the discussion continues, there will be no follow-up, and no one knows how to progress. Elder Zhao Jifeng is so lucky that he was able to obtain a middle-grade earth-level palm technique from the outside world. Someone said with envy. Not bad. Even if you get it, so what? No one can understand it, and can't learn it at all. For this palm technique, 7 or 8 elders in the sect who are good at palm techniques discussed it for several days. As a result, we have reached a critical point where we can no longer make any progress. Another elder who had learned this palm technique was full of complaints. I don't know if my uncle, Master, can help us clear up our doubts. Yang Mucheng stood up slowly and said, although this palm technique is a bit complicated, I can demonstrate it once, so you can watch. Want to demonstrate again? This sentence scared everyone present. Original. Some people also suspect that Yang Mucheng once learned Tiger King's Golden Spear technique, so he was able to demonstrate it perfectly during Zheng Luoyang's attack. But this palm technique does not belong to Wandao Sword Sect at all, but comes from the outside world. Even the elder, who was the first to come into contact with this technique, had only learned 30% of it. This great uncle had already learned it. How is this possible? But, however, Yang Mucheng fully displayed this palm technique in front of everyone. Certainly, this middle-level palm technique also made Yang Mucheng so tired that he couldn't stand up again for a long time. Master Uncle! At this juncture, another person stood up. Don't you see that my uncle is very tired? Can't you even let him take a breath? Gun Nanji looked at Yang Mucheng, who was sweating profusely, and his face was slightly pale. He felt a little distressed in his heart, regardless of the fact that he was an elder. It was the deacon who opened his mouth to rebuke. The white-bearded old man was laughed at, obviously feeling that he was too eager. After all, there were too many people here waiting to answer questions. If he didn't hurry up, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Looking at Yang Mucheng, he quickly took out a jade bottle from his arms and poured out a pill. Uncle Master, this is the elixir I just refined a few days ago. After you take it, you will be able to recover your strength quickly. Yang Mucheng glanced at the old man, threw the elixir into his mouth like chewing beans, chewed it into pieces, and swallowed it. After a moment, he raised his eyelids, looked at the other party and said, There's something wrong with your elixir. Chapter 818, Infinite Alchemy. There's something wrong with your elixir. As soon as Yang Mucheng's faint words came out, everyone present could not help but be stunned. One or two strange eyes were cast towards Yang Mucheng, with a look of disbelief on their faces. If Yang Mucheng is the absolute authority in instructing martial arts, so this old man with white beard is Taishan Beidu among alchemists. Many alchemy masters in Jiuzhou are his disciples. When it comes to alchemy, he is the absolute authority. But now, for you to question his elixir is as ridiculous as Zheng Luoyang questioning whether Yang Mucheng can teach martial arts. Uncle Master, did you say something wrong? At this time, among the crowd, an elder stood up. He cupped his hands towards the white-bearded old man to show respect, and then continued, Master Mabe is the oldest senior in the sword sect. He is also the uncle of the sect master. He has painstakingly studied alchemy for thousands of years. How could there be anything wrong with the elixir he refined? Who is he? Someone asked doubtfully. He is Hu Langtian, a master of alchemy. He and the sect master Jin Lian belong to the same sect. When seeing the sect master, you only need to call him junior brother. He is a close disciple of Master Mobe. As for Master Mobe, even more it's amazing. He is a top-level alchemist of the Earth level, one of the only 3 top-level alchemists of the Earth level left in the 36 sects. An elder whispered, Call. Everyone suddenly took a breath of air and looked at the old man who didn't look amazing. Turn out to be. This is an old monster second only to Yang Mucheng and Hua Yuanao. His status is a generation higher than that of Jin Liang. I'm not wrong. Yang Mucheng took a closer look at his taste, completely unaware of Hu Langtian's slightly unkind gaze, and said to himself, This should be a top-grade elixir of the earth. 108 kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures are used in it. The efficacy of each kind of spiritual treasure has been fully released, but several of them seem to be somewhat similar to each other, shown, hindering the efficacy of the elixir. Master Uncle. Hu Langtian took a step forward. If another person dared to say to Master Mobe's face that there was something wrong with the elixir, he would have slapped him away. But the person in front of him was his uncle, so he could only argue with reason. As the saying goes, there are specialties in martial arts. Although you are very powerful in martial arts training, you may not be able to do it in alchemy. I would like to ask you, Uncle, have you ever learned alchemy? Do you know what alchemy is? If anything, what Hu Langtian said in the first half of his sentence was quite polite. But the second half of the sentence was a little less polite. and even felt tit for tat. This is equivalent to telling Yang Maicheng, "Do you know what alchemy is? You have never even touched an alchemy furnace. Does a person who has never made an alchemy know what alchemy is? If you don't understand, just shut up." Hu Langtian. Shut up! Don't be rude to me. Master Mobe closed his eyes, glared at Hu Langtian fiercely, and said, "Didn't I teach you what it means to respect your teacher and respect your principles?" Hu Langtian opened his mouth, feeling dissatisfied, but he could only lower his head and acquiesce. After all, for him, Master Mobe's alchemy skills are not only second to none in the entire Wandao Sword sect. Even in the 36 realms, not many alchemists can surpass him. How could there be something wrong with the elixir refined by such a being? After Master Mobe finished speaking, he looked at Yang Maicheng with a smile, and his next words shocked everyone. "Uncle Master, you are right. This elixir is called Strengthening Heavenly Heart Pill, and it is made using 108 kinds of spiritual treasures. It can quickly restore internal energy and stabilize the mind in a short period of time. It's just that one of the spiritual treasures is too scarce, so I temporarily replaced it with other spiritual treasures. I have given it to many people, but you are the only one who feels something is wrong with it. Can you tell me what kind of spiritual treasure is wrong with this?" What? As soon as Master Mobe said these words, many people were shocked. They all looked at Yang Maicheng in surprise, their faces filled with disbelief. Could it be that this great uncle could still make elixirs? "The spiritual treasure you use should be the Tianchalon fire fruit. It should be noted that the art of alchemy is like a monarch and his ministers assisting. The main medicine is the king, and the auxiliary medicine is the minister. If the main medicine is weak, there will be a situation where the ministers deceive the emperor. Others, all the spiritual treasures are of moderate strength, but this Tianchalon fire fruit is slightly stronger. Fortunately, you didn't put too much. If it had been a few more, this pill would have turned into a life-threatening pill that ignited blood and gas." Yang Maicheng said every word. Master Mobe's eyes widened, and by the time he finished speaking, Master Mobe couldn't close his mouth. There was nothing but shock on his face. The reason why he asked Yang Maicheng which spiritual treasure in the elixir was wrong was because he wanted to make things difficult for him. In his opinion, Yang Maicheng has unique attainments and understanding in the way of martial arts. If he can be led into the way of alchemy, his achievements will definitely surpass his own in the future, and he may even become a heaven-level alchemist. But he didn't expect that. Yang Maicheng was actually able to tell the composition of the elixir, its characteristics, and even its advantages and disadvantages in detail just by swallowing it. It's almost as difficult as giving you a drop of water and asking you to guess which lake the drop of water comes from. What surprised him the most was that Yang Maicheng actually said it. "Uncle Master, tell me, is there any spiritual treasure that can replace the Tianchalon fire fruit?" Master Mobe asked quickly. "Of course there is. As far as I know, there are at least 7 or 8 kinds in total. You must first understand the function of this strengthening Tianqing pill and the role of each spiritual treasure in the pill. Take the most a simple example is like a country. The foreign historian is responsible for the external affairs. The general is responsible for the army. The civil servants are responsible for assessment, and the county magistrate is responsible for local affairs." Yang Maicheng said slowly. Master Mobe was shocked again. At first, he just planned to introduce Yang Maicheng to the path of alchemy. But following the other party's words, he discovered that Yang Maicheng might even be an alchemist similar to himself. But in the end, he even felt like a new student in front of Yang Maicheng. The alchemy path Yang Maicheng spoke of was like the vast starry sky, boundless, and what he understood was only a drop in the ocean. And Hu Langtian was even more shocked. At first, he could understand everything Yang Maicheng said, but gradually, Yang Maicheng's words became as obscure as a heavenly book to him. Certainly, even these 2 alchemy masters were so shocked. The other warriors present, who had never been exposed to alchemy before, were even more confused. But they could see the look of shock and admiration on Master Mobe's face, and they knew that this young uncle's path to alchemy was definitely more terrifying than they imagined. Chapter 819 Uncle Master. Please make elixirs with me. Uncle Master really knows about elixirs? Listening to the obscure words and the names of spiritual treasures that no one has heard of pop up from time to time. Some elders who have always thought that they have lived for thousands of years and have considerable experience just feel like their heads are spinning. It became a piece of paste. Every other line is like a mountain. Even if you are a strong person in the spirit transformation realm and have never been exposed to alchemy, you still don't understand the methods involved. In the Jian Tian domain alone, There are 39,000 kinds of spiritual treasures. Each kind of spiritual treasure has different attributes. Refining elixirs is not about cooking. As long as they are cooked, you can eat them. Even the slightest mistake may turn the elixir into poison. And alchemy corresponds to each attribute of the spiritual treasure, perfecting it with the assistance of the monarch and his ministers. You are the outer door. What do you know about the help of kings and ministers? You are the outer door. Know the pharmacological properties. Some of the alchemists present were able to keep up with Yang Muqing's words and thoughts at first. But like a long-distance race, more and more people fell behind. Because what Yang Muqing said was too profound. They could only understand the tip of the iceberg with their experience and knowledge. Elder Hu, does Uncle Master really know how to make elixirs? What exactly is he talking about? Some warriors who didn't understand fell on Hu Langtian. Meeting. Hu Langtian was almost crying. Can you tell me, between Uncle Shura and Master Mobe, who has higher attainments in alchemy? An elder asked in a low voice. Hu Langtian. Needless to say, didn't you see that Master Mobe listened carefully like a junior in front of his great uncle? If there was a crack in the ground, Hu Langtian would be eager to get into it now. This young uncle-in-law is not talking nonsense at all. But he truly understands elixirs. Not only does his understanding of elixirs far exceed his own, even Master Mobe can only bow down to him. It was such a being. He had previously scolded the other party for asking whether he knew the way of alchemy or what alchemy was. But soon Hu Langtian came to his senses, put aside all the complicated emotions, and listened carefully to Yang Muqing's theory of alchemy. Certainly, the one who was most shocked was Master Mobe. The young uncle in front of him was far ahead of him. In terms of theoretical knowledge of alchemy, he has surpassed himself. It was such a being that he actually wanted to introduce him to the alchemy path and teach him how to make alchemy. The other party taught me almost the same thing. But after all, Master Mobe is not an ordinary junior. He is already 3,000 years old, and many things have already been put aside. The endless embarrassment in his heart was quickly forgotten, and he focused on listening to Yang Muqing's words. After a while, the words were finished. Yang Muqing felt his mouth was dry. Fortunately, he had drawn a lottery and won the alchemy method. Otherwise, he would have been failed by Master Mobe today. I took a sip of tea and felt relieved. Uncle Master, may I ask if you have ever made elixirs before? Master Mobe asked cautiously after seeing Yang Muqing finish speaking. Just like what was said before. Industry specializing in surgery. Yang Muqing has already reached the level of nascent soul grandmaster at such a young age. Even if other people started practicing from the womb, they may not be able to reach this level. But Yang Muqing has reached. Not only has he reached a level in one field that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, he even knows a lot about the completely unrelated alchemy path. At this moment, everyone looked over. I seem to have refined the elixir once in the mortal world. It seems like I didn't have it again. I don't remember clearly. Yang Muqing touched his nose with confusion on his face. Mobe, what's wrong? Master Mobe widened his eyes and said in disbelief. In other words, you only know theoretical knowledge, but you have never made an elixir yourself. That's right. Yang Muqing nodded. He gave all the alchemy furnaces he got when he touched the treasure to others. Along the way, he had never seriously refined elixirs. As expected? As expected? Master Mobe trembled all over and said, Before, I heard my master say that you are very likely to be the reincarnation of a strong man from the immortal sect. At that time, I couldn't believe it. What you said today simply made me enlightened. Uncle Master, please, you must make alchemy with me. With your knowledge of alchemy, you will become a heaven-level alchemist. Call. Mobe's last words completely shocked everyone. How long has it been since the heavenly alchemist appeared? Certainly, this is not because Mobe and the others are not sufficiently accomplished in alchemy, but because the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces is fading year by year, and almost no heaven-level spiritual treasures exist in the world. You don't even have a single heaven-level material. How can you refine a heaven-level elixir? It's like a clever woman can't make a meal without straw. The current situation in Kyushu not only blocks the way for warriors to reach nirvana, but also quietly completely blocks the way for alchemists and other professions. I'm not very interested in alchemy. Besides, alchemy doesn't have much effect on me. Yang Muqing waved his hand. Puff. When Mobe heard these words, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The eyes of other people present were about to pop out. If another person dared to say that alchemy was of little use, they would have slapped him away. But the person who said this happened to be the highest-ranking master uncle, Yang Muchung, who understood the alchemy way more deeply than Master Mobei. How come it's not of much use? And Mobei was still tempting him. How could he let such a good alchemist seedling go so easily? Uncle Master, you are injured and you need to take elixirs. Right. When you are about to break through, you need to use the power of elixirs to break through the shackles. Right. Heavenly spirits and earthly treasures cannot be taken directly. They have to be refined into elixirs to remove impurities before they can be taken. Right. Also, after all, you will use elixirs when making tea. Yang Muchung looked helpless. Although he needs pills, it doesn't mean that he has to learn to make pills. There are so many people under his command, and a steady stream of elixirs are given to him as tribute every day. What else does he need to learn to make alchemy? Boss, I advise you to learn alchemy. At this time, the furry head of the golden-haired mouse poked out. It will always be useful in the future. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, wondering why the golden-haired rat said this. The spiritual energy of Kyushu is fading year by year, because there are no heaven-level alchemists. The status of alchemists is not as high as it once was. Of course, the status of alchemists cannot be underestimated. However, when you step into the immortal sect in the future, the alchemist status will not be as high as before. Identity will help you a lot and save you a lot of trouble. The golden-haired mouse said slowly. Yang Muchung frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. Okay, Mobei, I promise you. Chapter 820 decided to learn alchemy. And Mobei felt like he was about to cry, but had no tears. In the past, others were begging, crying, and shouting that they wanted to learn alchemy from me. But now, it's good that he actually begs others to follow him in making elixirs. After the episode with Master Mobei passed, the Palace Island returned to its previous appearance. But some alchemists looked at Yang Muchung with completely different eyes. His status soared like a rocket in the hearts of these alchemists. Afterwards, many people asked questions. Moe in the crowd also asked questions about his palm skills. And naturally, he got the most satisfactory answer. Close. A capital service. If, previously, Yang Muchung only convinced a small number of people, but now it is different. Once Yang Muchung is mentioned, they have nothing but endless reverence. Certainly, this is obtained in exchange for strength. It took 3 days to answer questions and resolve doubts. Fortunately, the people present were all warriors. The lowest ones all had golden elixir cultivation, and the highest ones even reached the pinnacle of Shinto. Otherwise, they may not be able to sustain it. But Yang Muchung also took advantage of it. Most of the people who came to inquire were about martial arts. If you want to ask where there are flaws, you should at least show Yang Muchung his martial arts skills. These disciples and elders have more or less acquired some strange martial arts in the outside world. And most of these martial arts are not found in the sect. As a result, these people haven't learned it yet. But Yang Muchung learned it first. But there are not many suitable for Yang Muchung to use. Yang Muchung also only picked one fingering technique, one sword technique, and one light technique. These are all earth-level middle-level martial arts skills. And they are also the highest-level martial arts skills that he can currently use. If it is higher, I'm afraid that all his inner energy will be drained away in just a moment. The days that followed were much easier. In addition to practicing every day, Yang Muchung concentrates on breakthroughs. In the evening, take another hour to go to Mobei to learn elixirs. At first, Mobei was not very happy, thinking that Yang Muchung would have to spend at least half of his time studying alchemy. But Yang Muchung refused to obey. Mobei even threatened to die, and even invited Jin Liang and Hua Yuano, hoping that Yang Muchung could learn more alchemy every day. However, when he saw it, Yang Muchung immediately refined the low-grade Shengyuan Jingxin pill that he had just demonstrated before, and it was even better than what his teacher had refined. After that, I was completely speechless. He simply acquiesced to the fact that Yang Muchung would only learn elixirs for an hour every day. Certainly, for Yang Muchung, his focus is still on cultivation. Although Jin Liang came over to persuade him many times, Yang Muchung still ignored him. Uncle Master, I'm afraid you don't know the status of an alchemist. Right. Jin Liang was also bewitched by Mobei and came here to follow the temptation. Our Wandao sword sect, if we compare its combat strength, ranks 31st among the 36 sects. It is because of the existence of Master Mobei that our overall strength can rank 22nd. This is the role of an alchemist. Our 10,000 Dao Sword sect has constant friction with some sections. Why do these sects not dare to look coldly on our 10,000 Dao Sword sect? This is only because of the existence of Master Mobe. Uncle Master, if you can become a heaven-level alchemist, our 1 Dao Sword sect can become the head of the 36 sects. Yang Muchung grinned and said something that almost made Jim Liang spurt blood. No matter how high the alchemist's status is, what's the use? With high strength, I can crush everything. I'd let him make alchemy. If he doesn't, I will put a sword on his neck. If he can't, I will kill him. Certainly, only Yang Muchung could say this. Whether it is the secular world or the martial arts world. Yang Muchung is full of emperor. With an attitude of those who obey me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. Normally, who would dare to offend the alchemist? If nothing else, just take Mobe as an example. As long as he says a word, people in the 36 sect will more or less give him face. If he wants to kill someone, he doesn't even have to do it himself. Just say a word and someone will line up to do it for him. After Jean Lion left, the Golden Mouse also tried to persuade him. Boss, do you know that the energy contained in some spiritual treasures cannot even be absorbed by the ancient heaven-swallowing technique? As for alchemy, even if you don't use it yourself, others will always use it. Right. Don't you just want to know things about the God realm? Then I will tell you clearly that in the God realm, the status of an alchemist is higher. In my opinion, the status of the alchemist behind the immortal sect is also higher. It will be so. This time it was Yang Muchung's turn to be surprised. Why? Boss, think about it. An alchemist spends most of his time on alchemy, compared with people like you who specialize in martial arts. Who has a higher chance of being able to step through the immortal gate? Naturally, it's a warrior, not the alchemist. The golden-haired rat glanced at Yang Muchung and continued. It can be seen that alchemists will become increasingly rare. Therefore, the status of alchemists will become less and less. As the saying goes, rare things are valuable. And this is exactly the truth. Yang Muchung seemed to understand somewhat. Unfortunately, he did not ask Mo Fan about the situation behind the immortal sect. Anyway, for him, refining alchemy is not too difficult. And there is no need for Mabe and others to spend all their time refining alchemy. He took half of his time every day to study alchemy. Naturally, Yang Muchung learned very quickly. He is familiar with alchemy and all theoretical knowledge. Now looking back, learning how to operate is naturally much easier than those warriors who have to start from scratch. No matter how complicated the alchemy technique is, he can learn it by himself as soon as he is exposed to it. And with him being so busy, in the Dacian dynasty, some Longtang ancestors, who were half-step nascent soul, also came to Wan Dao Sword sect to start practicing. Of course, not all the ancestors of Longtang came. In order to ensure the stability of the Dacian dynasty, the ancestors of Longtang came in 3 batches. Each batch trained in Wan Dao Sword sect for half a year, and then moved to another group. A batch. In this case, it can not only ensure the stability of the Dacian dynasty, but also continuously improve the strength of the entire dynasty. Original. Yang Muchung thought that he would be promoted to the level of Zifu in such monotonous and repetitive days. But at this time, something unexpected happened that disrupted his arrangement. Outside the 36 domains, in another large domain, a warrior unexpectedly broke into an ancient battlefield. Chapter 821 Mysterious Pill Recipe. Forest Bone Domain. It is the smallest region among Kyushu. Its area is even larger than that of a continent, so it cannot be called a domain at all. But the reason why it is divided into an independent range is precisely because this is an ancient battlefield. Rumor. In ancient times, the Immortal Gate has always been open. It was completely closed down because of this war. In this battle, countless Nirvana and even Tai strongmen fell here, including some demon kings who also reached the Tai realm. There are powerful warriors who have been here before and want to take a closer look at the Forest Bone Domain here. But when they came to the depths, they found huge white bones, which seemed to have come to life, constantly swimming around. Even some warriors who had died turned into skeletons, walking aimlessly. Even this powerful man in the spiritual realm did not dare to step into the depths again to check. As a desperate situation, almost all disciples who go out to practice will deliberately bypass this area. Even the warriors who occasionally entered it escaped in panic and told people outside that there were bones living in it that had reached the realm of God transformation. This was the 36th day that Yang Muchung had calmed down in Wan Dao Sword sect, refining elixirs and practicing at the same time. This day, a disciple of the 36 sects of the Qingquan immortal sect accidentally entered the forest bone realm through one of the gaps, while pursuing a spiritual treasure that had almost turned into a demon. The deeper he went, the more frightened he became. When he went deep into the center of the forest bone realm, he discovered countless bones accumulated here, and even found a huge alchemy furnace in the center of the bones. This alchemy furnace is already broken, and with the naked eye, you can see the huge cracks spreading around the alchemy furnace. The most shocking thing is that the eternal raging fire is still burning in this alchemy furnace. Even from a far distance away, he can feel the raging fire in the alchemy furnace, as if it is going to burn him. Void. He can't even get close to this alchemy furnace. Just when he was thinking of a way to take away this alchemy furnace, a huge bone beast in the distance seemed to have smelled the breath of a stranger and came towards here. At that time, this Sifu realm disciple was so frightened that he lost his mind. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a broken arm. This severed hand has already turned into a white bone, but its 5 fingers are still holding something covered with strange patterns. Without any hesitation, he picked up this thing and quickly escaped from the forest bone realm. Returned to the sect. This disciple studied this thing for a long time, and found that it should be the fur of a certain monster. The pattern on it is some kind of strange writing. In his opinion, this may be a certain kind of cultivation method. Therefore, he handed this matter over to the elder, hoping that the elder could answer his questions for him. But, although the elder recognized the writing on it, he found that it was not a martial arts secret book, but a prescription for elixirs. He immediately handed the elixir to Master Chimei, the top alchemy master of the Qingquan immortal sect. However, when Master Chimei got the elixir, he also found that he did not recognize everything in it. Without any choice, he could only call on all the top-level alchemists from the 36 continents to come to the Qingquan immortal sect to jointly study this recipe. The importance of alchemy to an alchemist is like the importance of martial arts to a warrior. Almost immediately, all high-level alchemists received the invitation. Of course, even Master Mabe, a top-level alchemist, also got it. As for those alchemists above the earth level, they are qualified to come and observe. However, those alchemists below the earth level, feel sorry. Stay wherever it's cool. Alchemy! This is definitely an ancient elixir. When Master Mabe received the invitation, his whole body was almost boiling. He was even more excited than discovering a new continent. Although this elixir recipe is only a part of the elixir recipe, I can foresee that this is definitely a heaven-level elixir recipe. Danfeng. It is as rare as martial arts, especially those above the heaven level. The Wandao sword sect only has one low-level heaven-level martial skill. Among the entire 36 sects, there are less than 40 in total. And Danfeng, even rarer than martial arts. This is entirely due to the fact that when the immortal sect was closed, a large number of nirvana and god transformation experts took away most of the heavenly things when they left Kyushu. Although there are still some in Kyushu, they are only part of what was left many years ago. Not to mention the pill recipe. Even if it was a heaven-level martial skill, any sect would be so excited to get it. Mo Bei took the invitation letter and found Yang Mucheng excitedly. Alchemy conference? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, took the invitation, and looked at it carefully. I'm not interested in this thing, but I'm more curious about the Forest Bone Realm. Can you tell me what the Forest Bone Realm is? Mabe rode. Uncle Master, the Forest Bone Realm was the place where the ancient immortal sect strongmen fought. Now, it has become a ghost realm. There are remains of the bones of the immortal sect strongmen everywhere. However, the evil spirit there is very strong. Although some of the corpses have turned into skeletons, they can still continue to move and have become Bone Tribe. Bone Clan? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he heard such remarks. Trees can turn into tree demons, and wild beasts can become monster beasts. These are all rendered by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Bones can naturally become bone tribesmen under the rendering of spiritual energy. However, the birth of these bone tribes is more complicated than that of tree demons. Monsters are even more difficult. Mo Bei nodded his head and said, however, once the Bone Clan is born, the weakest ones are at the Golden Core stage. Like us, they can also produce nascent souls and reach the Z Mansion. As for how it was formed, I'm afraid it's also because of the long-term nourishment of evil energy. Yang Mucheng was thoughtful. Mo Bei was fine if he didn't say it, but once he said it, he really wanted to see what this Bone Clan looked like. After all, he had already seen tree demons and monster beasts. but he could not imagine what this bone clan would look like. Uncle Master, this world is too big. There are countless unsolved mysteries in just the 36 domains. Not to mention the world after the Immortal Sect. After the Immortal Sect, there are also the Starry Sky Relics, the Giant Clan, and so on. There is the Tianyan Clan and even the Fairy Clan. If you can become a heaven-level alchemist, you might be able to step through the Immortal Gate in the future. Mabe started to confuse again. Anyway, now, he is determined to make Yang Mucheng the only heaven-level alchemist of the 10,000 Dao Sword Sect, the 36 sects, and even the entire Kyushu. If you can become a heaven-level alchemy master, you can refine heaven-level elixirs, and this heaven-level elixir may be able to help people break through the shackles of half-step nirvana and reach the true state of nirvana. By then, even if you can't find a fairy gate, it's enough to become an absolute existence. It has to be said that the old man in Mabe is really good at deceiving people. And Yang Mucheng was actually a little tempted by what he said. Okay, I will go with you to the Qingquan Immortal Sect to have a look. Chapter 822 The Strongman on the Yellow List. At the same time, other sects also received the news. After all, this is a heaven-level elixir recipe. There is no alchemist who doesn't want to witness the truth. And there is no alchemist who doesn't want to understand the principles. Even this elixir recipe attracted the 36 sects' great attention, especially the 7 ancestors Huayuanao. Notice, although they had been imprisoned in the ancient tomb for nearly 10,000 years, it took nearly half a year to return to their respective sections. Their physical bodies were only half condensed. Not completely condensed, but they discovered a crucial problem. Wadao Sword Sect. There are 6 mirrors of flowers in the mirror. Moon in the water placed in front of Huayuanao, which is a means for him to communicate with the other 6 ancestors. One day in the tomb. Thousands of years in the world. Unexpectedly. In such a long time. The spiritual energy of Kyushu has been exhausted and reduced to this field. Even condensing the physical body has become very difficult. Not to mention breaking through the shackles and reaching the state of nirvana. Huayuan proudly sighed. Yes, the spiritual energy of Kyushu now is only 80% of what it was 10,000 years ago. Moreover, I also found that the spiritual energy of Kyushu is passing faster than before. The ancestor of Guangling Howling Mansion continued. Now, I have sent several disciples out to look for the Immortal Sect. But unfortunately, there is no way yet. Have you all heard about the elixir recipe found in the Forest Bone Realm? The ancestor of Werewolf Demon Valley asked doubtfully. That elixir recipe is from the heavenly level. Maybe there are other elixir recipes in the Forest Bone domain. Maybe there will be immortal sects among them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned and seemed to be thinking about something. Huayuanao grinned and said, Why don't we send someone to explore the Forest Bone Realm? I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancestor of the Zongyue Piamiu sect replied, However, this Forest Bone Realm is only open to some people. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the ancestor of the Zongyue Piamiu sect. But he paused and continued. In the Forest Bone domain, it seems to be a small world with a certain rule. People with too high strength cannot enter at all. Only warriors from the 3 realms of Jindan, Nascent Soul, and Zifu can enter. The cultivation level of Jindan and Nascent Soul is too low. If you go in, your body may not be able to withstand the evil spirit of the Forest Bone Realm. So only the strong ones from Zifu are the most suitable. Huayuanao was stunned. He had never known such a thing. The hot-tempered ancestor of Mingyu Yezenla shouted, Can't we who are halfway to Nirvana not be able to get in? Yes. The ancestor of the Zongyue Piamiu sect nodded and said, I have wanted to go in before, let alone entering the Forest Bone Realm to find out what is going on. We can't even get close to the outside. How about this? Let's mobilize some Zifu realms in the sect. The warriors went in to take a look and the 36 major sects joined forces. Agree. Reconsideration. Agree. After a pause, the ancestor of the Zongyue Piamiu sect continued. However, each sect is limited to 10 people. If too many people enter, the aura of everyone will become stronger, causing the Bone Clan to be turbulent. For a while, the news spread throughout the 36 major sects, including almost all warriors in the Zifu realm. And this time, Mabe had already brought Yang Mucheng and Hu Langtian to the Qingquan Immortal Sect. Like the Wandao Sword Sect, many disciples have rushed back to the sect due to the rampant evil ways. In addition, the invited Earth-level alchemists from all the major sects arrived one after another. So the Qingquan Immortal Sect looked very lively. When he arrived at the Qingquan Immortal Sect, Yang Muchung could find that there were still many people heading here. Of course, only high-ranking alchemy masters are eligible to enter this sect. Otherwise, the only way is to have a high-level alchemist accompany you and bring you here. Seeing such a huge formation, Yang Muchung became more and more curious. He wanted to see what kind of alchemy recipe it was. But it actually attracted all the alchemists from the 36 sects to be so interested that they went all the way to come. The disciples of the Qingquan Immortal sect, who were in charge of the reception, brought the Mabe group into the sect. The appearance of Mabe made many alchemists couldn't help but take a closer look. This is one of the 3 top-level alchemists in Jiuzhou? At this age, he must be more than 1,000 years old. Right. How could it be? He is more than 3,000 years old. And even Jin Liang, the master of Wandao Sword Sect, is his nephew. Did you see the man in white robe following him? He is Hu Langtian, Dijia, a middle-grade alchemy master. He and Jin Liang are of the same generation as the sect leader of our Qingquan Immortal sect. Oh my god! I didn't expect that such a prescription could actually blow up such an old monster. Hey, who is the other young man? Many people's eyes fell on Yang Muchung. He was only a Yuanning grandmaster, and did not attract too many people's attention. Even if someone glanced at him, they thought he was a follower who came with Mabe and Hu Langtian, or a disciple who was brought to see the world. They never thought that he was the famous uncle of the 36th master. Yang Muchung's name is naturally resounding. There are many people who know him. The disciples of the Qingquan Immortal sect, who traveled abroad, learned of the existence of this great uncle when they came back, and were warned not to provoke this great uncle at will. He was in existence saved by the joint efforts of the 7 ancestors. He was in existence that forced the 2 leaders of Huangji Lianlu and Dishi Annihilation sect to commit suicide and apologize. Certainly, for Yang Muchung, no one was paying attention, and he was happy and leisurely. This is also his first time to come to the Qingquan Immortal sect. Unlike the Wandao Sword sect, where sword cultivators account for the majority, the Qingquan Immortal sect is very diverse. Yang Muchung also saw many warriors using various weapons. Oh, senior brother Lu Yen has won again! At this moment, a burst of cheers attracted Yang Muchung's attention. Yang Muchung looked towards the source of the sound. I found that on a martial arts platform, a long-haired young man was standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at everything. As expected of senior brother Lu Yen, so many challengers were defeated by him. This is natural. Who makes him a strong person on the yellow list? Yang Muchung originally thought that this was just an ordinary competition. But the words Huang list strong made him raise his eyebrows, and became more and more interested. During this period, none of his 3 tasks had a clue, and he didn't even have the slightest sign of completing them. Because so far, he has never come into contact with anyone on the yellow list. But now, after meeting such a powerful person on the yellow list, he naturally wanted to see it with his own eyes. If the best thing is to try it out against each other, to see how powerful the experts on the yellow list really are. And how far away is he from the top of the yellow list? How far behind is it? Chapter 823, You Are No Match for Me. Chun Fong! Lu Yen clasped his hands behind his back, looked at the disciple he had knocked down from the martial arts platform before, and said calmly, Your palm technique is mainly about elegance. But I just deliberately provoked you before, and you got angry. You lost the elegance of this palm technique, so you failed so quickly. Thank you, senior brother Lu Yen, for your guidance. The disciple who was beaten down looked very teachable. Who else wants to try again? Lu Yen nodded and continued. I come. As soon as he finished speaking, a man holding an eyebrow-level stick came forward to greet him. After the 2 sides bowed to each other, they began to compete. Yang Muchung squeezed into the crowd and watched the competition between the 2 warriors, and couldn't help but nod secretly. The long stick in the hand of the man who wields the eyebrow stick is as majestic as a cloud dragon. Sometimes it turns into a dragon coming out of its cave, making it difficult for people to guard against it. On the entire martial platform, you can see the shadow of the stick that covers the sky. But the man named Lu Yen had an even more stable posture. He stood on the same spot and blocked all the opponent's attacks with an understatement, looking very comfortable. This caused the surrounding disciples to exclaim in surprise. Senior brother Lu Yen is so awesome. He is just at the bottom of the yellow list. I don't know what the strength will be like at the top of the list. The warriors on the 4 major lists of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang are all Shenlong. However, with senior brother Lu Yan's strength, I'm afraid the others won't be too bad. Excuse me. Yang Muchung looked at a disciple who who was cheering happily and asked with a smile. Do you know the difference between the yellow list and the spirit sword list? Are you a disciple of the Wandao sword sect? The disciple looked at Yang Muqing's service and showed a hint of surprise. However, many disciples from other sects had arrived here in the past few days, so he didn't pay too much attention to the other party's identity. Instead, he nodded and said, Junior brother, since you don't know, I will explain it to you in detail. The spiritual sword ranking is just a ranking list to measure the strong ones of the golden core among the 36 sections. It is not very authoritative, but the 4 major lists of heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang are different. Not only those who can be on the list are the disciples of the 36 sects, including the evil disciples in Jiuzhou, as well as some beings between good and evil. All the strong ones are on this list. Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows. Then the gold content of this yellow list is indeed quite high. It is not limited to the 36 sects, but also includes all the forces in the entire Kyushu. Can I ask, are there any rules if you want to get on the yellow list? Yang Muqing continued to ask. The disciple chuckled, patted Yang Muqing's shoulder in a mature manner, and said with sincerity, Junior brother, don't think so much. Those who can squeeze into the yellow list are definitely not ordinary beings, and they are not something you and I can dream of. As for entering the yellow list, there are no requirements. As long as you can defeat a strong person on the yellow list, you can take the other person's position and enter the yellow list. Of course, there are certain restrictions on the yellow list. It is only limited to those below the realm of spiritual consciousness. Disciple, if you reach the realm of spiritual consciousness, you will never be able to enter the yellow list again. Yang Muqing nodded. I finally understand. That is to say, the rule of the yellow list is there is no bottom cover at the bottom, but there is a top cover at the top. As long as you are strong enough and can defeat the strong men on the yellow list, you can enter the yellow list. But if your strength exceeds the limit of the yellow list, you will automatically be removed from the list and will no longer be able to challenge the strong ones on the yellow list. And the next realm of spiritual thoughts corresponds to the Xian Bang. The Shinto realm corresponds to the list of places. The Divine Sea realm corresponds to the heavenly ranking. These are all rules. In other words, if I want to get the top 4 rankings, I must give the challenge a try before reaching the realm of spiritual consciousness. However, I only have Yuan Ying Grandmaster now, and I'm afraid there is still a long way to go compared to such powerful people on the yellow list. Yang Muqing frowned slightly. Boom! At this moment, Lu Yin pushed slightly and easily broke through the moves of the eyebrow-equipped stick warrior. The warrior felt a huge force coming in, and the shadows of sticks all over the sky disappeared like bubbles at this moment. And he also trembled, and was knocked off balance by this palm, and fell off the martial arts platform. The king's power has returned. Your stick technique is still not powerful enough. Although it has changed enough, it is not lethal enough. Of course, this is because your cultivation level is not enough. If you improve your cultivation level, or replace it with a more powerful one, a powerful weapon may be able to achieve that, Lu Yin said slowly. The disciple named Wang Quangui also showed an attitude of being taught, cupped his hands and said, Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. No need, Lu Yin said with a smile. We are all brothers in the same sect. I have been practicing outside for so long. When I return to the sect, I naturally have to share the worries of the elders and answer everyone's questions. Okay, there are also if anyone has any questions, feel free to come up. I have it. At this time, a completely different answer came out suddenly. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound with surprise on their faces, only to see Yang Muqing slowly pushing through the crowd and heading towards the martial arts platform. You? Lu Yin was a little surprised. It turns out that he is a junior brother of Wandao Sword Sect. If you have any problems in cultivation, please tell me. I don't have any problem. I just want to know the true strength of the powerful people on the yellow list. Yang Muqing expressed his thoughts. There was silence. Everyone looked at Yang Muqing like idiots. This junior brother. The true strength of the Huang list expert is naturally quite powerful. You are only the Yuanying Grandmaster now. When you reach the mansion, you will be able to know the opponent's true strength. I told Yang Muqing before that the rules of the 4 major lists, the warrior said quickly. Yeah. What's the point of knowing how strong the opponent is? It's like you know how heavy a mountain is, but you can't lift it. Wang Quangui also said. Lu Yin looked at Yang Muqing with a smile and asked, Junior brother, may I take the liberty to ask, why do you want to know my strength? Because I plan to hit the yellow list. Yang Muchung said seriously. Rush, to hit the yellow list. The disciples of the Qingquan immortal sect in the audience around him almost bit off their tongues. When Yang Muchung said earlier that he wanted to know how strong the Huang Bang experts were, everyone could still understand. Perhaps just out of curiosity. But when you say this now, it is equivalent to saying it by an ordinary person who has no inner strength at all. I want to know how far away the stars are from me because I want to pick them off as ridiculous. Junior brother. Being a strong person on the yellow list is not as simple as you think. Wang Quangui looked at Yang Muchung and said slowly. Let's see. Senior brother Liu Yin is too strong. If you compete with him, you will be easily injured. My cultivation base is the early stage of Zifu, so I can give you a comparison and reference. You? Yang Muchung shook his head and said something that shocked everyone. You are no match for me. Chapter 824 Fanaticism. You are no match for me. As soon as these words came out, no matter how good-tempered Wang Quangui was, his face turned cold at this moment. He had good intentions and was worried that the other person would be hurt. But he was looked down upon by the other person, which made him extremely angry. Not only King Quangui, but also other sect disciples present could not help but get angry. Junior brother, are you too arrogant? That's right. Senior brother Wang Quangui's cultivation has reached the early stage of Zifu. You are the only grandmaster of Yuanying. How can you be his opponent? There were many people in the audience, and they began to instigate a fight between the two sides. It's all talk and no practice. Since you said that senior brother Wang Quangui is no match for you, you two will know after you give it a try. Be careful. Don't be beaten to the ground by senior brother Wang Quangui. Boy, give it a try if you have the guts. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. After all, there are not many warriors like him who can fight beyond the level. It would be easy for an average Zifu powerhouse to crush the Yuanying Grandmaster. No one is like Yang Muchung. There are countless strong men from the Zifu and high-level demon kings in the Zifu realm who died in his hands. Liu Yin on the side also frowned slightly. He had many years of experience in the outside world and had seen guys who didn't talk empty words and talk big words. The expression on his face suddenly turned cold. If you can defeat Wang Quangui, I will agree to compete with you. Yang Muchung was delighted. Really? Liu Yin nodded and said. Of course. Present. The irrelevant people retreated from the martial arts platform, leaving only Yang Muchung and Wang Quangui. The disciples around him also looked over with interest. This boy from Wandao Sword Sect must be too courageous. He actually dares to challenge senior brother Liu Yin. Being brave doesn't mean anything. He must have enough strength to support his courage. Without enough strength, if he fights later and is knocked off the stage in despair, it will only add to the laughter. What's this kid's name? Someone asked curiously. Who knows? He might be a disciple who came with Master Mobe to see the world. Someone said disdainfully. Please. Wang Quangui stood on the ring, holding an eyebrow-level stick, and saluted Yang Muchung. Let's start. Yang Muchung waved his hand, showing a lack of interest. He had been watching the battle in the audience, and he already had a good understanding of Wang Quangui's strength. Naturally, the opponent might not be his opponent. Now, all his thoughts are on Liu Yin, the strong man on the yellow list. Seeing the other party's posture, Wang Quangui's eyes flashed with anger. He had long been dissatisfied with Yang Muchung, a boy who didn't know the heights of the world. He had already saluted, a respectful salute to the other party. But the other party did not respond or return the salute at all, which made him feel a little bit humiliated. Drink! With anger in his heart, Wang Quangui gave a low shout, and the eyebrow-leveling stick in his hand immediately came dancing. He wanted to give this boy a harsh lesson and let him know what it means to respect the strong. The long stick in his hand was tumbling wildly, without any hesitation or holding back. It immediately brought up a mighty wind, and like a snake's tail, it fell from the sky crazily. In fact, this gust of wind almost condensed into substance, bombarded, and crazily smashed to the ground. The flat martial platform was spotless when blown by the shocking wind, and you could even see that the ground was crushed by such strong winds and was blasted with terrible cracks. That kid, shouldn't he be scared to death? Feeling the terrifying nature of Wang Quangui's stick, everyone looked forward with a hint of ridicule. Inevitable. A strong man who was half a step into Zifu felt this shocking palm, with a trace of shocking fear in his eyes. If I were to face a stick, even if I could resist it with all my strength, I would probably lose my fighting power. Yes, Yes. Wang Chuangui's understanding is indeed high enough. I just said it once before. And he understood it. No matter how many changes there are. It is useless. Converging the 3 changes can strengthen the power of the 3-point stick. I guess that boy is afraid you can't resist it at all. Lu Yen couldn't help but nodded. At this time, everyone looked towards Yang Mucheng. However, when they saw this, they were all stunned. Because Yang Mucheng stood there without any evasion or even resistance. What's wrong with this kid? Are you scared out of your wits? This scene naturally made people look surprised. Certainly, the most surprising thing was Wang Quangui, who could clearly see Yang Mucheng's expression. That delicate face was clearly filled with disdain. This kind of contempt made Wang Quangui want to hit the opponent's head with a stick, hitting his head like a watermelon exploding. But when he was falling, he finally deflected by 3 points, and the stick hit Yang Mucheng heavily on the shoulder. Boom! There was a sound like a meteorite falling, like a mountain falling, and the earth cracking. At this moment, the entire martial arts platform suddenly trembled. With Yang Mucheng's body as the center, the surrounding ground suddenly cracked open on the spot. Countless amounts of soil splashed out like a fountain soaring into the sky. In fact, a circular airwave spread out at this moment, with Yang Mucheng's body as the center. Kick! 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 The warriors watching the battle around were unable to maintain their shape under the sweep of this crazy wave of air. Their bodies trembled, and they took a few steps back before stopping. Some people with lower cultivation levels were even knocked off their backs and blown away. These people didn't bother to get up and quickly looked forward. At this sight, he was completely stunned. How can it be? When everyone saw clearly the situation in the field in front, everyone was stunned. This? Wang Quangui looked forward in disbelief. His eyes were not only shocked, but also horrified. He could hardly believe his own eyes. But see, Yang Mucheng still stood there, not moving. On the contrary, the ground around his feet completely exploded because it could not withstand the ferocious power of this shocking stick. The eyebrow-level stick was placed on Yang Mucheng's shoulder, but he himself seemed to be unscathed. This kid! Lu Yan's eyes flashed with horror. And then he smiled. No wonder he dares to challenge me. It turns out he really has some confidence. I'm afraid it's impossible for ordinary people to take over the king's power abruptly. Gudu. Wang Quangui swallowed his saliva. No words could describe his mood at this moment. Even if he used all his strength to strike, he didn't hurt the opponent at all. When the stick hit him, his hands were numb from the shock. How could this kid have such a terrifying physique when he only has the nascent soul grandmaster? Now you know. The gap between you and me is too big. Yang Mucheng lightly patted the dust on his shoulders and looked at Lu Yen with a smile. Bring it on! Let me experience the strength of the strong men on the yellow list. Now, Yang Mucheng's eyes revealed an indescribable enthusiasm. Chapter 825. That's Uncle Master. The strength Yang Mucheng showed shocked everyone. After all, being able to receive all the royal power in one blow and inadvertently injure him. Many warriors in the Zifu realm can do this. For example, Lu Yen is one of them. But Lu Yen is a strong person on the yellow list, and his cultivation has reached the middle stage of Zifu. Although he is only in the late stage, being able to squeeze into the yellow list proves that his strength is definitely more terrifying than some peak or even perfect existences. But what about Yang Mucheng? He is just a nascent soul grandmaster, and it is very terrifying to be able to catch Wang Quangui's blow. The royal power belongs to you. I'll come and meet this junior brother of Wandao Sword Sect. Lu Yen became interested. If Yang Mucheng couldn't even catch the opponent's stick, so he was naturally not qualified to fight against the opponent. Jumping onto the ring, Lu Yen looked directly at Yang Mucheng. Junior brother, you really surprised me. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. If I didn't have the strength, I wouldn't be so brave as to challenge you. Your cultivation level is almost a level higher than mine. In that case, how about I use 50% of my strength to let you experience it? Lu Yen said. No. Yang Mucheng looked directly at the other party and said word by word. I need you to use 100% of your strength. Otherwise, I won't have a clear understanding of the powerful ones on the yellow list. Call. There was a gasping sound from the audience. 10%. Does he want to face senior brother Lu Yen head-on? I'm afraid he can't resist senior brother Lu Yan's move. Yes, even if he can catch Wang Quangui's move without being injured. It doesn't mean that he can fight against senior brother Lu Yen. At this time, Wang Quangui also walked down. Almost immediately, he was surrounded by a group of people. Senior brother Wang, did you hold back just now? Some people still couldn't believe the previous scene, thinking that Wang Quangue must have held back. Otherwise, the other party would not be able to receive his full blow. Wang Quangue shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "I didn't hold back at all with that blow just now. I wanted to teach this boy a lesson. But who knew that the other party actually blocked my blow? I hit it with the stick, but it didn't work. He didn't cause any damage to the other party, but he injured his own hands." Call. Hearing this sentence, everyone was shocked. Another troublesome person asked, "Senior Brother Wang, if you were asked to evaluate this junior fellow of Wandao Sword Sect, what would you say?" Wang Quangue squinted his eyes and said 4 words. "Unfathomable. Master Mabe, I didn't expect you to come so early." An alchemist named Wang Chu looked at Master Mabe respectfully. "My master has been waiting for you for a long time. Several other top-level alchemy masters have already arrived, but they are still confused about the research on this alchemy. If you come here, maybe you can see the clues. Where are the people? Where are they?" Mabe rode. "Where is the pill recipe? Quick, take me there. Master Mabe, right in front. No one is here yet, and only a few masters are discussing," Wang Chu said with a smile, looking at Hu Langtian, with a happy face on his face. "Master Hu, I didn't expect you to come too," Mabe said with a smile. "Those 2 old guys have already arrived. The 2 top-level Earth-level people have not come up with the results of their discussion. And neither can Hu Langtian. He is only an alchemist of the middle-level Earth-level. So just give him hundreds of years more time. If you go to study, you may not be able to catch up with our level. I brought him here this time just to show him the world. By the way, I brought my uncle here today. He is an absolute genius in the alchemy world. If he were there, he might be able to figure out the truth about that alchemy recipe." "Come here." Wang Chu was stunned and quickly looked around. He asked doubtfully, "Master Mabe, isn't my uncle a martial arts cultivator? He can also make elixirs?" Mabe smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Master is not only an absolute genius in martial arts, but also a genius in alchemy. Isn't that right, great uncle?" Mabe looked back. There is Yang Muqing's figure behind him. Wang Chu has sharp eyes. Hearing the excitement, he looked forward sharply, pointed at the martial arts platform and said, "Is that my great uncle? Lu Yin." "Stop, that's my uncle." As soon as he finished speaking, it was too late. Lu Yin has already taken action. The strength of the strong men on the yellow list is terrifying. When he released his momentum, a mighty hurricane swept out of his body in a mad manner, and a wave of air visible to the naked eye also erupted immediately, with Lu Yan's body as the center. The stone slabs around the martial platform were lifted up in pieces under this huge force, and were torn into pieces in an instant. Boom! The strong wind mixed with air waves and dust was like a wave sweeping the world, hitting Yang Muqing. "Oh my god!" Everyone gasped and trembled. Even this terrifying air wave is enough to smash a strong nascent soul to pieces. Can you block it? At this moment, everyone quickly looked at Yang Muqing. Yang Muqing stood there and let out his breath. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the terrifying waves of dust were completely blasted away. For a time, dust and wind were everywhere, and there was crazy turmoil. The power of this explosion even brought up a strong wind, shaking the surrounding warriors to stagger and almost unable to stand. "Junior brother, since you want to know the true strength of the Huangbang strongmen, then I will give everything I have to let you see it. I hope this punch will not let you down." Lu Yen did not want to hurt Yang Muqing. On the contrary, but respect him. A warrior walks the talk. Yang Muqing needed him to show 100% of his strength. If Lu Yen had something to hide or reserve, it would be contempt for Yang Muqing. And he believed that with Yang Muqing's body strong enough to withstand Wang Quangue's blow, his most powerful punch would not be able to kill him. Even if you are injured, there are a lot of alchemy masters in the Qingquan Immortal sect recently. With them here, even if you have a broken arm or leg, they can regenerate it for you. Just when the punch was fired, a sound floated from the distance. Lu Yen. "Stop, that's my uncle." "What?" Lu Yen was stunned. But at this moment, he had an arrow on the string and had no choice but to take action. Not to mention closing the fist. He couldn't even reduce his strength by 3 points. This great uncle is a man of wealth. And even if he hurts even a hair on his opponent's body, he may not be able to bear it. But what Lu Yen didn't expect was that in the face of this punch, the enthusiasm in Yang Muqing's eyes only increased instead of decreasing. Boom! With almost no hesitation, he took a step forward in an instant. In an instant, the aura of the current demon god surged crazily from Yang Muqing's body. Under this terrifying aura, Yang Muqing punched him from afar. Chapter 826, Overcoming Difficulties. Boom! Yang Muqing's punch was ordinary but powerful. In an instant, the hurricane that hit his face was easily torn into pieces by this jade-white fist. Like a bud that breaks out of the ground. It looks weak, but actually possesses unpredictably powerful power. The moment the inner strength blasted out by Lu Yin came into contact with this white jade fist, it was like the Milky Way in the nine heavens turning around, and the big waves rolled over and overturned. It actually moved backwards, with an even more terrifying posture and speed than before. Come back! What? Lu Yin was more frightened than shocked, facing this terrifying Qi Gang that was superimposed twice. He turned up his palms and blasted it into the void several times before shattering the Qi Gang. But, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the white jade fist struck like it was breaking through the sky, and appeared in front of him in an instant. Tyra Dragon Sky Tiger Fist. Feeling the terrifying power contained in this punch, Lu Yan's eyes flashed with horror, and without any hesitation, he immediately let out a low roar. This moment, his whole body surged with momentum, as if he had transformed into an ancient Tyrannosaurus, and he met Yang Muqing's fist with a sudden punch. Boom! 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 A dazzling golden light surged. The powerful force exploded directly, bringing up a piece of white mist that tore through the air, spreading in all directions like a huge billowing wave. Then, the fists between the two sides collided fiercely. The power hidden in it also exploded at this moment. Lu Yin only felt that a force that was not inferior to his own was crushing him like an overwhelming force. This force even far exceeded his own. His body trembled. He suddenly lost his balance, and took 3 steps back. Every step fell with a clang, leaving a deep palm print. Quiet. There was deathly silence all around. No one expected that the strong man in the middle stage of Zifu would try his best with Yang Muqing, but he would be suppressed by the other party. Traitor! If you don't kneel down yet! Who asked you and my uncle to fight? When everyone was shocked. Already, an elder-level figure rushed up to the martial arts platform and slapped Lu Yin on the back of the head. Uncle Master, Lu Yin didn't know your identity and attacked you. I hope you can forgive him. Yang Muqing waved his hand with a smile and said, Don't be nervous. I want to compete with him and see the strength of the strong men on the yellow list. Lu Yin, I ask you, what is your ranking on the yellow list? The disciple is incompetent. He is only ranked at the bottom of the yellow list. Lu Yin was also shocked. And then he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Yang Muqing did not pursue him. Uncle Master is indeed worthy of his reputation. You will definitely have a place on the yellow list in the future. Wang Chu, who was standing side by side with Imo Bei and Hu Langtian in the distance, was stunned. After a moment, he couldn't help but said, Are you sure that my uncle can make elixirs? Wang Chu would not deny that Yang Muqing was a peerless martial artist. After all, if he can withstand the full blow of the Huangbang strongman with the cultivation level of Yuanning Grandmaster, there will probably be no one better than him in the 9 provinces. But if you want to say that he can make alchemy, and even be able to solve the heaven-level alchemy formula, which makes many earth-level alchemy masters confused, he will never believe it. After Yang Muqing left, the surroundings of Wutai suddenly seemed like a pot was exploding. That's Uncle Master? He's many times younger than I thought. No wonder. There are rumors in the world that he is the reincarnation of a strong man from the immortal sect. With only his nascent soul cultivation, he can withstand the full strength of a strong man from the Huangbang. Hit! The disciple looked at Yang Muqing's leading figure and shook his head repeatedly. Murmured, Terrible! Another disciple screamed. How on earth does this practice? At the time of the spiritual sword ranking, he was only half-stepped into the golden elixir. How long ago? He was already a nascent soul grandmaster. But? Some people also wonder, did Lu Yin let himself go? Senior brother Lu Yin, when you faced off against my uncle earlier, did you let the last punch out? Release the water? Lu Yin had a wry smile on his face, shook his head and said, Uncle Master's punch made me feel an unprecedented danger of death. So I didn't hold back at all. His. After hearing Lu Yin's words, everyone took a breath of air. This great uncle is too terrifying. Then with master strength, can he reach the top of the yellow list in the future? One disciple couldn't help but ask. After all, Master Yuan is the only master who can take a punch from you. If he wouldn't it be even more terrifying to reach the realm of Zifu? Lu Yin looked at the back of Yang Mucheng slowly leaving and couldn't help but sigh. Disaster? The yellow list is really difficult. Except for rising stars like me. There are more old monsters on the yellow list. These old monsters can be thousands of years old. Most of them have no hope of advancement and have stayed in the Purple Mansion realm their entire lives. So I will continue to hone my fighting skills. It would be very difficult for my uncle to reach the top 50. He's actually at the bottom of the yellow list. Yang Mucheng's steps were a little slow. Although the power of the completed demon god sacrifice is greater than before, the consumption is also more terrifying than before. The punch delivered to his enemy Lu Yin almost drained away all the internal energy in his body, gushing out like a waterfall. Although he defeated the opponent, Yang Mucheng did not feel that he had defeated anything. With my strength, I can only fight Lu Yin, the weakest person on the yellow list, and I can only withstand one blow from him. If it were a real life and death battle, I would probably have lost my head. This yellow list is more powerful than I imagined. It is not like the spirit sword list. It still contains water, to some extent. Everyone on the list is stepping on the bones of countless people, and walking up step by step. It's really difficult to kill. And this is just a yellow list. But it is so difficult. So what about the other 3 major lists? If you want to be on the heavenly list, don't you have to fight against the strong ones in the Divine Sea realm? Or even against the half-step Nirvana? He smiled bitterly and shook his head. At first, after accepting the task of ranking the top of the 4 rankings, Yang Mucheng thought it was not too difficult. He also thought that just like the Spirit Sword ranking, a casual sprint would be enough to reach the top. But now, after fighting Lu Yin, he realized that this task was several times more difficult than he imagined. But isn't this the only way it's fun? Yang Mucheng raised his lips proudly. If you do it easily, you can occupy the top spot. But it won't be challenging at all. No matter what kind of existence is on the yellow list, I will step down one by one. Clenched fists. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with a glimmer of determination. Chapter 827 The Land of the Phoenix. In the next few days, Yang Mucheng continued to practice. Now that I have realized the gap between myself and the strong people on the yellow list, I naturally have to work hard to catch up. Although this is the Qingquan immortal sect, anywhere he wants to go is like a deserted place. Even if he was stopped by someone who was not allowed to enter a place, someone would immediately stop him and whisper, "This is my uncle." That person would always be respectful immediately, and would obediently let Yang Mucheng in no matter what forbidden area it was. Yang Mucheng and Lu Yin fought. In just half a day after the war, the news spread throughout the Qingquan immortal sect. Many people couldn't believe that this young master uncle could withstand the full blow of Wang Bang's strongman. But luckily, there was a DB crystal that recorded everything during the battle that day. Anyone who has seen the battle between the two sides can't help but describe Yang Mucheng as terrible. The punch from the enemy Lu Yin. Yang Mucheng's moves can be regarded as natural. He seems to be unconcerned. But he has a perfect attitude of gathering the best of hundreds of schools and bringing together the world's martial arts. This boy's martial arts training can be said to be unique among 10,000. Everyone said so. When this matter fell into the ears of Master Qi Mei, the top alchemy master of the Qingquan immortal sect. At this time, Wang Chu was also recounting what Mo Bei said during the day. Master Mo Bei said, Uncle Shura is not only an absolute genius in martial arts, but also a genius in alchemy. He is an alchemy genius that he has never seen before in his life. Humph. It's just a joke. Even if you are praising your great uncle, it's not a way to flatter him. Master Red Eyebrow snorted coldly, his mustache trembling angrily. If refining alchemy were so easy, then the profession of alchemist would have become a bad thing long ago. Yes. Ming Yang nodded and said, I think so too. Ming Yang. He is a disciple of Master Red Eyebrow. He was once a warrior with a good level of cultivation, and his strength reached half the level of Zifu. Master Red Eyebrow discovered that he had a higher talent in alchemy. Therefore, he was led into the path of alchemy. At first, Ming Yang didn't want to give up practicing. Prepare for dual cultivation of Dan and Wu. But it turns out that this path simply doesn't work. Whether it is cultivation or alchemy, it takes a lot of time. In the end, I had to give up practicing and devote myself to alchemy. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the art industry. No one has great talent in these two professions. Even if he does, he definitely doesn't have that much energy to invest in it. Ming Yang said lightly. Forget it. Let's not mention this great uncle. Master Red Eyebrow waved his hand with a look of dull interest. We can't get involved in these matters. What I'm most concerned about is this recipe. So far, 3 top-level alchemy masters have arrived. How many people are still here? Replying to Master, the 36 sects, Mingyu Yezhan Tower, Qianmo Zhanlong Valley, a total of 6 sects have not arrived yet. As for the other hidden families and forces, there are still about 7 or 8 people from Zone Ling. The disciples have already urged them, and everyone will be here in 7 days at the latest. Master Red Eyebrow looked at the elixir in his hand and couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. This time, I have gathered all the outstanding alchemy masters in the world here, and I will definitely be able to solve the problem in this alchemy recipe. Of course, Yang Macheng didn't know. He has been completely labeled as a martial arts genius. But as for alchemy, he has nothing to do with him. Almost everyone ignored that this young uncle came with Master Mabe to study the elixir recipe, not to exchange martial arts. Even he forgot. All he can think about now is improving his strength. But here comes the problem. Everyone in the Qianquan Immortal sect already knew about the existence of this great uncle. Those with low cultivation cannot defeat him. Those with high cultivation level did not dare to fight him, for fear that the attack would be neither gentle nor severe and would hurt him. As for improving his cultivation level to half a step of Zifu, or even to the level of Zifu, it is obviously impossible to do it in this short time. After all, only after destroying the entire heavenly demon Shura temple and absorbing the energy and blood of so many powerful people from the Z mansion did he reach the level of nascent soul grandmaster. If you want to get closer to the next level, you won't be able to do it in a short time. Uncle Master is going to break into the Tontian Tower. Fart. My uncle broke through the Tower of Babel half a day ago. And now he is breaking into the fantasy world of monsters. You are all wrong. Uncle Master has long since come out of the fantasy world of monsters, and is now making his way to Sword Mountain. Recently, in the Qianquan Immortal sect, Yang Macheng had almost penetrated all the secret realms he could enter. Certainly, can't blame him. He really has no interest in staying with those old men in Mobe. Those alchemists, once discussing the alchemy recipe, no one even forgot their own names. Unable to find an opponent, he could only venture into these illusions. Some elders are helpless. Who makes Yang Macheng Sr.? In front of him, you are just a disciple and a grandson. Disrespecting Yang Macheng is tantamount to disrespecting the ancestors. On this day, Yang Macheng was preparing to find a place to practice as usual. I still have a long way to go on my cultivation path. Grandmaster Nascent Soul. It's not enough. I don't know where there is a suitable place for cultivation near the Qianquan Immortal sect. Yang Macheng thought as he walked. After walking for a while, he saw a group of Immortal sect disciples discussing in low voices. These people are not very strong. 2 at the early stage of Zifu, and 2 at the half-step Zifu. There seemed to be some embarrassment. And occasionally, there were some heated arguments. Yang Mu doesn't care about the cost. But one of the other words made him stop. What are you discussing? Yang Macheng walked over and asked with a smile. Uncle Master, we are discussing the matter of Fengqi land. The person who answered was a tall girl with pretty cheeks and straight and slender legs. She was wearing a white outfit and black leather armor. Under the leather armor was a tall and enticing chest. The girl saw that Yang Macheng seemed to be more interested in Fengqi land. So she said, we recently wanted to go to Banyao Mountain in the Phoenix land to collect a kind of spiritual grass. But there was a celestial peacock king stationed at that location. We went there 3 or 4 times in a row, but we couldn't defeat the celestial peacock king. The senior brothers of the sect are also busy practicing recently, so they don't have time to help us. As soon as the girl finished speaking, another honest and strong man hurriedly shouted, yes, great uncle. That day, the peacock king was not weak. In the middle period of the purple mansion, he also got 3 drops of phoenix blood. He is half a descendant of the phoenix, and there is no senior brother. Without your help, we can't take it down and pick the spiritual grass. The peacock king? 3 drops of phoenix blood? Yang Mucheng's eyes lit up. I'll go with you. Chapter 828. The Alchemy Conference begins. The Land of Phoenix. Demon kings are everywhere in this place, and there are many dangers. The most terrifying thing is that these demon kings are all birds. They stopped and hovered high, seeing their prey as fast as an eagle hunting. And the Tianming Peacock King is in the center of Fengqi land. Master, Uncle, can you do it? The 4 members of the team looked at Yang Macheng, who was leading the way. The girl's name is Gu Qian, a honest young man named Sishinka. These two people are sword cultivators. The former uses a thin sword, and the latter uses a heavy sword. Sun Hanrui in the team is a sword cultivator, and Yi Guqiang is a spear cultivator. These four people were looking at Yang Mucheng with suspicious faces. The strength of the Tianming Peacock King is not weak to begin with the 3 drops of phoenix blood tempering the body. Its strength far exceeds that of the Demon King of the same level. Many disciples do not dare to provoke it. Groan! With a roar, a lightning-like phantom suddenly descended from the sky and headed directly towards Yang Mucheng and others. The strength of the team is not bad. When they sense a crisis, they jump away quickly. The black shadow did not catch anyone, but suddenly tumbled close to the ground and hovered in midair. It's the Red Blood Thunder Eagle. No wonder it's so fast! Guqian frowned as she looked at the Demon King that suddenly attacked them. Gather up a formation and prepare to lure it down. Leave it to me! Yang Mucheng looked back at everyone and said with a smile. You just lead the way. I will personally take action against the Demon King along the way. Groan? The red-blooded Thunder Eagle can naturally understand people's words. Let out an angry roar, and swooped down. Uncle Master, be careful. This Demon King is half-step Sifu. Guqian hurriedly reminded her. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng suddenly drew his sword, and a green sword energy suddenly slashed down from the sky. The edge of the sword is like a flower, and it seems like green lotuses are blooming in the void. And the majestic inner energy also exploded at this moment. Clang! A sword was slashed out. The sword light was sharp and struck like lightning, and this sword seemed to have anticipated the direction of the red-blooded Thunder Eagle, slashing it in the air. Poof! As soon as they met, the terrifying sword light struck the body of the red-blooded Thunder Eagle heavily, directly splitting it into 2 halves. The huge red-blooded Thunder Eagle crashed to the ground with a muffled sound. Let's go! The Demon King, who was half a step into the Purple Mansion, didn't even have the qualifications to block his way. If you want to hinder him, you have to be at least in the middle stage of Sifu. Taking the energy and blood of this red-blooded Thunder Eagle into his body, Yang Mucheng raised his brows slightly. Perhaps this energy and blood is very huge for others, but for him, it is just a drop in the ocean. If he wants to use it to reach the Sifu, he is still far away. However, this Land of Phoenix habitat is a good place for training. Uncle Master, can you kill this red-blooded Thunder Eagle with one move? Guqian walked over, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Flying-type monsters are the most difficult to deal with. They are extremely fast, and ordinary people can rarely catch their location. Moreover, they are also the most vindictive. If they can't succeed in one blow, they will harass them endlessly. How many monsters are there on this road? Yang Mucheng asked. A lot, Guqian answered truthfully. We have been here 4 times in total. The territories of these Demon Kings all overlap, so it is possible to encounter several Demon Kings in one area. Very good, Yang Mucheng nodded. After a while, Uncle Master, be careful. That's the Stone Eagle King. At the early stage of Sifu's cultivation, this Stone Eagle King is faster than the red-blooded Thunder Eagle, and its whole body is extremely hard. In addition to its claws, its wings are also extremely sharp. The edges of the wings are like swords, comparable to Xianding. Xi Xingping shouted. Yang Mucheng squinted his eyes and looked at the Demon King hanging upside down on an ancient tree like a bat, his eyes burning like a torch. Squeak! The Stone Eagle King let out a scream, and his body turned into a blast of wind, shooting towards him. Snort! Yang Mucheng stepped forward without any fear and faced the Stone Eagle King. This battle was still easy. For ordinary people, the defense of the Stone Eagle King is indeed very terrifying, and it is difficult for ordinary weapons to harm the opponent. But Yang Mucheng has the green lotus sword in his hand, which can easily separate gold and jade. Even without this sword, he can still look like the Eagle King in stone. The blade of the sword struck the body of the Stone Eagle King, like a knife cutting tofu, easily splitting it into 2 pieces. Uncle Master, your sword is so terrifying. Is it probably the best in the world? Guqian's eyes fell on the Qinglian sword, and she was completely shocked. I don't know. It may be the best of the heavenly level. However, this sword was borrowed by a friend and will be returned in the future. Yang Mucheng casually picked up a sword flower and put the long sword into its scabbard. Let's take another route. There are too few Demon Kings on this road. The best in heaven? There was a hint of shock in the eyes of several people, but they didn't really believe it. Certainly, Yang Mucheng didn't even bother to lie. How could Tai's sword be so bad? This sword is at least the best in the heavenly realm. However, there should be a seal attached to the sword, so I can only use it as a top-grade earth-level weapon. Let's wait until we find a handy weapon. Although the sword of Qinglian is good, but Yang Mucheng had no intention of taking it for himself. This sword doesn't suit him. It's not very easy to use, but at least it's better than those low-grade weapons of the earth level, or even weapons that don't even have the earth level. The night is dark. In the place where the phoenix roosts, you can clearly see the shining moonlight. This place is not like an ordinary forest. All the trees are almost connected together. Every tree is extremely tall, and there is only one such tree within a radius of 500 meters. This is naturally convenient for the Demon King's attack. As Yang Mucheng wished, there were almost no Demon Kings along the way. It was originally possible to reach Bainiao Mountain in one day, but due to Yang Mucheng's deliberate search for the Demon King, it took 3 days to reach the destination.
Is that Shura Mountain?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked forward. I saw, 10 miles ahead, there is a strange mountain peak. This mountain peak is like a big bird spreading its wings, as if it will take off at any time. Before getting close, you can clearly feel a huge aura slowly emanating from the top of Bainiao Mountain, making the surrounding air somewhat solidified.
Uncle Master, that tallest tree is the habitat of the Peacock King of Heaven and Ming.
Guqian reminded in a low voice.
Is it?
Yang Mucheng looked over immediately, unable to conceal his excitement.
Take a rest for the night, and kill this celestial Peacock King tomorrow.
Just when a few people came to the foot of Bainiao Mountain, the Qinglian Immortal Sect's Alchemy Conference has begun. 3 top-level alchemists, 120 top-level alchemists gathered together. As the host and the master of the mysterious elixir recipe, Master Qimei formed a seal with both palms. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted from the mysterious elixir, and everything recorded on the elixir appeared in front of everyone like a waterfall in the sky. Chapter 829 Uncle Master is missing.
Is this Danfeng? Heaven-level elixir recipe.
The names of many rare spiritual treasures appeared one by one, attracting everyone's attention. Danfeng is not a recipe. Once you get it, you can refine it at will. After getting any elixir recipe, you must first understand what elixir is to be refined and what effect the elixir has. Just like a drug is developed casually, it is impossible for people to take it casually.
Today I invite you all to come to the Qinglian Immortal Sect because I want to invite everyone here to explore the effects of this elixir.
Master Red Eyebrow's voice sounded slowly.
Currently, our 3 top-level alchemists have completely different opinions. I think this is a waste alchemy recipe.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, all the alchemists present were shocked. They came all the way here. If this was a waste elixir prescription, wouldn't it be a waste of time?
What is a waste pill recipe?
A young apprentice, who had just started and was brought to see the world by his master, asked in a low voice.
Every time an alchemist researches an elixir, it takes a long time. The types of materials used and the dosage of each material will be clearly recorded. These records will allow the alchemist to avoid making the same mistake again when refining elixirs in the future. Error. Therefore, this purely recorded elixir cannot be refined into any elixir, so it is called a useless elixir.
As soon as he finished speaking, an old monk with a bald head stood up on the high platform. As he stood up, the originally noisy venue suddenly became quiet.
Nonsense! How could this be the waste pill recipe? The 10,000 heart celestial silkworm, red training centipede, beauty finger, these are all deadly poisons. In my opinion, this is clearly the poisonous elixir is a heaven-level poison.
This old monk is Master Honglian among the 3 top-level alchemists. As soon as he opened his mouth, many people immediately responded.
Yes, these poisonous mists are all highly poisonous. Any one of them can contaminate the golden elixir and eat away at the nascent soul. If so many poisons are refined together, it would probably be very terrifying. There is even the long-lost beauty finger. It is said that this is a fruit that is named because its shape resembles a beauty's finger. Its toxicity is not low.
Everyone looked at the contents of the prescription and suddenly became afraid. After all, there are still a small number of alchemists who refine poison. No one would try this evil elixir.
Humph.
Ridiculous. At this time, Mabe couldn't bear it anymore.
Haven't you ever heard of what it means to fight poison with poison? The toxicity of beauty's finger can be neutralized with Wanxin celestial silkworm. The toxicity of red centipede can be neutralized with heartbreaker Wuya grass. This is clear. It is a kind of elixir that helps in cultivation. And these spiritual treasures are exactly where the potential can be stimulated. Don't some of the elixirs used to help with promotions more or less use this kind of spiritual treasure?
Mobei's calm voice immediately attracted a large number of supporters. But this statement immediately made Master Red Eyebrow unhappy again. He slapped the table, stood up abruptly and said,
even if the elixir is used for promotion, even if it uses some poison, how can there be so many? This must be a useless elixir.
For a while, 3 top-level alchemy masters hold 3 different opinions. With these 3 opinions as the main ones, those high-ranking alchemists also had heated discussions. In short, no one can convince anyone, and no one can provide evidence that is enough to convince everyone. The entire Danfang conference suddenly turned into a vegetable market.
Humph. I can't convince you. But someone will definitely have a different opinion.
Seeing that everyone did not agree with his point of view, Mobei suddenly slammed his hands on the table and said coldly, His words immediately stunned everyone present.
Who is Master Mobei talking about?
Someone asked in a low voice.
Yes. Listening to Master Mobei's tone, it seems that being's understanding of alchemy is not as profound as that of others.
Someone looked surprised.
But, in the entire Jojo, all the alchemists of the righteous path are here. Is there anyone who is more powerful than these 3 top-level alchemists?
Suddenly, everyone's curiosity was aroused. 3 top-level alchemists at the earth level could not solve the problem. Hundreds of high-level alchemists could not come up with the result after discussing it. Could it be? Is this being more powerful than all the people here combined in terms of understanding the path of alchemy?
You can't be talking about my great-uncle. Right.
Master Red Eyebrow raised his eyebrows. He had heard Mobei's bragging a few days ago, and now that he mentioned it, he naturally thought of Yang Mucheng.
Master Uncle? Isn't Master Uncle a martial artist? Yes. My uncle is so young and has such a high level of cultivation. I have to say that his qualifications in martial arts are terrifying. But he may not be as proficient in alchemy as we are.
Master Honglian snorted coldly, with a hidden sense of absurdity in his eyes.
To be disrespectful to my uncle. When it comes to martial arts, we are nothing in front of him. But when it comes to alchemy, he is just an ant under our eyes.
One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Suddenly, everyone discussed it. Of course they all know who Yang Mucheng is. Everyone has heard of Yang Mucheng's deeds. He was able to cultivate to the level of nascent soul master at the age of 17 or 18. This is definitely a rare genius in Kyushu. In terms of talent cultivation, no matter how talented you are, you still have to bow your head in front of him. But when it comes to alchemy, then they are the absolute authority. Now, you said, let's listen to Yang Mucheng. Don't say anything else. Is he an alchemist? What kind of elixir did he refine? How many prescriptions has he developed? What level of alchemist is he? Any one of the alchemists here who stands up will have more achievements in alchemy than Yang Mucheng.
Hey, don't believe it.
Mobei laughed.
Not only does my uncle have absolute talent in martial arts, he is also capable of surpassing all of us in the way of elixirs. My uncle just started refining elixirs a month ago, and now he can independently refine elixirs of the earth level.
Call. As soon as Mobei said these words, everyone around him took a breath of air. It's not that I'm surprised, but I think it's too exaggerated. This is as ridiculous as telling people that this child was born just 3 days ago. Not only can he run and jump, but he can also fly into the sky and escape from the earth. If you say this, someone has to believe it.
Mobei, you are becoming more and more good at talking nonsense. Even children may not believe this kind of thing. Do you think I will believe it?
Master Red Eyebrow snorted coldly and narrowed his eyes. Master Honglian also looked at Mobei and said,
You have also stepped up from the lowest alchemy master step by step. Do you think this is possible?
Mobei shook his head and grinned. If someone had originally told him that a person could create something from scratch in just 1 month, and even independently refine earth-level elixirs, he would never believe it. But now with such a fact before him, how could he not believe it?
Hu Langtian, go and invite our uncle,
Mobei said with a smile. Hu Langtian searched around the Qianquan immortal sect and said with a mournful face,
Master Uncle is missing.
Chapter 830 Battle. While the alchemists of the Qianquan immortal sect were searching for their uncle all over the world, Yang Mucheng had already had a beautiful sleep at the foot of Bainya Mountain. And when the first ray of sunlight shone down, the target it fell on the Peacock King of Heaven and Hell.
Phoenix Blood, I'm here.
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Demon King. In addition to foraging, it is sleeping. They absorb the aura of heaven and earth all the time and transform it into their own power. Therefore,
When Yang Mucheng stepped into Bainya Mountain, the Peacock King in heaven was still sleeping. A huge force originating from its body spreads around as regularly as breathing, making the air as thick as sea water at this moment. Master Uncle! Ge Qian and others looked at Yang Mucheng, who stepped forward alone with worried faces. Don't worry. I'll kill the Demon King first. Then, you can pick the spiritual grass. Yang Mucheng waved his hand. Eyes narrowed slightly. What a great Demon King. I saw this Peacock King sleeping quietly, with hundreds of bright feathers hanging from the treetops behind him. The green tail feathers appeared very mysteriously, and they slowly emitted a faint light, flickering like stars. The whole head of Tianming Peacock King is dark blue, and the feathers all over the body are not variegated at all, not as gorgeous as ordinary peacocks. Its whole body is curled up on the top of a huge tree. From a distance, it looks like a small green mountain. Can Uncle Master be the opponent of the Peacock King? Xi Jinping tightened his grip on the heavy sword, his heart full of worry. If anything happens to our uncle, we will all be responsible for our death. Believe me, Uncle! Ge Qian clenched her fists and looked at him intently with her beautiful eyes. No! The heavenly Peacock King is awake! At this time, Ye Guqiang shouted in a low voice. At this moment, everyone held their breath, and a pair of eyes looked forward without blinking. And this time, Yang Mucheng also raised his brows. Apparently, he also discovered the extremely frequent breathing of the Tianming Peacock King. At this moment, his momentum suddenly changed, and a dull and depressing momentum swept across like a tide. Come! This is no ordinary high-class demon. Its strength is definitely stronger than the monster from the middle stage of the Purple Mansion that I faced before. Narrow your eyes. So far, the only monster in the middle stage of the Zifu that Yang Mucheng has faced is the Willow Tree monster in the ancient tomb. Although the Willow Tree demon is powerful, compared with the Celestial Peacock King, it is like a harmless sheep. Even, Yang Mucheng also discovered that the sycamore tree where the Celestial Peacock King lived was actually a tree demon cultivated in the Purple Mansion. This Celestial Peacock King actually suppressed this tree demon as its nest. It seems that this battle is more difficult than I thought before. But it's okay. During this period of time, I have been training crazily in the Qingquan Immortal sect, and I should be able to fight against them. Boom! Just when Yang Mucheng stepped 100 steps away from the Tianming Peacock King, a dazzling cyan light burst out from the sleeping Tianming Peacock King. At the same time, the Tianming Peacock King also fully woke up, and even he looked towards Yang Mucheng as if he was feeling something. This position of 100 steps is the safe distance of Tianming Moria King. It is also its inviolable territory. If you move forward, it will be an invasion of its territory. This is the ultimate provocation for any demon king. However, Yang Mucheng didn't seem to feel the angry eyes of Tianming Peacock King, and still walked forward step by step. Almost at the same time, the Tianming Peacock King let out a roar, spread its wings and flew directly from the sycamore tree. What a beautiful Moria! Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh. This huge Celestial Peacock King spreads its wings to a full height of 360 meters, which is enough to cover the sky and the sun. Each feather is as crystal clear as jade, as if it were made in heaven. The 3,000 long tail feathers stood up one by one, making it appear even more powerful than when it was sleeping. Hand over your phoenix blood, and I can spare you a way to live. Yang Mucheng walked forward. Groan! The Tianming Peacock King is the demon king in the middle period of the Purple Mansion. Although it cannot speak human words, its intelligence is no less than that of humans. How come it can't understand Yang Mucheng's words? 3 drops of phoenix blood are the foundation for its foundation. It is also the key to making it evolve from an ordinary Qiming peacock to the Tianming Peacock King. Hearing that Yang Mucheng asked him to hand over the phoenix blood, the huge Tianming Peacock King immediately became furious. With almost no hesitation, it flapped its wings and attacked Yang Mucheng. No! My uncle has angered this demon king. Ye Guqiang looked horrified and cried out. Every time they came here, this demon king just drove them away. But now, he took the initiative to attack Yang Mucheng. How could this not shock and worry them? Boom! The Tianming Peacock King flew over, exuding a billowing demonic aura like blue smoke, and swiftly headed towards Yang Mucheng to kill. And at this moment, Yang Mucheng also smiled lightly, and released his inner energy. Just hearing the sound of tongue, a golden energy burst out from Yang Mucheng's body. The billowing golden energy surged to a height of 100 meters, even as much as the opponent's evil energy. Then the two sides fought fiercely together. The angry Tianming Peacock King had no intention of holding back, and just used its huge body to crush him crazily. The green smoke shrouding its body slowly twisted and rolled under the pull of an inexplicable force, turning into a long blue sword and blasting towards Yang Mucheng. These green swords seem to be made of smoke, as if they will be completely dispersed by the wind. But the power contained in them cannot be underestimated. Each green sword was made like jade, whizzing towards Yang Mucheng's eyebrows. Boom! 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 The green sword that did not hit Yang Mucheng hit the ground, creating huge deep pits. Trees were easily chopped into pieces. There were bursts of devastating explosions, as well as sawdust and gravel all over the sky, as well as the turbulent inner energy and demonic energy, causing the whole world to suddenly become chaotic. Okay, I will compare my inner strength with you. Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. The next moment, his energy surged crazily, and the golden aura surrounding his body was like the Peacock King of Heaven in Ming, condensing into a golden lightsaber in an instant. These golden swords appear smaller than the green swords, but they are more condensed. Almost in an instant, it had condensed into tens of thousands of handles, and the next moment, they swept away like a violent storm. Chapter 831. The sky is falling apart. Boom! 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 The attacks from both sides collided violently in an instant, bursting out with endless force. The seemingly ethereal golden sword was actually like a piercing arrow, rapidly hitting the jade-like green sword. Just listen to a click sound. In an instant, the green sword was hit and full of cracks. As the golden sword moved forward little by little, the green sword was shattered into pieces, turning into a wisp of green smoke and disappearing into the void. This scene, it's a long story, but in fact it only happened in the blink of an eye. Guqian, Yi Guqiang, and Si Pingyi could only see the cyan sword rain colliding with the golden sword rain. And in an instant, the golden sword rain completely swallowed up the cyan sword rain. In midair, at this moment, a billowing and sweeping green smoke rose, and the golden sword luck set, with its remaining momentum unabated, flew towards the Tianming Peacock King. Is this going to completely kill the Tianming Peacock King with one blow? This moment, everyone was shocked and speechless. They never expected that Yang Mucheng would completely suppress the Demon King with one move. Maybe their young master uncle could really kill the Celestial Peacock King in an instant. However, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes slightly. He understood that the Demon King in the middle stage of Zifu was definitely not an easy character to deal with. Really. Just when the golden sword covering the sky was about to hit the body of Tianming Peacock King, the Demon King suddenly spread its wings and dodged Yang Mucheng's attack in an instant. At the moment when it rushed into the sky, it suddenly let out an extremely ear-piercing scream. This screaming sound spread in all directions and shocked the whole sky. Under the scream, a ripple visible to the naked eye actually spread from it. When he heard the scream, even Yang Mucheng's body shook violently, and his inner energy stopped running at this moment. And the golden lightsaber spread by ripples exploded like a glass cup under the high-frequency sound. Bang, 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 turning into a piece of golden powder. And quietly it disappeared in an instant like a dream. The hearts of everyone watching the battle from a distance were about to beat out of their chests. With just a scream, I was able to completely crush my uncle's attack. This is too scary. Uncle Master, I guess he's going crazy now. Right. Everyone quickly looked forward. However, looking at it, he couldn't help but be stunned, because Yang Mucheng was not as furious as everyone imagined, but instead behaved as he should. I already knew you had a backup plan. If you are really so easily killed by my move, I will actually doubt whether you have obtained the Phoenix blood. I will determine the Phoenix blood in your body. Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng's body rose up, and his whole body turned into a sharp arrow, quickly heading forward, towards the Tianming Peacock King. And at this moment, the Tianming Peacock King also restrained her screams, and the feathers on her body, that were like an emerald coat, actually had a bright red flame. Obviously, it also used the power of Phoenix blood to attack Yang Mucheng. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two sides fought fiercely. The four Guqians who were watching the battle from a distance were forced to retreat again and again under the power that erupted between the two sides. The entire Bainyao mountain was riddled with holes by the terrifying power. Even the sycamore tree where the Demon King Tianming Peacock lived was completely torn apart by the battle between the two sides. Even the core of Nascent Soul was not saved, and it was already blown into pieces. After using the Phoenix blood, The blue smoke-like demonic energy of the Tianming Peacock King had transformed into a green flame, striking hard at Yang Mucheng, who had a golden inner energy. Not good! Seeing this scene, Guqian's heart almost jumped out of her throat. That is the Demon King in the middle stage of Zifu. Its physique is originally stronger than that of a warrior. What's more, he also used 3 drops of phoenix blood to temper his body. But what is shocking is that in the collision between these two powerful forces, Yang Mucheng did not show any sign of decline. Instead, he knocked the Tianming Peacock King away, and the green feathers fell like green rain. And down. Groan! Apparently, the Tianming Peacock King also did not expect that the opponent's physique could actually surpass his own. In anger and shock, the feathers all over Tianming Peacock King stood up at this moment, and the ethereal and dim green smoke actually condensed at this moment. It rushed towards Yang Mucheng again. Even its terrifying posture was like a blue meteor. Are you starting to fight hard? If it's a physical competition, I won't be afraid of you. There was a trace of ridicule in Yang Mucheng's eyes. If this celestial Peacock King fought with him in a serious manner, he might still be in trouble. But if it comes to a physical competition, his advantage is even greater than that of the Demon King. How can a body tempered by 6 drops of dragon blood and 1 drop of phoenix blood be comparable to that of a little Demon King in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, facing the Tianming Peacock King who was charging madly? Yang Mucheng also let out a low shout at this moment. The next moment, the dim golden energy on his body burst out at the same time, reaching its peak at this moment. Even when Yang Mucheng flew through the void, a long golden tail feather was dragged out from behind him like the Peacock King in the sky. In an instant, the two terrifying monstrous forces made the 4 of Guqian, who had already retreated to the extreme, retreat even more unconsciously. Under the 4 horrified eyes, they collided hard and hard. Boom! 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 The shocking internal energy exploded, and the explosive air wave swept away from the collision point towards the heaven and earth in an instant. This wave of air rolled thousands of meters and poured down like a waterfall, completely tearing apart everything in sight. In the land of Fengxi, the Demon Kings hiding among the trees felt the shocking power. They all fluttered their wings and fled in fright, and fled towards the outside world one after another. Look from afar. The sky composed of Demon Kings almost made people scalp numb. At the same time, the explosion produced when the cyan flame and the golden Qigong collided, emitting an extremely dazzling light. This light was like a scorching sun, shining so brightly that one could hardly open their eyes. Boom! At this moment, Yang Mucheng flew out upside down. The Tianming Peacock King that was hit also let out a scream and flew out at the same time. However, when it looked at Yang Mucheng again, its previous anger was gone, replaced by fear and trembling. And it even turned around and ran away. Oh my god! Guqian and Yi Guqiang collectively lost their voices. They simply couldn't believe it. Their master uncle actually suppressed the celestial Peacock King, and even beat him to the point of being scared and making him run away. Chapter 832 Love. Boom! The slowly surging green smoke on the Tianming Peacock King became more condensed at this moment, like green flames rushing hundreds of meters into the sky. And at this moment, it also stimulated the phoenix blood to the extreme, and the rich blood color on the body became more and more surging. Apparently, at this moment, the Tianming Peacock King has gathered all his power. However, it was used for fighting before, but now, it is just used for escape. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, Yang Mucheng turned over. Almost in an instant, he caught up with the escaping Peacock King of Tianming. At this moment, the battle between the two sides became more and more fierce. Everywhere you look, there are traces of battle nearly 100 meters long. Baitiao Mountain was blown to the ground on the spot. As for the surrounding mountain peaks, rocks were either flying around or being blasted out of huge craters. It was even more common for them to be smashed in half. As for Yang Mucheng, he rolled suddenly and quickly stepped on the body of Tianming Peacock King. A sudden kick, like a thunderous stampede down. The shocking and terrifying force made the celestial Peacock King suddenly feel as if it was struck by lightning. Its body trembled violently, and it spun towards the ground like a broken wing. Smash it! Crack! All the bones in the falling Tianming Peacock King erupted with a terrifying loud noise at this moment, and the huge body suddenly hit the ground hard. At this moment, its feathers, which were as exquisite as jade, also became dim at this moment. At this moment, it doesn't look like the majestic horse it once was. It's completely like a phoenix that sheds its feathers.
Not as good as a chicken. Yin. The Tianming Peacock King looked at Yang Mucheng tremblingly, with a look of pleading in his eyes. It understands. This little human boy is something it can't deal with no matter what. Amidst the burst of low moans, the jade-like luster on its feathers also converged at this moment, turning into ordinary feathers. The big mouth opened, and 3 drops of flaming blood were slowly spat out. At the same time, it also lowered its head.
What a smart demon king!
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. If other demon kings encountered this situation, they would rather die than surrender, and would never hand over the phoenix blood. But Tianming Peacock King chose to cut off the tail of the gecko, and was willing to hand over the phoenix blood. He only hoped that Yang Mucheng could spare its life.
That's it! I will spare your life!
Yang Mucheng put away the Qinglian sword that he was about to cut down. The Tianming Peacock King slowly got up, bowed respectfully to Yang Mucheng 3 times, then fluttered his wings and flew away. This shocking scene. The 4 disciples watching the battle were completely shocked. The Tianming Peacock King, who is extremely powerful, has reached the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, possesses 3 drops of phoenix blood, and is as if he were tempered with jade. He is actually willing to hand over the phoenix blood to save his life, even after Yang Mucheng let it go. He thanked him. This scene made the 4 of them stare wide-eyed, and almost couldn't believe it.
Master Uncle! You defeated the Celestial Peacock King? This is the Peacock King we have not fought against for several times in a row. Phoenix blood? Is this phoenix blood?
Guqian, Si Pingyi, and Yi Guqiang ran over quickly. Previously, Yang Mucheng said that he could deal with the Tianming Peacock King for them, but they only thought that Yang Mucheng was talking nonsense. But now, when they saw this scene with their own eyes, they realized that Yang Mucheng was indeed qualified to say such a thing.
Yes!
Yang Mucheng nodded. His eyes fell on the 3 drops of phoenix blood suspended in midair. These 3 drops were obviously just blood, but they were burning like flames. It gives people an extremely incredible feeling, and the power contained in it is even more powerful. Apparently, previously, in order to save his life, the Tianming Peacock King not only handed over his phoenix blood, but also his own life energy and blood. If not, Yang Mucheng would not let it go.
You go ahead and pick the spiritual grass. After you pick it, protect me. I will smelt these 3 drops of phoenix blood. Yes, great uncle.
Everyone quickly replied. Only then did they remember the purpose of their trip, and quickly picked up the spiritual treasures they needed. Yang Mucheng, on the other hand, sat down cross-legged. He grabbed the 3 drops of phoenix blood with his right hand, and suddenly a terrifying hot power flowed crazily along the palm of his hand, and along the tendons with a horrifying gesture. The pulse spread to his limbs and bones. This is the 7th day that Yang Mucheng and 5 others entered Fengqi land. At this time, Guqian and others had already obtained all the spiritual treasures they had picked, and even the fragments of the Wudong Tree Demon Nascent Soul were obtained by them, which was considered a big advantage. Looking at the golden-haired rat sitting next to Yang Mucheng, holding the Nascent Soul and slowly gnawing it, the 4 of them couldn't help but smile.
I didn't expect that the harvest in these few days would be so huge, even as much as our harvest in 2 or 3 years. Not only the spiritual treasures in this area, but also the bones and blood of the demon kings. Some of them are materials that can be used to refine elixirs, and some are materials that can be used to refine weapons. They are all extremely rare. We can get so many at once, so that those in the sect can. My senior brother, who knows how to refine weapons, has helped me refine a magic weapon of my own. Yi Guqiang said with satisfaction.
Yes, if it weren't for Uncle Master, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for us.
Si Xingping smiled and glanced at Guqian. Guqian was secretly looking at Yang Mucheng at the moment. When she realized that her gaze was seen, her face turned red and she looked away. Si Xingping sighed secretly. Who wouldn't like an outstanding young man like Master Shizuzu? His talent is astonishing. His cultivation is powerful, and he is even regarded as his master uncle by the 36 sects. I don't know when my uncle will be able to finish practicing. I'm still waiting to go back and see what the outcome of the Alchemy conference will be. After all, that is a heaven-level elixir recipe. Tang! At this time, Sun Hanrui, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up.
Broken. The sect is in chaos. Everyone is looking for my uncle.
Yi Guqiang's face was full of surprise, and he asked confusedly,
Why? It is said that 3 top-level alchemists from the Alchemy conference got into a fight, and none of them could convince the other. Now, they are all waiting for my uncle to go back and analyze the alchemy formula for them.
Sun Hanrui held the sound transmission stone with a look of disbelief on his face.
Analyzing the alchemy formula? Master Uncle is a martial artist like us. What does he know about alchemy and alchemy formula? Even 3 top-level alchemy masters cannot discuss the results. Even if Master Uncle goes back. I am afraid no.
Yi Guqiang showed a hint of shock on his face.
But my uncle is still practicing,
Guqian said. Quietly. Yang Muqing's turbulent aura gradually calmed down at this moment. Guqian shouted excitedly.
Uncle Master. The training is over.
Chapter 833 This is a broken prescription.
Boom.
As Yang Muqing's eyes slowly opened, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth shook, as if being inexplicably attracted. Thousands of spiritual energy rushed towards his dantian and turned into thousands of strands. The surging gas is like a flying phoenix. As his eyes opened, a ray of light flashed across his pupils.
After 4 days, we finally reached the half-step of Zifu.
Yang Muqing clenched his fists.
3 drops of phoenix blood also made my body improve dramatically again. Today, I am no longer like before. I can only take 1 blow from Lu Yin with all my strength. However, I am afraid it will not be that easy to defeat him. If I want to compete with him head-on, at least you have to reach the cultivation level of Zifu.
Yang Muqing lowered his eyes, analyzing the gap between him and the powerful Huang Bang.
Master Uncle.
Guqian and others suppressed the shock in their hearts and immediately came forward. Just 4 days. The feeling that Yang Muqing gave the 4 of them seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. In the eyes of Yi Guqiang, Si Xinghe, Sun Hanrui, and Guqian, Yang Muqing sat cross-legged with his eyes lowered, seemingly concentrating. His previous momentum was like that of a heavenly dragon, making all beasts surrender. Now there is a touch of nobility, like the king of birds, and his momentum, although a little more restrained than before, still gave people the feeling of a flood that could burst its banks at any time, a volcano that could erupt at any time, and a waterfall that could pour down at any time. The terrifying attitude of
accompanying you like a tiger
has become even more intense.
This,
Yi Guqiang slowly lowered his head to hide the shock in his heart.
What were you talking about just now?
Yang Muqing raised his eyelids slightly. Sun Hanrui forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, forced himself to accept the other party's new changes, and said with a cupped hand,
Master, Uncle, the 3 alchemy masters in the Qingquan immortal sect started fighting because the alchemy matter completely collapsed.
Oh! Yang Muqing opened his eyes slightly.
Can't 3 of the top alchemy masters of the earth level come up with an unknown elixir recipe? Sun Hanrui smiled bitterly.
Uncle Master, these 3 masters each hold their own opinions, and no one can convince the other. According to speculation, this Tian-level elixir recipe is probably a middle-grade heaven-level pill. The complexity of it is far beyond than their previous knowledge. Then what?
Yang Muqing raised his eyebrows slightly.
Master Mabe said that only you can solve this elixir recipe and answer everyone's questions. So, now they are waiting for you to return,
Sun Hanrui said quickly. As he spoke, he suppressed the absurd feeling in his heart. This situation, it was like a group of strong men from the Tai realm were fighting, and an ordinary person from the mortal world came to break up the fight and persuade them to make peace. Even if Yang Muqing is the master's uncle, even if he passes away, can the 3 alchemists listen to him? If you just talk nonsense, I am afraid that not only will it fail to convince everyone, but it might even increase the conflict. Thinking in his mind, Yang Muqing slowly stood up.
I was only focused on practicing and forgot about this matter. I didn't expect this to be a middle-grade heaven-level elixir recipe. I'm very interested in it. I can go back and take a look.
Although I practiced for 4 days. But for Yang Muqing, it is not short. He has a young mind by nature. Unlike other old people who, once retreated, can stay in seclusion for at least 3 to 5 years, or at most for decades. Moreover, this prescription was handed down from ancient times. If we can study it thoroughly, it may be able to help the 36 sects solve the problem of scarce spiritual energy in the world of Kyushu, and allow warriors who have reached nirvana to break through their shackles.
If that's the case, then go back.
Yang Muqing waved his hand and said, Present. A group of people quickly stood up and flew towards the Qingquan immortal sect. Guqian looked at Yang Muqing in front of her. She understands. Although he was feeling emotional, he could only suppress this feeling in his heart. This young master uncle was destined to be from the same world as himself. The 5 people flew over according to the fastest route.
and they arrived at the sect in just half a day. When the disciple guarding the mountain gate saw that his uncle was back, he quickly let him in, and even took him to the square of the Alchemy conference. The entire square has long been filled with alchemy masters from the 36 sections. Everyone here speaks loudly, and has sufficient authority in the alchemy industry. But they were stumped by a mysterious pill recipe. These top-level alchemists were better. But the 3 top-level alchemists had obviously just fought before, and they looked extremely embarrassed. These 3 masters were silent at this moment, staring directly at each other.
Uncle Master is here.
When Yang Muchung stepped into the square, Mobei's sharp eyes spotted him, and stood up.
Uncle Master, where have you gone? We are all waiting for you to solve the problem of the elixir. Come and see what the elixir does.
Great uncle? Hearing him Mobei shouting, the alchemists present all turned their gazes over. I saw a boy of 17 or 18 years old walking slowly with his hands behind his back. Seeing Yang Muchung's appearance, everyone was disappointed on the spot. These alchemists who have been studying alchemy for hundreds, or even more than 1,000 years, cannot solve the problem. Can he also solve it?
I heard that there is a celestial peacock king in the land of Phoenix, and I took 3 drops of its phoenix blood. I have been practicing in Bainyao Mountain these days. I forgot about the elixir recipe,
Yang Muchung said with a smile.
Don't be anxious. Let me take a look at this recipe. Snort.
Master Red Eyebrow glanced at Yang Muchung and snorted secretly. He didn't believe that Yang Muchung could give any correct and reasonable answer. Don't say that the other party is my uncle. Even if the other party is the emperor, it is useless. Master Honglian on the side also had the same attitude. As if, when Yang Muchung came, it was the same as not coming. Only Mobei and Hu Langtian stood up and looked at the young men expectantly, hoping that the other party could give a complete answer. Not to mention the other 2 masters. Even those high-level alchemists. Few of them were optimistic about Yang Muchung. Even if you are your uncle, even if you are senior, you can't open your eyes and tell lies. Right? Yang Muchung clasped his hands behind his back. Look at the name of the spiritual treasure that is constantly flapping in the sky and swimming like a tadpole. This elixir recipe has a total of 236 kinds of elixirs, which is very complicated. It is even far beyond the ordinary low-grade heaven-level pill formula. No wonder everyone thinks that this is a middle-grade heaven-level pill formula.
Uncle Master, can you see it?
There was a moment of silence. Mobei looked at Yang Muchung and asked softly. But Yang Muchung smiled faintly, nodded and said,
Of course I can see. This is a broken prescription.
Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Muchung. Chapter 834, Killing the Demonic Dragon Pill. It was okay not to say this. But once he said it, everyone was naturally shocked.
Another different perspective. How come this pill formula is broken? If the 3 masters Mobei, Chimei, and Honglian say that this elixir recipe is incomplete, maybe we can still believe it. But let me tell you, Grandmaster, it does lack some prestige.
Everyone murmured. Unlike the 3 masters, as soon as their conclusion comes out, there will be a large number of fans, and many people will support it. His conclusion was not supported by anyone, but there was a lot of doubt. Mobei was also stunned. Guren has a hot temper, and doesn't look like a monk at all. He stood up, cupped his hands towards Yang Muchung, and said,
Uncle Master, can I ask you a few questions? Say it.
Yang Muchung nodded.
May I ask when you started learning alchemy?
Honglian asked with narrowed eyes. Yang Muchung didn't hide it at all.
A month ago.
Boom. These words immediately caused a sensation among the people present. It only takes a month to learn alchemy, which is probably not as good as even the lowest alchemy apprentice. In the eyes of these earth-level alchemists, they are not even considered laymen. Notice, anyone who wants to learn alchemy must memorize the attributes of spiritual grass for at least 3 years, learn the attribute combinations for 3 years, and learn how to master the furnace fire for 3 years. Even if you have mastered these, you still have to work as an assistant with the alchemist for 5 years. When you can make elixirs independently, you will be considered a master. This is a total of 14 years. No matter how amazing the talent is, it will take 10 years at least. But how talented is Yang Muchung? He just learned alchemy a month ago, so he probably didn't even understand the properties of the spiritual grass. Right?
Uncle Master.
Master Red Eyebrow stood up and said,
With all due respect, you just learned alchemy a month ago, so what you say is not very credible to us. You must at least give us something to convince us. Only with capital.
Everyone was arguing over the pill recipe. But when it came to facing Yang Mucheng, everyone was surprisingly consistent. After all, you haven't even stepped into the threshold of alchemy. What do you know about alchemy? What kind of elixir can you understand?
Then how can I prove it?
Yang Mucheng asked with a smile.
You have to refine at least one furnace of elixirs, and the level cannot be low. At least earth-level elixirs.
Master Honglian thought for a while, and said seriously. This moment, there was dead silence. You let an alchemist who has just studied for a month refine the earth-level elixir alone? This is probably no less difficult than climbing to the sky.
Earth level.
Mobe also had a sudden thought in his heart. Yang Mucheng's talent is certainly good, and he has also refined some Qian-level elixirs on his own in the Wandao sword sect. But the difficulty of earth-level elixirs is many times higher than that of Qian-level pills.
Master Honglian, isn't it difficult for me to force my uncle to refine the earth-level elixirs? How about lowering the level a bit and letting him refine some mysterious level elixirs?
Mobe said quickly.
Then go for the top Qian level,
Honglian said. Although it was a Qian-level elixir, Honglian was still a little dissatisfied. After all, if you don't even have the upper hand, how can you say something convincing to them? No matter how powerful his talent is, if he doesn't have enough knowledge about alchemy, what qualifications do he have to discuss the mysterious elixir recipe with them? Even if Yang Mucheng refined a Qian-level elixir, that didn't prove that the other party had the qualifications to discuss this elixir with him. If it were for other people, perhaps they would have eagerly agreed. But for Yang Mucheng, he didn't think Honglian's concession was anything. After looking at Mobe, Honglian and Qimei, and then at the alchemists there, Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said,
Honglian, you don't need to change the rules. Since you can only refine earth-level elixirs, you can if I can convince you. I should use the means to convince you. If I can't refine the earth-level elixir, all my previous remarks about the incomplete elixir recipe will be null and void. Uncle Master,
Mobe said in shock. Perhaps. What others think. But for Yang Mucheng, this is already very serious. As an emperor, it is undoubtedly a very serious matter to break one's word, and then take back what has been said. But he didn't know that an emperor would never tolerate other people's doubts. Even in the mortal world, if an emperor is questioned, he must provide sufficient capital to convince others.
Good.
Honglian and Qimei also nodded repeatedly. If Yang Mucheng had lost the courage to prove himself before he started, then they would be so disappointed. An alchemist who has not refined an earth-level elixir naturally does not have the qualifications to be recognized by them.
I wonder what kind of elixir you plan to refine. Uncle Master?
Qimei asked.
I'll have someone prepare the materials for you. Let's refine the devil-slaying demon dragon pill.
Yang Mu became enlightened. What? As soon as he said these words, everyone around was shocked. Although the demon-slaying dragon pill is a low-grade elixir of the earth level, its difficulty is no less than that of the middle-grade pill of the earth level. Its complicated alchemy techniques and numerous combinations of spiritual herbs are enough to give any alchemist a headache. If you want to refine the demon-slaying dragon pill, you must be at least a mid-level alchemist who dares to do it personally. Even so, the chance of the pill being successful is not too high.
Uncle Master, you have never refined the devil-slaying demon dragon pill,
Mobe cried out. Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said,
I have seen you refining.
Mobe suddenly realized. This demon-slaying dragon pill is a violent elixir. After taking it, the warrior's strength will increase dramatically in a short period of time. But equally, there can be prolonged periods of weakness. It is much weaker than the burning blood demonic pill, and its only advantage is that it does not harm lives, because his disciples needed it. Mobe made a batch of it. Yang Mucheng was also present at that time. But Yang Mucheng just watched from the sidelines, because this elixir was too difficult. He had no intention of teaching it to Yang Mucheng. Could it be said that the other party has even learned the refining technique of the devil-slaying demon dragon pill? Others were also shocked. They originally thought that Yang Mucheng would choose a simple elixir to refine. But now the other party actually chose the most difficult elixir without hesitation.
Well, you are worthy of being my great uncle.
Qimei also became curious. He didn't know what kind of confidence Yang Mucheng had, daring to refine the devil-slaying demon dragon pill in front of 3 top-level alchemists, and more than 100 top-level alchemists. However, he was also very curious as to whether Yang Mucheng could refine it. After a while, the alchemy furnace is already prepared. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Mucheng.
Start!
Yang Mucheng exhaled a breath of turbid air and walked forward, arriving in front of the alchemy furnace. Chapter 835 The Dragon and the Phoenix appear auspicious. Boom!
Without saying a word, Yang Muchung slapped the alchemy furnace with his palm. The flame array has been activated. A pillar of fire suddenly rose in the alchemy furnace. As the saying goes, a connoisseur can tell when something is wrong. Although Yang Muchung's palm that inspired the flame formation was quite skillful, in the eyes of everyone, it was still full of flaws. After all, alchemists like them had to activate the flame array at least 100 times a day. How could they not see the negligence in Yang Muchung's method?
Being able to activate the flame array so casually within a month has already left behind most of the alchemy masters. However, I don't believe that he can refine an earth-level elixir. And it is also a demon-killing dragon elixir. Honglian squinted her eyes and analyzed secretly.
Starting the flame array. I barely passed the test. But the next step is to adjust the flame temperature. This step seems easy, but in fact it is not that simple. If the temperature is too high, the essence of the spiritual grass and spiritual treasure will not be refined, and it will be burning it to ashes. The temperature is too low, so it's impossible to extract enough essence. For an alchemist to be able to refine an elixir skillfully, he has to refine it at least thousands of times before he is familiar with the temperature required for a certain elixir. If it is the first time to refine an elixir, I'm afraid it won't work.
Master Red Eyebrow on the side also said secretly. But before he finished speaking, a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Because Yang Muchung actually stretched out his right hand, placed it on the stove, wrapped his fingers around it, and made a stroking motion. However, before everyone had come back to their senses, Yang Muchung quickly formed seals with his hands, and his palm shot out like the wind. At this moment, his whole body transformed into several afterimages, and he stood on the 8 sides of the cauldron in all directions. An orientation. With every strike of Yang Muchung's palm, the furnace cauldron would emit a trace of fire, and in the end the entire furnace cauldron was completely enveloped in flames.
Fire palm. This is Master Mobei's unique preheating technique. When did he learn that?
Notice, the average alchemist waits for the flame to warm up on its own, but the speed is very slow. Moreover, it is difficult to preheat the furnace evenly. Therefore, some alchemists often have their own methods. Burning fire palm is one of them, and it is Mobei's unique skill.
Old Ghost, did you pass on this skill to your great-uncle?
Shimei asked in shock.
Because my uncle only learned alchemy for an hour every day. I simply gave him dozens of secret books on preheating techniques. I don't know when he learned it.
Mobei's face was filled with shock.
This warm-up technique of mine is no less difficult than the middle-grade martial arts of the Earth level. Hu Langtian has learned it for 3 years. And with my daily guidance, he has barely mastered it. He is not yet so proficient.
Everyone was shocked. The alchemists who had seen Mobei alchemy looked like they had seen a ghost. Yang Muchung's proficiency in the fire palm is comparable to that of Mobei.
Interesting.
Honglian narrowed his eyes and stared at the alchemy furnace. But see, the alchemy furnace seemed to have spirituality, and the flames were evenly spread in every direction of the furnace. Boom! At this moment, Yang Muchung's next move was even more horrifying. But see, he raised his hands, and more than 100 kinds of spiritual grass behind him suddenly burst out with rays of light, turned into streams of light, and threw themselves into the alchemy furnace.
This is, all flows return to one.
Honglian lost her voice in shock. This is a method of tempering the essence of spiritual grass that has been passed down from ancient times. Generally, alchemists refine the spiritual herbs one by one and extract them one by one. But there are some techniques in ancient times that can extract the essence from more than 100 kinds at the same time.
When did you pass this technique on to my great-uncle?
Shimei shouted.
What a fart. I don't even have a complete grasp of it myself. I can only temper dozens of spiritual herbs at one time. If there are any more, I will fail.
Mobei shouted.
My library is completely different to my uncle.
Open.
I don't know when he saw the tempering technique of all currents return to one. And I don't know when he learned it.
When the alchemists present saw this scene, they almost all took a step back. Notice, the reason why refining alchemy is difficult is because the properties of each spiritual grass are completely different. Care must be taken to make the properties of each spiritual grass compatible. If there are so many spiritual herbs at one time, if their properties are incompatible, it will directly cause the furnace to explode.
This?
Giran narrowed his eyes. His sect also has a tempering technique similar to all flows return to one. This move may seem simple, but it actually tests the alchemist's mastery of the properties of the spiritual grass. Even he wouldn't dare to be so bold and directly refine so many spiritual herbs at once.
It might blow up the furnace. So I'd better stay away.
Hong Lian secretly thought. Except for Hong Lian, Qimei and Mobei. When they saw Yang Wuqing's movements, they all took a step back subconsciously. This is so scary. It's incredible. Why would a person who had just learned alchemy for more than a month use so many alchemy techniques? However, just when everyone was retreating back in doubt, fearing that the furnace would explode suddenly, they saw the furnace lid that tightly covered the furnace cauldron trembling violently. I just saw 2 clusters of flame slowly pouring out like running water. And they suddenly transformed into a dragon and a phoenix the moment they overflowed the alchemy furnace. The dragon and phoenix flame circled around the alchemy furnace, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist.
The dragon and the phoenix are auspicious.
Saw this scene, Hong Lian, Qimei, and Mobei all exclaimed. If Yang Mucheng could learn the techniques of burning fire palm and 10,000 flows unifying, it would be enough to shock them. But the final technique of
dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness
is even more shocking. This technique is known to almost every alchemy master, because it comes from an ancient book, and it only exists in theory so far, and no one has really learned it. Even the master who taught Mobei alchemy didn't think anyone could learn this technique. Perhaps this real technique can only be mastered by those who have left Kyushu and entered the immortal sect. But now, this technique has actually appeared on Yang Mucheng, this great uncle who has only been exposed to alchemy for about a month. How can this not shock everyone? Boom! A burst of spiritual light burst out directly from the alchemy furnace. And around, pearl-like elixir floated slowly in the endless glow. And, along this pill, bright spiritual light slowly circled and emitted. The elixir is round and bright, as if made from heaven, like a lunar star suspended in midair. Mysterious and mysterious. The spiritual light flying out of the elixir spread out piece by piece, forming 9 elixir patterns. Chapter 836 9 marks. There are 3 situations after the Dan is completed. One type is called elixir. An elixir of this level can only barely become an elixir. Many alchemists make elixirs of this level. For them, it is very difficult to be able to complete the elixir without failing, and it can only be regarded as a passing grade. One is full, and elixirs of this level are several times better than elixir. The quality and efficacy of the medicine will be greatly improved. It can be said that the medicinal effects of all the spiritual herbs have been fully exerted without any waste. But these 2 situations are mostly what ordinary alchemists pursue, such as Mobei, Hong Lian, and Qimei, as well as the high-level alchemists present. They are pursuing the alchemy patterns. If the elixir is above fullness, elixir patterns will form. 1 red line is the lowest. The 9 elixir patterns are the highest. The elixir with the elixir pattern can not only fully bring out the medicinal effects of the spiritual grass, but also fully stimulate the potential contained in the spiritual grass. The higher the level of the elixir, the more difficult it is to refine the elixir pattern. If a few people from Mobei came to refine the demon-slaying dragon elixir,
they might not be able to reach the level of Yang Mucheng.
It's actually a pill pattern.
A high-level alchemy master almost moaned and shouted.
I am still at the full level of the demonic dragon-killing pill, and I can only refine a pill pattern occasionally. You're pretty good. I haven't refined the elixir pattern yet.
Another alchemist was almost on the verge of crying.
My highest record is 5.
Hong Lian whispered.
Go!
Qimei stared at the pill suspended in midair, looking in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Mobei had a wry smile on his face.
I once refined 6 pill patterns, but only once.
Even these top-level alchemy masters could not refine the 9-mark demon-killing dragon elixir. You can imagine how shocking Yang Mucheng's performance today was. Certainly, this is normal for Yang Mucheng. In ancient times, when the spiritual energy of Jiuzhou was sufficient, it was not as difficult to refine the pills of Zhouwen as it is today. Some excellent alchemists have mastered a variety of ancient techniques, which is naturally easy. However, due to the lack of spiritual energy and the loss of alchemy techniques nowadays, it is so difficult to make alchemy. Yang Mucheng's level can only be regarded as normal in ancient times.
Is this 9-marked elixir enough to prove my words?
Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and looked away. He sat cross-legged and looked at everyone with a smile while recovering the telekinesis he had previously consumed. After all, his current cultivation level is not enough, and it is still too difficult to refine such a low-grade elixir. It's almost like losing strength directly after fighting with a powerful person on the yellow list. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Yang Mucheng made alchemy to prove his qualifications to participate in the alchemy conference discussion.
Master Uncle is really amazing. I didn't expect that his talent in alchemy is so terrifying. Yes. However, he said that this is an incomplete prescription, and at least he has to provide convincing evidence. Masters Mabe, Honglian, and Chi Mei, although they have put forward their own theories, but corresponding evidence was also produced. That's right. If you just say it without any proof, you can't prove it. This is an incomplete prescription. Suddenly, the originally silent assembly suddenly became noisy again. Hong Lian is no longer as aggressive as before. Yang Muqing's ability to refine the 9 marks Fu Demon Dragon killing pill has proven that he is qualified to discuss with him. Uncle Master, why do you say this is a broken prescription? We are about to reach a crucial place. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yang Muqing. They wanted to see how Yang Muqing would answer. A complete elixir contains the avenues of heaven and earth, and the cycle of the sun and the moon. To put it simply, it is like a court. If a court is just the emperor alone, it will naturally not be an elixir or a court. Going on, there must be various departments. The military department, the Ministry of War, the Department of Officials, the Department of Rights. These things can form a complete prescription. Some elixirs are consistent with the 8 diagrams, including Qian, Kun, Kan, Li, Dui. Some elixirs are in line with the 5 elements, including metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yang Muqing said slowly. This kind of knowledge can be regarded as the most superficial type. Anyone who is new to alchemy will come into contact with this category. But now that it comes out of Yang Muqing's mouth, it has a different meaning. Even Mo Bei, Hong Lian, and Chi Mei were listening attentively, as if they were students being taught. However, Yang Muqing changed his tone and said with a faint smile, "Look, the flying centipede, the famous heavenly flame grass, the non-exorcist dragon fire leaf, these are 72 kinds of spiritual grass, which belong to fire, the heavenly cold dark liquid, the tempered gold holy lotus, these 72 kinds of spiritual grass belong to water, the remaining we all broken heart grass and 10,000 heart celestial silkworms belong to the earth, fire, water, earth, and also lacks metal and wood. These 2 attributes, the 5 elements cannot be formed, and even a complete cycle cannot be formed. How can it be a complete elixir?" Boom! These words are like clearing the fog and seeing the bright moon. For a moment, it was like a bolt of lightning, flashing in everyone's mind, shocking everyone. The alchemists who can be invited to participate in the alchemy conference are all extremely accomplished beings. How could they not understand the truth after being prompted by Yang Muqing like this? Yes. Why did I forget this most basic thing? The spiritual grass on this elixir cannot form a 5-element cycle. So how can it be a complete elixir? I think my uncle is right. A top alchemist looked at the words flashing in the sky and couldn't help but agree. 72 kinds of medicinal herbs are one attribute, which means that this complete elixir recipe must have at least 360 kinds of spiritual herbs to be considered complete. Now, this elixir recipe only has about 200 kinds of spiritual herbs. Naturally, it's not a complete existence. There are also alchemists who are constantly analyzing it. Unexpectedly, we have been discussing for 7 or 8 days, but we have not come to a conclusion. Although what my uncle said may not be the true conclusion, I think he is closest to the truth. For a while, most of the alchemists present had already wavered. A prescription that does not cycle is naturally not a complete prescription. That is to say, their discussions these past few days were completely useless. Uncle Master, the conclusion you mentioned is certainly closer to the truth than the rest of us. But do you have any other analysis? Hong Lian couldn't help but ask with a brow. Yes. Everyone looked over. Saying that this elixir recipe is incomplete is just your speculation. If you want to convince everyone, you have to come up with the next evidence. In a series of eyes. Yang Muqing smiled faintly, as if he had expected it, and just listened to him. If you want to know whether this alchemy recipe is incomplete or complete, go to the forest bone domain and find the alchemy furnace, and you will know the truth. Chapter 837, Entering the Forest Bone Realm. Yes. Yang Muqing's words suddenly made everyone wake up. If you want to know whether this elixir recipe is complete, the simplest way is to go to the forest bone domain again, find the mysterious elixir furnace, and find the bone white arm that captures the elixir recipe. In this way, everything will be fine. Easy to solve. Uncle Master, the 36 sects have selected the disciples who will go to the forest bone realm in the past few days.
and they will set off tomorrow.
Red Eyebrows said.
Oh, really? That's great. I want to go too.
Yang Muchung said lightly. Really? When Yang Muchung proposed that he wanted to go to the Forest Bone domain, almost everyone objected. Not only Mobei, Shimei, and Honglian, the 3 top-level alchemists, but even the 7 ancestors were alarmed. Today's Yang Muchung is equivalent to 36 sects treasure. Especially the alchemy skills he displayed were something that no one dared to look down upon. If Yang Muchung continues to grow, it will be just around the corner to become a heaven-level alchemy master in the future. And it is not impossible to refine a heaven-level elixir. But Yang Muchung was firm. This is how emperors in the secular world were imprisoned in the palace. Some emperors never even left the palace in their entire lives. Once he wants to go out, a bunch of old officials will come to see him. Yang Muchung feels this way now.
Uncle Master, you can't go to the Forest Bone region. The evil spirit there is extremely strong. And the Bone Clan are everywhere. Once a living person breaks in, the Bone Clan will attack in groups.
Master Mabei knelt in front of Yang Muchung with tears streaming down his face.
If you have any chance or good luck in the Forest Bone domain, wouldn't our 36 domains suffer too much loss?
The same is true for Red Eyebrow and Honglian. Kneeling in front of Yang Muchung, he didn't move an inch. As soon as Yang Muchung left, they knelt in front of Yang Muchung.
Uncle Master, in the Forest Bone domain, the strong men of the Z Mansion can only protect themselves if they go in. If you go in, if something goes wrong, we can't save it even if we want to.
Red Eyebrow shouted.
If you go in, I will die in front of you.
Honglian was more straightforward. This old alchemist had a very bad temper. He had already put the knife on his neck, just waiting for Yang Muchung to give up and go to the Forest Bone realm. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. He is a person who prefers soft things to hard things. Threatening him with death is useless.
If you want to die, please be more careful and don't stand in front of me.
Yang Muchung snorted coldly. He has long wanted to go to the Forest Bone domain and meet those Bone clans. There was no chance or excuse before. But now the broken Danfang has appeared, and the disciples of the 36 sects have entered. What's more, although he is only half a step into the Zifu, his strength is not much worse than some of the powerful people in the Zifu. Why can others go, but he cannot?
Let him go.
Right now. A majestic voice sounded. But see! A nascent soul slowly flew out. The other party is none other than the ancestor of the Qingquan immortal sect. Shou Tianhan.
Ancestor. Ancestor.
Red Eyebrow shouted.
Shouldn't you advise my uncle not to go to the Forest Bone realm? Just go.
Shou Tianhan said with an indifferent attitude.
Whether he is an alchemist or a warrior, if he is imprisoned in a place and not allowed to contact the outside world, is it possible for him to become a peerless warrior? Will he become a warrior? A heavenly alchemist?
Shou Tianhan hummed twice, took out something from his arms, and handed it to Yang Muchung.
This is the magic weapon I am refining for you. In the Forest Bone realm, due to the rules, 2 high-level magic weapons will not work. If you are carrying this magic weapon, if you encounter danger, just sacrifice it. Gourd?
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Shou Tianhan nodded and said,
It's a hidden sword gourd. In this gourd, there are 9,999 swords, each of which is a middle-grade earth-level sword. It is also the strongest in the entire Forest Bone domain. It's a huge magic weapon. If you go to the Forest Bone realm with our Qingquan immortal sect disciples, I will also let them protect you.
The disciples of the Qingquan immortal sect have already been selected. There are 10 people in total, and every one of them is a strong person in Zifu. The leader of the team is Lu Yin, a person on the yellow list.
Good.
Yang Muchung took the hidden sword gourd and raised the corners of his mouth.
Don't worry. When I go to the Forest Bone domain this time, I will definitely bring back the broken pill recipe and the huge pill furnace.
Just when Yang Muchung and others were heading to the Forest Bone domain, the remaining 35 sects also set off. But, in addition to these 35 sects, some evil warriors also came here. After all, there is no airtight wall in the world, and Tianjia Danfang is among them. Maybe there are some heaven-level weapons inside.
Ever since the immortal sect was closed, heaven-level items are basically no longer in Kyushu. Yes, when the spiritual energy dissipates, even heaven-level items cannot preserve the huge spiritual energy for more than 10,000 years, and it will continue to degrade. In this Forest Bone domain, there are even heaven-level elixir recipes. It must be an ancient battlefield. We must find those weapons that were once scattered before the 36 sects enter here.
Dark shadows. Already before this, he entered the forest bone domain. Certainly, more people set their sights on the alchemy furnace burning with infinite flames. Is there any alchemy furnace that can erupt with such terrifying flames even if it is tens of thousands of years apart? I am afraid that this alchemy furnace has even surpassed the heaven level. However, this is just everyone's guess. No one can be sure before entering the forest bone realm. But even so, it still attracted some warriors to flock to it. A few days later, 36 sects, a total of 361 warriors rushed to the front of the forest bone domain. There were even several sect leaders from the 36 sects who came here. Jin Liang is also among them.
Uncle Master, why are you here? I should be asking you this. Right?
Yang Mucheng asked with a smile.
There is no airtight wall in the world. Word has spread about the forest bone realm, and many evil people have entered it. The reason why we personally led the team here is mainly to meet you.
Jin Liang said.
Prevent those evil people from killing people and seizing treasures after you come out.
I see. Yang Mucheng nodded. But see, the entire forest bone territory has been completely sealed by the 8 sect masters. A half-glass barrier can be seen in the void, clasping in front of the eyes like a big bowl, surrounding the entire forest bone territory, in order to prevent everyone from entering at the same time. The energy and blood in these people was too large and attracted the attention of the Bone clan. So everyone entered from different directions in the forest bone domain. The same is true for Yang Mucheng. He looked at the 36 disciples entering the forest bone realm one by one, took a deep breath, and stepped in. Chapter 838 Bone Clan. It was like passing through a water-like barrier. Almost as soon as he stepped into the forest bone realm, Yang Mucheng felt a biting chill rush into his heart. There is only one step between the two large areas, but there is a huge difference between going back and forth. One step is heaven and the other step is HL. In the surrounding void, there are misty clouds that look like fairy energy. But actually, this is a strong evil spirit.
Is this the forest bone realm?
Yang Mucheng raised his head and looked around. He found, everywhere you look, there are corpses everywhere. Even the white gravel on the ground under your feet is made of tiny particles made of corpses. When you step on it, it sounds like you are stepping on snow, making a crunching sound. Huge monster skeletons, like hills, lay in a mess. The bones are full of cracks. Obviously, he was killed by a huge force in front of him.
That is,
Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly dropped. He saw a huge skeletal head lying 100 feet away, looking like a huge cow bone. It's 100 feet tall, with 2 black horns pointing diagonally at the sky. One has been cut off, and the fracture is as smooth as a mirror. The most shocking thing is that there is a finger hole-like wound between the eyebrows of this huge cow bone head. Along the wound, you can see a dense crack spreading.
I'm afraid this bull head has already reached the nirvana state. The wound on it must have been caused by someone pointing it out. I'm really curious. In the ancient times, when the immortal gate was not closed, Tai walked all over the earth, and nirvana was as numerous as dogs. Unfortunately, now that the immortal gate is closed, the spiritual energy has disappeared, and all warriors have stopped after reaching nirvana. That's all. Let's gather first.
Since this time, they were following the action of the Qingquan immortal sect. The location of this gathering was naturally the place where the Qingquan immortal sect gathered. Time! 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 Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng quickly jumped up. But see, in that huge land of bones, there are still more and more living things gradually. A snake. A snake as thick as a bucket and made entirely of bones. The skeleton is as crystal clear as jade and can be penetrated by sight. The only difference is that there is a golden elixir suspended under its skull. Call! Yang Mucheng landed in an instant and stepped on the tail of the white-boned snake.
Hisses.
The white-boned snake suddenly started up and let out a hissing sound. The body made entirely of white bone showed no signs of delay or inconvenience. The half-skeleton body of the snake suddenly turned around, opened its mouth full of fangs, and bit Yang Mucheng's throat. Go! Boom! Yang Mucheng punched the opponent with one punch, breaking off several of the opponent's fangs. He then penetrated into the white-boned snake's head and drilled into the golden elixir. When he pulled it out, he felt a little hindered. Once the golden elixir left the body, the white bones immediately lost their support and completely fell apart under Yang Mucheng's surprised eyes.
If I throw this golden elixir back, will this white-boned snake be resurrected?
Yang Muchung caught the golden-haired rat out of the space. Of course, ordinary monsters spend most of their time looking for prey. Because the golden-haired rat followed Yang Muchung, it saved the time of hunting and slept after eating. It opened its hazy, sleepy eyes, glanced at Yang Muchung, and said with a smile,
"This Bone Clan is a very difficult character. Only by controlling their golden elixir and yuaning can they be completely killed."
"Oh!" Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and threw it away. "But see!" The golden elixir slowly fell to the ground, almost falling to the ground. The moment it touched the bones, the golden core erupted with a burst of shocking white light. Suddenly, a strange force surged up. The skeletons scattered around were pulled, and they rolled up piece by piece, rushing towards the position of the golden elixir. In a blink of an eye, they returned to their original appearance, and were even larger than before. There was even a single horn on the snake's head.
Although the appearance has increased, the strength has not increased significantly.
Yang Muchung flicked his right hand lightly, and a golden fingerprint had already penetrated the layers of bones and hit the golden elixir accurately. Boom! There was a slight crackling sound, and the golden elixir turned into fragments and fell down. At the same time, the white bone snake that wanted to attack again suddenly turned into a pile of white bones.
Is this the Bone Clan?
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes.
A monster made entirely of bones?
The golden-haired rat stretched out his waist and nodded.
Yes. However, the birth of the Bone Clan is hundreds of times more difficult than the tree demon, and it must be done in a place where the evil spirit is extremely strong. Boss, how did you come here so well? This is the Forest Bone Realm.
Yang Muchung glanced at the golden-haired rat and said,
"Looking for something."
The reason why Yang Muchung insisted on entering the Forest Bone Realm was because with the presence of the golden-haired rat, he would have a greater chance than others of finding the location of the alchemy furnace. Narrowing his eyes, he looked around. He found the Emperor's Chi watching technique will not have much effect in this place where the evil spirit is extremely strong. The golden-haired rat also became energetic. He stood on Yang Muchung's shoulders, stood upright, and looked in all directions. After a moment, he also shook his head and said,
"No. The sinister aura of the Forest Bone Realm has also affected my senses. You can only feel it if you are a little closer. It seems that we can only go to the meeting point.
The gathering point of the Qingquan Immortal Sect is a Baishui River not far from here." Yang Muchung arrived soon. When he arrived, several disciples had already arrived.
Master Uncle. Master Uncle.
Yang Muchung's appearance immediately shocked everyone. However, after discovering that the visitor was Yang Muchung, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, everyone was warned to be extremely careful when entering the Forest Bone Realm. The bone race here is not as good as other types of monster race that everyone has come into contact with before.
Who else hasn't arrived?
Yang Muchung asked.
There are also senior brother Liu Yin and junior brother Pang Fian.
A disciple replied respectfully.
In that case, let's wait here.
Yang Muchung nodded. The gathering point of the Qingquan Immortal Sect is not too far from the entrance, and they will arrive soon.
Wow.
In the quiet Forest Bone domain, the Whitewater River flows quietly, bringing with it the sound of gurgling water. Yang Muchung squinted at the river, feeling a little dazed. The water in the river is milky white, and I don't know if it's due to white bones or the evil spirit blending into it. Quietly, a huge white bone monster appeared in everyone's sight.
That is?
At this moment, everyone's eyes were involuntarily attracted. Chapter 839: The Sudden Change in Baishui River. But see, this bone race that suddenly appeared was actually an ancient mammoth elephant. The thick skeleton of the whole body looks extremely dazzling, and the thickness and width of the bones are also many times stronger than the previous bone snake. Two spiral tusks point diagonally toward the sky.
Although there was only a skeleton left, the nearly 10-meter-tall body walked with a dull sound, stepping down step by step, causing a fierce trembling sound. And in the head of the mammoth bone elephant, there is a nascent soul of forest white light suspended.
Grandmaster Nascent Soul's Bone Clan.
One disciple lost his voice.
It's just Grandmaster Nascent Soul. Let me kill him.
Another disciple snorted coldly and grasped the battle axe behind his back.
With so many of us gathered here, it must be chasing the blood in us. Slow.
Yang Muchung's pupils narrowed slightly. He shook his head and said,
"Don't cause unnecessary trouble, and control your energy and blood.
If we fight here, we will definitely attract more Bone Clan. They just gather here. There is a more important task next. There is no need to expose one's gathering place just for the sake of a nascent soul grandmaster's bone clan.
Yes.
The disciple was reluctant, but due to Yang Muqing's status, he naturally did not dare to say anything. But, even so, everyone still looked at the mammoth bone elephant with worried faces. However, they saw that as everyone's energy and blood converged, the mammoth bone elephant suddenly lost its target. It was obvious that he didn't know what was going on, and looked around in confusion.
These bone clan can sense chi and blood. And when fighting, the chi and blood will flourish. Even if it is a momentary burst, many bone clan will notice it.
Yang Muqing said lightly.
It can't feel us and will leave soon. In the forest bone realm, the intelligence of the bone clan varies. Some nascent soul realm bone clan have low intelligence, while some golden core realm bone clan are almost the same as humans.
Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the mammoth bone elephant didn't sense the energy and blood of everyone, and immediately shook his big head, and was about to turn around and leave. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just when the mammoth bone elephant was about to leave, a wave hundreds of feet high suddenly broke out in the calm Whitewater River. In the midst of the shocking waves, two tentacles made entirely of white bones wrapped around them like lightning. In the blink of an eye, one tentacle wrapped around the mammoth's head, and another tentacle wrapped around one of its leg bones. Then, under the shocking gazes, this huge mammoth bone elephant was dragged into the Baishui River little by little.
What is that? There is a bone clan hidden in the Baishui River.
There were waves of calls. Everyone's eyes looked forward. But see, the milky white river water completely covered the huge body of the bone race. Only 2 points shined out like blazing sun, staring directly at the mammoth bone elephant on the shore.
Roar!
The mammoth bone elephant let out a terrifying roar. Immediately after seeing it, its huge body struggled to break free, and the huge body stood upright. Only a terrifying, crackling sound was heard. Wrapped around its body, the huge tentacles seemed to be torn out of place. Apparently, with two tentacles, it is not that easy to catch this mammoth bone elephant in the Whitewater River.
Will you let it escape?
At this time, everyone couldn't help but have an idea in their minds. Just when everyone looked down the Baishui River, they heard the sound of a huge wave being blasted suddenly, and two tentacles burst out of the waves quickly, like two lightning bolts, which transformed in everyone's eyes. They formed two huge white bone snakes, which instantly wrapped around the body of the mammoth bone elephant and dragged it directly into the white water. Boom! A huge wave sounded, and the four huge tentacles exerted great force. Under the horrified eyes, they crushed the mammoth bone elephant's body to pieces. Countless bones splashed out crazily at this moment, crackling and hitting the ground like a rain of bones. One of the elephant legs, which was as tall as two people, also hit the gathering point with a thud, causing the whole earth to tremble suddenly and causing dust to fly everywhere. Looking into the Baishui River again, I saw that the bone elephant nascent soul was also rolled up by the tentacles as if it were a treasure, and was brought under the water together. It was as if the boiling white water had returned to calm after a few huge bubbles emerged. As if nothing had happened, the eyes of everyone watching this scene almost bulged out.
What kind of bone clan is this? I wonder if it's some kind of bone race that the water demon transformed into after death. Horrible!
A chill emerged from his forehead, extended into his spine, and then spread throughout his body. Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but shudder. The Baishui River seems peaceful, but no one would have imagined that such a terrifying crisis lurks in it. If you are not careful and step into the water, you may be completely swallowed by the bone clan in the water, and the end will be like that of the mammoth bone elephant. The disciple who had previously been unwilling to kill the mammoth elephant was so frightened that his legs trembled when he saw this scene, and he could hardly stand still. If Yang Muqing had not listened to what he said before, he might have been dragged directly into the Baishui River. After a while, Lu Yin and Pang Fian just arrived.
I met two skeleton tribes on the road, and it was hard to get rid of them,
Pang Fian said with a hint of embarrassment.
Now that everyone is here, can we go?
Everyone looked towards Lu Yin.
Of course.
Lu Yin nodded.
According to the oral instructions of the disciple who accidentally broke into the forest bone realm, the mysterious alchemy furnace is in the forest bone realm, and there is no exact location. However, our target this time is not just the alchemy furnace, as well as Danfeng, and all the weapons scattered in this area.
Lu Yin glanced at everyone and continued.
This time, the 36 sects have joined forces. In addition to our 36 sects, some evil people have also broken in. Everyone must be careful.
Yes, everyone replied.
Let's go!
Following Lu Yin shouts. The 11 people immediately jumped up and flew towards the center of the forest bone domain. Just when everyone was heading to the center of the forest bone domain, someone unexpectedly discovered this huge furnace.
Is this the alchemy furnace left behind before the immortal gate closed? This fire has been burning for thousands of years without being extinguished. I wonder if there might be any elixir hidden in it.
This evil disciple who broke into this place couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, just when he was about to take a step forward, a huge shadow enveloped him. When he looked back, there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 840 Bone Giant. This is a terrifying bone race. The shape is similar to a human being, about 3 meters tall, with a crystal clear skeleton, like a jade carving, completely natural. Outside of its body, it was covered with a layer of armor made entirely of white bones. If we look at the appearance alone, it is somewhat similar to Song Long Rong, who is wearing fine gold armor, like a little giant. But the only difference is that it exudes a terrible death aura. 2 scarlet rays of light shot out from the head wrapped in the helmet, which was breathtaking. And this bone clan is carrying a huge battle axe as tall as a person on its back. But this battle axe also looks very ordinary in its hands.
Not good!
A trace of horror flashed in the eyes of the evil disciple. With almost no hesitation, he quickly drew out the long sword from his waist and slashed at the skull giant. But he is fast, and the bone giant is even faster. In the evil disciple's eyes, he saw only a flash of white light, which passed quickly in shock. An unprecedented death crisis came quickly and violently. With almost no hesitation, the evil disciple quickly sheathed his sword to resist. The evil disciple is confident that even if he is not the opponent of this bone giant, he can barely block the opponent's blow. Then he took the opportunity to escape. With his own speed, this skull giant would never be able to catch up with him. But soon, he discovered that he had been wrong.
Chang!
The long sword in his hand was cut off in an instant like straw. The gang shield that was condensed half a meter deep in front of him was torn into pieces as easily as a piece of paper. Of course, his body was also suddenly torn to pieces in an instant.
So strong!
At this time, the last thought flashed through the mind of the evil disciple. Boom! A bang hit the ground. The body that was cut in half fell to the ground with a crash. The bone giant shook his right hand, and the blood stained on the white bone giant axe spilled down along the axe blade. And a white cold light still spread on the axe. He silently grabbed the corpse of the evil disciple and threw it into the furnace with a bang. The next moment, the already hot flames exploded violently. Just when something happened on the stove side, Yang Mucheng, Lu Yin, Pang Fian and others had already arrived at a canyon. From the sky, this piece of forest bone domain is very similar. Each area is a very barren, huge canyon without any vegetation. Just when everyone was about to leap over, a bright and dazzling beam of light suddenly shot out from the depths of the canyon, which was very conspicuous.
This is a distress signal from the Hunyuan Madra sect,
Pang Fian shouted. Each sect will be given corresponding continuous means before entering. For example, the Wandao Sword sect is a colored beam of light, and the Hunyuan Madra sect is a golden beam of light.
Go to the rescue!
Yang Mucheng shouted loudly and rushed towards that position first. As he leaped forward, he poured inner energy into his eyes, looked into the canyon, and couldn't help but frown. Those who are in danger are indeed disciples of the Hunyuan Madra sect. This sect's team, with only 6 or 7 people left, was besieged by a group of more than 20 evil cultists and completely blocked in the canyon in this area. On the evil side, there are 3 leaders, and their cultivation strength has reached the late Zifu stage. In addition, there are 6 people in the middle stage of Zifu and more than 10 people in the early stage in the team. Now, the 2 sides were already fighting, and the disciples of the Hunyuan Madra sect suffered heavy losses. Although they were red-eyed, they could not break out of the encirclement. At this time, 4 more disciples of the Hunyuan Madra sect arrived, ready to join the battle group.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
The evil people hiding in the dark also jumped out at this moment. One of them quickly threw a large net into the air. The large net was woven with gold wire and covered with talisman papers. It was like the open mouth of a monster, directly covering the 4 approaching disciples. For a time, the situation was tragic.
There's someone here again!
At this time, a heretic said to the 3 leaders.
He's from the Qingquan Immortal sect. It doesn't matter what sect he is. Just kill him!
One of them shouted. The 11 people who came were none other than Yang Mucheng and his party.
Yang Wuqing's mental power is huge. Although he is not close to the canyon, he has a panoramic view of everything. Seeing the stalemate in the battle below, he did not hesitate at all and rushed down quickly, preparing to forcefully enter the battle. Bang swish. Before he went down to the canyon, 3 cold arrows suddenly shot out from the darkness, hitting Yang Wuqing's throat, heart, and eyebrows in the shape of a pin. Yang Wuqing moved his body to avoid these 3 hidden arrows with just a hair's breadth. He closed his eyes and immediately saw the evil person hiding in the dark. The other party was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. His left eye was dim and cloudy, but his right eye was extremely bright, like an eagle's eye, able to lock and capture Yang Wuqing's position. Be careful with this junior brother. He is Eagle Eye, a disciple of the Hunyuan Madra sect reminded him. But before he finished speaking, several more long arrows flew towards Yang Wuqing's eyebrows. These 3 feather arrows were connected in a line, containing infinite inner energy, and actually formed a sharp arrow more than 10 feet long, which rushed in front of Yang Wuqing like lightning. An arrow flew towards him, causing a shocking roar and a wave of air visible to the naked eye hitting him. Shocking finger! Yang Wuqing's body was still in the air, and he already pointed out. Call! A golden ray of light quickly swept away and struck directly at the center of the feather arrow. Just listen to a bang sound, and the air wave disperses. The huge sharp arrow was also completely torn apart at this moment. This scene caused many evil people to burst into laughter. Eagle Eye, a kid with half a step from Zifu can block 3 of your moves. You must be so embarrassed. Eagle Eye was furious when he heard this, and locked one eye directly on Yang Wuqing. By this time, others had arrived and quickly joined the battle group. The addition of more than 10 people immediately reversed the one-sided situation of the Hunyuan Madra sect, barely keeping the balance. But there were too many evil people, and they obviously came here specifically to ambush the 36 sects. The situation finally stabilized, and 6 or 7 evil people joined the battle group. Although Lu Yin was powerful, he was restrained by 4 late-stage Xiphos, and it was difficult to defeat him in a short time. There are almost as many evil people as the 2 sects combined. Each disciple is dealing with 2 evil people. Hawkeye, let me help you. At this time, a man wearing a tiger skin coat was about to step forward. Hawkeye glanced at Yang Wuqing and sneered. He's just a half-step Zifu boy. Isn't it easy to kill him? He blocked my attack twice before and made me lose all my face. If I don't kill him, it's hard to kill me. The hatred in my heart. Kill me? I'll kill you first. Yang Wuqing's eyes turned cold. This eagle eye shot twice in a row. When facing an enemy, he would always point to his vital points or even minor flaws to form a certain restraint. Now that the other party wants to defend himself against him with his own strength, this is naturally a good time to kill him. Chapter 841 Evil Path. Boom. Hawkeye retreated extremely. Archers are extremely rare among warriors. Very few warriors can use this as a weapon to cultivate to a very high level. One requires the ability to see into the subtleties, and the other requires a rock-like mind. Facing Yang Wuqing, Hawkeye's body was like a nimble gazelle. He quickly touched the ground several times and retreated to a big tree. The left eye was slightly squinted, and the eagle pupil of the right eye became more and more radiant, as if it could see through the human form. Boom! The next moment, he shot again. Snort! Yang Wuqing raised his hand and swatted it away, preparing to chop the sharp arrow into pieces like before. But before he struck the arrow with his palm, the 3 feathered arrows seemed to be alive, circling extremely in midair, bypassing Yang Wuqing's right palm, and quickly biting towards his neck. Ha ha! Spirit Snake Arrow! The big man said with a proud smile. This is Eagle Eye's special skill. He can inject inner energy into the arrow, making it as cunning as a snake. It can also change its position according to its thoughts, making it difficult for people to guard against. Even if the opponent is lucky enough to avoid this move, he will be completely passive next, being brought into the rhythm by Hawkeye, and will be attacked by a wave of mercury. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Not to mention that if the archers in the early stage of Zifu are not careful at all, they will eventually be shot into hedgehogs. Hiss! This moment, the 3 feather arrows turned into a snake shadow under the infusion of inner energy. Get away! Yang Wuqing's eyes widened angrily, and a wave of energy burst out from his body. Those 3 feathered arrows, which were hard to guard against, were directly chopped into pieces by this air wave. Clang! At the same time, he raised his sword with his right hand and brought out a 20-meter-long sword energy, slashing towards Eagle Eye. No! This kid is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger! Li Ziwen, why don't you come and help? Hawkeye panicked and ran away, shouting loudly. The sword missed him and struck the ground, creating a deep horizontal ditch. Countless broken bones turned into powder and flew into chaos on the spot. The man named Li Ziwen, who was wearing a tiger skin coat, laughed loudly and rushed towards him like a ferocious beast. Everywhere he passed, whether rocks or trees, were smashed to pieces by him. No less than the mammoth bone elephant in front of the Whitewater River. Careful! Master Uncle! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and speechless. Quick! Quick! This moment, everyone lost their face and desperately moved closer to Yang Maicheng, hoping to block Li Ziwen's attack for Yang Maicheng. Li Ziwen was surprised and laughed. I didn't expect that I would meet a big shot and watch me unscrew your head. Maybe I could take the credit back. As he spoke, he raised his big hand and took a fierce step forward, several times faster than before. Boom! A shocking loud sound resounded, and behind Li Ziwen there was actually a white air wave, like a speedboat passing over the sea, and the bone dust raised high into the sky for dozens of meters. From a distance, it looked like thousands of troops. Horse-like. Master Uncle! Lu Yen was horrified. He wanted to get away, but four late-stage Zifu warriors immediately punched him together. He was entangled again and unable to move, so he could only turn around and punch away. Crack! A shocking loud sound resounded through the canyon. Countless rocks fell from the cliff, and air waves and strong wind swept hundreds of meters high. During this loud noise, Li Ziwen rushed in front of Yang Maicheng. He had already secretly guessed that the young man in front of him must be the great uncle who had recently become famous among the 36 sections. If a person of such status could unscrew his head and bring him back to the evil path, the Bloody Knight Hantian sect, the #1 evil sect, will definitely take him under its wing. Facing Li Ziwen's attack, Yang Maicheng snorted coldly, and at this moment he took a step forward and slapped forward with a palm. Call! This palm seemed light and without any force, but it stirred up a terrifying strong wind in an instant. This strong wind is like the stars turning upside down, the sun and the moon turning upside down, and it is rushing in front of you in an instant. It's like a turbulent wave sweeping over the world, captured from the air. How can it be? Li Ziwen exclaimed, and the smile on his face suddenly froze, not daring to show any slightness. His Yuaning was shocked, and all the energy in his body came out, and he slapped several palms in succession, and then shattered the strong wind. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a white jade-like palm suddenly appeared in his eyes. Not good! Only then did Li Ziwen realize that the kid in front of him was not as easy to deal with as he imagined, but was actually extremely terrifying. Tongue! Without any hesitation, he quickly retreated towards the rear. Although Li Ziwen's reaction was very fast, but Yang Muqing's palm was even faster. I saw this palm directly hitting the inner energy on Li Ziwen's body. The qi gang that condensed like a shield was torn apart like a piece of paper, turning into clouds that filled the sky and suddenly exploded. At the same time, this palm hit Li Ziwen firmly on the chest. Crack! A crisp sound sounded, and Li Ziwen's chest immediately dented with a deep palm print. Along the palm prints, all the bones and hard veins in his body exploded completely at this moment. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Li Ziwen's back exploded violently, and all the internal organs and blood in his body were forced to reverse by the huge force generated by this palm, and turned into a blood arrow and blasted out. Back to you! Yang Maicheng raised his right hand, and the blood arrow condensed in midair, forming a soul-stirring feather arrow and shot towards the eagle's eye. The eagle was horrified and hurriedly raised his bow to shoot. Boom! 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 The rain of arrows he shot was torn apart by the blood arrow fired by Yang Maicheng in an instant. The blood arrow shot into Hawkeye's mouth and out of the back of his head without losing its momentum. The powerful force made him lose his balance. The whole person flew hundreds of meters backwards, and was nailed to the wall. After a while, the inner energy dissipated, and the dark red blood arrow turned into a stream of blood and sprinkled on the ground. But in the blink of an eye, two powerful men from Zifu were killed. Yang Muqing's amazing method immediately attracted the attention of all evil people. It's my turn! Yang Maicheng narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his pupils. Almost in an instant, he secretly analyzed the situation of all the evil people. The most troublesome ones were naturally the 4 archers. These 4 people are of average strength, but they control the overall situation. Every time the strings sound, someone is bound to be injured. And the power is enough to endanger the disciples in the middle stage of Zifu. The next moment, Yang Mucheng rushed out and killed the two archers with lightning speed. The golden-haired rat also appeared at this moment, pounced on an archer and swallowed him directly. However, in a moment, the originally passive battle situation was immediately relieved by Yang Mucheng alone. "Zhao Sanhu! Kill this kid!" An evil leader from the late Z mansion shouted in a cold voice. This moment, Yang Mucheng only felt that he was being stared at by a stern gaze. Chapter 842 Treasure. "Zhao Sanhu! Why is he here? This is the most promising person among the evil sect to be promoted to the yellow list. Is he going to deal with Uncle Master?" Everyone was shocked when they heard the evil leader's voice. Notice. The 4 major lists of heaven, earth, black and yellow are updated every 36 years, like the spirit sword list. It may be updated once a day, or it may not change at all for decades. It depends on whether you have the ability to get on the yellow list. Therefore, some people's focus will be on the yellow list, wanting to see who is most promising to make it to the yellow list and replace the masters on the yellow list. And this Zhao Sanhu is one of them. When he reached the early stage of Z Mansion, he was also the most popular person in the evil path in recent years. After exploring many ancient tombs, I obtained a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures in one ancient tomb, and reached the level of Zifu in one fell swoop. Its combat effectiveness is also very terrifying, even not inferior to some mid-term warriors. "If I guess correctly, you must be Mr. Yang." Zhao Sanhu was tall and tall, 2 meters away. The energy and blood emanating from his body fluctuated like turbulent waves. If he was a little closer, he could even hear the sound of the turbulent waves. He walked step by step, his robe billowing, his black hair raised, and a pair of pupils staring at Yang Mucheng like the eyes of a tiger. "I've heard your name a lot. I heard that you are known as a genius of the right path. At the age of only 17, you have reached the half step of the Purple Mansion," he said. A hint of joking and ferociousness flashed in his eyes. "What a pity. What I like to kill most is geniuses." The paths of good and evil are certainly different. Righteous geniuses often go hand in hand. There may be many geniuses in a sect. It's just that the appearance of Yang Mucheng has completely obscured their aura. But evil geniuses stand alone. The evil will make all the talented young people kill each other, leaving only the strongest one. This is the case in almost every sect. One is survival of the fittest, and the other is to accumulate all resources on this one person. Zhao Sanhu is a disciple of Shura Tianai, and he is also a person who has risen in recent years. The Blood Knife Tianai sect collected more than 3,000 talented young people. In the end, only Zhao Sanhu was killed with a blood knife, and all the other young geniuses died in his hands. This method of cultivating disciples is terrifying, and it is precisely because of this that evil ways are not tolerated. Boom! As he spoke, Zhao Sanhu was already charging at him like crazy. He waved his arms like a yellow scarf warrior wielding a giant hammer, and his charging momentum was many times more ferocious than Li Ziwen's before. If Li Ziwen is a rampaging beast, then Zhao Sanhu is like a mountain that suddenly toppled and collapsed. No matter how strong you are, you will still be crushed. Soon after, Zhao Sanhu had already rushed forward. Every step he took on the ground made a rumble, creating a deep pit. The rocks and bones in front of him were directly smashed into pieces, and the fragments were shot out unscrupulously. The crazy attack was unbridled and unstoppable. Such terrifying power made everyone lose their color. Zhao Sanhu is very confident. Even if a powerful person from the yellow list is here, he is absolutely sure to repel him with one blow. Shura Tianai is famous for his fierce killing. He is in a state of surging energy and blood, and his energy and blood are like the sea. He is not afraid of anyone. "Master Uncle!" Zhao Sanhu rushed over. Yang Mucheng stood there, as if he was stunned, and Lu Yan cried out. The expressions of others also changed drastically. They knew Zhao Sanhu's strength, and they were afraid that Yang Mucheng would not be able to withstand this blow. Just when everyone was exclaiming, just when Zhao Sanhu's iron fist struck, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward instead of retreating. He stretched out his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers, covering it like a dark cloud covering the sky and the sun. "Ha!" Zhao Sanhu lost his voice in horror. He changed the target of his fists and hit the white jade palm that fell from the sky. In this moment, he fired hundreds of punches, but the white jade palm suddenly changed in midair, becoming either a fist, a finger, or a claw. and actually blocked all the opponent's attacks without making a sound. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Yang Mucheng stretched out his 5 fingers and suddenly slapped Zhao Sanhu on the face. Immediately, Zhao Sanhu felt an unparalleled force roaring in. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Sanhu felt as if his head was being stepped on and pressed down by the giant hooves of an ancient demonic elephant. At that moment, Zhao Sanhu even felt that all the bones in his body were crackling under this terrifying force. This was an unstoppable force that suddenly spread throughout his body. This force was so huge that Zhao Sanhu didn't even let out a scream. His whole skeleton exploded, and he was finally killed with a palm under the watchful eyes of everyone. In the Killing Canyon, it suddenly became quiet. Among the 2 paths of good and evil, there are many people who can kill Zhao Sanhu. But what is shocking is that the person who killed him was only a half-step Sifu warrior. And in such a simple way, with just such a light clap, it was killed. What are you still doing? Yang Mucheng looked at the sudden silence of the crowd and grinned, with a cold look in his eyes. Kill! This moment, the morale of the disciples of the 2 sects rose sharply, and the evil cultists all looked ashen. Yang Mucheng's cultivation level was not high, but the warriors in the early stages of Z Mansion simply couldn't withstand his attacks. Even the warriors in the middle stage of Zifu are not enough in front of him. But Yang Mucheng did not fight alone. He also had 2 disciples to help him, and he quickly killed all these evil people. Thank you so much, Uncle, and my brothers from the Qingquan Immortal Sect for coming to the rescue. A disciple of the Hunyuan Vajra sect raised his hand in thanks. When we passed through this canyon, we encountered an ambush from this group of evil people. They seemed to be well prepared, so we suffered a big loss. If you hadn't come to help, I might have been killed long ago. How many of these evil people are here in total? Yang Mucheng asked in a deep voice. Quite a few. I'm afraid there are more than 1,000 people. The disciple who answered was named Leizhua. I forced this from the mouth of an evil disciple. Their target is the remnant treasures of this forest bone realm. And us. At this time, a disciple found a treasure map from the arms of the evil leader. After taking it apart, he found that the location marked inside was the end of the canyon. Since we have met, why don't we go together to see what kind of treasure it is? Lu Yin suggested. Good. Everyone readily agreed and immediately went together. Chapter 843 Bloody Sword. The location marked on the treasure map is at Jiolong Mountain, 30 miles away from the canyon, all the way to the end. Yang Mucheng speculated. This group of evil people came to the canyon to hunt for treasures. They happened to encounter disciples of the Hunyuan Vajra sect passing by and simply set up an ambush here, preparing to catch them all. That's it! Pang Fian soared into the air and saw Jiolong Mountain. When everyone rushed to Jiolong Mountain, they couldn't help but be completely stunned by the scene in front of them. This location is not an ordinary mountain peak, but a hill made of accumulated bones. Countless skeletons fell towards the top of the mountain, as if they were killed before they even got close to the top of the mountain. There are many monsters among them, but most of them are human warriors. But the most eye-catching thing is a corpse on the top of the mountain. I don't know how many years this corpse has gone through, but you can see the bones that are as clear as jade. He knelt on one knee and looked straight ahead, as if extremely unwilling. In his hand, he also held a bright red sword. After thousands of years, this sword still shone with a cold light. Presumably, this sword is the target of those people's trip. A disciple of the Hunyuan Vajra sect came to the top of the mountain stepping on pieces of corpses. He took off his long sword. Everyone looked at it. Even the corpses of so many strong men have been turned into bones. But this sword is still the same. I'm afraid this sword is not a mortal thing. Kill! 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 But see, after the disciple got the blood sword, his face suddenly twisted and became ferocious. A pair of clear eyes also turned bright red at this moment. He shouted angrily and raised his sword to slash at his companions crazily. Pang Fian rushed forward quickly, pushed the disciple away, and knocked the long sword out of his hand. Clang! The blood sword was so sharp that it was inserted directly into the ground. What happened to you just now? Retso shouted. The previous disciple had a confused face. Brother, I don't know either. When I grabbed this sword, I just felt a bloodthirsty desire to kill and kill in my heart. And then I lost consciousness. I just wanted to kill people. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Lu Yin stared at the sword and speculated. It seems that this sword has killed too many people and has become a magic weapon. It is difficult for ordinary people to control it. Only those with a determined mind can control it. Otherwise they will be controlled by this sword. Become a killing machine. Is it that evil?
Pang Fian raised his eyebrows. He said, taking a step forward, ready to pull out the blood sword. Everyone looked and saw that as soon as Pang Fian touched his finger, his face immediately twisted, and his clear eyes were bloodshot. When Lu Yin saw this, he took a deep breath and drank fiercely. This sound was like the sound of a great bell being struck in shock. Everyone covered their ears in shock and hurriedly backed away. Pang Fian was also shocked by the loud noise, and came to his senses. He sat down on the ground. Although it was only for a moment. His face was pale, and he was covered in cold sweat.
This sword is too evil.
Pang Fian swallowed. Next, several more people came forward. However, no one can control this sword. On the contrary, when they come into contact with this sword, they are controlled by the blood sword.
Senior brother Lu Yin, you are a strong man on the yellow list, and have a firm mind. If it were you, you would definitely be able to control this sword.
Pang Fian suggested. Lu Yin had already been tempted. This sword is 6 feet long. The blade is slender, and the whole body is like blood jade, as if it were made from heaven. He is a sword cultivator, and this sword is very tempting to him. Laizwa also nodded and said,
if it is senior brother Lu Yin, his mind will not be affected by this sword. Senior brother Lu Yin, give it a try.
Everyone shouted. Lu Yin nodded, took a deep breath, and stepped forward. He grabbed the blood sword and pulled it out with a clang.
Good. As expected of senior brother Lu Yin. Senior brother Lu Yin, if you get this bloody sword, maybe you can get another one on the yellow list.
Everyone cheered. However, before the voice fell, Lu Yin made another clang sound and inserted the blood sword into the bones. Yang Mucheng looked away in confusion. But Lu Yin's face was pale, and in just a short moment, there was a line of cold sweat on his forehead.
This sword is too evil. I can't control it. It can only be suppressed for a short time, but cannot be controlled. If I use it to fight, I am afraid that my mind will be taken away at any time.
Lu Yin's eyes flashed with fear and unwillingness. There is obviously a sword in front of me, but it is too regrettable that I can't get it.
It seems that only evil people can use this sword.
Pang Fian sighed.
People of the evil way are originally bloodthirsty. If they get this sword, wouldn't it be a disaster for the right way? Why not destroy it?
Someone suggested. This suggestion received immediate response from everyone. After all, this sword is too evil. If it cannot be suppressed, it will be controlled by it. It is better to destroy it completely to avoid future troubles. Lu Yin took a step forward, raised his palms, and was about to strike.
Wait!
At this time, a crisp sound sounded from behind. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, and it was Yang Mucheng who spoke.
Uncle Master, what do you propose?
Lu Yin asked.
Let me give it a try.
Yang Mucheng separated from the crowd and walked towards the Bone Mountain.
It would be a pity if this sword was destroyed like this. I have used magic weapons before and was able to suppress it. Let me try to see if I can suppress this bloody sword.
Song Yuanhua's demon subduing pestle is also a magic weapon. When he used it, he didn't feel anything wrong. A sword is not good or bad. It depends on the user. In the hands of a peerless warrior, even an iron piece and a bamboo sword can kill people. The main thing is, Yang Mucheng also likes this sword. This sword has the same style as the Xinglua Xuanya sword he used before. Although this green lotus sword is good, it is not easy to use. I finally came across a sword that I took advantage of. Wouldn't it be a pity if it was destroyed like this?
Uncle Master, do you also want to give it a try? I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Yes. So many disciples have tried it. Even senior brother Lu Yin bluntly said that he can't control it. And I'm afraid my uncle can't control it either.
Everyone talked one after another.
That's not necessarily the case.
Lu Yin shook his head.
This sword has nothing to do with strength and cultivation. It depends on the character of the user. Everyone, please pay attention. If your uncle is controlled by the blood sword, take action to seize the blood sword immediately.
Clang. Yang Mucheng drew out his blood sword. And immediately a surge of endless killing and bloodthirsty desire spread from his arm to his heart in an instant. This kind of desire is simply irresistible. No wonder those disciples went crazy and wanted to kill people when they grabbed the sword. Yang Mucheng's eyes suddenly became cloudy. Streaks of blood appeared rapidly, and a trace of ferociousness appeared on his fair face.
No! Uncle Master is going out of control!
Lu Yin exclaimed and was about to step forward. However, just when everyone was shocked, an even more terrifying killing aura burst out from Yang Mucheng's body.
And Yang Muchung woke up in an instant. Chapter 844 Counter Ambush. Buzz. A bunch of eyes looked towards Yang Muchung. But see. The long sword trembled crazily in Yang Muchung's hand. And pieces of blood flashed crazily. At the same time, terrifying murderous thoughts came quickly from the sword body. This huge killing thought made everyone take a few steps back in shock. What a terrifying thought of killing! Lu Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This sword seems to want to control my uncle. That great uncle. After hearing Lu Yin's words, everyone looked at him with worried faces. However, Yang Muchung stood there, and a supreme aura emerged from his body. The blood sword was extremely unwilling and struggled desperately, as if it was about to escape at any time. But in the end, it calmed down, as if it had been tamed, and was held obediently in his hand, without any movement at all. At the same time, the original dark color of the blood sword also turned bright red, and a bloody stream of light flashed. It's a long story, but it only happened in the blink of an eye. Yang Muchung's eyes flashed, and he flicked his finger. Base! There was a crisp sword cry, and a bright red glow of blood flashed on the bright red sword. After performing a sword trick, Yang Muchung looked at the sword in his hand with great satisfaction. Uncle Master, you actually control this sword? Lu Yan's face was full of disbelief. Everyone else's faces were full of shock. The evil sword that so many people had no control over quietly surrendered in Yang Muchung's hands. What level is this sword? Peng Fian couldn't help but ask. A blood sword with such evil intentions could only be of heaven level. Yang Muchung closed his eyes, realized something, and said with a wry smile, This sword was once a heaven-level sword. Due to the loss of spiritual energy, it is only a top-level earth-level sword, but because it was transformed into a magic weapon, it is enough to compete with the top-level earth-level weapons. When the disciples around him heard this, their faces showed envy. Although it has been reduced to the highest level, but this kind of existing weapon is already a top-level existence for Kyushu. After all, heaven-level weapons have not appeared for many years. And even if they do exist, they are occupied by various powerful people. You seem a little dissatisfied with me? Yang Muchung looked at the bloody sword in his hand that seemed to be exuding dissatisfaction, and raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the bone mountain at his feet. Once, the master of this sword has killed countless strong men and powerful beings with his sword. Don't worry. I will never bury you. You were born of blood, and from now on you will be called Blood Drinker. Yang Muchung smiled faintly. The killing intent hidden in his body was suddenly released. At this time, the blood-drinking sword finally lost its dissatisfaction, and instead felt a sense of excitement about being reborn. Let's go! Yang Muchung put away his blood-drinking sword and looked at everyone. With so many evil people pouring in at once, the enemies we will face next are not only the Bone Clan, but also evil people. However, since they have designed to ambush us, we will not just sit back and die. Most of the disciples present had blood that was not cold yet. In addition, he had been ambushed by evil people before. How could he just give up and be suppressed without being able to resist? Yang Muchung's proposal made many people's eyes light up and excited on the spot. Uncle Master, what should we do? Lu Yin asked. Others also looked at Yang Muchung expectantly. First, investigate the enemy's situation and find the location of the evil people. These evil people came in earlier than us and must have obtained a lot of things. If we follow them, we will probably only eat ashes and soup. Kill them. Their people took away their treasure. Uncle Master, I am good at investigation. Leave this to me. Immediately, a disciple of the Hunyuan Bajra sect stood up. I saw him slowly taking out a wooden box from his arms. After opening the wooden box, dozens of palm-sized monsters flew out. However, this monster has no breath and looks like a puppet. In an instant, these monster beasts rushed in all directions. This is a treasure I got in a ruins. It is perfect for reconnaissance. We only need to stay where we are to know the surrounding directions. On the spot, this canyon became a temporary camp. After a while, the disciple was overjoyed and shouted loudly. Found it! 20 miles away from this canyon, there is a position of evil disciples. There are more than 30 people on the other side. The distribution of strength is that there are only 2 warriors in the late stage of Zifu, 7 in the middle stage of Zifu, and the rest are in the early stage. Everyone's eyes lit up. The overall strength of this group of evil people is even weaker than before. Yang Muchung nodded and began to assign tasks. The opponent's 2 late-stage Zifu warriors are a difficult point. Lu Yin and Lei Zhua. You two are the strongest. First, kill one of them with the power of thunder. Pangfian, Shunlang, Yitian, Sun Chan. The 4 of you are dealing with another late Sifu man. The rest of you, stop the others. We only need to kill these 2 late-stage Sifu people. And the rest will be like tigers with their teeth pulled out. Nothing to fear.
Everyone nodded in agreement. This camp of evil people was built under a mountain of bones, surrounded by a rugged and towering bone forest. It is very difficult to find. In the bone forest, there are also some evil people hiding in it, checking the posts and standing sentry. Lu Yan's eyes were like a torch, and he quickly scanned this forest of bones.
There are 3 sentry posts in total, and the sentry posts are at odds with each other. If we cannot remove all 3 sentry posts in an instant, all our raid plans will be in vain. Easy to handle.
Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes.
1 for each of us.
The words just fell. Yang Muchung had already jumped out like an antelope. Lu Yin and Leizwa looked at each other and moved towards the other 2 sentry posts respectively.
I wonder if those Hawkeye guys got the treasure?
A voice came from the sentry post. The speaker was a horse-faced man.
I've been gone for so long, and I haven't come back yet. Will something unexpected happen to me? You are worrying too much.
Another person laughed and said,
I heard that the 36 sects are also eyeing this forest bone area this time. There are no strong men in the god transformation stage in this area, and they are hunting those opportunities for righteous disciples. If they don't kill enough, how can they turn back easily?
Before he finished speaking, a bright red sword light swept over and directly wrapped the horse-faced man, mincing him on the spot.
Enemy attack!
Another man who was about to scream. But before he could speak, Yang Muchung had already shot out his finger of surprise and pointed it at the center of the other man's eyebrows. Just hearing a small, bang sound, the man's body suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground like mud. And this time, 2 other outposts have also been eliminated. Yang Muchung and others, who were hiding in the dark, slowly moved forward. The evil people in the camp are still enjoying themselves and have not realized that the danger is approaching. Chapter 845 Blackwater Pond. Since entering the forest bone realm, everyone has been suppressed by these evil disciples. Now that we have found an opportunity for revenge, how can we let it go?
Kill!
Lu Yin and Leizwa gave a low drink and rushed towards one of the wooden houses in the camp. Feeling the murderous intent, there was a bang sound, and a tall figure broke through the house, roaring with vigor, and headed towards the 2 of them, Lu Yin and Leizwa. The former is a strong person on the yellow list, and the latter is a warrior in the late Sifu period. The 2 of them joined forces to make a huge impact. Facing this evil cultist, he immediately slapped him away with his palm, and the suffocating pressure swept wildly, directly knocking the evil cult leader, who was rising into the sky from midair. Pangfian, Shunlang, Yikai, and Sun Chan descended from the air and surrounded another evil leader who arrived in the center. They all burst out with endless power and aura, and the evil leader, who was beaten, could only barely parry. The 2 leaders were immediately in danger. The remaining evil disciples also lost their momentum for a while. But, when they discovered that most of the masters from the 2 sects had gone to besiege the evil leader, and only about a dozen disciples of the early and middle stages of Sifu were left, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Kill these righteous disciples first, and then kill the others!
One of the scar-faced men shouted. They are confident that they can kill all these people in a short period of time and then go to support the leader. Many people have fixed their eyes on Yang Muchung. After all, among a bunch of strong men from the Sifu, he, a warrior who is only half a step into the Sifu, is very eye-catching.
Pinch the soft persimmon. Leave this kid to me.
The scar-faced man shouted loudly, holding the golden-winged wild gooseback knife, and stepped down on the spot. A vast sword light cut down like an indescribable giant blade. Clang! However, before the blade cut down, his copper bell-like eyes caught a glimpse of an extremely strange blood glow. Pft. A tearing sound suddenly sounded. Scarface's head flew high into the sky, and his headless body hit the ground with a thud, making a muffled sound. When the disciples around him saw this scene, they couldn't help but sneer.
This idiot actually treats my uncle as a soft persimmon? Yes. I don't know how many people in the middle stage of Sifu have been killed by my uncle. How dare such a guy from the early stage of Sifu dare to attack my uncle?
The headless body trembled, and a jade-like nascent soul came out. Its face was full of terror, and it was obviously in shock. It didn't expect Yang Muchung to be so scary. With a scream, it quickly retreated towards the rear. However, before it could take off,
The golden-haired rat that had been waiting aside swallowed it up. The golden-haired mouse burped happily and patted his round belly. Kill! Yang Muchung grinned and rushed into the crowd. Wherever he went, there was a splash of blood. The blood-drinking sword in his hand became more and more envious. At the beginning, these evil cultists despised Yang Muchung, thinking that the opponent only had half a step to Zifu and could be easily solved. But even if Xian discovered that both his strength and vitality were far superior to those of the average middle-stage Zifu, even the two early-stage Zifus could not stop him in the slightest. Although the evil side has the numerical advantage, the righteous side has already taken control of the battle situation. It doesn't take a moment. Lei Zhua and Lu Yin were the first to kill an evil leader. When the other little leader saw this, his face lost all color. He had no intention of fighting anymore, and he quickly ran away into the distance. How can I let you escape? Seeing this, Pang Fian stepped forward and slapped him behind, knocking him out of the sky. Yi Kai and others quickly rushed forward and hacked him to death with swords. Not even Nascent Soul could escape. The two little bosses were dead. Lu Yin and others took out their hands and joined the battle group. In less than a stick of incense, the evil people in these camps were completely killed. Ha ha! Great harvest! After eradicating the evil ways, everyone began to search each other's belongings. Dozens of mysterious weapons and 3 earth-level weapons were recovered. However, the highest value is only the low-grade treasure, and there is no treasure with higher value. But even so, it made everyone smile. This is much simpler and easier than us working hard to check one by one. Yes. Today, let's also learn how these evil people kill people and seize treasures. Yang Muchung didn't think anything of it. These evil disciples were stationed outside the forest bone domain, and they didn't get too much. Take a rest and let's continue. Yang Muchung issued the order. Yes. Everyone agreed. After several battles, everyone respected and trusted Yang Muchung. Immediately sit down cross-legged to restore the internal energy and physical strength consumed during the battle. Yang Muchung directly released the ancient heaven swallowing technique and absorbed the energy and blood of these 30 evil disciples into his body. The previous battle in the canyon brought my blood to 30%, and the battle in this camp finally reached 50%. Sure enough, if you want to quickly improve your cultivation, you have to kill. These evil disciples can only be regarded as your bad luck. Yang Muchung's eyes turned cold. After a while, everyone left. Next, Yang Muchung led everyone to attack 3 or 4 evil camps. There are not many people in these evil camps, and they are generally in the early stage of Zifu, and the highest level of cultivation is only in the Zifu realm. Of course, these people are not strong and their harvest is not as rich as before. However, what surprised everyone was that Yang Muchung and others got exactly the same map in the hands of this group of evil disciples. There is a very clear mark on the map. Blackwater Pool. Uncle Master. Lu Yin took the map and looked at Yang Muchung doubtfully. Yang Muchung pondered for a moment and guessed. This map was most likely drawn by evil people who entered it in the past. So many people have it. It must be that the location marked Blackwater Pond is definitely unusual. There may be some treasures there. He looked at everyone with a hint of inquiry. Everything is decided by my uncle, Lu Yin said. Although his strength is not bad, he is still too far away from Yang Muchung on the coordinating side. If Yang Muchung hadn't been controlling everything these days, they might not have been able to achieve even 1/10 of their current harvest. We also listened to our uncle. Several disciples of the Hunyuan Madras sect also quickly agreed. Present, everyone changed their route and headed towards the Blackwater Pond. About a day or so later, the group arrived near the Blackwater Pond. Follow the map. This is a huge basin, and Blackwater Pool is located in the basin. Yang Muchung did not let anyone get closer, but observed from a distance. But above the basin, the soaring evil energy condensed on the heads of everyone, and the aura was very shocking. At this time, suddenly there was a sound of chains ringing from the front, which was in the direction of the Blackwater Pond. Chapter 846 Immortal Sect Assessment Hall. It was exactly the opposite of the Baishui River that everyone had seen before. In that huge deep pool, the water is like ink, rich and sticky. The sound of the chain ringing came from the direction of a bone dragon. This bone dragon is hundreds of meters long, and its neck is tied by a chain as thick as an arm. From the appearance alone, this skeleton has almost completely transformed into a real dragon. The bone dragon has been beheaded, and the pale nascent soul is held in the palm of a gloomy young man, who is screaming. Is that the treasure of Blackwater Pool? Pang Fian narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid it doesn't look like it.
That skull dragon should be the guardian beast guarding the Blackwater pond.
Laisva whispered. Yang Machung made a gesture to silence his voice.
Immediately, everyone closed their mouths and looked forward. However, when the gloomy young man clenched his right hand, the nascent soul of the bone dragon suddenly let out a scream. And then a shocking scene appeared. I saw something the size of a mung bean spit out from the big mouth of the bone dragon. The thing flew out and swelled when it saw the wind, turning into a huge palace in an instant. This palace is simple and mysterious, with stone sculptures of horned dragons guarding the door at both ends, and various reliefs and patterns carved everywhere.
The ruins of the Immortal Sect are really here.
The gloomy young man couldn't help laughing wildly.
Is this the Immortal Sect?
The evil disciples around looked at the palace suspended in midair with shock on their faces. Yang Machung was also shocked. This palace, which was probably even bigger than the Wandao Sword Sect's floating sky city, was floating in the void without feeling any movement. There are 5 gates in the palace, and the patterns on each gate are different, including Qilin, Qinglong, White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Suzaku. Ye Kai prepared to step forward, but he was immediately pressed down by Lu Yin. But Lu Yin shook his head and said,
"The young man leading the team is Lu Fenghao, who is ranked 99 on the yellow list. He is more powerful than me. I am no match for him."
There was a hint of gloom in everyone's eyes. There are a large number of these evil disciples, and there is a strong Huang Bang leader as their leader. Could it be that they can only watch this immortal sect being occupied by the other party? Many people looked towards Yang Machung, hoping that the other party could give him an idea. Yang Machung remained silent and signaled the other party to continue observing.
"Senior brother Lu."
Someone raised their hands and asked the gloomy young man,
"How to open this immortal gate? Could it be that if the immortal gate is opened, immortals will come here?"
The gloomy young man named Lu Fenghao laughed loudly and shook his head.
"What is an immortal? What is a human? You are all wrong. After the immortal gate is another continent, which is also a vast star. Our Kyushu is located on Xiaozhan Star. Go up. Behind this fairy gate is the endless universe."
Everyone was shocked and confused. But I heard Lu Fenghao speak slowly. Turn out to be, in ancient times, when the aura of Kyushu was as strong as other planets, the immortal sect was opened at that time. And sometimes people from sects from other planets would come to Kyushu to recruit disciples. At that time, there were many powerful people in Kyushu, and they were considered to be very dazzling stars in this infinite universe. But gradually, the spiritual energy of Kyushu dissipated, and the chances of geniuses being born became less and less. People from other planet sects could not recruit geniuses, so they gradually came here less often, from once every 3 years at the beginning, to once every 5 years, or even once every 10 years, or once every 100 years. The situation in Kyushu has not improved as time goes by. The aura is getting less and less. Gradually, some sects directly cancelled the fairy gate passages that came here. Finally, Kyushu became a star forgotten by everyone.
This skull dragon was once a dragon in a tiny realm. It was only one step away from transforming into a dragon. It was because it devoured this palace that the immortal sect could be preserved and not be destroyed by the sects outside the world. If we can break through this immortal gate, we will definitely be able to bring those sects from beyond the stars to Kyushu."
Lu Fenghao's words almost subverted everyone's understanding. Turn out to be, outside the immortal sect, there are countless stars that are exactly the same as Jojo.
"Senior brother Lu, what's the situation with those stars?"
someone asked.
"There are barren stars, and the entire continent is barren of grass. There are stars that are completely composed of volcanoes, with volcanoes erupting all year round, and no living creatures are seen. There are stars occupied by monsters, and the entire stars are full of powerful monsters. There are also stars where warriors live, where the spiritual energy is hundreds of times richer than that of Kyushu."
Lu Fenghao could not hide his excitement. He once found the travel notes of a powerful Thai man in an ancient tomb. This travel diary recorded everything about the immortal sect queen. So he learned that there was an immortal sect hidden in this Blackwater pool. Hoo ho ho! At this time, outside the valley, there was a sound of wind. However, he saw dozens of figures rushing towards him from afar. He was a disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect, Mingyu Yezenlu, and Tianmo Zanlengu. Obviously, they had already obtained the map of the Blackwater pond from some way and were hiding in the dark. Now that I see this immortal sect appearing, I naturally don't want to be taken away by the other party.
"Let's go too."
When Yang Machung saw that the time had come, he clapped his hands and flew toward the Blackwater pond like an arrow from a string. Tung tung tung. In an instant, the disciples of the 5 sects landed outside the Blackwater pond in unison.
No, it's the righteous guys. How did they find the Blackwater pool?
The excited Xiadao people were in panic. Lu Fenghao was also shocked. But he quickly came to his senses. He knows that there is no airtight wall in the world. In fact, besides him, many people have also read the travel notes of the Tai Powerful One. And it was obviously within his expectation to find this place one after another. For a while, the two opposing sides, good and evil, are at war with each other. And the atmosphere is depressing.
I've known for a long time that finding the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall won't be easy. I didn't expect you to be looking for it so early. However, this Immortal Sect cannot be taken away, nor can it be destroyed. I'm afraid your expectations will be dashed. I don't want to fight with you. This time I'm just here for the Immortal Gate. After breaking through the Immortal Gate, we'll leave here after we get the token.
Lu Fenghao had his hands behind his back. The sudden appearance of more than 100 people from the righteous path did not shock him. What's more, as a strong man on the yellow list, his ranking was higher than Lu Yin, the strongest among them, which was naturally enough to shock the entire audience. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in Jingdao scolded him.
Dream! Everyone can punish those who are evil. You still want to break into the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall? There is no coexistence between good and evil. After your evil ways entered the Forest Bone Realm, you ambush us everywhere. How could we let you succeed?
For a while, there was constant roaring. Everyone in the evil way also drew their weapons, clang, clang,
to prevent the other party from suddenly attacking. Seeing that a fight was about to start at any moment, Lu Fenghao closed his eyes. A trace of anger flashed on his face. And then he snorted coldly. This sound immediately silenced the surrounding area.
Let those of you who can speak come out,
Lu Feng said in a cold voice. He stared intently at Lu Yen. After all, he was a strong man on the yellow list, and should be the leader among this group of people. But unexpectedly, Lu Yen turned his questioning eyes to Yang Maicheng without saying a word. Except Lu Yen. At this moment, more than 100 disciples all looked at Yang Maicheng. Chapter 847 White Tiger Watergate. This scene caused everyone in the evil way to be surprised. Originally, like Lu Fenghao, they all believed that Lu Yen was the leader of this group of people. But now they did not expect that the real person was actually a young boy. Lu Fenghao rolled his eyes and said with a smile,
"You must be the great uncle of the 36 sects. Old Demon Yang. What do you think of my previous proposal? After passing this fairy gate, get the token. If you don't fight in front of this Blackwater pool, if you get out of this Blackwater pool, it doesn't matter whether you live or die."
Yang Maicheng condensed for a moment, nodded and said,
"Okay."
Lu Fenghao smiled faintly and praised.
"Smart man. I like to cooperate with smart people like you. In this case, I will not hide it. Look at the 5 gates of Qilong, Suzaku, Xuanwu, White Tiger and Qilin. The green dragon belongs to wood. The red bird belongs to fire. The Xuanwu belongs to earth. The white tiger belongs to water. And the unicorn belongs to metal. If you want to pass through and get the approval of the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, you must pass through 5 palaces of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Each person has 3 opportunities. Once you fail, you will permanently lose the opportunity to enter the hall."
Yang Maicheng nodded and looked towards the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall. Except him. The other disciples were also secretly moved. As long as you pass the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, you will have the opportunity to leave Kyushu and go to a wider starry sky in the future. At the same time, the disciples on the other side of the evil path were also very excited. After all, the Immortal Gate has been closed for tens of thousands of years, and many strong men who have reached the half-step Nirvana realm have exhausted their lifespan and died in Kyushu, unable to leave. Now that this opportunity has appeared in front of them, how could they give up so easily? More people look towards the 5 gates. These represent what is behind the door of the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. No one dares to break in easily. After all, everyone only has 3 chances. Once all 3 chances fail, they will completely lose the opportunity to break into the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall and say goodbye to the world behind the Immortal Sect.
"I'll go first."
Yang Maicheng narrowed his eyes. Lu Yin quickly stopped him and said,
"Uncle Master, you can't take risks easily. No one knows what's going on in the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it."
At this time, A warrior from the middle stage of the Zifu in the evil way stood up, glanced at Yang Mucheng and others, and said disdainfully,
"You guys who have no courage. Since you don't dare to break in, let me come first and explore the way for you." Bar.
Boom! As the evil middle-aged man from Zifu spoke, he moved and flew towards the immortal sect assessment hall, and he chose White Tiger Minato.
Call out.
Almost at the same time that the middle-aged man from the purple mansion came into contact with Minato, his whole body seemed to be pulled by a terrible force, and he was swallowed directly behind the White Tiger patterned stone gate. In an instant, the other party's breath disappeared. Not only did the breath disappear, but all traces seemed to have been erased. It seems that behind this stone gate is an unknown small world. Can the first Sifu midtermer to take action pass the water gate test? This moment, everyone looked at Baihu Minato and began to wait. However, not long after, the white tiger on the stone door suddenly shone brightly, and then the stone door suddenly opened, and a figure flew out directly from the stone door. This figure was clearly the middle stage Sifu who had entered the White Tiger water gate. Past the assessment? At this moment, everyone's eyes, whether from the evil path or the righteous path, all looked over, wanting to inquire about the final result. But when they saw it, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts sinking. The middle-level Zifu man looked pale. His breath was a little unsteady, and his eyes were filled with panic.
Failed? How's the situation inside?
Lu Fenghao asked.
After I entered, there was an empty space inside, and what greeted me was a torrential rain. Those raindrops were all black. Every drop of rain had a very terrifying power. I was hit by one of the raindrops. My chest felt like I was being pierced in an instant, and then I was blasted out.
Everyone vaguely expected that the situation in the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall would not be easy. But, after listening to the description of this middle termer of the Zifu, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. It rains all over the sky, and even a drop of it is enough to kill a middle-aged Zifu man. How terrible is this? And, the White Tiger Water Gate is the simplest test among the 5 gates. But it is so difficult. So what about the next Qiling Golden Gate, Xuanwu Earth Gate, Qilong Wooden Gate, and Suzaku Fire Gate? This made everyone present look heavy. This means
many people present may not be able to get through any of the doors.
I'll try.
Ye Kai stood up. His aura was slightly higher than that of the previous middle-level Zifu. He took a step forward and quickly stepped into the White Tiger Water Gate. However, in only 1/3 of the time it took to burn the incense, Ye Kai was also bombarded, and the result was still a failure. Many people looked ugly. Could it be that this Immortal Sect Assessment Hall is so difficult to break into? Some people on the righteous side were not convinced, and 6 or 7 people stepped forward to try. But the result was still failure. The longest one only lasted for 1 stick of incense before he was forcibly ejected. This scene was ridiculed by many evil people.
Ha ha. It seems that your righteous way is not that good either. Every day I chant the slogan of justice for heaven. But in the end, even the weakest White Tiger Minato can't break through.
Ye Kai was dissatisfied and responded.
If you have the guts, give it a try. Okay, I'll give it a try and let you guys, the righteous guys, take a look.
As soon as he finished speaking, a man walked out. This man was walking like a dragon and a tiger, and he was so powerful that he was obviously much more powerful than the previous ones. And the situation finally changed when he appeared. Everyone before. The longest 1 stick of incense. The shortest one is only 1/3 of the time of burning incense. But he stayed in it for 3 sticks of incense.
Squeak!
Another moment. The door opened and a figure flew out. This figure is clearly the man who entered the White Tiger Water Gate before. As soon as he flew out, he showed off to everyone what he had obtained in the White Tiger Water Gate. It was a luminous pearl slightly smaller than half the size of a fist, shining faintly.
This is the certificate to get through the White Tiger Water Gate.
The man looked at everyone arrogantly, and his eyes fell on Ye Kai.
Boy, how are you? Did you get slapped in the face? You guys, the righteous guys, can only bark. When I break through the 5th gate and get the certificate to go to the Immortal Gate, I will crush your 36 sections. I just passed through the White Tiger Water Gate. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant?
At this time, a cold voice slowly sounded. The man closed his eyes and sneered.
Old and young, if you have the ability, just try it. If you don't have the ability, don't beep here. In my opinion, you are not even qualified to break into the White Tiger Water Gate. Right.
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile.
Then I will come and show you.
Chapter 848, Seizing the Pearl. Yang Muchung wanted to break into the White Tiger Water Gate, and many people in the evil circles immediately looked over. However, when they saw Yang Muchung's cultivation level, they immediately sneered at him. Although Yang Muchung has a high status, it does not mean that everything must be surrendered to him. This immortal sect assessment hall is a dead thing. He won't recognize you as a master uncle. But having said that, even if he recognized it, the immortal sect assessment hall would not let him go.
Old demon Yang, you'd better rest your cultivation.
The man clenched the ball of light in his hand, almost out of breath while laughing.
With your level of cultivation, I can kill you with just 2 fingers. Do you know how difficult it is inside White Tiger Water Gate? Ha ha. Did I hear you correctly? There are so many warriors in the middle stage of the Zifu who have not made it through. So how can he do it? I heard that this kid is an emperor in the mortal world. Could it be that he is confused and thinks that I am the only one in the world? Do you think that the immortal sect assessment hall will let him go? It's just bragging and not drafting. If he can get through, I'll write my name backwards. Master, uncle, don't be impulsive,
Lu Yan whispered.
This White Tiger Minato is by no means ordinary. So many disciples have tried hard, but they all failed. It's not as easy as imagined.
Ye Kai on the side also quickly advised.
Uncle Master, the rain inside is really too strong. Every drop has the power of a strike from a strong man from the Z Mansion.
And it is too dense and cannot be avoided at all. Uncle Master, please think twice and don't fall for the opponent's aggressive tactics.
Yang Muchung stood there quietly without speaking. But this scene made the evil side laugh again.
Look, I've already said that this kid has no ability. Right? It's all talk and no practice. A half-step warrior from the Purple Mansion comes to the Forest Bone Realm. If he hadn't relied on Lu Yan, he would have been torn to pieces by those Bone Clan. The slogan was loud just now. But now it turns into a coward and doesn't dare to step forward.
Hear these words. The righteous disciples were filled with hatred. And some were so embarrassed that they wanted to crawl into the cracks in the ground. But there is no way. What they said is true. So many warriors in the middle stage of the Zifu have failed. Yang Muchung, who has only half-stepped into Zifu, may not be able to break through. Everyone is unwilling to endure such humiliation. Unexpected, Yang Muchung raised his head, looked at the man, and asked,
"What's your name? I can't change my name no matter what. I'm called Wang Xingtao. Why do you ask for my grandfather's name?"
The man slapped his chest loudly, his face full of provocation.
"When we get out of this black pool, I will kill you first."
A cold light flashed in Yang Muchung's eyes. If you speak out, the water will be poured out. He said that when he broke into the Immortal Sect assessment hall, the two sides would not make a move, and Yang Muchung would not make a move. Even if he wanted to kill the other party immediately, even if the blood-drinking sword in his hand was buzzing and trembling with anger, Yang Muchung still held back. What is a king? This is the most basic of all. Yang Muchung said he would not do anything in the Blackwater pool, so he would not move. If Haishuazhen wants to kill Wang Shengtao, he will kill him.
Yan Lama, I won't keep you after you leave this Blackwater pool.
Wang Shengtao glanced at Yang Muchung and said coldly. He said, glanced at the Immortal Sect assessment hall, and sneered disdainfully.
Since you don't dare to break into the White Tiger Water Gate, then go back and don't stand here in the way. We evil people will continue to break in. Who says I don't dare?
Yang Muchung snorted coldly and walked forward. With one step forward, his whole body turned into a ray of light and was sucked into the water gate. This scene caused everyone to be shocked.
This kid really dares to go in.
Someone exclaimed.
With the little strength he has, he will probably be blasted out in 3 breaths of time. Humph. How dare you come in and join in the fun even if you are half a step into the Z Mansion? Isn't this looking for death?
Wang Shengtao held his fists and sneered.
Why doesn't he dare to go in? This White Tiger Water Gate is just an assessment hall. Even if you are killed to pieces in it, you will be blasted out alive. Stop talking. Wait a minute. We will be able to see this kid being blasted out in a panic.
Everyone in Zhendao looked at each other in disbelief. They also knew the temperament of their great-uncle, and there was no precedent for taking back what he said. But no one expected that he would actually step directly into the White Tiger Water Gate.
Uncle Master has gone in? With half the cultivation level of Zifu, it may not be that easy to break into the White Tiger Water Gate. Yes, my uncle is too impatient. His strength is indeed not bad, but it is still a bit difficult to break into the White Tiger Water Gate.
If he can reach the cultivation level of Zifu, then he must be stable. One side is worried. The other side is sarcastic. In the entire Blackwater pond, both good and evil are concerned about one person at this moment. But, at this time, everyone on the evil side began to look a little strange. This is a stick of incense. But Yang Mucheng hasn't come out yet. Is it possible that this kid really has hope of getting through? Wang Xingtao's expression changed. Time passes minute by minute. 2 sticks of incense. 3 sticks of incense. When the 3 sticks of incense were reached, everyone was shocked and lost their voice. Just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng would be sent out, they all looked over. But the White Tiger water gate was still silent, and there was still no movement at all. What exactly is this? I've already burned 4 incense sticks now. Did something go wrong? Finally, on the 5th stick of incense, the White Tiger water gate slowly opened. Squeak! A crisp voice sounded, and Yang Mucheng slowly walked out in a ray of light. This situation was completely different from before, causing many people to look at it in confusion. Master Uncle! Lu Yin rushed over quickly. Uncle Master, why did you stay in the White Tiger water gate for so long? Uncle Master, did you succeed in the assessment? For a while, Yang Mucheng attracted everyone's attention. After all, he was the first person to stay in the White Tiger water gate for a full 5 sticks of incense. No one knows what he encountered in the White Tiger water gate. However, on the evil side, everyone is more concerned about whether Yang Mucheng has broken through the White Tiger water gate. Of course I got through. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and raised his right palm. At this moment, everyone looked towards his palm and saw that Yang Mucheng was holding a luminous pearl exactly like Wang Xingtao's in his palm. But this luminous pearl is rarer and brighter than the one Wang Xingtao obtained before. As soon as they looked at this luminous pearl, everyone knew that its material was more precious than what Wang Xingtao had obtained before. Suddenly, Wang Xingtao's face was ashen, and his face was so gloomy that water dripped from his face. Chapter 849 Suzaku Fire Gate. Why is this orb different from before? Yes, it seems to be bigger and brighter than Wang Xingtao's one, and the power contained in it seems to be stronger. Is it because my uncle has stayed in the White Tiger water gate for a longer period of time that this is the case? When everyone saw that Yang Mucheng's luminous pearl was slightly different from before, everyone's minds were filled with doubts. Even the evil people looked over with doubts on their faces. Obviously, they want to know what the problem is. This is not the Night Pearl, but the Water Spirit Pearl. As long as you pass through the White Tiger water gate, you can get the Water Spirit Pearl. Yang Mucheng looked towards the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall. These contents were all told to him by the will of the Assessment Hall when he entered the White Tiger water gate. Each type of spirit bead is divided into 3 grades: bright, ordinary, dim. Obtaining any one is equivalent to passing the assessment. Certainly, if one person passes through 5 Immortal Sect Assessment Halls at the same time, then the 5 spirit beads will be merged into 1 token. A spirit bead is just a nominal disciple, equivalent to a handyman of the Immortal Sect. 2. They are outer disciples, and have the qualifications to enter and leave the Immortal Sect. But they cannot have a master to teach them. Maybe he will give you a few words of advice when he is in a good mood. 3. They are inner disciples. They have the qualifications to serve the master and can get some training resources from the Immortal Sect. But their status is only slightly higher than that of the outer disciples, for are elite disciples and are valued by the sect. 5 are true disciples, and can choose the elders of the Immortal Sect as their masters at will. Yang Mucheng narrated slowly. These words shocked everyone. That's the Immortal Sect. Certainly, even if the disciples have the same identity, there are still differences between them. For example, if both parties are nominal disciples, then the status of both parties can be estimated based on the lightness and darkness of the spiritual beads obtained between them. That's why Wang Shengao looked so gloomy when he saw the water spirit bead in Yang Mucheng's hand shining so brightly. Uncle Master, which sect does this Immortal Sect Assessment Hall belong to? How does this sect compare to our Wandao Sword Sect? Asked a disciple of the Wandao Sword Sect. Yang Mucheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's too far. The 36 sects combined may only have half the strength of the other sect. There is a half-step heavenly saint in that sect. Call. At this moment, everyone present gasped. Transformation stage. 3 realms. Divine thoughts. Divine ways. And divine seas. Nirvana stage. 3 realms. Nirvana. Heavenly saint. Cave heaven. In the entire JoJo, The highest cultivation level is only half a step to nirvana. But this sect has actually reached nirvana, and is even only one step away from reaching the heavenly sage realm. For a while, everyone looked towards the immortal sect assessment hall with fiery eyes. The spiritual energy of Kyushu is weakening. After any warrior reaches half step of nirvana, he can no longer go further. If he can obtain the spirit beads, he can leave Kyushu. Yikai clenched his fists, unable to hide his excitement. Yes! If we can get the other party to reopen the immortal gate, we can see the broader universe. Lu Yan's eyes burst out with fiery light. Kuzu is just a forgotten star. There are countless star continents similar to Gyojou outside the immortal sect. Everyone was completely shocked by Yang Wuqing's words. One after another, fiery, excited, and exciting gazes looked towards the immortal sect assessment hall, right in the Blackwater pool. When the disciples of the good and evil paths were excited about the immortal sect assessment hall, they could see a range of undulating mountain peaks hidden in the sea of clouds on a vast aqua star. In this huge sea of clouds and mountain peaks, there are majestic palaces built one after another. Even the main hall of the 36 sects here looks like a rundown and inconspicuous hut. This is the main sect of the immortal sect assessment hall, and can be regarded as a third-tier existence in the entire immortal sect. Xuanzong. It is Xuanzong. Certainly, if these sects want to accept disciples, they will have many more disciples than the Wandao Sword sect and others. On every planet, there is an immortal sect assessment hall that they set down. The immortal sect assessment hall is open once every 3 years. In the corresponding review hall, there are pieces of corresponding jade tablets. Hey, why is this jade plaque so bright? A disciple in charge of statistical tasks looked curiously at a jade plaque on the wall. Each jade tablet represents a star. There are thousands of jade tablets placed in this hall. The jade plaque that was emitting light had long been covered with dust, and the name of Owl Battle Star was recorded underneath. Don't worry. That's the Owl Star. Tens of thousands of years ago, our Xuanzong gave up on that star. An old disciple said nonchalantly with his legs crossed. That continent is called Kyushu, and its spiritual energy dissipated tens of thousands of years ago. In the end, because the immortal gate teleportation array was closed, so after a long time, we gave up on that star. I guess someone broke in. Should we inform the elders? The statistician asked quickly. Each jade tablet has a total of 5 Dao patterns. 1 Dao pattern belongs to the nominal disciple. 2 belong to the outer disciples. 3 belong to the inner disciples. 4 belong to the elite disciples. And 5 belong to the true disciples. That piece of jade the card has just revealed a Dao pattern. So don't worry about it. The old disciple waved his hand. The disciple in charge of statistics nodded, and quickly changed the name of Owl Battle Star. But listen, the old disciple continued. There is no need to worry about the Xiaozhan Star Jade Tablet. The aura of the stars is like the ebb and flow of the tide. Tens of thousands of years ago, its aura was at its peak. Many sects would go to Xiaozhan Star, choose a disciple. But now that the spiritual energy is weak, there is no one there anymore. Maybe, because the immortal sect assessment hall is so old, there are some problems with the magic circle. The people far away in Blackwater Pond didn't know that it was precisely because of this old disciple's words that the immortal sect was reopened half a year later. Even after the immortal gate opened, it also brought an unimaginable storm and crisis to Kyushu. But at this moment, the people gathered in front of the Blackwater Pond, the disciples of both good and evil paths, cast their extremely fiery gazes on the immortal sect assessment hall. They knew that only by passing the assessment could they attract the attention of the immortal sect. Maybe, after stepping out of the immortal gate, we can find out the reason for the dissipation of Gyojou's spiritual energy. More and more disciples began to invade the White Tiger Watergate. No one wants to fall too far behind. Lu Yin and Lu Fenghao also spent 5 sticks of incense in the White Tiger Watergate and obtained the brightest water spirit beads. At this time, Yang Mucheng had already set his sights on the Suzaku Fire Gate, which was a level more difficult than the White Tiger Watergate. Chapter 850 Fire Demon. Looking from the outside, the space inside the Suzaku Fire Gate is not too vast. But in fact, when Yang Mucheng entered, he was shocked to find that the space here was even twice as large as the White Tiger Watergate. If the space in the White Tiger Watergate is just a chaos where heaven and earth have not yet been divided, then the Suzaku Fire Gate is already a wild and ancient world. When I entered the White Tiger Watergate, the endless torrential rain fell from the sky almost instantly. He originally thought that it would be the same when he entered this world. Yang Mucheng didn't feel the test coming immediately.
He just saw a dense volcano in this wild and ancient world.
I don't know. What is this test? The White Tiger water gate is an endless torrent of rain. The longer it lasts, the brighter the water spirit beads you get. What is this Suzaku fire gate?
Boom. Just when Yang Muchung was thinking about it. But I saw it. The three largest volcanoes among them suddenly erupted. Suddenly, a burst of fire surged into the sky, like a straight beam of light appearing in the void. In an instant, the entire desolate ancient world was shrouded in this shocking fire. At the same time, a stream of information flooded into his mind.
There are 18 volcanic craters, and a Balrog will appear in each volcano. The task will only be completed after all the Balrogs are killed within the specified time. These 3 rays of fire represent time. After the 3 fire glows are completely extinguished, the assessment fails. 1 fire glow is qualified, 2 fire glows are excellent, and 3 fire glows are the best.
Balrog, Yang Muchung, who felt this information, was shocked. That is a kind of fire spirit recorded in the 10,000 Beasts genealogy, which has long been extinct in Kyushu. Those are the great demon kings in the god transformation realm. Could it be that they are the ones being tested this time? How to get through this? Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrible volcanic eruptions resounded. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out from the volcano. Yang Muchung's eyes were as bright as a torch. He looked ahead.
Boom!
Suddenly, a huge claw stretched out from the depths of the volcano and slapped the volcanic rock hard. There was a dull sound, and the hard volcanic rock was pressed down with a deep palm print under this terrifying giant palm. Then, a terrifying existence radiating hot flames appeared. It was a huge humanoid monster, 6 meters tall, and its body was like a piece of rolling magma. With its appearance, the temperature of the entire wild world suddenly increased at this moment. Even Yang Muchung's sight towards it became distorted and blurred at this moment.
Fine. This should just be the projection of Balrog. It does not possess the true strength of Balrog.
But even so, this is also a total of 18 Balrogs. Ordinary people simply can't get through.
Is this the difficulty of the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall? This Suzaku Fire Gate is twice as powerful as the White Tiger Water Gate.
Call. Just when Yang Muchung was shocked, he saw the Balrog, who was the first to crawl out of the volcano, suddenly raise his head. Its flames were burning, and in its body, that was completely surging with magma, 2 cold eyes suddenly shot towards it. At this moment, Yang Muchung felt that the air around his body had exploded, and there was a crackling sound of the air being blown apart.
Tongue!
Without any hesitation, he rose up in an instant, almost at the moment Yang Muchung left. The concentrated gaze of the Balrog turned into 2 substantial beams of rays, which crashed onto the ground.
Boom!
The terrifying loud sound suddenly sounded like a thunderbolt from the blue. A huge depression was directly blasted out of the place where Yang Muchung had been, and countless pieces of soil splashed wantonly, falling to the ground like rain.
Hiss! Hiss!
Yang Muchung took a breath of air. If he was hit by this ray, his body, which had been tempered by 6 times of dragon blood and 4 times of phoenix blood, would probably be injured. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Balrog's facial features were distorted, and he squeezed out a look like a sneer. As soon as he saw it, the Balrog's right hand reached forward and grabbed the sky. The volcano behind it suddenly erupted, and streams of extremely pure flames turned into a large net that spread down from the sky, covering Yang Muchung's head. Go!
Break!
His tongue shines like a lotus flower, and he drinks in a low voice. The blood-drinking sword in his hand swung out a beam of sword light that was nearly 100 meters away, and cut it down in the air in an instant. Just hearing a tearing sound, the huge flame web was torn in half. Immediately, the threads woven into the giant web of flame scattered one by one, eventually turning into streamers of light and disappearing quietly. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung's face, which was already slightly ugly, became more and more gloomy. If it were an ordinary flame giant web, as long as it was cut open, it would dissipate almost instantly. But the posture that emerged after this giant web was cut open is enough to prove how powerful the Balrog's ability to control flames is.
Boom!
At this time, the Balrog from the second volcano also jumped out. Compared to the first Balrog, this second Balrog is too rude. Almost as soon as he emerged from the volcano, this huge guy arched his body and hugged his knees with his hands. His huge body rolled in the endless flames. From a distance, it looked like a meteorite that was rushing forward.
I will attack you first. Kill them one by one. It is better to cut off one of his fingers than to hurt 10 of them. Yang Muqing's eyes turned cold. Boom! The next moment, his body trembled, and as golden light exploded, a mad dragon surged out of his body, directly slapped it down, and hit the back of the charging Balrog heavily, like a ball being slapped away. The Balrog suddenly trembled and hit the ground heavily. What shocked Yang Muqing even more was that the Balrog that he slapped down was not dead, but half of its body was embedded in the ground. At this moment, its pair of cold pupils were staring straight at Yang Muqing, obviously falling into extreme anger. He's not dead! Yang Muqing frowned. The attack and defense capabilities of these Balrogs were far beyond his imagination, and they were not easy targets to deal with. Boom! 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 There were loud sounds. The remaining 16 Balrogs crawled out of the crater one by one, and 32 sets of gazes were all locked on Yang Muqing at this moment. Now, Yang Muqing is like a little sheep that accidentally broke into the territory of a vicious beast. But there is usually only one ferocious beast in a piece of land. But here there are 18 in total. And at the same time, Yang Muqing also discovered that the 3 light pillars representing time in the sky had begun to flow slowly. We must fight quickly! Yang Muqing grabbed it with his right hand, and a bloody light appeared in his palm. Base! The blood-drinking sword let out an excited cry, just as Yang Muqing was breaking through the Suzaku Fire Gate. Some disciples who had passed through the White Tiger Water Gate also began to set their sights on this second gate. Chapter 851 Fire Spirit Pearl. Suzaku Fire Sect. This is the second assessment of the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall. As long as you pass it, you can become an outer disciple. As an outer disciple of the Immortal Sect, you can get guidance from the Master. We must break through. This is the key to leaving Kyushu and opening the Immortal Gate. Each of the warriors was filled with excitement, and their eyes were fiery. Nearly 200 warriors from both the good and evil paths were present, and almost all of them passed through the first White Tiger Water Gate. After all, the people present today are the strongest disciples in the Purple Mansion among good and evil. How could they not even pass the first test? Even if there were failures, I got through it the second time. Some people also obtained bright level water spirit beads. These people all looked towards the second Suzaku Fire Gate. Ultimo Yang, I must surpass you! A hint of chill flashed in Wang Xingtao's eyes. He had previously said that it was impossible for Yang Muqing to break through the White Tiger Water Gate. But in the end, the other party easily passed through, and even obtained the highest level of certification. For him, this was tantamount to a slap in the face. Boom! With almost no hesitation, Wang Xingtao stepped forward like a red bird. In addition to him, there were also many good and evil disciples who all went in together. This Immortal Sect Assessment Hall is indeed the treasure of the Immortal Sect. Everyone entering it is an independent space. Even if hundreds of people enter it at the same time, they can't see each other. They can only see the space they are entering. What? The Balrog! After Wang Xingtao received this message, a hint of shock suddenly flashed in his eyes. Then, he witnessed everything Yang Muqing saw. The Pillar of Light represents the slow passage of time. The 18 volcanoes erupting at the same time, and the 18 huge Balrogs. Boom! The moment the first Balrog rushed out, it rushed towards Wang Xingtao like a meteor bursting with infinite flames, because he had to kill the Balrog within the specified time. Every minute and every second was very precious. He could only bite the bullet and defeat the Balrog. But almost as soon as they met, he was hit so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards. The huge fire net that came from the second fire demon wrapped him up in an instant and tore him into pieces. The Balrog, it's actually the Balrog in this level. One of the Balrogs is already very terrifying. But there are a total of 18 Balrogs here. It is very rare to survive. And they must be killed within the specified time? The difficulty of the Suzaku Fire Gate is at least 5 times higher than that of the White Tiger Water Gate. The warriors who were blasted out of the Suzaku Water Gate looked at the Suzaku Fire Gate with pale faces. It's so difficult. More than 200 people. At this moment, 70% have been eliminated. Most of the remaining people are masters of the Purple Mansion realm. In terms of strength and cultivation, they are all quite terrifying beings. Only they can withstand the test of the Suzaku Fire Sect. However, as for those who were eliminated, some still had 2 chances. They did not give up and immediately entered the Fire Gate. But how can it be so easy to get through the Fire Gate? The elimination rate of Suzaku Fire Sect is still as high as 70%. Only a few of them tried their best several times and finally managed to get through and get one of the dimmest fire spirit beads. No! It's already half-time!
Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. He found one of the 3 light pillars in the void has half disappeared. If these 18 Balrogs cannot be killed before they disappear completely, there will be no bright level fire spirit beads, although it can be considered as a clearance. This is simply unacceptable for someone with a picky personality.
It seems that we can no longer hide it.
When he was in Wandao Sword Sect, Yang Muqing answered everyone's questions and selected 3 earth-level mid-level martial arts that were most suitable for him. One is fingering, one is swordsmanship, and the other is qigong. When he was at Baihu Minato, he used the Xuanyu flying wings to successfully avoid countless torrential rains. In the Suzaku Fire Sect, he now had to use the phaseless tribulation divine finger he had learned to deal with these flame demons.
Roar!
A shocking roar suddenly sounded. A fire demon has already come to deceive me. Not only did Yang Muqing not intend to hide his strength, these flame demons were also very angry. There were 18 of them, but they couldn't kill this seemingly weak young warrior despite all their efforts. It let out a deep roar, and its shocking palms came across the ground. This is just one palm, which is bigger than Yang Muqing's entire body. It's as if you can hold it in your palm like a little mouse. As the flame demon became furious, the flames churning on its body became more and more intense. At this moment, it quickly gathered in the palm of its hand, mixed with the monstrous flames, and came directly in front of Yang Muqing. It seemed that in this palm, not only was he going to be caught, but he was also going to be completely burned to ashes. But Yang Muqing was not timid at all. He just wants to use this small body to shake this huge existence.
Phaseless tribulation divine finger.
This finger, intangible and formless. It can be regarded as the follow-up extension technique of Jingshan finger. The frightening finger contains 24 kinds of changes, which are mysterious and unpredictable. But this finger only has 108 variations. With this guidance, heaven and earth converge. The vast flame seemed to be pierced by a finger, and a trace of vacuum appeared in it. Wherever this finger passed, the flames retreated, as if they were very frightened. If we say that Balrog is an elf born in fire, he is born with the power to control flames. Then, Yang Mu is the fire god Zhurong who controls the flames of the world.
Boom!
A finger pointed at the big palm of Balrog, and the next moment, the flames on Balrog's body faded crazily at this moment. At the same time, a spreading ripple swept across quickly, like a vicious beast with its mouth open, swallowing up its huge body. Crackling. A series of explosions resounded, and the Balrog's body seemed to be torn apart by madness, covered with a large number of cracks. As the breeze from the outside blew, this huge Balrog, 6 to 7 meters tall, quietly turned into countless rubbles and smashed onto the ground. Boom! 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 At this moment, Yang Muqing stretched out his hands, and each finger quickly caused a shocking ripple. The flames on the bodies of the flame demons that were hit suddenly went out, and all ended up like the previous ones, quietly turning into countless pieces of gravel crashed to the ground, until the last Balrog was killed. The first beam of light had not completely disappeared.
Achievements at the highest level.
Looking at the brightest fire spirit bead flying out of the void, Yang Muqing couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Chapter 852 Xuanwu?
Uncle Master is out. Uncle Master is out.
As Yang Muqing appeared, the crowd suddenly burst into cheers. The cheers became more intense when Yang Muqing displayed the brightest fire spirit bead he had ever obtained. This is a slap in the face. An unabashed slap in the face. Not far away, Wang Shengao almost broke his teeth. He broke into the Suzaku fire gate 3 times in a row, and barely succeeded the last time, catching a dim-level fire spirit bead. But Yang Muqing succeeded in just one attempt. Moreover, it is the highest level of credentials. Thinking back to what he had said earlier about mocking Yang Muqing for only half-stepping into the Purple Mansion and wanting to pass the Xian Gate examination, he felt his face burning.
This old demon Yang is too scary. There are more than 200 people from the good and evil paths, and only 30% have passed through the Suzaku Fire Gate. Only 12 people have obtained the bright level fire spirit beads. These are all from the late Sifu. 2 of them are still Huang, the strongest person on the list. He can get the highest level of certification even with a small step in Zifu. Some evil disciples remained as silent as cicadas. Gap. It began to appear from the time of Suzaku Fire Gate. At the first White Tiger Water Gate, everyone was still able to pass. But during the Suzaku Fire Sect, 70% of the people were good and evil, and they couldn't get through after 3 consecutive opportunities. Only 30% of the people left have the qualifications to continue to fight for the third one. Qinglong Wooden Gate. Qinglong Wooden Door. It is even more difficult than the Suzaku Fire Gate. Out of 30% of the disciples, only less than 10% were left behind in this wooden door. As for Wang Shengtao, who had previously laughed at Yang Maicheng, he had already used 3 opportunities in Suzaku Fire sect. The moment he entered the Qinglong Wooden Gate, he was defeated and blasted out. There was no chance of challenge anymore. Only the 12 warriors, who obtained the highest level fire spirit orbs in the Suzaku Fire sect can break through. What shocked everyone even more was that Yang Maicheng still got through. Moreover, he still got the highest level with spirit bead. Notice, the only ones who can obtain the highest level with spirit pearl among the wooden gates are Lu Finghao and Lu Yin. 2 people on the yellow list. Breakthrough. And it's the highest level with spirit bead. Where did this old demon Yang come from? Looking at the with spirit bead in Yang Muqing's hand, the people on the evil side almost collapsed. This scene simply exceeded all of their imaginations. This boy! Lu Finghao's pupil shrank. I thought he was just a guy with the title of Great Uncle. But I didn't expect that his potential and strength are so terrifying. If there is a chance, we must kill this boy. Otherwise, if he is allowed to grow, he will definitely become a serious problem for our evil way. After experiencing the Qinglong Wooden Door, everyone fell into a brief silence. Since most of the people were eliminated, only 12 of the 200 people were left with the qualifications to continue. After going through 3 consecutive gates, whether it was Yang Maicheng, Lu Yin, Lu Finghao, or other evil disciples, they were all a bit overwhelmed. So they sat cross-legged to recover the physical strength and internal energy they had consumed previously. This third Qinglong Wooden Door is actually a forest. Those countless trees turned into a huge green dragon, and even forced me to use the 7 demon sword, and then completely killed it. I don't know what the next Xuanwu Tumen will be. Thinking secretly, Yang Maicheng suddenly noticed 2 eyes with murderous intent, and he looked at them. The first one is Wang Shengtao. Wang Shengtao's previous words of mocking Jingdao and provoking Yang Maicheng in person were still echoing in everyone's ears. But now, Wang Shengtao was completely eliminated in the 3rd gate, but Yang Maicheng was qualified to challenge the 4th gate. For Wang Shengtao, this was tantamount to a slap in the face. How could he not have murderous intent in his heart? The second one is Lu Finghao. Huh? Yang Maicheng was a little confused and didn't know why the other party had murderous intentions for him. But after thinking about it, I understood. Between the righteous path and the evil path, is there any need for a reason to kill? With my cultivation level of half a step in the Zifu, I can get the same results as them. This is tantamount to a huge provocation to them. So they want to get rid of me and then hurry up. Right. Humph. You can't tolerate me. And I can't tolerate you. Yang Maicheng lowered his eyes. But, with his current strength, if he wants to kill Lu Finghao, he is still not close. At least you have to reach the early stage of Zifu. After all, the opponent is a strong person on the Huang list, and his strength is not that of an ordinary Zifu warrior. Soon, on both sides of good and evil, the 12 disciples who passed through the Qinglong Wooden Gate once again stood in front of the 4th Xuanwu Earth Gate. A huge suction force exploded, swallowing 12 people directly. Boom! In almost 3 clicks, 2 figures were immediately blasted out. Tongue! At this moment, everyone was surprised. Isn't that Jiang Yatao? Isn't the other person's Wagobwa? These 2 people, after obtaining the dim with spirit orb from the Qinglong Wooden Gate, they originally hoped to break through 1 more gate and become elite disciples of the Immortal Sect. But I never expected that it would come out in just 3 snaps of my fingers. Bang! 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 Just when everyone was shocked. Just when everyone wanted to ask what kind of existence was in this Xuanwu Tumen, 7 more figures were blasted out. Nowadays, there were only 3 people left behind the Xuanwu Tumen. Lu Yin, Lu Finghao, Yang Maicheng. No one was doubtful that Lu Yin and Lu Finghao were able to hold on. This was because they were strong men on the yellow list, and their strength was originally stronger than ordinary disciples. But the most terrifying thing is that Yang Maicheng was not bombarded out and was still in the Xuanwu Tumen. Jiang Yatao, what is in the Xuanwu Tumen? What kind of test is that? Pang Thian and others quickly helped Jiang Yatao up. I don't know, the other party's speed was too fast. I didn't even see what the other party looked like. Jiang Yutao's face was filled with sadness. My last chance failed in this Xuanwu Tumen. It seems I can only stop here. Immediately, Everyone looked at the 7 disciples who were blasted out later. However, they still looked confused. Because they didn't see clearly what kind of existence it was that blasted them out of the Xuanwu Tumen. I saw it, one of the evil disciples said. That existence is Xuanwu. It was Xuanwu who blasted me out. His word shocked everyone. In this Tumen, the test faced by everyone is actually a Xuanwu? Can the 3 people from the Xuanwu Tumen still pass the test? Chapter 853 Letting Go? At the same time, Yang Mucheng also looked at the huge existence in front of him with shock on his face. The other person looks like a turtle. But it didn't look like a turtle that shrank back. It looked like a dragon had got into the turtle SHL. It didn't look as stupid as the Darling Mountain Turtle and Jinghu Dragon Turtle he had seen before. The most shocking thing is that the opponent's tail is actually a black snake. From a distance, it looks like a fusion of a snake and a turtle. Xuanwu! Yang Mucheng recognized the other party immediately. Previously, it was Xuanwu's tail that attacked him. This is not the real Xuanwu, but the illusion formed in this Xuanwu Tumen. It seems that it is the test of this gate. This Xuanwu. Its size is larger than the 18 Balrogs combined. Trialist, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge my attack. No one has entered this immortal sect assessment hall for tens of thousands of years. Even tens of thousands of years ago. Not many people were able to break into this 4th gate. Come into this space with you of the 12 people. Only the last 3 of you are left. Xuanwu looked at Yang Mucheng, and his voice was like thunder. 9 people were eliminated in an instant. Yang Mucheng was surprised when he heard Xuanwu's words. But, recalling that he had entered this space before, with almost no pause, the snake tail rushed towards him. Such a terrifying attack. He quickly dodged it after summoning the Xian Yufagian Wing. If others don't have middle-level martial arts skills, they may be defeated in an instant. As long as you defeat me, you can become an elite disciple of Xuanzong and gain the sect's attention. However, this level of mine is more difficult to deal with than the previous 3 levels. I have already seen the methods you have shown before. The Wuxiang Tribulation Divine Finger, Xuanyu Flying Wings, and Jinwu Jialong Sword Technique. If you have no other means, you can't deal with me if you only have these. Boom. While Xuanwu was speaking, his huge 4 legs suddenly collapsed and exploded in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. This Xuanwu was huge in size, but its speed was extremely fast. In Yang Mucheng's eyes, it was like a bolt of lightning that suddenly came to his side. Just when Xuanwu exploded, Yang Mucheng spread his wings. The Xian Yufagian Wing uses internal energy to circulate in special tendons to form a pair of wings. Although it is a part of the body, it takes many people at least several years to master it. But for Yang Mucheng, he can give orders like an arm. While flying backwards, Yang Mucheng grabbed the void with his right hand. In an instant, swords of internal energy hanging upside down suddenly appeared around him. There are thousands of these internal energy swords. And now they are all controlled by Yang Mucheng. Obviously this is Jinwu Jialong's sword technique. I told you, these moves are useless to me. Looking at Yang Mucheng flying backwards, looking at the sword of internal energy filling the sky, Xuanwu slowly shook his head. It stepped on all 4 legs and flew into the air at this moment, as if there were invisible stairs in the void. Is it? Yang Mucheng's pupils narrowed slightly. From Xuanwu's words, he deduced that the other party had seen the moves he had used to break through the first 3 doors. But Yang Mucheng still has a backup plan for this Jinwu Jialong sword technique. Looking at Xuanwu rushing towards him, Yang Mucheng pointed his right hand downward. Immediately, the sword of inner energy that filled the sky around him actually came to life at this moment. Each sword let out a dragon-like roar, like a group of dragons flying in the sky and escaping from the earth. Rushing towards Xuanwu, facing the shocking group of dragons, Xuanwu showed no fear at all. Instead, he grinned. The thick skin on his body was quickly covered with a dense layer of scales. And then he rushed into the sword of the group of dragons. Middle. Boom. Its impact actually shattered countless internal energy swords that had turned into dragons. Those swords of internal energy couldn't even leave any white marks on the opponent's scales. I have already told you that these moves of yours are useless to me. Just when Yang Mucheng was shocked, the huge Xuanwu had already rushed in front of Yang Mucheng. It raised its giant feet. Although it was rumored that Xuanwu was a turtle and snake, its 4 legs were completely different from those of a turtle. Instead, they looked like dragon claws. He grabbed it so hard, trying to catch Yang Mucheng in the palm of his hand. Boom! Just the sound of the wind it catches can crush the air. You can imagine how powerful its claw is. Phaseless tribulation divine finger.
Yang Wuqing's eyes turned cold. This claw almost locked all his directions, making it impossible for him to avoid or hide. In this case, he no longer needed to avoid it. The nascent soul suddenly moved, and the surging inner energy swept through his body in an instant. Then, the inner energy that had traveled through his limbs and bones quickly gathered in his right finger, pouring out in an instant like a flood that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights. This finger, which was enough to kill Balrog instantly, hit Xuanwu's giant claw. What? Yang Mucheng only felt that the power of his finger was like a stone cow entering the sea without making any waves. It was as if he was swallowed up by the opponent in an instant. And at the same time, the terrifying power contained in Xuanwu's shocking claw was already pouring out like a tide. This force was obviously several times stronger than him, and it surged into his body in an instant. This terrifying force knocked him down from midair on the spot. What's more, it knocked out a huge pit with a radius of 100 feet in the earth. Boom! The shocking loud sound resounded crazily throughout this world.
Looks like it's over.
Xuanwu hovered in midair and looked at Yang Mucheng calmly.
You are already very good at reaching my level with half a step of Zifu's cultivation, but you have no backup plan, so you will definitely not be able to defeat me. However, given your performance, I can give you a pass.
Xuanwu grabbed his right hand. Light surged in the void, and an earth-yellow spirit bead slowly appeared in Xuanwu's palm. But this is just the bleakest level, and can only be regarded as barely qualified. If anyone else could get this earth spirit bead, they would probably be extremely excited, because as long as they get this earth spirit bead, it means that they have the qualifications and credentials to become Xuanzong's elite disciples. But Yang Mucheng was not satisfied.
I don't want it.
Yang Mucheng shook his head. Xuanwu narrowed his eyes.
You have to think carefully. If you give up this opportunity and are killed by me and blasted out of this space,
you will have lost an opportunity. If you come in again, I will not give you a chance.
You have no qualms.
It turns out that the Xuanwu turned into an earth spirit bead for Yang Muchu, but it was still released. Call. After exhaling a long breath, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head. He looked at Xuanwu and said lightly,
Originally, I wanted to save this move for use at the Qiling Golden Gate. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I imagined. I don't need the qualifications gained from releasing water, and I don't even bother to need them. I want to be fair and upright when it comes to winning or losing.
Xuanwu's eyes flashed with a strange light.
Okay, your courage is commendable. In this case, even if you are defeated by me, you have gained my approval. Take the move!
Boom! Xuanwu shouted loudly, and his huge body fell from the sky at this moment, crushing towards Yang Mucheng. And at the same time, Yang Mucheng clenched his fists. His eyes turned scarlet, and at the same time, a demonic shadow rose behind him. Chapter 854 Victory. With the improvement of strength, the power exerted by the demon god's sacrifice will also be greatly improved. Nowadays, the power of Yang Mucheng using the demon god's sacrifice is at least hundreds of times stronger than when he first used it. But this is a heaven-level martial skill, and one that he cannot master. In this endless demonic shadow, Yang Mucheng's aura was constantly churning and rising. Even though he was thousands of meters away, Xuanwu could clearly feel that Yang Mucheng's power had been raised to an extreme.
Is this why you refuse to admit defeat? Is this your last resort?
The look in Xuanwu's eyes immediately became serious. But this does not mean that Yang Mucheng can fight against himself.
Tongue!
Xuanwu's crazy falling posture did not decrease at all. On the contrary, his speed became more ferocious and violent at this moment. The huge body is like the meteorite that crashed down. No matter how strong you are, you will be blown to pieces here. However, what Xuanwu didn't expect was that Yang Mucheng had no intention of evading his impact. Instead, he stepped on the ground with both feet, and his whole body rose into the sky, facing Xuanwu, who shot down from the sky. Rush hard. Apparently, the two sides are going to have a head-on confrontation.
Boom!
Amid the endless speed and the sound of breaking wind, the two sides collided fiercely. At the same time, the power hidden in the bodies of both parties also exploded at the same time. The shaking power suddenly swept across all directions quickly, and a shocking circular ripple spread to all directions. In fact, the entire space inside the Xuanwu Tumen made a crackling sound at this moment. Among the pair of defenders, Xuanwu, whose body was several hundred feet tall, trembled when he was hit by Yang Mucheng, and flew backwards faster than when he came in.
Yang Mucheng was also blown hundreds of meters away by this shocking force. But the Xuanwu flying wing behind him flapped fiercely, and his whole body actually hit Xuanwu again. After using Demon God Sacrifice, Yang Mucheng actually gained a huge advantage in the collision with Xuanwu and gained the upper hand. Boom! As for Xuanwu, his body also paused and quickly stabilized. Good boy! It really impressed me. Xuanwu laughed loudly. But if you want to fight me with such strength, you still have some strength left. Seeing Yang Mucheng rushing towards him, Xuanwu laughed loudly, and the snake tail behind him roared and bit Yang Mucheng fiercely. But after using the Demon God Sacrifice, Yang Mucheng's strength, speed, and reactions will increase to an unimaginable level. Facing the bitten snake's tail, he grabbed it with his right hand, and countless internal energy burst out of the cocoon, turning into a shocking giant palm, which appeared directly in the sky above Xuanwu. Then, there was a sudden snap. It actually smashed Xuanwu, which was bigger than a small mountain, directly from midair. Good! I didn't expect you to be able to crush me after using this technique. But how long can you last? Xuanwu's 4 stone pillar-like legs slammed on the ground, and immediately his whole body writhed crazily and flew towards Yang Mucheng again. The scales on its body shrank crazily, and pieces of khaki-colored flowing fireflies quickly spread on the scales. The entire huge body looked as if it were made of glass. Yang Mucheng said nothing. The completed Demon God Sacrifice was far beyond his ability to bear. As early as the first impact, he already couldn't hold on. Being able to support it now depends entirely on his willpower. See the changes in Xuanwu. As soon as he closed his eyes, the tumbling demonic shadow behind him also shrank crazily, entered his body, and merged with his physical body. And Yang Mucheng's entire body also entered the strongest state of the Demon God Sacrifice. Boom! Almost in an instant, the two sides collided hard. In this new round of collision, the strength between the two sides actually increased again. They all used their most powerful means, and they all want to completely defeat the opponent. Now, no matter what technique or martial arts it is, both parties have completely abandoned it. The two of them have to rely on their physical strength to compete in this battle. Originally Xuanwu was a little happy. As a weapon spirit in the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, its body is unusually powerful. But he didn't expect that Yang Mucheng's body was not weaker than his at all, and was even stronger and more terrifying. During these repeated impacts, huge cracks even appeared in the complete glass on Xuanwu's body. And at the same time, Yang Mucheng's body was also completely blood red at this moment, as if he had returned from the blood prison. Boom! 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 Even this terrible impact caused the surrounding space to crack like glass. In the last crazy impact, Yang Mucheng spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. At this time, the layer of colored glaze on Xuanwu's body suddenly burst. The earth-yellow light turned into streaks and disappeared quietly, but almost at the same time, a vortex suddenly formed in the void. Under this terrifying whirlpool, the endless earth-yellow light was stirred into it, and suddenly transformed into the appearance of Xuanwu. Apparently, as the weapon spirit of the entire Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, as long as the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall is not completely destroyed, it will not die. Xuanwu reappeared and looked at Yang Mucheng with complicated eyes. Young man, you passed. In this 4th gate, if you can get my approval in battle, you can only be considered qualified. If you can fight with me to a draw, you are considered excellent. If you can defeat me, or even kill me, then you are considered qualified. The best result. Young man, you did it. Xuanwu looked at Yang Mucheng, as if he still couldn't believe that it had actually been defeated by the opponent. He slowly stretched out his paw, and an earth spirit bead appeared in his palm. Previously, Xuanwu released the water and gave it the bleakest earth spirit bead. But now, Yang Mucheng has completely defeated it, received the highest level of recognition, and obtained the brightest earth spirit bead. If this scene were known to Lu Yin and Lu Fenghao, who were also in the Xuanwu Tumen, I am afraid they would not believe it at all, because they spent all their strength to barely defeat Xuanwu. But Yang Mucheng was able to kill Xuanwu. Doesn't this prove that Yang Mucheng's strength has quietly improved a lot, even to the point where he can fight against them? Chapter 855 999 Miles of Purple Mansion Perfection. The Earth Spirit bead flew slowly, and came to Yang Mucheng. Although he killed Xuanwu and obtained the highest certificate, he also suffered too much loss due to the use of Demon God Sacrifice. Without reaching out to take the Earth Spirit bead, he sat cross-legged on the completely repaired land
and began to recover from his injuries.
Did it turn out to be too much wear and tear? If that's the case, then I'll help you recover.
Xuanwu sensed Yang Muqing's condition and smiled faintly. The huge snake tail behind him let out a low hiss and spit out a stream of golden light. This golden light landed impartially on Yang Muqing's dantian. Suddenly, this purest power was integrated into his nascent soul and his limbs. Not only did all his energy consumption rise to its peak state in an instant, but there was also an even greater power staying in his body.
Don't resist. This is the power contained in the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall. Not everyone can get this power. Only testers who are truly recognized by me can get it. You defeated me with your strength. But it would be a pity if you couldn't challenge Shilin Golden Gate because of this. With the help of this power, let's directly break through to the Zifu realm.
Xuanwu's voice sounded faintly. This moment, Yang Muqing was agitated. According to his original speed, it would take more than 10 days at the fastest to advance to the Zifu realm. But just by accepting this power from the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, it is possible to break through the Z Mansion. Doesn't this mean that as long as he can get out of here, he will have the strength to join the yellow list? Close your eyes. Yang Muqing activated the heaven-swallowing technique, and his body crazily devoured this huge force. Boom! At this moment, a turbulent wave suddenly appeared in the originally empty and chaotic dantian. It seems that all of this is caused by the turmoil of nascent soul. Although the size of the nascent soul has not changed, it seems that the world in the dantian can no longer accommodate this small nascent soul. Just like Pangu opening up the world, there was an explosion in the originally chaotic dantian. The light ones rise. The turbid ones fall. This chaotic dantian turned into heaven and earth. The void in it is filled with endless purple energy. This existence between reality and nothingness is Z Mansion. The size of the Z Mansion will naturally be different. After all, one is only 10 miles in size, and the other is 100 miles in size. Naturally, the latter is more powerful. The size of the Z Mansion is divided into 10 levels, with 99 miles being one level. The Purple Mansion of 990 miles is the great perfection. But there are not many warriors who would open up their own Purple Mansion to such a huge size. Although such a huge sea of chi can become an invincible existence at the same level. But the bigger the Zifu is, the more power it consumes during promotion. If you want to advance to the first level of the 999 miles perfect Purple Mansion, you will consume 10 times the resources of the 999 miles Purple Mansion. The difficulty is also 10 times higher. Not to mention reaching half a step from Zifu to Divine Sense. In the 999-mile Great Perfection Z Mansion, even crossing a small realm is as difficult as ascending to the sky. But Yang Muqing didn't know this. However, even if he knew it, he would not hesitate at all and directly open up the 999 miles of Dzogchen Purple Mansion. 10 meters, 100 meters, 10 miles, 100 miles. Xuanwu showed a look of horror and disbelief. He originally thought that Yang Muqing would stop after opening up the Z Mansion for 99 miles. However, he had no intention of stopping at all. As if he didn't know that the bigger the Zifu was, the more difficult it would be to be promoted. No matter how talented a genius is, they would not dare to rashly expand the Z Mansion to the 999 miles of perfection. Because throughout the ages, there have been too many existences. And because the Z Mansion is too big, they cannot be promoted. If Jin Liang wanted to be here, he would definitely persuade him. The strongest person on the yellow list is because he has opened up the 999-mile Dzogchen Chi Sea. If it were on other stars, there might be a chance for a breakthrough. However, among the 9 states, resources are scarce, and it is no less difficult to break through the Z Mansion and reach the realm of divine thoughts than to advance to Shinto. 400 miles, 500 miles, 600 miles. The speed at which Z Mansion was opened was simply shocking. Ordinary people, if they want to open up the Z Mansion, even if it is just a mile away, they have to be careful, for fear that the Z Mansion will burst. But Yang Muqing was different. He was afraid that if he opened it too slowly, the world in his dantian would cool down, and he would never be able to open it again. 7 or 8 miles. 800 miles. 900 miles. Certainly, not everyone can open up the Z Mansion into the great perfection of 999 miles. This requires enough mind power, enough inner strength, and enough physical fitness. Throughout the ages, most people have opened up the Chi Sea to the great perfection without the help of their seniors.
No, we really have to stop.
When he discovered that there was still some distance to the great consummation,
The entire world of Z Mansion had begun to cool down. And Yang Mucheng couldn't help but feel shocked. Don't dare hesitate at all. He formed seals with both hands fiercely. And the ancient heaven-swallowing technique suddenly broke out. In the next moment, the crazy and surging spiritual energy in the Xuanwu Tumen turned into thousands of strands in an appalling manner, like hundreds of rivers converging. And Zhou Tian returning to the front line. It suddenly fell on Yang Mucheng's body. 999 miles. Great perfection. Finally, at the last moment when the world cooled down, Yang Mucheng opened the Z Mansion to the realm of Zogchen. Taking a deep breath, Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes. This moment, even the entire Xuanwu Tumen was shaken, and thunder rolled in the sky with great force. Xuanwu looked at Yang Mucheng in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. If Yang Mucheng, who was halfway through the Purple Mansion, was just an emperor in the mortal world, then now, he is like a divine emperor who controls the common people and overlooks all things. The golden light in his eyes slowly disappeared, and Yang Mucheng slowly stood up. Tester, do you know what the 990 miles of great perfection Z Mansion means? Xuanwu looked at Yang Mucheng with a complicated face. If you don't have enough resources for your cultivation will remain in the early stage of the Purple Mansion in this life, and you will never go further. How many talented people have opened up the Zogchen Purple Mansion and stay at this stage forever? Cultivation resources? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Do not worry. Perhaps for others, finding cultivation resources is a very laborious task. But for me, as long as I am willing, everything in this world is my resource. Chapter 856, The Magic Pill. Yang Mucheng dared to say this. And he naturally had the confidence. He possesses the ancient heaven-swallowing technique. And with the speed of his cultivation, he can crush anyone. The group of evil disciples outside the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall are his most pure resources. What's the next level of the Qiling Golden Gate? Yang Mucheng stood up slowly. Although, he has now reached the level of Zifu cultivation. However, the damage caused by the previous use of Demon God Sacrifice has not yet been fully recovered. It cannot be used until the mind power is fully restored. If this Xuanwu can reveal something, even just a little bit, it will be of great benefit to his future adventures. Next level? Xuanwu frowned, looked at Yang Mucheng, smiled lightly, and said, The next level is Sword Mountain. The mode of breaking through is somewhat similar to the first White Tiger Water Gate. The longer you stay, the more recognition you will get. He waved his paw. Yang Mucheng was about to ask again, when he suddenly felt a powerful repulsive force from heaven and earth surge in with an awe-inspiring gesture, squeezing him directly away from the Xuanwu Tumen. Boom! 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 When Yang Mucheng flew out of the Xuanwu Tumen, everyone including Lu Yin, Pangfian, Ye Kai and others rushed to greet him. Master Uncle, did you actually break through? Oh my god! You have stayed in the Xuanwu Tumen longer than Lu Yin and Lu Fenghao. We are all worried. This is the brightest level. When everyone came to Yang Mucheng and saw the Earth Spirit bead in Yang Mucheng's hand, everyone was shocked. Not just the right path. Even the evil side was completely shocked. They did not expect that Yang Mucheng's performance in this Xuanwu Tumen was still the same as the two Huangbang experts. They are all the brightest Earth Spirit beads. Wang Shengtao. Go challenge Mr. Yang. At this time, Lu Fenghao couldn't bear it anymore. When Wang Shengtao heard this, his face turned pale with fright. Senior brother Lu, I am no match for Yan Laohua. Previously, he was able to break through the Qinglong Wooden Gate in just half a step of the Z Mansion, and his strength was obviously stronger than mine. Now he has reached the Z Mansion realm, and even passed through the Xuanwu Tumen. With my strength, I am afraid that I will be killed by him if I meet him. Don't worry. Lu Fenghao squinted his eyes, slowly took out two things from his arms, and carefully handed them to Wang Shengtao. At this time, I came to the Forest Bone Domain and brought two treasures from my master. What he took out was a pill and a magic weapon. This elixir can increase your cultivation level in a short period of time and break through the first level. You are currently in the middle stage of Zifu. Taking this elixir will be enough to reach the late stage of Zifu. This is the 10,000 Souls Goo. Once it is opened, hundreds of ghosts will pour out and devour the opponent. With these two magic weapons, you will definitely be able to kill old Demon Yang. Wang Shengtao's eyes flashed with hesitation, and he was even more worried about the side effects of this elixir and magic weapon. Lu Fenghao saw the other party's worry and snorted coldly. Wang Shengtao, Old Demon Yang has said that he will kill you after you leave this Blackwater pool. When the time comes, Lu Yin will definitely take action. As a strong man on the yellow list, I can suppress Lu Yin, but I can't help you. But do you think you can escape Old Demon Yang's attack? Old Emo Yang will do what he says, and will never go back on his words. From the moment he said those words, you were already on his death list. My pill does have side effects, and will cause you some damage. But you can recover in half a year at most. It's better than being killed by Old Demon Yang. Right? If you don't want to, I'll take it back. As Lu Fenghao spoke, he made a gesture to take back two things. This scene immediately frightened Wang Xingtao's legs. This immortal sect assessment hall can be passed entirely by strength. Yang Macheng was able to break through the Xuanwu Tumen and obtain the highest level 2 Lingju, which proved that his strength was almost the same as the two yellow list powerhouses in front of him. If the other party concentrates on attacking and killing me, I'm afraid I won't have any chance of survival. Think of this. He quickly shouted, Senior Brother Lu, I am willing. Seeing Wang Shunao swallowing the elixir directly into his mouth, Lu Fenghao's eyes flashed with a cold light. This elixir is called Mo Luo Wan Xiang Dan, and it is a type of elixir developed after imitating the burning blood heavenly demon Dan. After taking it, it can make the warrior's cultivation level break through the first level in a short time. But the end result is not like the damage that can be recovered in half a year, as he said. But the tendons and veins are broken, and the purple palace collapses. He didn't want to use a trick at first, but the strength Yang Macheng showed made him a little frightened. Being able to break through the Xuanwu Tumen, even if Yang Mucheng's strength is not as good as him or Lu Yin, it is still almost the same, and he will be squeezed into the yellow list sooner or later. If this kid is allowed to live, it will definitely become a disaster in the future. Now, it is a perfect opportunity for Yang Macheng to break through the Zifu realm, because, at the beginning of any realm breakthrough, there will be some instability. In his opinion, Yang Macheng must have realized something in the Xuanwu Tumen, and then he reached the Zifu realm. If he attacks when his realm is stable, even after Wang Shunao takes the elixir, he may not be his opponent. So, Lu Fenghao chose this moment. Even if Yang Macheng cannot be killed and the two sides fight to the death, Yang Mucheng's Zifu will still be shattered. And Zifu is the key to the realm of Zifu. Once the Z mansion is broken, it will never be able to recover in the future. Not only will the state be unable to be improved, let alone be promoted to the state of spiritual thoughts. Old Demon Yang, you can't blame me for being cruel. I chose to take action when you break through. If you want to blame, I can only blame you for being too conspicuous. If I don't kill you, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Lu Fenghao clenched his fists. A hint of sinisterness flashed in his eyes. Uncle Master, have you broken through the realm of Zifu? Lu Yen was overjoyed. If you were to break into the final Qilin Golden Gate with half the cultivation level of Zifu, I would still be a little worried. But now you are not weaker than me at all. If we really fight, I am afraid that even I will not be able to suppress it. You? Yang Macheng smiled lightly and nodded, saying, after reaching the Purple Mansion realm, my strength has improved a lot. I will no longer be able to catch your punch like before. Lu Yan's face was full of embarrassment. At the beginning, he didn't know Yang Mucheng's identity, so he used the strongest blow to deal with the opponent. The opponent had to use all his strength to resist it, but it only lasted less than a month. The other party is almost on an equal footing with him. Soon, he might replace himself on the yellow list. By the way, Uncle Master, how big is your Z mansion? Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and asked quickly. Yang Macheng was about to speak when suddenly, a cold shout came from behind him. Old Demon Yang! Yang Macheng was startled, and turned around to look at the source of the sound. It was Wang Xingdao who was speaking. Chapter 857, Go to H.L. and Become Emperor. Wang Xingdao's sudden shout made everyone stunned. But, when everyone saw him, their eyes widened. What's up with him? Why did his cultivation also break through and reach the late Zifu stage? Lu Yen was stunned. The aura is violently turbulent, and there is no sign of stability. He must have taken some pill to force a breakthrough. Yang Macheng slowly turned his head. He looked at the other party. I saw. Wang Xingdao's originally clear eyes were quickly covered with bloodshot eyes at this moment. The whole person is like a boiling pot of refined oil. As if as soon as he gets close, he will be completely burned to ashes. Old Demon Yang, let's fight, Wang Xingdao said in a cold voice. I'm a man, let alone mother-in-law. Don't you want to kill me? It just so happens that I want to kill you too. So I don't have to wait until I leave the Blackwater pond to do it. Let's fight it out in front of this very gate.
This Wang Xingtao's sudden opening immediately shocked everyone present. It should be noted that the previous Wang Xingtao was only in the middle stage of Zifu, and was eliminated in the third gate. The gap between him and Yang Mucheng can be clearly seen. Now, shouldn't he be hiding in the corner like a shrunken turtle, instead of challenging Yang Mucheng?
Uncle Master, don't agree,
Lu Yin said quickly.
This kid's breath is unstable, and he is irritable and turbulent. He has obviously taken some kind of pill. This is a conspiracy.
Pang Fian also immediately shouted.
Yes. Uncle Master, you have just broken through the realm of Zifu. And the Zifu in your Dantian is not yet stable. Even if you can barely defeat Wang Xingtao, you will cause great damage to yourself. It's Zifu if there are cracks in the palace. It will be difficult to make any progress in the future. Uncle Master, please don't agree. They just see that you have just broken through and your foundation is not yet stable. So they want to take action against you. These evil people are really so vicious.
Ye Kai clenched his fists and shouted.
Since they want to fight, then we will accompany them to kill these evil spirits.
Clang, clang, clang. For a while, the righteous disciples all drew their weapons. You obviously agreed before that no fights would be allowed between the two parties in front of the Blackwater pond. But now, you want to fight your uncle. Is it true that there is no one who deceives the right people?
Back off!
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and shouted in a deep voice.
You are not allowed to do anything in the Blackwater pond. This is what I said myself. Do you want me to break my words and get fat?
Lu Yin still wanted to speak, but Yang Mucheng directly replied.
Are you the master's uncle? Or am I the master's uncle?
This sentence immediately frightened Lu Yin so much that he almost bit off his tongue. If he dared not to listen to Yang Mucheng's words, he would be bullying his master and destroying his ancestors. Seeing that everyone had restrained themselves, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and looked at Wang Xingtao.
I said that I will kill you when you leave this Blackwater pool. Since you are so anxious to seek death, I will do it for you. The area around the Blackwater pond is not suitable for fighting. If it affects the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, that won't work. Why not? Just outside the Blackwater pond.
Yang Mucheng pointed with his right hand. Only a small mound dozens of miles away. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin almost cried. If they fight in the Blackwater pond, even if they encounter any trouble, they can immediately help if they see a bad opportunity. But now, it's just the opposite. They are so far apart. Once Yang Mucheng falls into danger, they can only stare.
Hey, if you don't take the road to heaven, you'll have to throw yourself into H.L. without a door.
Seeing the battle location chosen by Yang Mucheng, Lu Fenghao grinned and sneered. Apparently, in Lu Fenghao's view, Yang Mucheng was a fool who jumped in even though he knew there was a trap.
Although Yang Lao Mo has reached the Z Mansion, his realm is not stable. Once Wang Xingtao, who had taken the elixir, counterattacked wildly, he had to resist with all his strength. Once the fighting intensity exceeded what he could bear, it would inevitably affect the Z Mansion. Even if Wang Xingtao can't kill old Demon Yang, there is still my 10,000 souls goo. As long as it can be released, old Demon Yang will definitely be killed.
Think of this. Lu Fenghao couldn't help but sneered. On the other side, everyone was worried.
Lu Yin, why didn't you stop my uncle? The other party knew that my uncle had reached the realm of Zifu and had broken through the Xuanwu Tumen, but he still wanted to challenge him. This was obviously prepared. None of these evil guys are good. Uncle Master fell into their tricks. If anything goes wrong with my uncle's foundation, Lu Yin, you will not be able to escape the blame.
Waves of scolding voices came out. Lu Yin also looked aggrieved. He had clearly persuaded Yang Mucheng before. If it were an ordinary disciple, he would have slapped him and knocked him unconscious. But the other party is his great uncle, so he still needs the courage to do so. However, even so, Lu Yin still held back his heart and said,
Don't worry, everyone. Since my uncle dares to agree, he must have a way to deal with Wang Xingtao. If it doesn't work, I can only use that thing.
Use that thing? When everyone heard this, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as a strong person on the yellow list, the means he possesses must be stronger than those of ordinary strong people in the Purple Mansion. And he has a lot of life-saving means. Otherwise, how would it be possible to log into the yellow list? After all, every warrior will have his or her own trump card. Thinking of this,
Everyone looked into the distance. But see, there was already a posture between the two of them. Wang Xingtao's eyes were originally bloodshot. But at this moment, his eyes were completely covered in blood. It was obvious that the demonic Vientian pill was completely released in his body, causing his cultivation and strength to reach their peak at this moment. Holding the spear with both hands, Wang Xingtao's pupil shrank, and he stared at Yang Mucheng. If his eyes could kill, I'm afraid Yang Mucheng would have been killed by his murderous eyes. Old demon Yang, if you dare to humiliate me, I will let you pay with your blood today. Wang Xingtao tightened his grip on the gun. Boom! In an instant, his cyan inner energy surged crazily. And even this cyan inner energy was mixed with a terrifying black aura. Obviously, this aura came from the pill he had taken earlier. Humiliate you? You are wrong. You are not worthy of my humiliation. In front of me, you are just an ant, and it is easy to crush you to death. Do you think that with just one pill, you can defeat me? Did you contend? Yang Mucheng clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the other party calmly. This made Wang Xingtao even more furious. You dare to speak harshly even when you are about to die. Old Mo Yang, I will let you go to HL and become your emperor. Die to me. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xingtao exploded. Chapter 858, Empty the Vitality. Wang Xingtao stepped forward, and the war gun in his hand exploded at this moment. At this moment, the inner energy outside his body surged out instantly like a torrent of river water. However, what was more obvious was the black aura in his inner energy. This black aura is like a strand of white hair. Although it is very small, it is extremely conspicuous. At the same time, a rapid surge poured into the war gun, causing the war gun in Wang Xingtao's hand to become darker and darker at this moment, as if it had increased several times in size in an instant, and it was fiercely moving towards Yang Mucheng. Go to the center of your eyebrows. Call! A sharp sound roared, and even where the gun passed, where the black smoke filled the air, the surrounding flowers, plants and trees were completely withered at this moment, as if the infinite vitality had withered at this moment. What kind of weird trick is this? With just one shot, you can forcefully take away the life of flowers, plants and trees? Isn't this terrible? It is indeed an evil way, and the tricks he practices are so evil. In the righteous path, the crowd shouted loudly. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of horror. He slowly shook his head and said, No, this is not a trick, but the aura exuding from Wang Xingtao's body. It is the pill that Wang Xingtao took before that is working. If my guess is correct, that pill must be forcibly extracting Wang Xingtao's vitality, transforming his vitality into strength. Just because this elixir is too powerful, the vitality in Wang Xingtao's body has long been drained. This death energy is frantically extracting the vitality around him. Really? Everyone looked quickly and saw that although Wang Xingtao still looked like a middle-aged man, his vitality had been completely drained. If you look carefully, you can see that his hair has begun to turn gray from the tips of his hair. I wonder if my uncle can resist this move. A series of doubtful eyes looked forward. However, Yang Mucheng's next move shocked everyone. He stood there, facing Wang Xingtao's terrifying shot that emptied all his life, and just stretched out a finger. Do you want to resist this blow with just your hands? When Lu Fenghao saw the scene, his eyes suddenly closed. Certainly, if it were him, he could certainly do it. But he is a strong man on the yellow list, a late-stage presence in Zifu. Who is Yang Mucheng? He has just reached the level of Zifu. I am afraid that his level is not stable yet. How dare he be so bold? Just when everyone was about to go crazy, Yang Mucheng's finger was already firmly pointed at Wang Xingtao's gun. Boom! The rich death energy wrapped around the gun was instantly blown away. Yang Mucheng remained motionless. But Wang Xingtao's shot could no longer advance an inch. Even if you took the Maoyuo Wenxiang pill, it's only to this extent? Where did you get the courage to fight me? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows, with disdain in his eyes. The fatal blow was easily blocked by others, and was treated with contempt. Wang Xingtao felt a sweetness in his throat, and he almost spit out a mouthful of hot blood. With anger in his eyes, he shouted loudly, and the war gun in his hand suddenly burst out like a wild dragon out of the sea. And in an instant, it exploded with endless cold light. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xingtao fired hundreds of guns. In the thick black mist, the strong light of the guns was like stars in the dark night, mixed with the large clouds and mist. It looked like the night sky above 9 heavens suddenly crashed in front of Yang Mucheng. Every bit of that misty light was enough to kill a strong man from the Z mansion. Wang Xingtao's eyes flashed coldly. If it was before, he could only fire out a maximum of 72 shots using this move. But after firing, all the internal energy in the body will be drained. Now that he fired hundreds of shots at once, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. With such a terrifying attack, he was confident that he could kill Yang Mucheng in an instant. But just as his thoughts arose, he saw Yang Mucheng standing there, still not moving a step, and moving his right hand continuously. It looked like an arhoot with 1,000 arms. Each finger pointed firmly at Sun Han's spear light. Bang! 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 Every finger. It seemed like a random point, but it was like pointing the country, and it crushed hundreds of points of cold light in an instant. I do not believe! Wang Shengtao is close to collapse. The effect of the Mo Luo Wanqiang pill is based on his vitality. The move he fired earlier almost exhausted most of his vitality. He originally thought it would be enough to kill Yang Mucheng, but who knew that he was crushed by the opponent like a mosquito? Crush and kill without pain or itching. Boom! He let out a roar, and all the vitality in his body surged out with inner strength at this moment and poured into the spear. A shot came. In an instant, the spear let out a sharp roar, like a black dragon tumbling, opening its big mouth and biting at Yang Mucheng. But, as soon as this move broke out, Yang Mucheng stepped out and grabbed his right hand forward. The position he grabbed was the black dragon's neck. Then he twisted it hard, and there was only a click sound. The black dragon screamed miserably, and immediately turned into black. The smoke disappeared quietly. At this moment, the illusion disappeared, and what Yang Mucheng held in his hand was just a war gun corroded by the death energy. This kid, did he? Seeing this scene, Lu Fenghao's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if he couldn't believe it, and he shook his head repeatedly. No, absolutely impossible. His Zifu is absolutely impossible. However, before Lu Fenghao finished speaking, he saw that Yang Mucheng's right hand gently twitched and snatched Wang Xingtao's gun tightly in his hand, as if he were searching for something. Even more lightly. Call out. In an instant, the war gun shot out like a sharp arrow, directly hitting Wang Xingtao's Dantian lower abdomen. The even more terrifying force in it sent Wang Xingtao's whole body flying backwards. Bang with a loud sound. It was nailed to a huge skeleton. Huh? He's not dead? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. The reason why he bombarded the opponent's Dantian was to smash the opponent's nascent soul and Zifu directly. But who would have thought that after this blow, Wang Xingtao's aura was still there, and he was not dead? After a surprised look, Yang Mucheng suddenly realized what was going on. But, at this moment, Wang Xingtao has reached the end of his strength. However, he still looked at Yang Mucheng with a ferocious face. Old demon Yang, do you think you can kill me now? Even if I'm on my way to HL, I'll drag you with me as my backing. There was a glimmer of coldness in his eyes, and before he finished speaking, he took out something from his arms. This moment, when everyone saw clearly what was in Wang Xingtao's hands, they couldn't help but look shocked. Lu Fenghao, on the other hand, was just the opposite, showing a smile of success. Chapter 859. Do you dare? 10,000 souls goo. The moment this small clay pot was taken out of Wang Xingtao's hand, a terrifying aura spread rapidly in a horrifying manner. It was as if the prison of wrong souls had been opened, and bursts of wailing sounded continuously. There was a yellow ceiling talisman attached to the pottery pot. Human faces kept trying to come out along the cracks of the ceiling talisman. But then a terrifying force captured these wronged souls back into the clay pot. That terrifying roar was like the sound of nails scratching on iron sheets, making people's scalp numb uncontrollably. Oldemo Yang, this is 10,000 souls goo. Something I prepared specially for you. This time, let me see if you can survive. Now, Wang Shanao still looks like the middle-aged man he was before. He looks as if he is 70 or 80 years old. He has white hair and chicken skin, and his fingers are as dry as bamboo joints without even realizing it. There was madness in his eyes, as if just killing Yang Mucheng would be enough. No, that's 10,000 souls goo. Seeing the existence in Wang Xingtao's hand, Lu Yan couldn't help but change his face suddenly. There is a technique in the evil way, which is to extract the soul of the dead into a clay pot and make it into a magic weapon. The greater the soul's resentment, the more powerful this magic weapon will be. With Wang Xingtao's strength, it was naturally impossible to make such a terrifying 10,000 souls goo. At most, it would only be 100 souls goo or 1,000 souls goo.
but the resentment in it would definitely not be too strong.
Shang!
Without any hesitation, Lu Yin clapped his right hand, grabbed something from his arms, and threw it forward. Crackling. When this thing exploded, thunder resounded in the void. Everyone looked quickly and saw that the thing was actually a palm-sized, weird-looking hammer. As it was thrown out by Lu Yin, a shocking force of supreme strength and yang also burst out from the hammer. Feeling this power, the wronged souls and the 10,000 souls Gu let out bursts of howls, as if they were very afraid of this little hammer.
Snort!
Seeing Lu Yin take action, Lu Fenghao snorted disdainfully. He had long known that Zheng Dao would not watch Yang Mucheng be killed on the spot, let alone let Yang Mucheng fall into the slightest crisis. When Lu Yin took action, he also took action at the same time. Contrary to Lu Yin's electric hammer, which contains the most powerful and yang power, he immediately threw out something that was extremely yin and evil. That thing was actually a skull head that seemed to have turned into crystal. Boom! In an instant, the two things collided hard together. At the same time, the power hidden in the two magic weapons also surged out in an instant. A shocking force was like a majestic ocean wave, rippling out crazily and directly knocking off all the good and evil disciples who wanted to come to help. Fly out.
Lu Yin, I knew you would intervene a long time ago, so I'm waiting for you here.
Lu Fenghao flashed a sinister smile in his eyes.
You think you can succeed? That 10,000 souls Gu was refined by me. For this 10,000 souls Gu, I placed a 7 days of destruction in a city in the mortal world, letting them suffer to death. This 10,000 souls Gu once opened, endless souls of injustice will pour out directly, swallowing up all the bones of old demon Yang.
When Lu Yin heard this, his heart trembled. In order to refine the 10,000 souls Gu, Lu Fenghao slaughtered an entire city of people? Moreover, the 7-day death powder is extremely poisonous. People who are poisoned by this poison will watch their bodies fester little by little, and the ghosts of the dead will become evil ghosts after death.
Lu Fenghao, if my uncle is evil, I will never let you go.
Lu Yin's eyes gleamed with coldness.
Hee hee. As long as you don't interfere, old demon Yang will definitely die.
Lu Fenghao sneered. He's right. Among the people present, no one could escape the killing blow of this 10,000 soul Gu. There were only 2 people present who could. One was Lu Fenghao. He wanted to kill Yang Mucheng. So how could he rescue him? The second is Lu Yin. Although he has strength, he is held back and cannot be distracted. Although the others came to the rescue, they were powerless and could only watch the horrifying scene.
Ha! This old demon Yang is dead. Yes, as expected of senior brother Lu Fenghao. He actually refined such a terrifying 10,000 souls Gu. The 10,000 soul devouring body. This feeling is so wonderful just thinking about it. Later I will be able to see the 36th Grandmaster's uncle die under the bite of 10,000 souls. This matter is enough to become a lifelong conversation topic for me.
When the evil people saw this scene, they all howled with excitement. They have always been suppressed by the righteous way. Entering the forest bone realm now is their first act of evil. If we could kill old demon Yang today, the highest ranking master uncle of the 36 sects, it would not only be a huge blow to the righteous way, but also an extremely exciting thing to the evil way.
Master uncle! Master uncle!
Waves of shouts kept ringing out. Pangfian, Yi Kai and others wanted to go to the rescue, but they couldn't get forward at all. The endless injustice souls were howling and roaring, and they surrounded Yang Mucheng in an instant. Almost everyone present still expected the next scene. No one could survive in such a situation. After all, if you want to restrain the spirit of injustice, you can only use the most powerful and powerful means.
Old demon Yang, it's over!
A roar resounded loudly. A cold light flashed crazily in Wang Xingtao's eyes, and he danced his right hand forward. In an instant, he saw that the infinite souls of injustice were rushing towards Yang Mucheng like thousands of torrents in an instant. The whistling ghosts made the whole area around the Blackwater pond seem like a wide-open ghost gate. And for a while, hundreds of ghosts were walking at night.
Is it over? Only relying on these innocent souls, like you? It's just a child's trick.
Yang Mucheng stood there with his hands behind his back, not showing the slightest fear of these 10,000 souls. What Yang Mucheng said is correct. The most terrifying thing about these innocent souls is their endless resentment. And they will turn this resentment into crazy thoughts of killing. In this endless killing intent, any warrior will feel a headache when facing these existences. But will Yang Mucheng be afraid? Then murderous intent? Are these innocent souls possible?
Whether it is the killing intent in him, or the blood-drinking sword he obtained earlier, the killing intent possessed by these two things is far beyond what these wronged souls can match. And it is even enough to crush the opponent. You dare! At the moment, when thousands of souls rushed towards him, Yang Muqing's eyes opened angrily, and his tongue was like a lotus flower. This moment, he seems to be the Ghost Emperor who controls the prison of the dead, commanding the 9 ghosts. Chapter 860, The Last Immortal Sect Test. If you want to suppress evil spirits, you don't have to be strong and young. Good people being bullied. Being a ghost is the same thing. At this moment, Yang Muqing, in front of the group of ghosts, is like the master of the prison of the dead. They are just the most ordinary spirits. How can they dare to confront Yang Muqing? At the same time as this burst of sound resounded, all the ghosts let out a sharp and pitiful scream, and rushed towards the rear at a faster speed than the incoming force. They rushed towards Yang Muqing earlier because they smelled the breath and blood of the living. Now I am retreating out of anger and fear. Roar! Waves of roaring sound suddenly resounded, and the 10,000 ghosts actually regarded Wang Xingtao as the target of their venting, and rushed forward desperately. If Wang Xingtao still had hope, he might still be able to resist. But now in order to kill Yang Muqing, his last hope has been drained out, and there is nowhere to resist. Call. Like man-eating ants crossing the border. In an instant, Wang Xingtao was left with only a skeleton. When those wrong souls noticed Yang Muqing's gaze, they were frightened and hid in the 10,000 soul goo. This, Lu Fenghao's eyes widened. He never expected that Yang Muqing, as the master uncle of the 36th sect, would have such terrifying murderous intent. But with just one word, all the ghosts were frightened and did not dare to attack again. Even he can't do this. How can this be? None of the other evil disciples took a breath, unable to believe the scene in front of them. The method of making 10,000 souls goo is not a secret in the evil world. Almost everyone knows the horror of this evil ghost. Because of this, they understand. It's really terrifying to be able to be like Yang Muqing, who can defeat thousands of ghosts with just one sentence. Certainly, they didn't know that Yang Muqing was known as the bloodthirsty emperor in the mortal world. The murderous aura on his body was even more terrifying than those of their evil ways. Ordinary ghosts of wronged souls will feel a certain amount of fear even if they encounter a pig killer. Now, when faced with the bloodthirsty emperor who caused thousands of miles of blood and millions of corpses in the world of mortals and martial arts, how could he dare to make a mistake? Snort! When Lu Yin saw Lu Fenghao lose his voice, he felt a surge of inner energy, and the electric hammer erupted with a burst of light and lightning, which actually drove Lu Fenghao back. Lu Fenghao clenched his fist and smashed the electric snake that spread into his body with a gloomy expression. As for the right path, although they don't know why Yang Muqing can defeat thousands of ghosts with one sentence, as long as they know that their uncle has won, that's all. But see, Yang Muqing slowly picked up the 10,000 souls goo. It should be noted that every time the 10,000 souls goo is used, it must be sealed with a talisman. Only in this way will the evil spirits and evil souls inside not come out. But Yang Muqing didn't put the sealing talisman on, so the innocent souls didn't dare to escape. Even when he picked up the 10,000 souls goo, he could still feel the ghosts inside trembling with great fear. This thing is too sinister. If you smash it, it will be troublesome for the evil spirits inside to escape, Yang Muqing secretly said. This is the forest bone realm, a place where the evil spirit is strong. If these 10,000 souls are allowed to escape, they will definitely succeed in practicing in such a place with such a strong evil spirit in the future. You must know that this forest bone realm is not only the paradise of the bone tribe, but also the paradise of these ghost tribes. If you really ignore it, it will be another disaster in the future. When the time comes, bring it back to the sect and hand it over to Jin Liang. Maybe he has the ability to resolve the wrong souls among these 10,000 souls goo. Thinking in his mind, Yang Muqing casually put the 10,000 souls goo into the storage space. Originally, he wanted to bring the 2 spiritual beads of water and fire that Wang Shengtao had obtained previously. But it turned out that as soon as he died, the light of the 2 spiritual beads completely faded in an instant, and they were completely broken. Obviously, this spirit bead is linked to the life of the tester, and it will be useless even if others take it away. As for his other things, Yang Muqing didn't like them either. Not to mention, it was already riddled with wounds by 10,000 souls. What did I say? You are not allowed to do anything in the Blackwater pool. Don't you take me as your uncle in your eyes? Yang Muqing walked down slowly with his hands behind his back. There is one last chilling golden gate left. Don't you all want to break through?
Lu Yin smiled coquettishly. After all, he was still worried about Yang Mucheng before, so he had to take action in advance. However, not only was Yang Mucheng fine, but he also killed Wang Shentao, and even destroyed the opponent's 10,000 souls goo and an Mo Luo Wanxiang pill, allowing the opponent to steal the chicken but lose the rice.
Old demon Yang.
At this time, Lu Finghao couldn't bear it anymore. He took a step forward and looked at Yang Mucheng coldly.
Uh-huh.
At this moment, everyone from Jindao took a step forward. After all, Lu Finghao is not the Wang Shentao from before. The opponent is a strong man on the yellow list. If he insists on taking action, he may not be able to stop him at all. Lu Yin even grabbed his waist, as if facing a formidable enemy.
How many floors has your Z mansion opened?
Lu Finghao asked. This was the most doubtful part in his mind. Previously, the strength shown by Yang Mucheng was enough to be included in the yellow list. Therefore, the most critical question is how big Yang Mucheng's Zifu has been. At this time Lu Yin also reacted. He already had a bad look in his heart. To be able to get such a huge improvement in the Purple Mansion realm. If I guess correctly,
999 miles of great perfection.
Yang Mucheng didn't hide anything. Even if you don't say it, the other party can guess it.
Well, 999 miles of perfection?
Lu Finghao was stunned at first. Although he had already guessed it, Yang Mucheng's own response to this point still made him stunned.
Ha ha! Old demon Yang, you are so smart, but you are confused for a while. Although you can gain such strength when you reach the Purple Mansion realm, you are doing it in exchange for your own future.
Lu Finghao shook his head as he spoke. The reason why he was able to squeeze into the yellow list in the later period of Z Mansion was because the area opened by his Z Mansion reached a full 300 miles. But even so, he could still feel the difficulty of improving each small level. Yang Mucheng actually opened up the 999-mile Dzogchen Zifu space, which was 3 times as much as him.
Master Uncle!
Lu Yin was also dumbfounded. He originally thought that it would take some time for Yang Mucheng to reach the Purple Mansion realm. When he is waiting for a breakthrough, there will inevitably be seniors from the sect who will guide him on how to open up the Purple Mansion. However, the 999 miles of Dzogchen Purple Mansion space will probably make Yang Mucheng a useless being. Because, no matter how strong Yang Mucheng is, he will not be able to continue to improve his cultivation in this life, and will completely stay in the Purple Mansion realm. This is undoubtedly a huge loss for the 36 sects. The evil people were overjoyed. The faces of righteous people are full of sorrow. What can Zifu Dzogchen do no matter how strong it is? But they didn't know that Yang Mucheng still had the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Of course, Yang Mucheng would not explain it to others. His current focus is entirely on the last Yiling Golden Gate. Chapter 861 Beyond the Immortal Gate. Kylan Golden Gate. As long as you can pass the last level of the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, you can become a true disciple of the Immortal Sect. For me, becoming a true disciple is not the main thing, but how to leave Kyushu. Yang Mucheng looked at the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall in front of him, his eyes twinkling. Jiuzhou's spiritual energy dissipated, and he had heard the news. Hua Yuanao and other 7 ancestors, when they first came out of the ancient tomb, they vowed that they would be able to break through nirvana within half a year. As a result, they are still stuck in this state to this day, unable to go any further. If there is no fairy gate, you can't leave Jiuzhou, go to other stars, and you can't break through the realm of nirvana. And now, the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall in front of him is his only choice. Now, Lu Yin and Lu Finghao also immediately calmed down. Their thoughts are no different from Yang Mucheng's. Tian Xiaoxing. Dozens of beings, whose bodies were full of qi and blood, and whose energy was endless, knelt respectfully in front of a young man. If Jin Liang, Hua Yuanao, and others came over, they would definitely be so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear. Because of these existences, each of them is a half step into nirvana. And the young man in front of them is Yang Mucheng's old acquaintance, Mr. Elegance.
When I come here this time, I naturally come to recruit disciples.
Mr. Elegant shook his folding fan.
My sect only has one lineage and only accepts warriors who have half-stepped to nirvana. Moreover, they have to go through a series of assessments. In my opinion, you are the most qualified people in Tianxiaxing. So I gathered you here.
One of the middle-aged men looked puzzled. He raised his head cautiously, cupped his hands and said,
Senior, may I ask what sect you are from?
His shout of, Senior, was not too abrupt. After all, in the world of martial arts,
Those who are masters come first. These beings who were half-stepping into nirvana, in front of this young man, didn't even have the strength to resist. So they were grabbed like chickens. What else could they call out if they didn't call them senior? As for letting them join the sect, this is a bit of a fantasy. You don't even tell the other person which sect you belong to or the name of the sect. So you want to trick others into joining your own sect? Not that easy. Mr. Elegant waved his folding fan and smiled lightly. You are not qualified to know the name of my sect. You are just candidates for the sect. I have found many of the existences like you through more than 3,000 stars. Only those who can finally become my disciples, only those who are qualified to know what sect I come from, Mr. Elegant said, closing his eyes and saying, Of course, I will not force you to become my teacher. If you don't want to, you can leave. Thank you, senior. When the middle-aged man heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief, thanked him, and ran away quickly. Several other people who were half-stepping into nirvana also looked at each other and glanced at each other. Some left, and some chose to stay. After a while, only then did Mr. Elegance open his eyes and look at the dozen or so half-step nirvanas still kneeling in front of him. He waved his right hand, and dozens of rays of light suddenly rose into the sky at this moment, flew out, and landed on a few people, half a step into the arms of nirvana. This is my token. Take it. 1 year later, I will take you away from the star and accept the test of my sect. Thank you, senior. Everyone admired him. Mr. Elegant nodded without speaking, but looked at the vast night sky in the void, where a dim star attracted his attention. That one is Kyushu, the owl star. Although these people have good qualifications, they are not as good as Yang Maicheng. I don't know what level of cultivation this kid has reached. There is still 1 year left. I don't know if he can reach half step of nirvana. Xuanzong. Main hall. Brother, look. The disciple in charge of statistics could almost swallow a fist with his open mouth. He wiped his eyes vigorously, his face full of disbelief. On the jade sign marking the Shaozhan star, 4 down marks actually appeared. 4 down marks. What does this mean? Elite disciples appeared. Even though Xuanzong is an immortal sect, there are still very few elite disciples. After all, there are not as many people as you think who can pass through the 4 gates in a row. As for Xuanzong, among the immortal sects, it can only be regarded as a third-rate sect at best. Even some geniuses would rather go to a second-rate sect as an inner disciple, and a first-rate sect as an outer disciple than come to a third-rate sect. After all, half-step to nirvana has reached a threshold for warriors. If you want to improve again, you have to rely on a lot of resources. The stronger your sect is, the more powerful resources it has. Impossible! The old disciple who had been carefree and contented all this time jumped up with disbelief on his face. The concentration of spiritual energy at Shaozhan Star is almost 100 times weaker than here. How could there be such a level of assessment disciples? Xuanzong's rules for selecting disciples were naturally within the Zifu realm. If people from the 36th sect were here, they would definitely be horrified, because the basis for their selection of disciples is only in the realm of golden elixir. From this we can see the gap between the 36 sects and the real immortal sects. In fact, in the past, there were sects in Kyushu that were not inferior to Xuanzong, and were even ranked among the first-class sections. Therefore, Kyushu had a period of unimaginable glory. Nirvana is as numerous as dogs, and Tai is everywhere. But in the current situation in Kyushu, it will not be that easy for a warrior born in Kyushu to break through the 4 gates if he wants to cultivate in Z Mansion. Maybe there is a problem in the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall. The old disciple frowned slightly. After all, the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall has not been taken care of for tens of thousands of years, so it is quite normal for it to malfunction. Yes. Another disciple also nodded. The difference in spiritual energy will lead to differences in the strength of the warrior. In stars with a high concentration of spiritual energy, pregnant women are immersed in the spiritual energy all year round, and the babies born will have the cultivation level of horizontal training as soon as they are born. As a child, you can reach the Xianqi realm, and some even have good talents and already have the cultivation of golden elixir by the time they reach adulthood. But in Kyushu, you can only rely on practice and progress step by step. If there are some people with poor qualifications, they may not even reach the Xuanqi realm in their lifetime. This is the difference at birth. Just like some people are born with a golden key in their mouth and are respected by thousands of people, some people are ignored by no one and are just poor people. Obviously, Xiao Zhanqing Jiuzhou has been classified into the latter group by many immortal sects. It can be seen from this. How huge is the gap between the two sides? It is for this reason. These two disciples simply did not believe that a being of this level could appear in Kyushu. A being that could break through 4 gates in a row. Chapter 862 Kinmen Sword Mountain. I'm here to break through the Qiling Golden Gate first. Just when things happened with Xuanzong and Mr. Yaya, Yang Mucheng had already stepped into the Qiling Golden Gate. Different from the previous 4 doors. There was silence inside the Golden Gate. It was not like you would face endless attacks as soon as you entered. On the contrary, for those who have broken through 4 doors in a row, this sneak attack trick has no effect. That is? Yang Mucheng looked around. Shockingly, a mountain peak caught his attention. In this space, there are not many existences, and the only thing that stands out is the huge mountain peak. Of course, a mountain peak cannot shock Yang Mucheng. What really surprised him was what was on that mountain peak. Seen from a distance, this mountain peak is golden and jade-like, with a cold light. This is because there is a long sword stuck upside down on the mountain. From a distance, it looks like a huge sword tomb. A tomb of swords. Could this be the last level? Why hasn't the test come yet? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Buzz. Just when the idea in his mind just started to arise, a sudden crisp sound suddenly sounded. This sound is the sound of swords. That is. Immediately follow the position where the sound of the sword came from and look. But see. A long sword inserted into the rock started to tremble at this moment. Every time it trembled, the sword slowly lifted upward, as if an invisible hand was pulling it out of the crack in the rock. Come out! Shang! Immediately, the voice became crisper. And this long sword has already flown out of the rock on its own and is hanging in midair. The sword moved slowly, as if it had been lifted up, and pointed at Yang Mucheng from a distance. This must be the final test! Raise the corners of your mouth. Yang Mucheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought how terrifying this final level would be. If it was just like this, it would be impossible to stop him here. Boom! However, the long sword that flew out of the rock suddenly shot out. The terrifying speed actually caused the surrounding air to explode. A turbulent cloud exploded, and the trace of a long sword passing by could be clearly seen in the air. The long sword passed through the void, bringing up a white air wave that was 1,000 meters long. Even the extremely fast speed caused the sound of the sword to rise up into a billowing flame. And in an instant, it was already in front of Yang Mucheng. The distance of several thousand meters was reached almost instantly. Without any hesitation, Yang Mucheng grabbed the void with his right hand, and a fierce blood light quickly gathered and turned into a blood-drinking sword. Then, he grabbed the blood-drinking sword and quickly moved it forward, hitting the sword with a ding sound. Boom! The two surging and terrifying forces collided fiercely. Immediately, the flying long sword exploded on the spot and turned into countless broken sword fragments, exploding towards the rear at a faster speed than when it came. Puff puff! Bursts of dull sound sounded, and the fragments were blasted out, hitting the huge mountain fiercely. And at the same time, the power coming from the sword also made Yang Mucheng tremble and retreat backwards uncontrollably. So strong! There was a hint of horror in his eyes. Could it be that the test behind the Qiling Golden Gate is this entire sword mountain? If that's the case, it would be troublesome. Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with fear. However, before he could finish his thoughts, he heard several more sword sounds. In the sword mountain, the 9 swords among them made a crisp sound, and were slowly separated from the sword mountain under the control of a strange force. Really? Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. The power of these swords is too strong. Each sword has a full blow from the late Sifu. If there are dozens or hundreds of swords, I may be able to blast them away easily. But how many swords are there in total on this mountain of swords? Look forward. The huge mountain is scattered with dense and countless cold light, just like the gravel on the beach. And at the same time, at the top of the mountain, a hollow figure appeared. That figure just waved his right hand, and the 9 swords flew into the air quickly. Boom! As if the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering. The 9 swords suspended in midair were shot out quickly. A cloud of mist exploded in the void. Even the void could not withstand the speed of the 9 swords. The surrounding void exploded, revealing cracks that spread crazily. Jinwu Jialong sword technique! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes, tightened his grip on the blood-drinking sword, and slashed towards the void. At the same time, the nascent soul in his body shook violently, and the pure inner energy swept out crazily, turning into 9 flying swords. The 9 swords flew out, and immediately let out a shocking roar. 9 ferocious dragons appeared in midair. And at the same time, they fiercely shot out to face the 9 swords. When he used the Jinwu dragon sword technique before, Yang Mucheng was still halfway through the Purple Mansion. But now, he has reached the Purple Mansion, and has also opened up the great perfection level of 999 miles. The power has been increased many times compared to before. At this moment, the 9 swords shot out like 9 dragons, and hit the 9 swords hard. Bang! 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 9 explosions sounded in unison in no particular order. Even in the shocking loud sound, you can even see a terrifying shock wave, which rapidly transformed at this moment. Like thousands of troops galloping, a tsunami roaring, sweeping out crazily. The momentum is overwhelming. And I am the only one who dominates. Crackling. The surrounding void was hit by this shock wave. And endless cracks spread crazily like spider webs. Buzz. Under the shock wave, the blood-drinking sword trembled. And Yang Mucheng almost failed to catch it. So strong! The horror could not be concealed in his eyes. Original. He believed that after he reached the Purple Mansion, he opened up the great perfection, and could easily pass through this last golden gate. But who would have thought that the difficulty of this golden gate is at least 100 times more difficult than the Xuanwu Tumen? It seems that the gap between this elite disciple and the true disciple is really huge. After this final test, it's not that simple. Call. However, the offensive was not over yet. But the figure on the sword mountain waved his right hand violently. Chawing! 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 A series of sword sounds sounded quietly. 99 long swords were slowly flying out of the mountain. A terrifying killing intent slowly spread out from the 99 swords, like a tide. Chapter 863 The Ancestor takes a photo. Just when Yang Mucheng was shocked. But see! The figure on the sword mountain took a step forward, and made a sudden stroke in the void with his bare hands. Suddenly, the 99 swords gathered around him like hundreds of rivers converging. Like 10,000 swords returning to their clan. Then a sword formation was formed and suspended in the void. Then, the figure waved violently. The void exploded, and the 99 swords shot out, rushing towards Yang Mucheng. In Yang Mucheng's eyes, the 99 swords were almost connected in a line. The infinite spiritual energy was pulled by the sword array and poured into the sword array, and finally transformed into a ferocious sword dragon. Across the entire Qiling Golden Gate, it seemed that the entire void was about to be completely cut open by this terrifying sword energy, blasting towards Yang Mucheng crazily. 99 swords. The sword kills the emperor. Even under this sword, Yang Mucheng also felt that the killing intent in him that was not afraid of heaven and earth was suppressed by the opponent. Get up! Facing the mad dragon transformed from the 99 swords, Yang Mucheng's expression was extremely solemn. Boom! Nascent soul trembled suddenly. And even Z Mansion was shaken at this moment. Not only was the inner energy in his body surging, but the spiritual energy in the world was also blasting towards his body crazily. His long hair flew up and his robes fluttered. The blood-drinking sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a billions of kilograms of weight. Go! Pointing his sword. In an instant, 9 shocking sword energies flew out quickly. Boom! The 99 sword mad dragon ignored the 7 sword energies and smashed them into pieces. These 7 sword energies were not able to stop the 99 sword mad dragon at all. And they were not even able to slow down its speed by 1 point. On the contrary, it seemed that Yang Mucheng used this useless sword energy to intercept it, as if it had angered it. Bang! Bang! With greater speed and qualifications than before. The last 2 sword energies were suddenly torn apart. The 9 sword energy only caused the 99 sword mad dragon to stagnate slightly. And the time it intercepted was almost imperceptible. But for Yang Mucheng, this is enough. Chawing! Just when the 99 sword mad dragon was about to swallow him whole, Yang Mucheng suddenly let go of his right hand and released the palm that was holding the blood-drinking sword. Roar! However, at this time, a shocking dragon roar came from Yang Mucheng's body. But he saw the shadow of a 5-clawed golden dragon rising up rapidly and climbing up the body of the blood-drinking sword with a horrifying attitude. Then, the blood-drinking sword turned into a huge ferocious blood dragon and rushed towards the 99 swords mad dragon. The blood-drinking dragon, which came later but arrived first, suddenly grew in size at this moment. Like a ferocious beast that swallowed the sky and the earth, he directly swallowed up the 99 sword mad dragon, and then flew towards the sword mountain at an even more terrifying speed than before. Although the figure on the sword mountain was blurry, you could clearly feel his body trembling, as if he couldn't believe it. Because, among the Qilin Golden Gate, it is very difficult for warriors in the Zifu realm to withstand Qianshan's attack. There are definitely very few people who can fight back immediately like Yang Mucheng. How can this be? As Xuanwu of the Immortal Sect Assessment Hall, it has been secretly observing this battle. When the 99 Swords Mad Dragon rushed in front of Yang Mucheng, it was not surprised at all. After all, it never thought that Yang Mucheng could break through the last door. The last Kirin Golden Gate is the photo of our ancestors. He won't give in during a battle like me. This kid can defeat the 99 Swords Mad Dragon. It's really terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-drinking dragon swooped wildly, completely smashing the surrounding space. And the sword energy surged. Even on the sword mountain, the long sword that had not yet been pulled out from the rock was shattered to pieces by the blood-drinking dragon's terrifying sword energy. Seen from a distance, this shocking scene shakes everyone's minds. Countless long swords exploded from near to far. The figure of the ancestor on Sword Mountain also showed his complete figure amidst this terrifying explosion. What? This moment, Xuanwu could no longer maintain his previous composure. The clarity of the ancestor's photos is an affirmation of the disciple's strength. So far, no one has been able to make the ancestor fully reveal his body. But the young man in front of him did it. He only used one sword to force the ancestor's true form out. It's really amazing. Our Xuanzong is lucky enough to meet such a genius. The complete manifestation of the ancestor's figure is equivalent to his approval by the ancestor. There have been many disciples who have gone through Sword Mountain and obtained bright-level golden spirit beads. But the ancestor's figure has never appeared. No. To think that in this Jiuzhou, in the Forgotten Stars at this moment, there is an existence recognized by the ancestors. This is incredible. When Yang Mucheng saw the figure gradually appearing clearly, he couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't know what the appearance of this figure meant. And he didn't want to know. On the contrary, when the figure appeared clearly, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and the killing intent on his body burst out crazily in an increasingly horrifying and terrifying manner. In an instant, the body of the blood-drinking dragon was already filled with blood. Roar! A shocking roar resounded in horror. Immediately, the blood-drinking dragon, which was originally equally vague, gained his killing intent and became clear at the same time. Countless scales, at this moment, quickly became clear, including sharp dragon claws, sharp-edged dragon horns, and majestic dragon teeth. The moment it appeared clearly, he used a posture that was dozens of times faster than before, rushed over crazily, and bombarded the sword mountain fiercely. Boom! There was a loud noise like the earth was shattering, and the sword mountain, which was 1,800 feet high, was razed to the ground by this shocking blow. Countless rocks exploded, and long swords flew up from the sword mountain. Destroyed by me! Yang Mucheng grabbed forward with his right hand. Boom! Almost at the same time, the blood-drinking dragon also stretched out its huge dragon claws at the same time and fiercely grabbed into the void. For a moment, terrifying power surged across the void and spread crazily. I only heard bursts of shocking explosions. Bang! 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 Those flying long swords actually exploded completely under this astonishing force. At the same time, this horrifying dragon claw grabbed the ancestor's photo fiercely. What? Xuanwu lost his voice in shock. It never expected that Yang Mucheng would not only smash the sword mountain with one blow, but also crush the phantom of the ancestor. Chapter 864, turning the body into a sword. Tongue! Just when the dragon's claw fell, the ancestor's shadow grabbed the void with his right hand. In an instant, the fragments of the infinite long sword that were shattered by the blood-drinking dragon surged up rapidly under a strange force. And then what seemed like thousands of threads poured into him. In the palm of your hand, in a flash, a seemingly ordinary long sword was formed. Ancestor Xuan grabbed this long sword and slashed towards the blood-drinking dragon. I have a sword that can cut down the world. Roar! The blood-drinking dragon let out a wail, and the huge dragon body exploded rapidly under the sword. The huge dragon body turned into pieces of red light and quietly floated away. Chong! Accompanied by the sound of metal and stone clanking. The sound resounded loudly. The blood-drinking sword drew a parabola in midair and plunged into a huge rock with a clop sound. And the sword's hilt buzzed and trembled. You are the first being who showed me my true form. Logically speaking, you have already gained my approval. The ancestor shadow looked at Yang Mucheng quietly.
with satisfaction in his eyes.
However, I want to know where your roots are.
Boom! After he finished speaking, he stood quietly for 3 breaths and clenched the sword tightly in his right hand. A breath of horror burst out from his body quickly. This terrifying aura has even surpassed all the beings Yang Mucheng has encountered so far. In fact, this terrifying aura is something that even Hua Yuanao and other 7 ancestors who have half-stepped into nirvana cannot compare to it.
Is this the existence of the immortal sect?
My heart was shocked. After hearing the other party's words clearly, Yang Mucheng raised his head sharply. In his eyes is the awe-inspiring fighting spirit. The crazy and surging fighting spirit.
Good. I will accompany you to fight.
The words just fell. Yang Mucheng grabbed the void with his right hand, and the blood-drinking sword inserted upside down in the crevice of the rock burst out with endless blood light at this moment. Just hearing a clang sound, the blood-drinking sword rose up suddenly, streaked with a bright blood light, and fell into his hand quickly, letting out a long breath of turbid air. The ancient heaven-swallowing technique started to circulate crazily. Laugh. A cold light appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Mucheng was like a magic weapon unsheathed. Buzz. The void also trembled suddenly, and the purest inner energy surged out. A clear and crisp sound of swords resounded, and in the void, something unexpectedly appeared in a horrifying manner. One long sword after another came out.
Oh!
Ancestor Shuang looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows.
I was the one attacking before, but now it's you? Well, I want to see what kind of attack you can do. Chong! 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 Chong!
Chong! Waves of shocking and resounding sword sounds kept coming. Even every time a sword appeared, Yang Mucheng's aura weakened. Obviously these long swords are all transformed by internal energy. Although he has reached the Purple Mansion realm, this method of condensing gas is still very depleting. 10 swords. 100 swords. 1,000 swords. 10,000 swords. Yang Mucheng's aura was like an ebbing tide, weakening crazily in a clearly visible manner. And the opposite. His murderous intention, however, continued to increase in a horrified manner at this moment.
No matter who you are, today I will kill you with 99,999 swords. I will use you as my qualifications to enter the immortal sect.
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Laugh. A cold light flashed, and a shocking sword energy shot straight into the sky. With a big stroke of his hand, he grabbed the void. These 99,000 long swords became one coherent piece in an instant. If we say that the 99-sword mad dragon that the ancestor Su Ying had previously was a century-old angry dragon, then the 99,000 long swords of Yang Mucheng are the vast ancestors of ancient dragons. Call. The sword has not yet arrived. The shocking sword energy had already reached its peak at this moment. Crackling. A tearing sound resounded, and the sword body in the ancestor's hand, which was made up of thousands of long swords, suddenly shattered and disintegrated in a horrifying manner under the bombardment of the sword energy. A strong wind swept across him, making his long hair fly up and his robes rustling.
Good.
Ancestor Shuang closed his eyes, showing a trace of admiration.
Once you decide, I, Xuanzong, can rise. Today I will turn my body into a sword to block your thousands of swords.
The words just fell. He put his hands behind his back, and at this moment, the hundreds of thousands of pores on his body erupted with light as thin as hair. Even at the end, his eyes, ears, mouth and nose were filled with a shocking light. A strange color flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. As a sword cultivator, how could he not recognize that what came out of the opponent's body was a world-shattering sword energy? But see, the opponent took a step forward, and the sword energy that surged out of his body was so rapid that it directly enveloped his phantom body. Then Howren stepped forward, and the surging sword energy swept up his entire body. The continuous layers of sword energy completely enveloped his whole person in this shocking sword energy. Middle.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Then, the 99,000 swords controlled by Yang Mucheng collided with this shocking and terrifying sword energy. Xuanwu, who had been watching the battle, immediately saw a shocking scene. Countless swords full of killing intent kept slashing hard at the huge shocking sword energy. The burst of surging sword light erupted into dazzling flashes of light, causing even Xuanwu to close his eyes uncontrollably. But that shocking sword energy was like a terrifying existence that could sweep across everything. Wherever it passed, it directly tore apart the long sword that was rushing in crazily. Almost just a face-to-face meeting.
Most of the 99,000 swords were smashed into pieces. Apparently, the opponent's move turned his body into a sword, which was really terrifying. What to do? Use that thing? Yang Mucheng panicked when he saw the sword energy that was still rushing toward him at a rapid pace without losing its momentum. He thought of the magic weapon given to him by the Qingquan immortal sect when he was leaving the forest bone realm. Perhaps using that magic weapon, we can kill it! But even if I destroy it, it's not my true strength, but relying on foreign objects. But with just this thought, in an instant, out of the 99,000 swords, there were only less than 100 long swords left. And the Ancestor Shadow's sword energy was still astonishing. Look up and look ahead. Yang Mucheng could clearly see a trace of contempt and ridicule in the sword aura and in the opponent's eyes, as if he was questioning whether he dared to break into the Qilin Golden Gate without the strength. I don't believe I can't kill you. His pupils closed. Yang Mucheng let go of his right hand, and the remaining hundreds of long swords in the void dispersed quietly like dust at this moment. Did he give up? Seeing this scene, Xuanwu cried out. However, before it finished speaking, a decisive aura erupted in an even more horrifying manner than before. Chapter 865 Desperate Counterattack? Blackwater Pool. Everyone's eyes fell on the Immortal Sect assessment hall suspended in midair. More than 200 people came, but in the end, only 3 people entered the final Qilin Golden Gate. Although, it seems that the elimination rate is not high. But when you think about it carefully, it is very scary, regardless of whether they are on the right path or the evil path. All those who can enter here are carefully selected disciples. Each one of them is unique among 10,000. Yet they are still eliminated halfway. I wonder if they will pass the final test. Yes, Qilin Golden Gate. This is the true disciple of the Immortal Sect. Everyone is guessing. I don't know about the others, but senior brother Lu Fenghao. His results will definitely be better than Lu Yan and Yang Laomo. A man with a scar on his face sneered and saw everyone looking at him with doubtful eyes. At this time, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Isn't it? Although old Demon Yang broke through the Z Mansion, his strength is terrifying. But compared to senior brothers Lu Yan and Lu Fenghao, he is still a little worse than the old Yellow List powerhouses. His achievements must not be as good as those two. As for Lu Yan, although he is a strong person on the Yellow List, his ranking on the Yellow List is far inferior to senior brother Lu Fenghao. Even if all 3 of them pass, senior brother Lu Fenghao's status in joining the Xiandan sect will be higher than the other 2. Suddenly, the scarred man's analysis was approved by everyone. It goes without saying that Lu Yan's ranking on the Yellow List was originally inferior to Lu Fenghao's. Even though the difference is only 1 person, it is also the result of countless records and absolute strength. How could it be so easy to cross? And Yang Mucheng couldn't even get into the Yellow List. So how could he compare to others? Look! There is movement at Qilin Golden Gate. There was a cry. But he saw that the Qilin above the Golden Gate suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light. Immediately, a figure suddenly shot out. Everyone looked around quickly. And the first person to come out was actually Lu Yan. His face was pale. And it was obvious that the battle inside the Golden Gate had completely exhausted all his inner energy and physical strength. Everyone wanted to ask. But Lu Yan threw out a dim golden spirit bead without saying anything. Passed. Senior brother Lu passed it in 1 try. Although it was only the most dim level of the golden spirit bead, he eventually became a disciple of the Immortal Sect. It seems that this last battle has consumed senior brother Lu Yan so much that he no longer has the strength to speak. Amidst bursts of cheers, Lu Yan sat down cross-legged. In the final Golden Gate, the Phantom on the Sword Mountain actually summoned all the swords directly from the mountain peak at the end. He almost used up all his strength to resist the opponent's attack. But therefore, all the power is consumed. Lu Yan has already come out, but old Demon Yang has not appeared yet. Could it be said that old Demon Yang has surpassed Lu Yan in strength and can join the Yellow List? The scarred-faced man who looked like he was pointing the way to the country raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, other people in the evil path also thought about this problem, and their expressions changed greatly. Boom! After about half a stick of incense, another figure shot out from the Immortal Sect. Suddenly, everyone's eyes immediately looked forward. The one who came out this time was none other than Lu Fenghao. Ha ha! Although Lu Fenghao looked pale, he obviously still had some energy left. After he appeared, he saw the dim golden spirit bead in front of Lu Yan, and he suddenly laughed wildly. It seems that I have surpassed you this time. Lu Fenghao spread his right hand,
and saw a medium-bright golden spirit bead lying in his palm. Although he and Lu Yin both passed the final Qilin Golden Gate, if they could both become true disciples of the Xianmen sect in the future, his assessment results in the last gate were even higher. Even if he joins the same immortal sect in the future, his status will be higher than Lu Yin.
Where's old Demon Yang?
Lu Fenghao turned his eyes and found that the other party was missing one person.
Senior brother Lu. Old Demon Yang hasn't come out yet.
Scarface whispered.
He hasn't come out yet?
Lu Fenghao's expression changed. At first, he didn't see Yang Macheng and thought that the other party had experienced failure and was entering the Qilin Golden Gate for the second or even third time. But who knew that he actually hadn't finished the assessment yet? His pupils moved slightly. Lu Fenghao stared at Qilin Golden Gate. Impossible. Even if this kid opens up the 999 miles of Purple Mansion to perfection, he may not be my opponent in terms of true strength. Could it be that old Demon Yang has any special means? Almost as soon as the idea rose, Lu Fenghao vetoed it on his own. At first, he also believed that the final Qilin Golden Gate was the same as the first White Tiger Water Gate. As long as the evasion time reaches a certain level, you can pass the final test. However, in fact, this is not the case. This level has no time limit at all. The Qilin Golden Gate, like the Xuanwu Earth Gate, is controlled independently by someone. It will not be completely over until the disciple who entered the door is killed and blasted out. So, it is impossible to delay time. On the contrary, you will be completely at a disadvantage, because you did not take action from the beginning.
Maybe this kid will be blasted out in a panic after a while.
Lu Fenghao sneered at his heart.
Even I can only obtain the golden spiritual beads of ordinary brightness. And Lu Yin can only obtain the dim golden spiritual beads. With your cultivation level that just broke through the Z Mansion, it is absolutely impossible for you to achieve much.
Just when everyone's eyes were looking towards the Qilin Golden Gate, Yang Macheng has already launched his second round of attacks. Clang! He grabbed it with his right hand, and the blood-drinking sword flipped up again. A crazy killing intent swept out. And under Xuanwu's disbelieving eyes, this infinite fighting intent quickly poured into the blood-drinking sword. Under this surge of fighting spirit, instead of becoming more dazzling, the blood-drinking sword quietly dimmed. This top-grade sword looked like a piece of scrap metal at this moment. However, Yang Macheng showed no sign of giving up. It was not until he poured all his fighting spirit into the blood-drinking sword that he slightly threw it forward. This, Xuanwu was completely stunned. Although it doesn't understand swords, that doesn't mean it knows nothing about sword cultivation. Yang Macheng's sword seems to be the last straw that a desperate person grabs. Even if it is useless, he will still make a last-ditch effort. But in fact, there is a lot to write about. It contains an existence that is more terrifying than the second level of fighting spirit.
He actually understood the third level of fighting intent.
Yang Macheng's last sword seemed like the desperate boy's final counterattack. But it was actually his most powerful blow. Chapter 866. Do you still want shame? On one side is a terrifying sword energy that is infinitely majestic and capable of occupying the sky and exterminating the earth. It is also the last test in the Qilin Golden Gate. On one side was a dull, blood-drinking sword that seemed to have no power at all, and looked like it had been thrown powerlessly. Attacks from both sides. As long as your brain is not broken, you can see who the final winner is. But, at this moment, Xuanwu still had his eyes widened, with a look of shock on his face, because it cannot determine what the final result will be at all. And everything can only be seen after the battle is over. Boom! The attacks from both sides suddenly collided. However, the next scene was not as scary as a comet hitting the earth as Xuanwu had imagined. Instead, it was silent. However, the collision of attacks from both sides caused the entire space of Qilin Golden Gate to completely come to a standstill at this moment.
This is impossible!
Xuanwu's face was filled with shock. It was like an ant repelling an elephant. But such an incredible thing happened in front of my eyes.
Chang!
The blood-drinking sword is like rainwater dripping from the eaves. Although it seems to be very weak, it has enough power to penetrate a stone. This terrifying sword energy, with a horrifying gesture, directly broke through the terrifying sword energy on the ancestor Shuang's body, and penetrated his body at the same time.
Boom!
Just as the body was penetrated, the ancestor's phantom body trembled, and suddenly turned into infinite white light. Disappearing quietly, Xuanwu lost his voice in shock. Of course, he knew what was going on. Turning one's body into a sword is equivalent to sacrificing one's life for a sword. With this sword, There are only two results. One is the death of the enemy, and the other is the death of oneself. But instead of being able to kill Yang Maicheng, Ancestor Shuang was killed by the opponent's sword. How could he not be shocked? But the Ancestor Shadow is also equivalent to a weapon spirit. It is only used to assess the disciple's strength. Even if it is killed thousands of times, it will recover. After thinking about this, the broken light suddenly began to flow rapidly, and finally gathered together to form the phantom of the ancestor.
Ha! I didn't expect that in Kyushu, a continent that has been forgotten for so long. A young man who has cracked my method of turning my body into a sword will appear. It's really shocking and surprising.
The phantom of the ancestor slowly appeared. He looked at Yang Maicheng.
This is your assessment certificate.
He waved his right hand. Immediately, a bright gray golden spirit bead slowly flew in front of Yang Maicheng. Passed, and it's the highest level of recognition.
With these 5 spirit beads, you can synthesize the token and enter the immortal sect.
A trace of ecstasy flashed in Yang Maicheng's eyes. However, what the ancestor said next made Yang Maicheng even more shocked.
As the first disciple who can stop me from transforming into a sword, I will naturally give you a special reward. Unfortunately, I am just an afterimage and an illusion now, and I cannot give you anything too substantial.
He stared at Yang Maicheng for a moment and said,
You have just broken through the cultivation level of Zifu, and your cultivation level is not yet stable. And you have opened up the great perfection of Zifu for 999 miles, and it will take longer to stabilize.
In that case, let me help you stabilize your realm.
After saying that, the ancestor's shadow pointed his right hand, and in an instant, the entire space in the Qilin Golden Gate surged. An extremely pure and powerful force, as if under orders from a neat army, moved towards Yang Maicheng's body at this moment. Pour it in, although Zifu was opened up. But in fact, it is not stable. Just like mud, just pinching out the shape is nothing. It has to be roasted and painted before it can be considered real porcelain. Although Yang Maicheng's Zifu was opened up, it happened to have skipped the last 2 processes. Now, this pure power completed the final steps for Yang Maicheng's Zifu.
Very good.
This process lasted only a moment, but Yang Maicheng couldn't hide the joy on his face. After the Zifu is consolidated, he can practice with peace of mind and continue to make breakthroughs in cultivation. There is no need to worry about forceful fighting and damage, which will lead to no improvement in cultivation. After consolidating his realm and picking up the golden spirit bead, Yang Maicheng left the Qilin Golden Gate. Just when everyone was talking. Just when Lu Fenghao thought that Yang Maicheng would be kicked out directly.
Buzz.
A light flashed. Yang Maicheng had already appeared outside the immortal sect.
Master Uncle. Uncle Master. You are finally back.
36 sect disciples quickly came forward to greet him. Yang Maicheng stayed in Qilin Golden Gate for too long. So long that they couldn't believe it. Yang Maicheng nodded, signaling to the disciples to feel at ease. Just when he was about to speak, a strange voice came from behind.
Old Mo Yang. Have you passed the final Qilin Golden Gate?
Lu Fenghao saw at a glance that Yang Maicheng was not like him and Lu Yin. He was pale and panting, looking like he was completely exhausted after the battle. He couldn't help but sneered and asked,
Senior brother Lu, what are you talking about with this old demon Yang? Look at his appearance. It doesn't look like he fought behind the Golden Gate.
Scarface heard this and took a step forward with a smile.
Maybe after seeing the power of Jin Yin, this kid will admit defeat on his own.
2. Lu Fenghao raised his eyebrows. The attacks he encountered in the Golden Gate were absolutely terrifying. Even he was filled with fear and fear. If he was given another chance,
he would never challenge Kinman again, because that kind of feeling is definitely not pleasant.
A guy like Mr. Yang is not even on the yellow list. So how can he pass the test?
Scarface said with a smile, his face full of flattery.
Senior brother Lu, when you enter the immortal sect in the future, don't forget about us brothers. Master Uncle.
At this time, Lu Yin, Yi Kai, and Pang Fian also looked over. Apparently, they were also very confused in their hearts. Whether it was Lu Yin before or Lu Fenghao who came out later, they all looked like they had experienced a war. They don't look like Yang Maicheng, with a leisurely and content attitude. I'm afraid they are really like what Scarface said. After seeing the power of Jin Yin, they have surrendered and surrendered.
I passed,
Yang Maicheng said with a smile.
But
Lu Yin glanced at Yang Maicheng and couldn't help but be confused.
Dealing with the last phantom of my ancestor, I did expend all my physical strength and inner strength. However, The Phantom said that I was a rare genius, and made an exception to allow me to recover my physical strength and inner strength. And at the same time, it also improved my realm. Completely stabilized. Yang Muchung waved his hand. Everyone was shocked. Not only did it allow Yang Muchung to regain his physical strength and inner strength, but also stabilize his state? This is not an ordinary method. Lu Yin had no doubts about him, and couldn't help but admire. When I reached the realm of Zifu, my master locked me in the Qingquan immortal sect, and was not allowed to go out for 3 full years. Just to let me go! I have stabilized my realm. The other people also looked shocked. Any strong person in Zifu has experienced that period of time when the realm is stable. The short term can be half a year, and the long term can be 3 to 5 years. In other words, Uncle Master passed the Qiling Golden Gate. Is this a reward for him? However, just as everyone was cheering, a very discordant snort came from the side again. Snort! Oldemo Yang, do you still want to be embarrassed? Chapter 867 Give you a slap. These words immediately stopped Yang Muchung, who turned around. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes turned towards Lu Fenghao. What did you say? Lu Yan's eyes opened angrily, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The other party said that he could do it, and that others could do it, but he could never say that of Yang Muchung. The other party is the uncle of the 36 sects, and his seniority is as high as the sky. How can a guy like you, who is ranked 99 on the yellow list, be so frank? Lu Yin, stand down! Yang Muchung shouted back at Lu Yin, and looked at Lu Fenghao with squinted eyes. After a moment, he sneered. Lu Fenghao, if you want to die, I don't mind killing you directly in this black pool. When the evil disciples in the Blackwater pond heard these words, they were all stunned, and did not come back to their senses for a long time. After a moment, it exploded. What? Did I hear it wrong? This kid actually wants to teach senior brother Lu a lesson? Where did he get the courage? Oldemo Yang, you are so cowardly. These evil people, no matter who you are, not to mention my uncle, even God will scold you. For a while, there was constant ridicule. However, they did not notice that Yang Muchung's face became darker and darker. Angry? Lu Fenghao smiled faintly. Yang Muchung, the master's uncle, may still have great suppression on the righteous way, but to their evil ways, this name is no different from that of a cat or a dog, and there is no respect at all. Weren't you very arrogant when you killed Wang Xingao earlier? I've been dissatisfied with you for a long time. Since you want to take action, let's have a good fight in the Blackwater pond. If you don't like it, kill him. Lu Fenghao's eyes were full of sneers. The reason why he provoked Yang Muchung in this way was because he expected that the other party would not dare to confront him. Do you want to tear up the previous agreement? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and laughed instead. If you have the guts to fight me, I don't mind. Lu Fenghao shook his head proudly. He tapped himself with his hand, and then poked Yang Muchung's chest. It's a pity that you don't have the courage. You are certainly good, but in front of me, you are not good enough. If you can get through the last Qiling Golden Gate, I will twist off your head and play it as a ball for you. Of course, you don't have that qualification at all. Be more careful with your mouth from now on. Feng, don't say big words. Be careful of Feng Da's tongue. Call! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fenghao closed his eyes. He saw Yang Muchung raise his palm and sweep it away quickly without any warning. Court death. Seeing that Yang Muchung actually dared to take action, Lu Fenghao sneered. This was the other party's initiative, and Yang Muchung was so close to him. If he acted like a killer, even Lu Yin wouldn't be able to save him. However, this slap was so fast that before Lu Fenghao could react, it had already fallen hard and hit the opponent's face firmly. Lu Fenghao's body trembled when he heard a slap in the face, and his whole body was like a ball that had been kicked away. Under the shocking eyes, he, a strong man on the yellow list, was hit with almost no reaction ability. He flew out violently. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lu Fenghao bumped into a giant bone. The huge force smashed the skeleton of the Demon King, which was 30 or 40 meters high. This Blackpool was dead silent. Everyone looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief, and then at Lu Fenghao, who was whipped away, their eyes almost bulging out. Yang Muchung had just broken through the Zifu, and Lu Fenghao has not only reached the late stage of Zifu for many years, but is also ranked among the 99 strong men on the yellow list. Uncle Master actually slapped Lu Fenghao and sent him flying away. This is really terrifying.
The other party is a strong person on the yellow list.
Lu Yan's eyes narrowed. He knew Lu Fenghao's character. This guy was determined to avenge himself and was absolutely bloodthirsty. Now that Yang Macheng had slapped him out, he would never give up. It is very likely that he will completely tear up the previous agreement and take action against Yang Macheng.
Uncle Protector.
Taking a step forward, he quickly stood up. Uh-huh. Immediately, Ye Kai, Pang Thian, and others all stepped forward. The evil side was also shocked. That scarred face, its mouth wide enough to fit a fist into. He had acted like he was giving advice before, thinking that Yang Macheng could never be a match for the two powerful men on the yellow list. But the other party just slapped Lu Fenghao away. That's not a Maui dog, but Lu Fenghao, but a strong man on the yellow list.
Lu Fenghao, if you want to die, I can give you death.
Yang Macheng clasped his hands behind his back and slowly narrowed his eyes.
Although I made an agreement with you before, no one is allowed to fight in this black pool. But this does not mean that you can use this agreement to step on my head.
Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded. The incomplete skeleton exploded crazily, and countless broken bones were blown away by a terrifying wave of air, and then crashed down, as if there was a rain of bones.
Old Demon Yang.
Lu Fenghao stood among the piles of bones. His eyes were blood red, and he looked extremely embarrassed, not to mention the ashes all over his body. Even the slap marks on his face were extremely vivid. When their strength has reached their level, they have become very indifferent to external things. The 10,000 soul goo was taken away by Yang Macheng without even blinking. However, what people like them value is face. Your face is bigger than the sky. Yang Macheng slapped him in public, which was more serious than killing his father in front of him.
What? Didn't you say you wanted me to fight you? I'll give you a slap first. What do you think? If you don't think it's enough, I'll give you some more.
Yang Macheng put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "How many rewards? Bounty for gold, silver, and women." How had they ever heard of someone giving a slap in the face? Lu Fenghao is not an ordinary soft persimmon, but a strong man on the yellow list. If you slapped him in front of his face and said so,
don't you think he is incompetent? How could he just give up? Staring at Yang Macheng, Lu Fenghao suddenly laughed.
Old Mo Yang, I always thought that I was the craziest, but I didn't expect to meet someone today who is many times crazier than me. Unfortunately, the craziness must have enough strength to support it. If not, it will only die miserably.
He shook his head slowly, looking at Yang Macheng with a trace of pity in his eyes.
Since you want to die, I will make it happen for you. Humph. As long as I'm here, you can't even think of being rude to your great uncle.
Seeing that he had murderous intentions, Lu Yen couldn't give up. He took a step forward and blocked Yang Mucheng's face with his body. Clang! It was at this moment that Lu Yen drew out the long sword in his hand. Clearly, he has a distinct stance. If you want to deal with Yang Macheng, you have to step on his body.
Okay, then I will kill you first, and then kill old Demon Yang.
Lu Fenghao looked at Lu Yen, his eyes full of coldness. Chapter 868-54 Ghost Crying Killing Formation.
A fight is about to begin. Senior brother Lu Yen and Lu Fenghao have fought many times, and each time they failed with a slight disadvantage. I don't know what will happen this time. Yes.
Everyone was sad and worried. They simply can't get involved in the battle between Huang Bang's strong men. Although they are both in the Zifu realm, the gap is not small. If we really want to make an analogy, then the ordinary strong men in the Purple Mansion realm can only be regarded as emperors in the mortal world. And then the strong men in Huang Bang can be regarded as emperors in the martial arts world. Although the two parties have the same status and are both kings of the same country, their rights and power are vastly different.
Lu Yen.
Yang Macheng raised his eyebrows. He was about to kill Lu Fenghao, but Lu Yen beat him to it. There has never been a precedent for a person being able to survive after humiliating him in person.
Uncle Master, I have fought hundreds of battles with Lu Fenghao, large and small. Among so many people, I am the only one who knows him best. Leave the rest to me.
Lu Yen looked at Yang Macheng. He was very worried that Yang Macheng would go his own way and attack Lu Fenghao desperately, because Yang Macheng was no match for Lu Fenghao. Among the people present, he was the only one who had the strength to fight against Lu Fenghao and the possibility of defeating him.
Okay, if you lose, I'll take action again.
Yang Macheng waved his hand. Lu Yen immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and faced Lu Fenghao. His cold voice spread throughout the Blackwater pool.
Lu Fenghao, you and I are both strong men on the yellow list. I have been suppressed by you many times, so I am above the ranking. I'm always at a lower level. Today, I, Lu Yen, challenge you. If I want to defeat you, I must not only rectify my record on the yellow list, but also breathe a sigh of relief for my great uncle.
There is no balance between good and evil. Huang Bang was suppressed, and Master Shizu was humiliated. All of this broke out today. How could Lu Yen endure it? It's better to solve it completely today.
Senior brother Lu Yen really wants to challenge? Inevitable. Senior brother Lu Yen has been practicing hard in the Qingquan Immortal Sect for a long time. Just to clear his name today. Of course he dares to speak. He must be sure of victory.
Pang Fian, Sun Hanrui, Yi Kai. All the righteous disciples looked over worriedly.
Just because you want to compete with me?
A cold light flashed in Lu Fenghao's blood-stained eyes.
I can suppress you on the yellow list for a while. And I can suppress you for the rest of my life. Since you are not willing to be stepped on by me, then I will suppress you forever today.
Originally, I planned to kill old Demon Yang first, and then I'll kill you. But now that you've jumped out, I'll do the surgery on you first.
Anyway, the Immortal Sect assessment has completely ended. There is nothing to worry about. Yang Muchung slapped him away in front of him. If he left quietly, he would be embarrassed to see anyone in the future. In addition,
Lu Yen dared to yell at him, so he took care of them all this time. Boom! After Lu Fenghao finished speaking, he rose into the sky. His black robe suddenly rolled up, and a shocking internal energy burst out from his body, as if billowing demonic energy was tumbling outside his body. The area several meters outside his body has completely turned into a place of chaos and darkness. And the other side, Lu Yang clenched his fists. His long hair stood up, and his whole body was enveloped in a purple-green light. The demonic shadow and the electric light, almost at this moment, split the entire huge Blackwater pool into two halves. The two Huang Bang strong men looked at each other from afar. The battle between the powerful men of Z Mansion is about to begin.
There is actually a hidden power. Is this how scary the powerful people on the yellow list are?
Everyone in the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Palace screamed in surprise when they looked at the ghostly realm that was filled with demonic shadows. Half of which seemed like the gate of I was wide open, and the other half was filled with wild thunder and lightning, making the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Palace turbulent. Even before the two sides even took action, the terrifying momentum between the two sides was already crushing each other fiercely. There was a terrible explosion in the surrounding space, and endless cracks spread rapidly. Mountains crumble, and the ground tears apart. What's even scarier is, the huge black pool seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. Countless pools of water, as rich as ink and half-ink, flowed along the cracks in the ground and disappeared quietly. At this time, Lu Fenghao moved. He waved his right hand, and dozens of black rays of light suddenly shot out from his whole body. Boom! 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 As soon as these dozens of black rays of light appeared, they turned into evil ghosts and started to kill Lu Yen.
Ghost King!
Everyone screamed in surprise when they saw the evil ghosts wearing armor. Their bodies almost condensed into substance. These dozens of Ghost Kings, armed with broadswords and green-faced fangs, are extremely terrifying. Obviously they are definitely not the ordinary evil ghosts among the previous 10,000 souls goo. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. The strength of these dozen Ghost Kings had actually reached the nascent soul realm.
I didn't expect that evil ghosts can also practice. Is this the Ghost Clan? I'll ask someone later.
Call. With an extreme roar, these dozens of Ghost Kings rushed in front of Lu Yen. At this time, Lu Yen snorted coldly. Obviously, as he said, he already knew Lu Fenghao's tricks well. He clenched his right hand, and a purple-green sword that was several feet long suddenly appeared in his palm. Lu Yen, who was holding a purple-green sword, turned around, and the sword edge danced. The next moment, endless lightning burst out from his body. Crackling, infinite lightning spread crazily, tearing the air and making a roar. The rushing Ghost King hit the thunder and lightning hard, and was unable to move forward at this moment.
Destroy it!
Lu Yen snorted, and with a flick of his right hand, a ring with a purple gemstone on his fingertip erupted into a burst of thunder and lightning. When this halo appeared, it flew out quickly and directly enveloped the heaven and earth, as if a large net composed entirely of thunder and lightning was quietly closing in. And in this gathering, the more than 10 Ghost Kings in the late nascent soul stage were also among them. Under the violent thunder of the strongest sun, The condensed bodies of these medium-sized ghost kings dissipated quickly like the scorching sun of spring snow, as if they were about to evaporate at any time.
Senior brother Lu Yin is so awesome. He really came prepared. Maybe we can kill Lu Fenghao this time and replace him on the yellow list.
Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but get excited. And the opposite. The people on the other side of the evil path had worried faces. Even some clever guys were already retreating quietly, preparing to leave the place of right and wrong.
I didn't expect that you have been practicing hard during this period. But unfortunately,
the gap between you and me is not so easy to bridge. Lu Yin. Today I will let you see my 54 ghost crying killing formation.
With a cold gleam in his eyes, he formed a sealed Ju with his right hand. Suddenly, the ghost kings, who were torn apart by the purple lightning and wailing in pain, unexpectedly joined hands with each other at this moment, forming a huge circle, directly covering Lu Yin in it. At the same time, there were endless howls coming from the throats of the ghost kings. Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. This ghost king is definitely not an ordinary ring, but a certain formation. The roars of the 54 ghost kings echoed in all directions, spreading to the entire Blackwater pond in an instant. Some disciples in the early stages of Z Mansion were directly knocked to the ground by the terrifying sound, with bleeding from their 7 orifices and displacement of their 5 internal organs. Apparently, this is what Lu Fenghao called the 54 ghost crying killing formation. Chapter 869, the much anticipated battle.
This is a sound killing attack. No. Use your inner strength to block your ears.
The knowledgeable disciples reacted immediately. They were pale in front of the 54 ghost crying killing formation. But immediately they poured their inner energy into their hands and completely sealed their ears. They continued to retreat until the chaotic sound waves stopped hitting their ears. And they stopped. Yang Muqing, on the other hand, stood on tiptoe at the moment when the 54 ghosts cried out. An inner energy surged from his feet and turned into a shield to surround his body. Boom! The ripples turned into sound waves hit the gang shield, immediately making a crackling sound. But Yang Muqing didn't care about himself at all, but immediately looked forward. The terrifying howling sounds of the 54 ghosts crying and killing array spread crazily wherever it passed. Whether it was rocks or huge skeletons, they were all quickly blasted into powder under the ripples of sound waves. Even the earth seemed to be torn open by countless cracks by pairs of invisible hands. And Lu Yin was in the center of the 54 ghosts crying and killing array. The power he endured was more terrifying and huge than all the people combined. Can he withstand it? Yang Muqing is not the only one worried. The other disciples all looked forward, with worries written all over their faces.
Hiss.
The 54 ghosts crying and killing array are still going on. The Ghost King, who was spinning wildly hand in hand, let out a sharp roar. And even the eyes and sights of people looking at him became completely distorted at this moment. Just as these endless sound waves surged in one after another like a tide, he finally took out the electric hammer in his hand again. And at this moment, Lu Yin himself, the purple-green light outside his body, filled the air crazily and condensed rapidly. Gradually, the palm-sized electric hammer in his hand actually transformed into a huge hammer shadow nearly 100 meters long under the condensed purple-green light. Upbraid. At the same time as the hammer shadow was formed, he shouted in a deep voice and waved his right hand suddenly. At this moment, the hammer shadow of more than 100 meters was directly lifted up by him, and suddenly blasted towards the 54 ghost crying killing formation surrounding him. Boom! 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 Wherever the huge hammer shadow passed, the entire space was shaken at this moment. The Ghost King, who was holding hands and roaring wildly, and his body were directly blasted by the terrifying hammer shadow at this moment. In the end, only 3 Ghost Kings escaped, but they were still dying and shot back towards Lu Fenghao. Lu Yin, on the other hand, did not relax at all. He flipped his hands fiercely, raised the sky-high hammer and lowered it suddenly, wanting to kill Lu Fenghao and the last 3 Ghost Kings together.
What kind of magic weapon is this?
Everyone who saw this scene was shocked.
This electric hammer is the most powerful treasure of the Yang dynasty. It is the most powerful thing to overcome the evil spirits. Maybe senior brother Lu Yin can defeat Lu Fenghao this time, or even kill him. As for evil ways, although they couldn't figure out the origin of Lu Yin's magic weapon, they could only figure out the electric hammer from the fact that they cracked the 54 ghost crying killing formations in that instant, and even killed the terrifying hammer shadow of dozens of Ghost Kings. The terrible thing, just in the look of horror, the huge hammer shadow had already fiercely crossed the void and struck in front of Lu Fenghao. And Lu Fenghao also saw the horror of this hammer shadow. A cold light flashed in his slightly ferocious eyes, and he quickly grabbed the crystal skull head from his arms. As soon as the skull head appeared, it was accompanied by billowing ghost shadows, and collided hard with the huge hammer shadow. Boom! This terrible collision caused the entire Blackwater pool to completely explode. The surrounding ground, valleys, rocks, everything within sight was torn to pieces. Terrible cracks spread rapidly in all directions along the center of the collision. It even shattered a mountain peak thousands of meters away from the Blackwater pond. This is the strength of the powerful Huangbang.
Lu Fenghao!
Lu Yin shouted loudly. Xian even saw his eyes widen in anger, and the purple-green light surging all over his body was rising crazily. He grabbed a feather from his arms and threw it forward. The feathers flew out, and in the void, the rolling spiritual energy was drawn, and they rushed towards the feathers desperately. This purple feather poured over, and in a crisp eagle cry, a blue-purple feather exuding lightning, was the strange giant bird suddenly appeared. The body of this terrifying strange bird reached several hundred meters, and almost at the same time it appeared. It completely blocked the sky above everyone's heads. Then, he pounced down quickly, and his terrifying claws clawed hard at Lu Fenghao's body.
We're going to win!
The calls continued at this moment. All the righteous disciples opened their eyes wide. As long as he defeats Lu Fenghao, Lu Yin will be able to replace him in the yellow list in the future.
Yang
Maicheng looked at this huge strange bird and didn't know what he was thinking. Boom! In the two superimposed terrifying attacks of the electric hammer and the strange bird, the crystal skull head suddenly made a clicking sound. And then the crack spread, and in an instant, it was completely spread out. Finally, it turned into a piece of crystal fragments and scattered hard on the ground. Boom! At the same time, the terrifying attack hit the ground hard, completely exploding the entire earth.
Tongue!
Lu Fenghao was directly blown hundreds of feet away by the air wave generated by this blow. And Lu Yin made a move with his right hand, and the electric hammer and feathers suddenly returned to his palm again.
Lu Fenghao, do you have any last words to say?
Lu Yin looked at the other party quietly.
Last words? You think too highly of yourself. With your strength, you are no match for me. Do you think that you can suppress me steadily by cracking my 54 Ghost Cry killing array and smashing my crystal glazed skull?
Will you stay with me?
Lu Fenghao said, putting his hands behind his back and looking towards Lu Yin.
I said, if you are stepped on by me for a while, you will be stepped on by me for the rest of your life. Today's Blackwater Pond is not only your burial place, but also the burial place of all the disciples of your 36 sects.
It is still unknown whether death is imminent. Lu Yin was furious. How could he not know that Lu Fenghao's last resort was the crystal glazed skull head? Now that magic weapon has been completely destroyed by him, the other party has no last resort and can only wait for death. His pupils opened angrily, flashing with a cold light. Lu Yin took a step forward, holding out a feather with his left hand and grabbing the electric hammer with his right hand. At this moment, the terrifying attack surged up again, rolling towards Lu Fenghao and covering him fiercely. Chapter 870, The 12 Demonic Demons of Mora Heaven. Groan! The sharp cry resounded loudly. When the purple feather was sacrificed, it was like an infinite black hole, greedily devouring all the spiritual energy coming from the void. Among the thousands of rolling threads, a demon king giant eagle that was 10 times bigger than before appeared. When this demon king giant eagle appeared, it spread its wings and opened its big mouth. There was just a crash sound, and a bolt of lightning that tore through the void was spit out fiercely, carrying the dragon on a snake-like trajectory and blasting away towards Lu Fenghao. And at the same time, the electric hammer that Lu Yin was holding in his right hand was also violently lifted by him at this moment. The surging inner energy surged crazily, transforming into layers of phantoms and heading towards the electric hammer. In an instant, it formed a weapon that was 400 to 500 meters long, several times larger than before. The hammer shadow. Then, this huge hammer shadow, together with the light of lightning, struck fiercely downward. Boom! This was almost the most powerful secret attack of Lu Yin, a powerful man on the yellow list, which directly hit Lu Fenghao's body. The terrifying explosion sounded like a falling star, and a violent wind visible to the naked eye spread out rapidly. Everyone in the Blackwater Pond lost their balance under this hurricane, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. But, immediately, everyone's eyes looked forward. eager to know the final result. But the scene was shrouded in dust, and no one could see the situation clearly. Only Yang Muchung looked inside, shook his head after a moment, and sighed. I have already guessed that this would happen. Everyone was surprised and wondering why Yang Muchung would say this. But I saw it. In the dust. It was like the eye of a storm exploded. Countless dusts were torn apart at this moment. And the scene in the field was finally revealed. Lu Fenghao was still standing there, motionless. 12 nascent souls covered in armor appeared in front of him, seemingly blocking all attacks for him. How can this be? Lu Yin was stunned and took several steps back, unable to believe it. His previous attack was very easy to kill the powerful Huang Bang, but he never expected that his attack had no effect at all. I do not believe! Lu Yin roared angrily. Yin. As he roared, the giant purple eagle behind him spread its wings again. I just saw a surge of thunder, and a lightning that was even more powerful than before was brewing crazily, as if it would be spit out at any time. However, Lu Fenghao smiled faintly and pointed with his right hand. Immediately, he saw a nascent soul covered in black armor in front of him. He took a step forward with an expressionless face. He drew out an arrow made of unknown animal teeth and quickly stringed the bow. Bang swish. A sharp whistling sound resounded, and the black silhouette shot out. Boom! In an instant, he saw this terrifying silhouette slamming into the huge purple eagle. A sharp tearing sound was heard, and soon he saw that the giant purple eagle let out a scream, and its huge body was torn apart in an instant. The blue-purple feathers were also blasted into pieces at the same time. What? A hint of horror flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. However, he quickly came to his senses and raised the electric hammer in his hand to hit Lu Fenghao again. But it was still the same arrow made of the fangs of an unknown beast, and it blasted through the huge hammer shadow in an instant. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, Lu Yin flew out involuntarily and hit the ground hard. How? Lu Fenghao clasped his hands behind his back and looked calmly at Lu Yin, who was already vomiting blood without even making a move. These are the 12 demonic demons I have refined for you. Each nascent soul is a powerful person from the late Zifu, he said, pointing lightly with his right hand. Tongue! The 12 nascent souls were already churning out crazily, quietly surrounding the entire Blackwater pond. Seeing this scene, all the righteous disciples' hearts beat wildly, and they couldn't hide their shock. Even Lu Yin is not the opponent of these 12 demons. So how can they be the opponent? Oldemo Yang, how are you? Lu Fenghao said, looking towards Yang Muchung, his eyes full of sneers. But when he looked at it, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his eyes. Originally, in his opinion, when Yang Muchung saw these 12 devil demons and knew the difference in strength between himself, he would turn pale in panic, and even kneel down to beg for mercy. However, Yang Muchung's attitude was very descriptive, as if these 12 demons were like children's toys to him. Not so good! Yang Muchung shook his head. Use evil magic to extract the nascent soul of the strong man in the Z Mansion. However, with your strength, you may have to rely on the elders of the sect to extract this nascent soul. Right. It's such a pity that these 12 nascent souls are only in the later stages of the Zifu, and they are still not enough for me. As soon as Yang Muchung said these words, the evil people in Haishuatan all looked at Yang Muchung like idiots. Any evil ghost can smash Lu Yan's magic weapon and injure Lu Yin. What effect can you, a boy in the early stage of Zifu, have on him? Among the righteous path are some warriors in the middle and late stages of Zifu. When facing these 12 demons, they can't help but be soft-handed. What's the use of you? This kid is so arrogant. Although the nascent soul has no physical body, its actual strength will be weaker. But no one dares to underestimate these nascent souls. This old demon Yang is really so bold that he is not afraid of anything. Senior brother Lu Fenghao, kill him! At this time, waves of roars resounded, and countless evil disciples roared crazily. Ha ha! You dare to speak harshly when you are about to die. In that case, I will let you die first. Lu Fenghao was so angry that he had already forgotten about torturing Yang Muchung. He just wanted to kill him and relieve the hatred in his heart. He squeezed the seal violently, and the nascent soul holding the bow and arrow suddenly trembled. He quickly grabbed the long bow and arrow, and shot the animal tooth arrow towards Yang Muchung again. Uncle Master, be careful! Seeing the evil demons of the 12 Marathas attacking Yang Muchung, everyone screamed in fear, thinking that Yang Muchung was doomed. But Yang Muchung suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed and shook his head slowly. Lu Fenghao, It wasn't Lu Yin who insisted on fighting you before. I had already done it myself in order to help this junior. How could you still have a way to survive? You are really stubborn and don't know how high the sky is. Forget it. Since you are unwilling to give in, then I will let you understand.
In the horrified eyes of everyone, Yang Muqing's eyes were calm. He grabbed the void with his right hand, and then slashed downwards violently. Suddenly, the void was torn apart, and the sword energy was turbulent, spreading all over the black pool. Chapter 871 ranked on the yellow list. Nascent Soul has no physical body, and can only rely on magic weapons. Lu Fenghao took out the 12 nascent souls, and controlled them with secret techniques. Dealing with them was equivalent to dealing with 13 powerful men from the Purple Mansion. Most people don't dare to blunt its edge easily, and they don't even have time to hide. The moment the sword energy exploded, the animal tooth arrow was split in half by Yang Muqing on the spot. There was only a sharp whistling, and a white sword energy slashed down in the air, directly slashing across a radius of several hundred feet, and struck in front of the 12 demons.
Boom!
I saw this terrifying sword mark spreading continuously, in front of everyone. The skull's head, which looked like a snake's head, was chopped off on the spot and smashed to the ground. The ground was full of bones, and a ravine several meters deep was cut out on the spot. Zitsatizi, the nascent soul, holding a bow and arrow, saw the sword light coming, let out a shrill cry, and quickly retreated towards the rear.
Snort!
When Lu Fenghao saw this, he also snorted coldly.
My 12 devil demons can attack and defend. If you want to kill them, it will be even harder than ascending to heaven.
He just finished speaking. Then 3 nascent souls rushed forward quickly, holding a palm-sized shield in their hands. When they blasted out, they quickly formed seals with their hands. I saw the shield flying up to the sky, and it turned out to be 3 parts in one, quickly connected together, like a wall in front of these evil spirits.
And then on!
Lu Fenghao sneered and formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, 2 nascent souls, holding long swords, flew through the air. These nascent souls are no more than the size of a palm. But he suddenly made a sudden attack with a weapon. Not to mention how weird this gesture was.
Boom!
The sword energy that shattered the beast's tooth arrows suddenly hit the shield, like a huge wave hitting the rocks of Haoshan, erupting into a burst of thousands of white waves. The sword energy exploded and flew around fiercely. It crackled the air. But not only did the 3-in-1 shield not shake slightly, it didn't even leave a white mark. Seeing this scene, Lu Fenghao sneered and turned to Yang Muqing.
Old demon Yang, it seems that you are nothing more than that. No one can save you today. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I will take out your nascent soul and make it into the 13th Morado evil ghost.
Everyone was trembling with fear. After death, he cannot be reincarnated. Instead, he extracts his nascent soul and works for his murderer. This is an eternal torment for anyone. Original. Everyone only knew that Lu Fenghao was powerful, but they didn't know that he was so terrifying. Even Lu Yin was easily defeated, and they had no way of retreat or survival. And not even their master uncle could survive such a terrifying attack.
Snort!
Yang Muqing shook his head slowly. The evil ghosts of the 12 Marathas were indeed powerful, but they were not enough in his eyes. He casually grabbed it with his right hand, and heard the earth shake violently. The black water in the black pool rose into the sky like a fountain. Countless pieces of soul and broken bones were mixed into the black water and rushed into the air crazily. They gathered together even more quickly, forming a black sword that was 100 feet long, traversing the entire sky above the black water pond. When the black water sword was completed, the sword energy soared into the sky, and even the surrounding space was chopped into pieces by him. All the disciples of good and evil have lost their color. Yang Muqing is only in the early stage of Zifu. How could he have such terrifying strength? The strength of his sword has surpassed Lu Yin. The power of this sword alone is enough to rank among the elite. Among the yellow list.
Call!
The sword is made. Yang Muqing grabbed it with his right hand and chopped it down again. The power of this sword is even greater than before, reaching the ultimate level. Even Lu Fenghao suddenly lost color. His eyes became solemn, and an unprecedented sense of crisis arose in his heart. With almost no hesitation, he quickly made a seal. And then, he saw 3 of the Moro heavenly evil ghosts step forward.
Big! 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 Big!
There was a shocking shout. The shield that was originally like a wall actually increased in size, as if it had slowly turned into a huge mountain, lying directly in front of Yang Muqing.
Boom!
It was only at this moment
that the Blackwater sword was slashed down with great force. It first passed by two nascent souls holding long swords. The opponent didn't even make a wailing sound, but was completely blown to pieces by the sword. Then, the sword swept across without stopping. Suddenly, the huge shield that turned into a mountain was directly cut in half by Yang Mucheng. What? Seeing this scene, Lu Fenghao's pupils suddenly shrank, almost condensing into a thin line. He quickly waved his right hand forward, and all the remaining Moro heavenly evil ghosts rushed towards the Blackwater sword. But it was not able to withstand even half a minute. In an instant, it was torn into pieces and transformed into the purest power on the spot and returned to the entire world. Immediately afterwards, this shocking sword came in front of Lu Fenghao. Crack! With almost no hesitation, Lu Fenghao clapped his hands together, causing nascent soul to tremble suddenly, and the inner energy in his body surged out like a tide. There was a sudden churning, and the inner energy turned into a black shield, like a huge cocoon. And when it appeared, it wrapped his entire body in it. Tongue! While summoning the gang shield, Lu Fenghao quickly retreated towards the rear. But since he is fast, this Blackwater sword is also faster. At a certain moment, a harsh tearing sound was heard, and the huge Blackwater sword was like paper, suddenly tearing apart the extremely hard shield that had condensed into a substance. Under the shocked eyes of both pairs of eyes, the diseased Blackwater sword pierced Lu Fenghao's chest and poured out directly from his back. The black pool water seemed to penetrate Lu Fenghao's body directly like a waterfall. Lu Fenghao stood there, as if he had been cast on a body-fixing technique. His face was full of disbelief and shock. Old Mo Yang, I have a question. Have you ever broken through the Qiling Golden Gate? Nature! Yang Mucheng spread his right hand, and one of the brightest golden beads tumbled out from his palm. Ha ha! Golden Lingzhu! The brightest golden Lingzhu! If I had known that you had passed through the Qiling Golden Gate, I would never challenge you. Old Demon Yang, from now on, you will be ranked 99 on the yellow list. Lu Fenghao, the voice gets quieter and quieter, crackling, until the end. All the meridians and bones in his body exploded. Blood mixed with the broken internal organs, like fountains, spurted out from the major meridians of his body, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. Yang Mucheng's sword blasted endless sword energy directly into his body, and even crushed his internal organs and Yuanying. Being able to sustain a complete sentence is already the strength and heritage of Lu Fenghao, who belongs to the strong ones on the yellow list. Chapter 872, True Disciple Order. Lu Fenghao is dead. Lu Fenghao, a powerful figure on the yellow list, is dead. Although he is at the bottom of the yellow list, the beings who can be on the yellow list are all the most powerful beings in the Zifu realm. Now he died in front of Yang Mucheng, under Yang Mucheng's sword. Previously, Yang Mucheng said that he wanted to fight Lu Fenghao, but everyone just thought that he didn't know how to live or die, and he didn't know what the sky and the earth were. Now that he saw Lu Fenghao die in front of him, he realized that Yang Mucheng was fully capable of killing Lu Fenghao, and he was not bragging. Master Uncle! Lu Yen opened his mouth wide and couldn't believe it. When he was defeated, he thought that all of them were doomed and would not be able to leave the Blackwater pond alive or walk out of the forest bone realm alive. But in the end, Yang Mucheng killed Lu Fenghao lightly. Is this the strength of old Demon Yang? Scarface's pupil shrank, and he looked at Yang Mucheng in disbelief. He wished he could slap himself hard. Such an existence was really terrifying. And he actually laughed at the other person for not being able to break through the Qiling Golden Gate. The rest of the evil disciples softened and almost collapsed on the ground. Previously, they had Lu Fenghao's strength and cultivation, and they had been tempted to tear up the agreement noisily and destroy the righteous way. But now there is trouble. Lu Fenghao is dead, and there is no one on their side who can speak. The other righteous disciples only felt proud and proud. Peng Thian looked at the pale, evil disciples and laughed. Arrogant? Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Now that Lu Fenghao is dead, I don't think you have any qualifications to challenge us. Previously, everyone was so ridiculed by the evil disciples that they could hardly raise their heads. They really wanted to crawl into the cracks in the ground. But now this scene just felt that all the previous sullenness and resentment were swept away in an instant. At this moment, the scarred face was so frightened that he couldn't help but tremble. He found that Yang Mucheng's eyes were looking towards him, and he stepped back 3 steps in a row. His whole body was pale, as if he was mourning. He had made fun of Yang Mucheng before, looked down upon Yang Mucheng, and even insulted him several times. Now that Lu Fenghao is dead, He no longer has a backer. And no one can save him. Seeing Yang Muqing's eyes sweeping over him, he felt that at this moment, his whole body seemed to have fallen directly into the Nine Netherworld. And he even lost the strength to breathe. There is no reason at all. Just a little tiptoe. Tongue! Scarface's entire body turned into a bolt of lightning. And with a horrifying attitude, it shot wildly towards the distance. Want to escape? Yang Muqing closed his eyes and sneered. With a flick of a finger. Call. A bullet-like mark blasted crazily through the void at a terrifying speed, heading towards Scar, who was scurrying away. There was just a bang sound, and the fingerprint hit directly from the back of Scarface's head, and even shot out from the front of the head. Suddenly, Scarface's whole body was like a big tree that had been cut down directly, and it crashed to the ground with a dull sound. How can it be so easy to escape? Yang Muqing slowly retracted his fingers, closed his eyes, stood in the center, and said calmly, Since the agreement has been torn up, there is no need to be polite. No one will be left alive. Kill them all. The whole place was dead silent. There were more than 100 evil disciples, all standing there coldly. No one dared to speak. Since Yang Muqing appeared, only 3 swords have been released so far. His first sword smashed the beast's tooth arrow. His second sword killed the 12 evil demons of the Maoyo heaven. And his third sword killed Lu Fenghao, a strong man on the yellow list. This scene was so shocking that they could hardly speak. Why are you still standing there? Uncle Master has already given the order, and you are still not taking action. Lu Yin came to his senses and immediately shouted loudly, Tongue! The next moment, many righteous disciples surged out quickly and fiercely attacked the evil disciples. Once Lu Fenghao died, how could Xie Dao and others still have the power to resist? Lu Yin also clapped his hands and swept forward. Although he was defeated by Lu Fenghao, he was still a strong man on the yellow list. How could these people be his opponents? No one could sustain 3 moves in his hands. As for Yang Muqing, he looked calmly at the immortal sect assessment hall in front of him. Poof! 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 A flick of the finger. The 5 spirit beads rose up, forming a sword-shaped token under a vast ray of light. Is this the true disciple order? Yang Muqing clutched the token and nodded secretly. He learned from the mysterious weapon spirit that once the true disciple order was synthesized under the 5 spirit beads, the headquarters would send disciple elders to introduce the newcomers. At the same time that the true disciple commanded the stars, the huge immortal sect assessment hall also trembled violently. It was shrinking crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye from a radius of thousands of feet. But in just 7 fingers, it was already turned into the size of a fist. Finally, quietly disappear. I don't know how long it will take for people from the Xianmen sect to come here. Yang Muqing put his hands on his back and thought to himself. Certainly, the mysterious weapon spirit also said, the Xianmen sect is not located on the Kyushu continent, but on a star in the universe. It's not just that the opponent's back foot will come after the front foot passes. It can take as little as 3 to 5 days, or as long as half a month. In the next few days, let's take a good walk around the forest bone domain, understand the situation, and try to get the broken pill recipe and pill furnace. At that time, wait until everything has been arranged before going to the Xianmen sect. Thinking in mind, Yang Muqing turned around and saw that those evil people were already in their late teens and almost dead. He simply let go of the ancient heaven swallowing technique at that moment. And in an instant, the infinite energy and blood surged like crazy, gathered into a vast torrent, and quickly poured into his body. More than 100 evil elites, plus 1 strongman on the yellow list. The combined energy and blood is so huge. But for Yang Muqing, it was just a drop in the bucket. He has opened up the great perfection of the Purple Mansion in 999 miles. Even to advance to a small realm, the power required is several times, or even hundreds of times, that of a warrior of the same level. This huge amount of energy and blood only increased his cultivation by 20%. Boom! At this time, a golden firework shot up into the void outside the Blackwater pond. That is? Yang Muqing's eyes lit up. He knows. This is the secret code agreed upon by the 36 sections. Once the alchemy furnace or broken elixir recipe is found, golden fireworks will be used to communicate. Obviously, their goal is right there. Let's go! Yang Muqing waved his hand. Immediately, the 36 sect disciples, who had been prepared for a long time, jumped up and rushed towards the location of the golden fireworks. Chapter 873 Core Area. After a while, Yang Mucheng led everyone to a high ground and arrived at the location where the golden fireworks were released. There were already many disciples waiting there. Some were watching, some were exploring, and some were staring. After Yang Mucheng appeared, a series of calls of Uncle Master rang out one after another. What surprised Yang Mucheng? Everyone did not find the alchemy furnace, nor the alchemy recipe. What appeared in front of everyone was an existence similar to a city within a city. It seems to be another area independent of the Forest Bone area. Uncle Master, this is the real core location of the Forest Bone domain. The disciple who previously released the golden fireworks faced Yang Mucheng. But see, there seems to be only one step between the inside and outside of the core. But the actual gap seems to be vastly different. To use an analogy, the Yin evil energy outside the core can only be regarded as a lake at best. But the concentration of Yin evil energy inside the core is comparable to the ocean. The rolling clouds and mist appeared even more conspicuously. In midair, on the dark valley, gray-white sinister energy was rising and rolling continuously. This terrifying evil spirit sometimes transformed into a monster with angry beards and scales, and sometimes dissipated like a waterfall pouring down, revealing a kind of coldness and chill that was incompatible with the normal world. It seemed as if everything he looked into would be frozen by the cold. What is this sound? Yang Mucheng tilted his ears and listened carefully. In the core of the Forest Bone domain, there seemed to be many behemoths walking slowly, and there was a loud sound every time the terrifying body landed. There were also bursts of sounds that seemed to be wailing, roaring, and roaring. I don't know. This Forest Bone realm has existed for a long time. In addition to the Bone Clan, there may also be Ghost Clan in it. The strength may not be very weak. The disciple whispered. Ghost Clan? What is that? Yang Mucheng asked. When he was fighting Wang Shuntao before, he saw some evil spirits. But it was just his first contact with them, and he didn't understand them well. He didn't expect that there were ghosts in the depths of the Forest Bone realm, which naturally made him a little shocked and horrified. The disciple hurriedly said, Uncle Master, the ghost race is a race derived from evil ghosts. They are all existences cultivated by Yin spirits. The lowest level ones are some evil ghosts and ghosts. But the high-level existences are the ghost kings who can condense into entities. This Forest Bone realm is a place where the evil spirit is extremely strong. So it's not surprising that there are ghosts. But these are not ordinary lonely ghosts. Yang Mucheng nodded, finally understanding. The reason for the birth of the Ghost Clan is very simple. Either he died unjustly, or he had too much resentment before him, or he was a very vicious person during his lifetime. However, this kind of ghost is like a baby born by a human being. It has no power at all. Even a little bit of vitality and yang energy, even ordinary sunlight, can turn them into powder. But at this time, if they are nourished with the evil spirit, develop their spiritual wisdom, and let them learn to practice independently, they will naturally become the Ghost King, causing trouble in the future. As for the Forest Bone realm, it is a unique training place for such a being, and powerful Ghost Kings and Bone Kings will naturally appear. Have you found the location of the alchemy furnace and the alchemy recipe? Yang Mucheng asked. Not yet. This area is too big, and there are too many ghosts and bone clans in it. Our people can't penetrate deeply, the disciple said. Uncle Master, please wait a few more days. Wait. Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. Tongue! At this moment, several figures were shot out rapidly from the churning evil energy. The person who came was the disciple who had previously entered the core area for inspection, and the others hurriedly greeted him. How's it going? Did you find it? Yang Mucheng asked. No. Those disciples looked ashamed and said with a wry smile, Uncle Master, although I have determined that the alchemy furnace and the alchemy recipe are in this space, it is actually not that easy to find. Inside, the Ghost King and there are so many Bone Kings that it's very difficult to survive. So how can we find those things? Another disciple also shook his head and said, Uncle Master, the difficulty of searching is like finding a needle in a haystack. I don't have 3 to 5 years to complete the investigation of this core area. I don't know who the disciple of the Qingquan Immortal sect was. How did I hit that alchemy furnace by mistake? Yes, in this core area, not only are there many ghosts and bones, but the evil spirit is also very strong. The further we advance, the stronger the power becomes, and it can even corrode our inner strength deeper. It even makes me feel lazy and unable to go deeper. 3 to 5 years? Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows. It took a long time. Goo goo goo. At this time,
The golden-haired rat squirmed, stood on Yang Muqing's shoulder, and looked into the distance.
How?
Yang Muqing asked with narrowed eyes. The golden-haired rat had previously said that the evil spirit in this area was too strong and had an impact on his perception. So he didn't ask too much. What is this now?
Boss, I feel a very weak hot breath right in this core area. The surrounding evil spirit is too strong, and the location I feel is not very clear, but I can feel that we are not far away from it. It's too far,
said the golden-haired rat.
Okay, then I'll go in and have a look,
Yang Muqing said in a deep voice. Seeing Yang Muqing preparing to go deep into the depths of the forest bone realm in person, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Especially Lu Yin, who stood up and quickly stopped him. Yang Muqing said to everyone with a calm face.
I just entered the core to take a look, and will not deliberately fight with those ghosts and bones. If I find the elixir or the furnace, I will come back immediately. If I can't find it, I will come back immediately. Besides, I still have the old man the protective magic weapon given by our ancestors.
Yang Muqing's voice gradually rose, and a calm and authoritative aura slowly emerged. Lu Yin and others planned to follow him to protect Yang Muqing in the core area, but Yang Muqing directly refused.
Your strength is too low. Following me into the core area will not be of much use. Not only will you not be able to help me, but it will actually hinder me. I will go back as soon as I can.
After saying that, he ignored everyone's obstruction and rushed into the core area alone.
Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!
Yang Muqing's body moved, and he had already entered it. Xuan Yufixiani was operating to the extreme, and it appeared several miles away in an instant. After a few breaths, Lu Yin could no longer see Yang Muqing's figure clearly.
Senior brother Lu Yin, my uncle has gone deep into the core area. Our strength is too low to be effective at all. As a strong man on the yellow list, why don't you follow us and protect our uncle?
A disciple said righteously. Lu Yin had a wry smile on his face.
My uncle is ranked higher than me on the yellow list. Are you sure he needs my protection?
Everyone. Chapter 874 Grimace Grass. The billowing evil spirit changes from light to strong. He was like air filling his side. And Yang Muqing could clearly feel that the evil spirit had become thicker and thicker. Now, he seemed to have stepped directly into the mud. And every step he took became extremely difficult. Even, this all-pervasive sinister energy crazily penetrated into all the pores on his body.
Boom!
Nascent soul was shocked. And surging energy and blood surged out. A burst of golden light quickly emerged, forming a strong armor around him, instantly protecting his entire body.
Boom!
The endless gray mist was shattered on the spot in an instant, with Yang Mu as the center, and everything within a 10-meter radius was shattered. Certainly, with Yang Muqing's cultivation, it is easy to carve out an area of dozens of miles in this core area. But in that case, it would attract the attention of many Bone Clan and Ghost Clan, and cause unreasonable disaster for himself.
Have you found it? Dan Fong, the location of the furnace?
Yang Muqing asked.
It's a little close. I can feel the hot breath. Boss, there are many treasures along the way. Should you search them all the way, or go directly to get the furnace cauldron and elixir recipe?
The golden-haired mouse said quickly.
Hey, there are treasures in this core area?
Yang Muqing looked surprised. When I came in earlier, I saw a lot of treasures. But most of these treasures have been corroded into a pile of scrap metal by the evil spirit. Think about it. Even warriors can't stand such a huge evil spirit. How can those ownerless weapons be able to? Therefore, Yang Muqing did not have high expectations for things in this core area.
We may not have any magical weapons, but there are a lot of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures,
the golden-haired rat said with a smile.
An evil aura and death aura are all a kind of energy. When the aura is strong, some heavenly spirits can be produced. Earth treasures. When the evil spirit is strong, specific heavenly spirits and earth treasures can be produced, and the level can only be higher.
Just as he was speaking, the golden-haired rat raised his voice sharply.
Boss! Left!
Yang Muqing looked immediately. But see, a huge feline monster has been dead for who knows how many years. Most of its head has been buried under a pile of loess, with only its right eye socket exposed. But in the right eye socket, there is a small flower with a human face growing, as if the mouth is absorbing the evil energy around it. Even when Yang Muqing looked around, he could clearly see the evil energy flowing around like clouds and mist, rushing towards the strange flower.
What is that?
Yang Muqing was surprised.
Grimace grass is a high-grade spiritual grass on the earth's level. Although it cannot be used to make elixirs, It does have some special uses, the golden-haired rat explained. Because it grows in the location of Yin evil energy. It can suppress some ghost kings and bone kings that are dominated by Yin evil energy. Top grade on the ground floor. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Notice. Nowadays, outside of Kyushu, it is almost impossible to see heavenly spirit treasures above the earth level. Even if there are, the highest level ones are only around the lower level of the earth level. This grimace grass is actually of the highest grade. Boss, don't be surprised. The reason why earth level and even heaven level treasures are extremely rare in JoJo is because the spiritual energy of JoJo is thin. If it were a star with abundant spiritual energy, I am afraid that this grimace grass would be at least the best of the earth level, or even low-grade heavenly person, said the golden-haired rat. With shock in his heart, he put away the grimace grass. The way forward. Under the guidance of the golden-haired rat, Yang Muchung found many heavenly and earthly treasures. These heavenly and earthly treasures are all grown in the Yin evil spirit, and are extremely poisonous to ordinary warriors. Unless they are evil warriors who specialize in absorbing the Yin evil spirit in practice, they dare not use them at all. But, for Yang Muchung, these are like great tonics. In fact, whether it is Yin evil energy, spiritual energy, ghost energy, or death energy, it is a kind of cosmic energy. It's just that spiritual energy is relatively milder and easier for warriors to absorb. As for Yang Muchung, it was because of the ancient heaven swallowing technique that he could absorb whatever energy he had into his body and turn it into the purest power. Nature. These spiritual treasures are also rare treasures for the Bone Clan and Ghost Clan. In fact, some Bone Clans simply stayed by the side of these spirit treasures, willing to act as guardian beasts. When Yang Muchung was about to pick one of the spiritual treasures, a mantis-like Bone King appeared with white bones and a pair of bone wings full of holes. This Skull King is particularly large, with a body length of 17 or 8 meters. But the bone wings behind it can reach hundreds of meters when spread out. With almost a strong wind like a knife, he rushed directly in front of Yang Muchung. If Yang Muchung hadn't dodged quickly, the Bone King's knife-like right arm would have cut him off in the middle. Just the aura of this Skull King made Yang Muchung's expression change. This Skull King was actually equivalent to a warrior in the late Zifu period, and his strength was no worse than those on the yellow list such as Lu Yin and Lu Fenghao. And when Yang Muchung led the golden-haired rat towards the Mantis Bone King, he was ambushed by another Ghost King. This Ghost King looks like a human being, with only the upper body and the lower body looking insubstantial. On his shoulders is a death sickle made of the bones of an unknown monster. His eyes are like torches, burning with blazing flames while staring at Yang Muchung without blinking. For these evil things, a young man like Yang Muchung, who was rich in energy and blood and powerful, was simply a rare tonic. The Ghost King even took action, summoning a terrifying huge ghost claw that completely enveloped Yang Muchung and the golden-haired rat. This terrifying Ghost King's strength has also reached the late Zifu stage. If it was before, Yang Muchung may not be able to fight against these beings. After all, each of them is a being comparable to Lu Yan's level. I'll deal with the Ghost King, and you go and contain the Skull King. Yang Muchung grabbed the blood-drinking sword, chopped off the huge turtle claws that grabbed them with one blow, and rushed out. The Ghost King roared and rushed towards Yang Muchung. Although it looks strange and weird, there is no lower body. But in fact the attack method of the Ghost King is not much different from that of human warriors. In one swift movement, he was approaching Yang Muchung, and at the same time, he turned the death sickle and slashed at Yang Muchung's throat. Yang Muchung directly used the blood-drinking sword and beheaded him on the spot. While the Ghost King's body was torn into pieces, a piece of nascent soul glowing with green light fell down. Now that Yang Muchung has reached the realm of Zifu, and has opened up the 999-mile perfect Zifu space, how can he be afraid of these existences? The golden-haired rat over there was a little struggling. After all, its sky-swallowing magical skill is not a complete version. It is difficult to catch up with Yang Muchung's progress in practice. It is naturally very difficult to deal with this Skull King. However, after Yang Muchung killed the Ghost Queen, he stopped the waste and killed the Bone King with a light chop. Chapter 875 The Terrifying Bone Giant. All these nascent souls were given to the golden-haired rat to devour. As for the remaining Tian Lingdibao, it belongs to Yang Muchung. Take a break. Both sides swept forward again. Along the way, no matter what kind of spiritual treasure it is, it cannot hide the perception of the golden-haired rat. As for the Bone King and Ghost King who dared to show their heads, They couldn't help but join forces with Yang Muchung and the golden-haired rat. Gradually, the golden-haired rat could feel the terrifying flame getting closer and closer. Even Yang Muchung feels it. That is, Yang Muchung closed his eyes, and the tempered thought power quickly spread out. He couldn't help but his expression changed, because right in front, he could clearly feel a shocking flame tumbling rapidly. But on the contrary, the terrible flames did not give him a burning feeling like summer, but instead gave him a bone-deep chill. The golden-haired rat's eyes also showed a hint of horror, and it was obvious that he also felt the strange flame. Boom! At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from the depths of the core. It looks like someone is fighting! Yang Muchung's heart moved, and he quickly moved forward. Tongue! 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 The body turned around and flew quickly. The huge skeletons were quickly left behind by him. Not long after, Yang Muchung saw the place where the sound of fighting came from. However, what Yang Muchung didn't expect was that the ones fighting were actually people from the evil way. 17 or 8 evil warriors. Their target is a bone giant. This skull giant is about 3 meters tall and has a terrifying build. It is shrouded in white skeleton armor, making people feel as if they are falling into an abyss and covered with ice. It carries a huge axe as tall as a person on its back, which is very huge. Obviously, these dozen evil warriors are not capable of forcing the bone giant to use weapons. Boss! Alchemy furnace! The golden-haired mouse whispered. That's right, it's that alchemy furnace! Yang Muchung looked forward, and his pupils suddenly closed. But see, the dilapidated pill furnace, which looked like an antique and was covered with jagged cracks, stood quietly on a high platform, with endless flames rising. The stronger the flame burns, the colder the surrounding temperature becomes, even giving people a chill that penetrates the heart. Have you seen the prescription? Yang Muchung asked, squinting his eyes. No. The golden-haired mouse shook his head. It glanced around, landed directly in front, and said solemnly, It seems that this skull giant is the Bone King guarding this alchemy furnace. Its strength is probably not bad. Yang Muchung nodded, his face solemn. 17 evil warriors faced a bone giant, but they still didn't dare to move. It was obvious that the strength of this skull giant was very terrifying. Wrong! At a certain moment, Yang Muchung whispered. But see, the positions where the 17 evil warriors stood seemed a bit chaotic. But in fact, there was an underlying pattern. It seems to be a certain formation. Yang Muchung and the golden-haired rat looked at each other without speaking, and both looked forward. It was obviously not appropriate to intervene at this time. Yang Muchung and the golden rat simply chose to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Do it! At this moment, when Yang Muchung and the golden-haired rat looked forward, one of the evil warriors shouted loudly. Uh-huh. Almost instantly, he saw that as his shouts resounded, more than a dozen evil warriors quickly formed seals at this moment. As the mark knitted together, one could see the awe-inspiring evil spirit in the void, gathering together desperately in a crazy manner. Uh-huh. 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 Under this strange mark, the endless evil energy turned into horned dragons, which rushed towards the bone giant as soon as they appeared. Those horned dragons were like hemp ropes tying up the bone giant, and they were like pythons that were closing in wildly while swimming. Just like a python eating a person, it always crushes the whole body of the person before swallowing it in one bite. There are 17 of these horned dragons in total, each one imbued with all the inner strength of an evil warrior, and they are constantly coiling around the body of the bone giant. Boss, is the bone giant not ready anymore? The golden-haired mouse couldn't help but said in a deep voice as he saw the bone giant motionless. Not necessarily. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and shook his head. There were bursts of harsh sounds, but one could see that the horned dragon transformed by the sinister energy was constantly climbing and shrinking around the bone giant. The hard scales rubbed against the bone giant's armor, causing a sharp sound and even dazzling sparks. At the same time, 17 horned dragons were connected to each other like a giant net. The bone giant is like a beast that has fallen into a spider's web, unable to move. Boss! Seeing this scene, the golden-haired mouse continued to shout. Stop making a sound and look! Yang Muchung drank in a deep voice. But see, the 17 evil people breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the bone giant trapped in shackles and unable to move. Boss, I'm going to kill him, said an evil disciple. Don't get into trouble. Take away the alchemy furnace. Let's leave the forest bone realm. The seemingly handsome leader with phoenix eyes whispered. Yes. Two of the disciples took the order, glanced at each other, and rushed towards the alchemy furnace. Right now, the bone giant, which seemed to be completely entangled by 17 horned dragons, suddenly moved at this moment. It stretched out its right hand, but the huge horned dragon was unable to restrain its arm. Instead, it broke its body, and there was a crackling sound like a hemp rope breaking. The horned dragons broke apart, turned into pieces of clouds, and wrapped around the bone giant again, as if to tightly bind it. But the bone giant ignored everything, and its huge arm suddenly grabbed the giant axe behind it, and suddenly slashed forward. Call. A sharp hurricane sounded like crazy. A huge wind blade of several hundred feet passed almost close to the ground, bringing with it a shocking wind pressure, and even blowing away the entire ground. In an instant, they rushed in front of the two evil spirits. With a puff sound, their bodies were chopped to pieces on the spot, and their blood spread all over the ground. The terrifying wind blade quietly dispersed just as it was about to hit the alchemy furnace. This. Yang Mucheng lost his voice in shock. What a terrifying power. What a terrifying control. Kill two late-stage Xiphus without harming the alchemy furnace at all. This kind of control is simply terrifyingly powerful. The third child. The fifth child. The man with red and phoenix eyes screamed when he saw that the bodies of his two companions were separated and died on the spot with almost no warning. He roared and stamped his feet fiercely. Upbraid. The ground was crushed by his footsteps. Countless pieces of gravel rolled up and shot towards the bone giant like cannonballs. The bone giant stood there, motionless. When the rocks that came from the force hit its armor, they turned into powder and couldn't even move it half an inch. Boom! However, at this time, the man with red phoenix eyes took advantage of this power and shot out like an arrow from a string, blasting towards the bone giant. Can it succeed? At this moment, not only the evil disciples present, but also Yang Mucheng looked towards the field with wide eyes. Just when the man with red phoenix eyes was about to rush in front of the bone giant, the bone giant moved. Chapter 876 Killing. It's a shot in the air! Seeing the trick of the man with red phoenix eyes, everyone in the evil way started to drink loudly. Brother! Kill this guy to avenge Lao San and Lao Wu! Kill him! Boom! At the same time that the man with red phoenix eyes shot out, nascent soul suddenly moved. The huge surging inner energy swept out quickly and spread crazily throughout the body. This huge internal energy formed a spear of more than 100 feet, hovering around the man with red and phoenix eyes. Under the layers of pure inner strength, his whole body was wrapped in this shocking giant spear. Boom! 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 Then, the shocking giant spear that the man with red phoenix eyes transformed into fiercely charged towards the location of the bone giant. Boss! The golden-haired mouse lost his voice in shock. Yang Mucheng's pupils shrank. He has never seen this kind of battle situation. However, the move of the man with red phoenix eyes was indeed very terrifying. Even for him, it is very difficult to resist. I just don't know if the bone giant can resist this move. Snort! Just when the shocking giant spear transformed by the man with red phoenix eyes was about to rush in front of the bone giant, a cold snort suddenly came from the bone giant. This is also the first time it has spoken, and its voice is full of disdain and contempt. Immediately, the bone giant stepped forward. This step was taken lightly, just like an ordinary person steps, and there was almost no strangeness at all. But this step left a foreshadowing for the bone giant to attack. Boom! As if the sky was shattering and the earth was shattering, the bone giant grabbed the giant axe in his right hand and slashed it down as if Penga created the world. This piece of land was instantly blasted by an invisible force to create a bottomless ravine. This ravine is clearly the mark of a giant axe falling. Looking from above, the ravine is bottomless. The position where the axe struck was exactly on the spear transformed by the man with red and phoenix eyes. Tear. There was a loud sound of the brocade being torn apart in the void. And wherever the giant axe passed, there was a spectacle of the air being torn apart. Finally, the axe hit the man with red and phoenix eyes firmly. Clang! Amidst the sound of gold and stone hitting, the war gun was torn to pieces by an axe on the spot. As for the man with red and phoenix eyes, fear flashed in his eyes. He didn't even have time to retreat. His whole body, including his nascent soul, was cut into two pieces by a slash, and hit the ground with a roar. Quiet! There was dead silence in the field. Everyone spoke, and everyone watched all this in stunned silence. This bone giant is so scary! Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Boss, it's guarding this cauldron. I'm afraid we won't be able to capture it at all. the golden-haired mouse shouted. And this time, the evil people also came to their senses. They also did not expect that this bone giant killed people without blinking an eye. And even the strong men of Zifu were like ants under his nose, and did not even have the strength to resist. Kill him! Revenge for Big Brother! There were bursts of shouts. Going crazy. Tongue! 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 Numerous warriors stirred up a turbulent wave, and one after another sacrificed their weapons and magic weapons, and directly released their strongest martial arts and moves. In an instant, the lightning and sword rain that covered the sky and the sun came down with overwhelming bombardment. Whether it is the light of a sword or the rain of swords, even if it hits the ground slightly, it will blast a deep pit several feet into the entire earth. Even Yang Mucheng had to be extremely afraid when facing this terrifying attack. But the bone giant remained motionless, relying on the bone armor outside his body to block everyone's attack that could destroy the world. Boom! 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 Bursts of dull loud sounds resounded loudly. Those terrifying attacks didn't even spark a single spark on the bone giant's body. Not good! Seeing this scene, even the most idiotic person can realize that the strength of this skull giant is too powerful. And it is already so powerful that it is beyond their ability. Even if there is a deep brotherhood, no one is willing to give up their lives in the face of this bone giant, who does not know the depth of his strength. Run away! At this time, the bone giant slowly raised his head. Under the huge helmet, two strange scarlet lights burst out from the deep eye sockets, as if the eyes of Yama, the god of death, were watching them. At this moment, anyone who is targeted by the bone giant only feels creepy, like a cat with exploded hair. It screamed for a while, and ran away in all directions at all costs. They came here just for the alchemy furnace. Who knew that I would encounter such a terrifying bone king? Now everyone's hearts have sunk directly into the abyss. However, the bone giant grinned. He turned his right hand and swung the huge battle axe like a windmill, causing a sharp and harsh howling wind. The dense fog that filled the surroundings was quickly cut open at this moment, as if a circular wind blade swept out on the spot. Time. The evil disciples scattered one by one were killed on the spot. Plop! 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 The broken corpse hit the ground heavily like a dumpling, making a muffled sound. The bone giant shook his right hand, and the blood drops attached to the battle axe immediately spilled out. It was seen that it slowly put the giant axe into the axe sheath, then picked up the corpses one by one like cleaning up garbage, and threw them towards the furnace. What is it doing? The golden-haired mouse couldn't help but ask in confusion. Boom! After the corpses were thrown into the alchemy furnace, they immediately started to rise crazily like gasoline dripping into the flames. The terrifying flame suddenly jumped to a height of 100 meters. However, the surrounding temperature did not increase at all. On the contrary, because the flames became more fierce, it slowly dropped, revealing a bone-chilling coldness. After doing all this, the two scarlet rays of light flashed in the bone giant's eyes, and he immediately looked somewhere. The location where the bone giant looked was exactly where Yang Mucheng and the golden-haired rat were hiding. Not good! It found us! At this moment, Yang Mucheng felt his scalp numb. The strength of this bone giant was really terrifying, beyond his imagination. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the bone giant tiptoed, as if teleporting with a mighty hurricane, and quietly arrived above Yang Mucheng. Call! This crazy rush brought up an infinite strong wind, which made Yang Mu grow and flutter, and his robes rustled. In the bone giant's deep eye sockets, the two scarlet rays of light retracted and fell firmly on Yang Mucheng. This moment, it's like a ferocious beast staring at its prey. Chapter 877 Pillfire Fate. The strength displayed by this skull giant is absolutely terrifying. Whether it was the amazing power he showed when he shattered 17 horned dragons, or the amazing control he showed when he killed 2 evil warriors without damaging the furnace, or the ease with which he killed 15 powerful people from the Purple Mansion, the decisiveness of the person, all this kind of thing, all showed the strength of this skull giant, which was absolutely extraordinary and terrifyingly powerful. So, Yang Mucheng was hiding in the dark, never wanting to appear. He originally planned to leave and look for other ways to deal with the bone giant. But in fact, who knew that the bone giant actually chose to take the initiative to attack? And at this moment, he came to welcome him. Call. The huge battle axe was swung down on the head. The battle axe is like a mountain, instantly slashing the air and producing harsh sound waves. This horrifying sound was even more terrifying than the 54 ghost crying killing formation.
The next moment, the giant axe that was sharp and not stained with any blood appeared in front of Yang Mucheng.
Chong!
Yang Mucheng was secretly shocked. But his hand movements were not slow at all. TSK. The blood-drinking sword was unsheathed and instantly turned into a scarlet sword shadow. It was so fast that it could not be caught with the naked eye. And it slashed forward. And his inner strength also surged up at this moment, showing his strength to the extreme. Boom! There was a loud sound. The surrounding ground exploded, and countless huge rocks flipped up, pointing diagonally toward the sky under this terrifying force. The blood-drinking sword in Yang Mucheng's hand was bent to the limit under the crushing force of the giant bone axe. And it made a terrifying trembling sound.
Boss! Contain it!
The golden-haired rat shouted loudly, and its small body writhed crazily. In an instant, it transformed into a giant demon king about 100 feet tall. It raised its sharp claws and swatted at the bone giant. At this time, a cold light flashed in Yang Mucheng's eyes. He turned his wrist, and the blood-drinking sword suddenly turned, slashing towards the bone giant's head like a ghost. However, the bone giant just snorted coldly, and a gray-white rippling wave of air was like thousands of troops sweeping across the world, swarming around crazily.
Boom!
Before the giant claw of the golden-haired rat fell, its body trembled suddenly. It felt as if it had been hit head-on by a ferocious beast. All its internal organs seemed to be knocked upside down and displaced. It spit out a mouthful of blood, and its huge body it flew backwards, like a cannonball, and hit the ground heavily. When Yang Mucheng saw the gray-white ripples, he couldn't help but close his eyes, and his sword had already struck the ripples heavily.
Ding!
A crisp loud sound resounded. Yang Mucheng also felt that a huge and continuous force was coming and hitting his body. The explosion caused him to lose his balance, and his feet flew away directly against the ground. The soles of his feet created 2 gaps on the ground.
Huh?
The bone giant was surprised, looked at Yang Mucheng who was pushed back, and said in a hoarse and low voice,
These days, you are the only person who has been able to withstand a move from me in this area.
The next moment, his eyes shined brightly.
I have been imprisoned in this area for too long. I only know how to guard this alchemy furnace every day so that it will not burn out. Those who come to steal the alchemy furnace are not my enemies. I didn't expect that you. A little despite his age. His strength is pretty good.
Tongue. Hearing the words of the bone giant, the golden-haired rat turned around like a wild beast hunting for prey. Its muscles tensed up, and it stared at the opponent eagerly. Yang Mucheng grabbed the blood-drinking sword, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The bone giant did not rush to attack, but put the giant axe on his shoulder. The huge axe is as tall as a person, like a door panel. It can kill the powerful men of Zifu, just like killing chickens and sheep. It is definitely not an ordinary bone axe, weighing at least tens of millions. It looked at Yang Mucheng, and the 2 scarlet rays of light in its pupils were slightly restrained.
Young genius. Tens of thousands of years ago, we were like you, with feather fans and silk scarves, and handsome hair. But now we are just a pile of bones. No human beings.
No ghost. I know what you are talking about is because you are here for this alchemy furnace. But it is a pity that you cannot take it away. Even if you take it away, it is useless. Because this alchemy furnace can no longer make elixirs. You can't make elixirs. What's going on?
Yang Mucheng's eyes dimmed slightly.
The flame in this alchemy furnace is also the fire of my life. This alchemy furnace has already merged with me. So how can I make elixirs?
The bone giant laughed loudly.
The fire in this furnace is churning. The stronger it burns, which means my strength is stronger.
It suddenly suppressed its smile, and the scarlet light in its eyes suddenly brightened.
I will kill you, and use your blood and nascent soul as fuel for my fire.
Yang Mucheng frowned slightly, not knowing why. The golden-haired rat's eyes were fierce, and he explained in a low voice.
I have heard that some alchemists are not willing to die, and will use elixir fire to extend their lives. The fuel of the elixir fire is the warrior's nascent soul and body. But although this method can extend life, it is neither human nor ghost. Although you are alive, you can't leave the alchemy furnace. Just like becoming a slave of the alchemy furnace, guarding the furnace to prevent the fire from extinguishing. As soon as the fire goes out, you will die without a burial place.
I see. Yang Mucheng nodded secretly. Previously, he didn't know what this alchemy furnace was about. But now he understands.
You actually know.
The bone giant looked at the golden mouse in surprise.
Since you have already guessed it, I will not hide it from you. The fire in my alchemy furnace is about to go out. So I deliberately let the warrior leave to let the news leak out. And deliberately lured you here.
It said, glanced at the alchemy furnace behind it, and sneered.
With this much fuel, it will be no problem to burn it for thousands of years. Just because you want to live another 1,000 years?
Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes.
Why not? As long as the fire goes out, my life will not be extinguished.
The bone giant suddenly suppressed his smile, and the scarlet light suddenly released from his eyes.
I have told you so much. Even if you die, you can rest in peace. Your level of cultivation is enough to keep my fire burning for 3 years.
It turned its gaze and landed on the golden mouse.
You little mouse can only keep the fire burning for half a year at most.
After saying that, the bone giant tiptoed and suddenly stretched out his ribs, and a huge bone wing of tens of meters spread out suddenly, like a falcon swooping down from the void. With sharp rapidity, it had already rushed to the scene with a roar. In front of Yang Mucheng, the giant axe slashed downwind. Boom! The evil spirit was aroused by a vast force, condensed into a huge battle axe, and struck towards Yang Mucheng. This Yisha giant axe is completely condensed by the bone giant's powerful internal strength. Its strength is incredible, and it can actually condense invisible smoke into a terrifying battle axe. It seems that even a mountain peak can be split in half by this giant axe. Chapter 878, The Peak Battle. Just with such an existence, do you want to live for another 1,000 years? Yang Mucheng was already aware of this. The half of the heavenly elixir that they took away was clearly the evil method that allowed this bone giant to survive.
Break.
Yang Mucheng blocked with his right hand, raised his blood-drinking sword and slashed forward. I saw a bloody sword light flashing through the air and striking the giant axe heavily. The giant axe that was completely condensed with evil energy, which was powerful enough to break mountains and rubble, could not stop Yang Mucheng's sword. After being chopped into pieces, the terrifying giant axe immediately turned into a piece of smoke and dispersed into the surrounding area. At this time, the bone giant's second blow had arrived. It failed to achieve any success in one blow, so it directly shook hands into a fist, stepped forward, and bullied the body. Amidst the pervasive evil aura, only a transparent and invisible figure was seen passing through quickly. The evil spirit that had just spread was torn to pieces by it. Boom! Yang Mucheng steadied his horse and punched away as well. Suddenly a strong wind raged and a hurricane arose. Huh? The bone giant became more and more shocked and suspicious. It didn't expect that a young man like Yang Mucheng, who had just reached Zifu, would have such terrifying strength. However, this is a good thing for it. The stronger the opponent's strength, the purer the essence and blood, and the longer the flame will burn when put into the alchemy furnace. Call. At this time, the golden-haired rat had already swooped in. The golden-haired rat's body had transformed into a 1,000-foot-long figure. At this moment, it was approaching silently. When it flew over the bone giant, it smashed down on its head. It was like the weight of Mount Tai, and the demon crushed the bone giant into pieces. But the bone giant didn't even look at it. He grabbed the giant axe with his right hand and swung it. Suddenly, a huge invisible force surged up. This force swept through the void, bringing up a burst of light that tore through the air, as if it had split the space. It brought up a wave of air hundreds of meters long, like a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss, and crashing into each other. On the golden retriever's belly, the golden-haired rat's body tumbled, suddenly flew out, and hit the ground with a thud.
You little monster. Dare to compete with me? I will put your body into the alchemy furnace before you.
The bone giant sneered. It stepped forward and was about to raise the battle axe and drop it. Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and quickly stepped forward, punching the bone giant in the face. The bone giant dismissed it, raised a hand at will, and punched out. The strong wind was hunting, and the ground around him was shaking continuously, leaving traces of knives and axes. Even a mountain can be destroyed by his punch. But under Yang Mucheng's fist,
not only was his punch unable to achieve any success, but it was easily broken by Yang Mucheng.
What?
The bone giant obviously didn't expect it. Its punch was so powerful that many warriors in the middle and late stages of Zifu could not resist it. But now it was stopped by such a young boy. How could it not be surprised? Scarlet eyes glanced at Yang Mucheng, and then he smiled coldly.
If that's the case, then I'll kill you first.
It has a generous posture, like a high-altitude god. In front of it, any living being is an ant that can be crushed and killed at will. Even Yang Mucheng was nothing under its nose.
as if he could easily be trampled to death. It snorted coldly and thrust its right hand forward to grab it. Uh-huh. At this moment, the infinite evil energy in the void condensed crazily, forming evil swords in an instant. There were thousands of these evil swords. And that's not all. It waved its hands, as if playing a high-pitched song in ambush from all sides. As if the evil energy in this world had been aroused. They turned into evil swords one after another. Almost at the same time. They were like angry arrows, covering hundreds of meters in an instant, blocking everything in Yang Muqing's body. The position made it impossible for him to avoid or hide. This guy! Yang Muqing's heart trembled. Having seen this bone giant attack before, I almost subconsciously thought it was a rough and savage type who only used brute force. But who knew that the other party could actually use such sophisticated and terrifying tricks? This is as incredible as Zhang Fei's embroidery and elephant dancing. His pupils closed. He grabbed the blood-drinking sword and slashed forward. His sword cut into a vacuum for miles around. And countless evil swords exploded on the spot. This moment, Yang Muqing tiptoed and stepped forward. He held the blood-drinking sword in his hand, and the energy in his body surged. But it was condensed but not released. The blood-drinking sword also erupted with a clang and a harsh sword sound, buzzing and trembling, as if it was preparing a fatal move. Hey! You're not strong enough to compete with me! Facing the charging Yang Muqing, the bone giant sneered and grabbed forward with its big hand. In an instant, the evil energy turned into fragments, with Yang Mu as the center, and surged in with the force of violent wind and rain. Every trace of smoke and every trace of evil spirit turned into sharp arrows, aiming at Yang Muqing. At this moment, it was equivalent to thousands of arrows being fired, and thousands of powerful crossbows exploding. Die! The bone giant laughed, as if all cause and effect were a foregone conclusion. It said, grabbing it with its right hand. The next moment, the brewing attack completely erupted, rushing in crazily, like a violent storm, directly covering Yang Muqing. But Yang Muqing's face was dull. He took up the blood-drinking sword and danced a blood-colored sword wheel. He only heard a dinging, clanking sound, and the countless attacks were actually repelled by Yang Muqing's sword. Seeing this scene, the smile on the bone giant's face finally faded. If anyone were to face such an attack, they would be riddled with wounds in an instant, and would be left scrambling and panicking. But Yang Muqing always has a confident attitude. No matter how you change, I only have one sword, which can cope with all changes without change. Shang! The next moment, Yang Muqing swept up a terrifying sword energy and rushed in front of the bone giant. Snort! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the bone giant, and he grabbed forward with his right hand. At this moment, countless strands of sinister energy quickly condensed into substantial threads, and then quickly woven into a huge palm, shrouding Yang Muqing. Destroy it for me! Yang Muqing shouted loudly, held the sword in both hands, slashed in the air, and slashed down crazily. There was a sound of crack, like the sound of tearing brocade in silk, and the huge palm was cut in half by Yang Muqing's sword. At the same time, the sword continued unabated and crashed down, hitting the bone giant's shoulder with a clang. Destroy! With a roar, Yang Muqing moved his wrists, and in the next moment, the blood-drinking sword slashed wildly from the bone giant's left shoulder, and in an instant, it quickly spanned half of the bone giant's body. There was a burst of explosion sound, and the place that was split by the sword was like a burst balloon, and countless evil spirits spurted out from the broken bone armor desperately. Boss! Was it successful? The golden mouse was overjoyed. Yang Muqing also nodded lightly. However, in the next moment, a sudden change occurred. A big hand suddenly surged out from the sinister aura that filled the sky, and crazily enveloped Yang Muqing like an overwhelming dark cloud. In an instant, Yang Muqing was in danger. Chapter 879 Life and Death. Too strong! When Yang Muqing fought against the bone giant, the golden-haired mouse had only one feeling. Although they are both only in Zifu cultivation, both sides are like divine generals and immortals who have turned the world upside down. This side of the world was turned upside down by the sun and moon they stirred, and the universe rotated. That last sword might be able to cut the bone giant in half. After all, it was a sword that the boss unleashed with all his strength, not to mention the bone armor he cultivated. Even if he wore a few more layers of protection, he would be destroyed by this sword. Cut it apart! I didn't expect that this furnace is just a trap. This bone giant lures people here just to kill people and ignite the furnace fire. But that furnace is also a treasure.
The golden-haired rat stared at the battle between the two and thought to himself. It was just thinking about searching the area to see if there was anything valuable after killing the bone giant. But it was suddenly startled. After Yang Mucheng struck with his sword, his whole body flew backwards without any warning.
That is?
The golden-haired mouse trembled in his heart. It just saw that in the churning evil aura, a huge palm was already grabbing overwhelmingly and covering the head. Retreat. Yang Mucheng couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. His sword can kill even a strong man like Lu Finghao. But can't he do anything to this giant bone? Call. The moment Yang Mucheng stepped back, the bone giant rushed out in one step.
I don't believe I can't kill you.
Yang Mucheng knew that he could not retreat. Once he retreats, he will face the opponent's pursuit like mercury pouring down the ground. The blood-drinking sword in his right hand turned around, bringing out a burst of blood. This burst of blood light was like a gentle breeze blowing on your face at first. But soon, it was like a tornado flying sand and rocks. The surrounding rocks and giant bones were swept up by this terrifying wind, stirred into the wind, and turned into a piece of powder. Ding! 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 The wind is as strong as a sword. The wind is as powerful as a sword. Every wisp of wind struck the bone giant's body, causing a harsh sound and dazzling sparks. When the tornado reached its peak, Yang Mucheng shouted in a deep voice, raised his blood-drinking sword and slashed it down in the air. Wow! The tornado immediately split into two halves, and everything in the forest bone domain where the flying sand and rocks were flying returned to normal.
Did you kill it?
The golden-haired rat narrowed his eyes and looked forward. There was just a snap sound, and a piece of bone armor on its body hit the ground. In an instant, the complete skeleton suddenly burst open, like rain falling down, revealing a rotten man with body spots.
Didn't you hurt it?
The golden-haired mouse was stunned. The bone giant shook and scattered the broken bones on its body. It had been dead for who knows how many years, and its skin had already dried up, making it look like a mummy that had weathered for many years. It slowly raised its head, its scarlet eyes staring at Yang Mucheng, and an unconcealed murderous intent emerged from its eyes.
How brave!
The bone giant shouted in a deep voice, and his eyes shone brightly, suddenly becoming scarlet-colored.
I wore bone armor just to cover my face. Today you destroyed my skeleton and revealed my true identity.
Turn out to be. This bone giant was also a master of alchemy who attained Mahayana. Even existences like Mo Bei, Shi Mei, and Hong Liang can only be regarded as juniors in front of him. Unwilling to die, it used its body to refine elixirs and use elixir fire to prolong its life. He was also afraid that the younger generation would recognize his inhuman appearance, so he wore bone armor all day long to hide his identity. But it doesn't know that no one has recognized its original appearance for a long time.
Boom!
Step with the sole of your foot. A surge of rage swept over him desperately. At this moment, the huge alchemy furnace hundreds of feet away behind it suddenly started churning. The originally red flame suddenly turned green and blue, like a will-o'-the-wisp.
This?
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. But see! The bone giant stretched out his withered and rotten right hand, and then shook it violently.
Boom!
In an instant, the churning flames pouring out of the alchemy furnace actually condensed into fire swords in midair. Each strand of this fire sword is about 1 meter long. It is purely condensed by the flames of nothingness and has no form or form. However, the blade of the sword flashes with a cold light and appears extremely sharp. The forest bone domain, which originally harbored murderous intent, had transformed into a Shura killing field in the blink of an eye.
Not good!
Yang Mucheng raised his hand and slashed away the flaming sword. The flames were condensed, and they were not ordinary gas-condensed moves that only had appearance but no essence. It seemed that it was really a magic weapon, which shocked his right hand so much that it hurt. It even knocked him back a few steps, and he stepped on the ground step by step, leaving a series of deep footprints.
Boy, if you show me my true face, even if I kill you, it won't be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart. I will pull out your nascent soul and beat you deep in the alchemy furnace, so that you will never be reincarnated.
As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, and his hands covered with corpse spots suddenly made a stroke in midair. Suddenly, the countless flaming swords were tumbling up at this moment, and crushing them quickly the next moment. Call! 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 The rain of swords that was transformed from the evil spirit before, and the rain of swords that was transformed from the fire now.
are simply nothing compared to the Rain of Swords. Boss! Seeing the other party showing such methods, the golden-haired mouse was horrified. Obviously, this is no longer a method that the Zifu realm can possess, but an existence that can kill divine thoughts. Each of these swords was extremely terrifying, and with an attitude like blasting through the air. They were in front of Yang Mucheng in an instant. Never be reincarnated? Yang Mucheng slowly raised his head and looked at the ferocious bone giant. Call. Immediately, he grabbed it with his right hand and threw the ghost-face grass directly. Ah! The moment the ghost-face grass was thrown out, the spirit treasure with a human face opened its big mouth and let out a sharp roar. Then it was like a huge black hole, madly swallowing up the endless evil energy around it. At the same time, the bone giant's offensive was quietly startled at this moment. Is this a ghost-face grass? The bone giant was shocked. This kind of spiritual treasure is enough to suppress all evil spirits and is their nemesis. The ghost-face grass may be okay against other people, but it's not worth mentioning to me, it shouted loudly, raised its right hand to the sky and grabbed it. Boom! A long sword formed from the fire struck in the air, directly cutting the ghost-face grass into pieces. It stared at Yang Mucheng, its eyes shining brightly. No matter what means you use, you will not escape death today. Then, the bone giant blasted out with both hands, and the flying fire sword fell like a waterfall in the air in the next moment. However, facing this decisive blow, Yang Mucheng secretly shook his head and slowly took out a small gourd from his arms. Chapter 880 Breakthrough. This little gourd looks very ordinary, and there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. However, this is the life-saving method entrusted to Yang Mucheng by the ancestor of the Qianquan immortal sect. There are 9,999 swords in this gourd. Original. Yang Mucheng did not want to borrow foreign objects. Excessive reliance on external objects will only make him dependent. But now it has to be used. Chong! The moment he opened the gourd, a burst of shocking sword energy burst out. In this infinite sword energy, a sword rain surged out quickly. Each of these sword rains is no bigger than the tip of a needle, but it is imbued with the power of a warrior who has achieved half-step to nirvana. Boom! In an instant, the swords from both sides collided fiercely. At this moment, there was even more endless aura, appearing crazily in midair. What? The bone giant's heart trembled. The fire sword it condensed was vulnerable to this attack, and was directly blown to pieces on the spot, turning into phantoms of flames, and completely dissipating in midair. And those numerous forged swords roared towards the bone giant. No! The bone giant let out a shrill roar, and violently closed his palms. Just hearing a boom, the flames in the alchemy furnace surged rapidly, and suddenly gathered in front of him, forming a huge wall of flames. However, this huge wall of fire could not stop any sword refining at all. The 9,999 refined swords could easily cut through everything, even coming in front of it. The sword was torn apart. His rotten body, which could withstand Yang Mucheng's full blow, had been soaked in evil energy for countless years, and was directly bombarded by the infinite sword, which penetrated his body without any hindrance. Penetrated. This bone giant, who had lived for tens of thousands of years through evil magic, was torn apart on the spot under the sword. Destroy it for me! Yang Mucheng closed his eyes and grabbed the void with his right hand. In an instant, the sword refining, which was like a torrent of waterfalls, connected in a line at this moment and turned into a storm sword dragon. Then, the moment the storm sword dragon formed, it chopped down in the air and hit the huge pill furnace heavily. Puff! The strange furnace fire was suddenly extinguished, and the modeled alchemy furnace died in response. The jumping fire surged up, jumped around, and finally died out quietly. The swords were turned over after smashing the alchemy furnace and put back into the sword hiding gourd. Call. Yang Mucheng's face turned pale, and he almost lost his strength and fell down. These people came to Tianjie Danfang, but they didn't expect to become the fuel for this bone giant to continue his life. Boss, I found the remaining half of the prescription. The golden-haired mouse found half of the broken prescription from a broken bone. Your guess is correct. This elixir recipe is the bone giant's means of extending his life with elixir fire. Now that the elixir recipe is in hand, and the elixir furnace is destroyed, should we leave? Leave? Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. Etc. The reason why the sinister aura in this forest bone domain is strong and persistent is because the immortal sect assessment hall and this alchemy furnace have created a strange rule here. Now that the immortal sect assessment hall has left
and the alchemy furnace has been destroyed. The evil spirit has no restrictions, and will drift away at will. To other people, the evil spirit is like a deadly poisonous mist. But to Yang Mucheng, it is a powerful tonic pill. The previous rule restrictions had not been lifted, and he was unable to absorb the evil spirit. How could he just ignore it now? Boom! In an instant, strong winds began to rise. A powerful wind suddenly blew up. An endless evil energy flew towards Yang Mucheng's body quickly. And that terrifying air vortex appeared on Yang Mucheng's body. He was actually madly devouring the evil spirit of the entire forest bone realm. Notice. The energy between heaven and earth is like the rise and fall of water. Water flows downward. And so does energy. If these evil spirits are left alone, they will completely disappear in less than 10 days and a half. And in the end this area will become no more special than other large areas. But now, this sinister energy that was about to dissipate in Zhoutian surged crazily towards Yang Mucheng's body. A mighty strong wind even swirled towards the sky with Yang Mu as the center. The golden mouse looked worried. Such a huge amount of evil energy would probably burst the body of any one person. But to Yang Mucheng, his body was like a terrifying black hole, devouring him crazily. What happened? The disciples of the 36 sects who were guarding outside the core area looked forward with astonishment and disbelief on their faces. They could even see the endless evil energy in the void, like flowing water, constantly flowing towards the center of the core. Not only the evil energy, but also other spiritual energy as well.
It seems like someone is absorbing the evil spirit. Hurry up and see what's going on.
Everyone was shocked. They rushed towards the center of the terrifying vortex. As they got closer to the whirlpool, everyone's expressions became more horrified, because they can feel that a huge black hole seems to have been detonated in the center of the forest bone domain. Originally, the evil spirit in this core area was as strong as the vast sea water. But now it has become extremely thin, even as if it were in a desert. Not only that, this huge swallowing force even ripped away the spiritual energy and inner energy that everyone had swallowed, and pulled it into the center. What's going on? What on earth is it? But, when everyone discovered that the source of this movement belonged to Yang Mucheng, they were completely shocked again.
Could it be? This is impossible.
Everyone sensed all this, and their bodies began to tremble involuntarily.
Uncle Master is absorbing these evil spirits from heaven and earth, and is making a breakthrough?
As everyone knows, these evil spirits are only good for ghosts. Ordinary warriors avoid them, for fear that any trace of them will penetrate into the body. Every warrior tries his best to resist them. Otherwise, it will be like a pot of tonic ginseng soup. But he was poisoned with 7 steps of death. But Yang Mucheng is absorbing these evil spirits. And with the crazy absorption of evil energy, his aura is constantly improving steadily at this moment. When this aura increases to an absolute level, it is completely shocking.
Boom!
Along with a shocking dragon roar, Yang Mucheng's cultivation level has quietly broken through, reaching the middle stage of Zifu.